Chapter 161. It was Officer Huang who pushed the door open. He was wearing a police uniform and a police hat today, which was very formal. Gao Yang, who was used to seeing him in casual clothes, was a little uncomfortable for a while. Gao Yang, how are you doing recently? Officer Huang showed a sophisticated professional smile on his face, as if he was not familiar with Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Gao Yang, don't be nervous. The murderer of Li Weiwei has not been found, so Officer Huang wants to find you to learn more. The head teacher patted Gao Yang on the shoulder and comforted him. I know. Gao Yang said. Okay, you guys chat, I leave first. The head teacher walked out of the office. After closing the door, Officer Huang glanced at Gao Yang and didn't rush to speak. Officer Huang first closed the door, then took out a small detector from his hand, walked back and forth in the office for a few times, picked up various small objects on the desk and fiddled with them for a while, and looked up to carefully check the light bulbs and corners on the ceiling. After eliminating the investigative tools, such as eavesdropping devices and pinhole cameras, he finally felt relieved, took off his police hat, and gave Gao Yang a familiar smile. Gao Yang, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did Dohu ask you to come? Gao Yang asked with a helpless smile. Almost. Officer Huang said vaguely, it's okay for former colleagues to catch up occasionally, right? Gao Yang complained in his heart, Uncle Hu, you are really a devil. Before, you kept telling me to stay in the Qilin Union and not to act rashly. It's only been a short time since I changed jobs, and you sent Officer Huang to contact me. Do you trust my ability too much, or do you not take my life seriously at all? How are you all doing recently? Gao Yang asked. Very good. In addition to the HR who recruited you, your family will be greeted several times a day. Officer Huang teased. Gao Yang thought of Baitu's angry face, and felt a little amused. You will cooperate with me to take Li Weiwei's statement later, and do the whole play. Officer Huang took out a notebook. Before that, do you have anything to say to me? Gao Yang quietly walked to the door, and made sure that no one was eavesdropping outside. He turned to Officer Huang, took Officer Huang's notebook, and leaned over to draw. I accidentally discovered an evil organization that believes in the goddess of the blue. Its members include beasts, parasites, and possibly awakened people. They are killing lost people, like some kind of evil ritual. The Qilin Union attaches great importance to this matter. Gao Yang drew the evil totem, tore it off, and held it in front of Officer Huang. Remember it? Officer Huang looked at it carefully for 2 seconds and nodded. Clatter. The paper burned in Gao Yang's hand, and turned into ashes in an instant. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, the second thing is that Xuanwu has a very important reason to recruit me, because I have a lie detector. Could it be that there is also a traitor among them? Officer Huang did not say the word traitor. Yes. Gao Yang nodded, speaking quickly and lightly. The third thing is that there are some strange signs in 11, which may be a talisman cave. Officer Huang's eyes darkened. Don't even think about it. Gao Yang said, Beiyong District is the territory of Qilin Union. I have already reported this matter. I can't keep it to myself. Understood, safety first. Officer Huang nodded. After 2 seconds of silence, the two immediately changed their status. Has the murderer of Li Weiwei not been found yet? Gao Yang raised his voice. Unfortunately not yet. So I want to talk to you again to see if we can find some new clues. Officer Huang also raised his voice. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang did not go home, but went directly to the Xuanwu branch of Shilongzai. In the hall, Hui Xiong waited for a long time, with a sad face. As soon as he saw Gao Yang, he complained loudly, Captain, we really shouldn't have reported it. We should have acted first and then reported it. Why? Gao Yang asked. Elder Xuanwu asked Group 4 to investigate at number 11 middle school. Hui Xiong was furious. Why? It was obviously us who found the clues. Gao Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This was already expected by him. Group 4 and Group 5 are subordinates of Elder Xuanwu. It is said that the overall strength and performance of Group 4 are higher than those of Group 5. Besides, Gao Yang had just taken office as the captain of Group 5 and did not gain the trust of Xuanwu. Xuanwu will naturally send Group 4 to explore the Fudong. Just obey the arrangement, Gao Yang said indifferently. Hui Xiong was indignant. The elders are partial. All the good things are left to Group 4, and our Group 5 can only follow behind and eat dust. Hui Xiong, believe me, going to the Fudong is not a good thing. Gao Yang said what was in his heart. I don't care. Anyway, the elders are partial. There is a prejudice against our Group 5. Hui Xiong was childish at this time, like a child vying for favor. Don't worry, Maybe Group 4 will work in vain. Gao Yang smiled. Do you have time? I'm hungry. Accompany me to eat barbecue. Hui Xiong's anger subsided a little. Okay, I was so angry today that I didn't even eat 2 bites of dinner. Let's go to Boss Lu's store, Gao Yang suggested. Captain. Hui Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled evilly. So you like this? You think too much. I just want to eat barbecue. No need to explain. I understand you. Hui Xiong hugged Gao Yang's shoulders like a brother, and his smile became greasy. Although she also has a gun, she is so damn beautiful. I can't help but look at her a few more times every time. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. Okay, it's better to let Hui Xiong misunderstand my orientation than to doubt me. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang returned home, washed, showered, and went to bed. Soon, Gao Yang saw Lu Qingying in his beautiful dream. I have to say that Lu Qingying is really service-oriented. Every time the world in the dream is very thoughtful and never repeated. This time, the two sat in the business class of the plane. The plane was sailing in the sky, and outside the porthole was a thick purple sea of clouds, magnificent, lightning and thunder, like the end of the world. Lu Qingying sat next to Gao Yang, covered with a thin air conditioning blanket. Are you used to the Kirin Union? Lu Qingying smiled faintly. Not bad. Gao Yang looked sideways at the sea of clouds outside the porthole. I didn't expect that my first time seeing the sea and my first time riding a plane were both in my dreams. If you want, I can give you many firsts. Lu Qingying's eyes moved and her smile was charming. I'm looking forward to it. Gao Yang said casually and retracted his gaze. Let's start, you go first. Okay, then I asked, don't be angry. Lu Qingying slightly turned sideways. Gao Yang nodded, picked up the orange juice on the small board in front of him and took a sip. You switched to the Kirin Union. Are you an undercover sent by the 12 zodiac signs? Gao Yang almost choked. He put down his drink cup and asked calmly, what level is this information? S level. Lu Qingying said. Oh, I didn't expect me to be so important. Gao Yang smiled casually. Enter the system fuck. Lu Qingying, this old fox, actually set her sights on me. She asked such a cunning question. If I get anxious and answer I have nothing to say, wouldn't it be a disguised admission that I am an undercover sent by the Zodiac? I won't be fooled. I have every reason to suspect that the person who wants to buy this information is Xuanwu. Exit the system, you overestimate me. I have no loyalty to the Zodiac. Gao Yang shrugged. Qilin Union is obviously more promising. The 7 prophecies have begun. The question of standing in line cannot be ambiguous. Speaking of this, Gao Yang glanced at Lu Qingying. I advise you to stand in line as soon as possible to keep safe. Lu Qingying looked at Gao Yang, and a trace of tenderness. You are so gentle, thank you for your concern. However, I still like to be a loner. Everyone has their own aspirations, I understand. Gao Yang changed the subject. What other information do you want to know? The details of the talents of Qilin and the 4 elders. The information level is S. Gao Yang looked helpless. I don't know, and I can't tell you even if I know. I guess so. Lu Qingying smiled, without much disappointment on her face. I have finished asking here, and I don't have any other information to ask you for the time being. Okay. Gao Yang asked. I asked you to investigate the forces behind Guima and Hongfeng before. Is there any progress? There is actually some progress on this matter. Lu Qingying raised her eyebrows slightly, with a smile on her lips. Chapter 162. Lu Qingying was in no hurry to speak, and closed her eyes slightly. After a while, the plane began to land, and Gao Yang could feel a slight weightlessness and tinnitus. Outside the porthole, the plane sank into the sea of clouds. It turned out that Lu Qingying was changing her beautiful dream. Let's talk about Guima first. Lu Qingying opened her eyes. The source of the news is basically reliable. Guima is not dead yet. Gao Yang looked calm. I already knew this when I was in the 12 zodiac signs. I can also tell you that Guima was indeed executed by Long, and I saw him die with my own eyes. Then, there is only one possibility. Lu Qingying smiled. He was resurrected. Do you have this talent? Gao Yang asked back. Haha, this is an A-level intelligence. Lu Qingying smiled shrewdly. Go ahead, I owe you. Gao Yang said. Resurrection does exist, but there are many limits. The brain and heart cannot be completely destroyed, and the resurrection must be performed within 24 hours of the target's death to be successful. Lu Qingying said. Is it a talent in the top 10 of the serial number? Gao Yang asked. I don't know, but I personally tend to think. Lu Qingying paused. It's the talent of the ghost. Gao Yang was shocked. Yes, why didn't I think of this possibility? How do you determine that ghosts have this talent? Gao Yang asked. Of course, I have some factual basis, but if you continue to ask, it will be considered an A-level intelligence. Lu Qingying said gently. It's not okay to have too much credit, I'm a small business here. Gao Yang was silent, and suddenly a little chilled. According to you, the force behind the ghost horse is the ghost group? I'm just an information dealer, I dare not jump to conclusions. Lu Qingying used cautious words. I can only say that there is such a possibility. Gao Yang pondered. Lu Qingying said again, I have made some progress on the Hong Feng you mentioned, which is considered B-level intelligence. Do you want it? Yes, I can pay with Jinwu coins. Gao Yang is rich now. I didn't find any clues about the name Hong Feng, but I started with his explosion talent and made some progress. Gao Yang nodded, motioning her to continue. The last time the explosion talent appeared was in a lone player 7 years ago. The Qilin Guild originally wanted to recruit this person, but was rejected by the other party. Since then, no news of this lone player has been heard. Lu Qingying took out a document and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it. It was an admission file of a university outside the city. The ID photo on the data sheet was a red-haired girl with delicate eyebrows, deep features, and water-blue eyes. She was smiling, but she gave people a sense of inextricable sadness. Name, Lilia. Gender, female. Age, 19. Hometown, Snow Country. Gao Yang looked at Lu Qingying. This girl named Lilia is from Snow Country. 7 years ago, she came to Liqing to study, awakened and realized the explosion talent. The Kirin Union took a fancy to her, but she did not join. Soon she disappeared, and the police classified her as missing. Gao Yang suddenly remembered the sister mentioned by Hong Feng. Could he be referring to Lilia? According to Hong Feng, Lilia is dead. Gao Yang was thinking when light shone in from the porthole. Gao Yang looked up, and saw that the plane broke through the sea of clouds and flew to the ground. There is a gray sea under my feet, and there is an island on the sea, which is white. This is the Snow Country. Lu Qingying also looked out the window. The textbook says that the Snow Country has 70,000 square kilometers, but according to the data explored by the Baichuan group, the area where the Snow Country can actually move does not exceed 4,000 square kilometers, which is about 1/5 of the city. It is the third largest isolated island in the foggy world. The Snow Country is vast and sparsely populated, with a real active population of less than 100,000. Going there to ski, watch the aurora, and soak in hot springs in winter is a very good choice. Lu Qingying smiled. I'm getting off topic. Gao Yang was still staring at the information in his hand, integrating the existing information. Lu Qingying has already started to settle accounts. You owe me an A-level intelligence tonight, and the debt period cannot exceed 1 month. If there is really no information exchange, you can also pay the Golden Crow coin, but the A-level intelligence is a bit expensive. I can pay it back now. Gao Yang interrupted. Oh! Lu Qingying's eyes flickered. Gao Yang asked with a smile, Are you interested in beasts? It depends on what aspect. Beasts kill their own kind, which is similar to a sacrificial ritual. Behind it is a mysterious evil sect, and there are parasites in this sect. Gao Yang had a hunch that even if he didn't sell this information to Lu Qingying, she would get it from someone else sooner or later, so it would be better to sell it himself. Moreover, he also hoped that Lu Qingying would investigate this matter. Maybe he could dig out more clues, and in turn promote his own investigation. Interesting. Lu Qingying opened her lips slightly, revealing a strong desire for knowledge. I want this information. Gao Yang simply told the story again. Lu Qingying listened carefully and repeated in a low voice. This is the first time I've heard of the goddess of song. Do you have a pen and paper? Gao Yang asked. Lu Qingying closed her eyes slightly, and immediately a pen and paper appeared in her hand. Gao Yang took it and drew the evil totem on the paper. Lu Qingying stared at the totem for a long time, and said, thoughtfully, The level of this information cannot be judged at present, but it is indeed very special. Lu Qingying looked at Gao Yang and smiled with satisfaction. Tonight we have gained a lot, so we don't owe each other anything. Gao Yang nodded. Okay. If there is any more information about the goddess of song, can you continue to trade with me? Lu Qingying asked. I can't guarantee it. Gao Yang told the truth. The organization attaches great importance to this matter. I have to decide based on the situation. But if you have any intelligence about it later, you can consider selling it to me. Hee. Lu Qingying narrowed her eyes slightly. You really do your job well. Of course, I can't let down Elder Xuanwu's cultivation. Gao Yang deliberately nodded at Xuanwu. Lu Qingying immediately understood. What Gao Yang wanted to say was, He and Xuanwu had met in Lu Qingying's dream. Although Lu Qingying did not admit that she had any intelligence exchanges with Gao Yang, there was no guarantee that Xuanwu would not suspect this. Therefore, as for the Qilin Union, if Gao Yang happened to know any information that was a little bit important, he must not tell Lu Qingying, otherwise Xuanwu would be the first to suspect him. Of course, Xuanwu might also have intelligence exchanges with Lu Qingying. In theory, if Lu Qingying could get the information about the Qilin Union from Xuanwu, she would not have to look for Gao Yang, and vice versa. Gao Yang was recruited by Xuanwu. Xuanwu wanted to use him, but also had to guard against him. This can be seen from the fact that Xuanwu sent Group 4 to investigate number 11 middle school. Anyway, Gao Yang tried to remain loyal in front of others and behind others. He did not expect to gain Xuanwu's trust completely, but at least he could not bring trouble to himself. Happy cooperation, Gao Yang said, closed his eyes, and entered the system. In the morning, Gao Yang woke up. Mom also got up early today and prepared a nutritious breakfast for her son. Mom has recently followed a lot of health public accounts and learned that the traditional breakfast nutrition is not balanced and will delay the growth of children. After that, Mom's breakfast is very rich. Milk, eggs, whole wheat bread, grain porridge and fruit platter, everything is available. After Gao Yang had a full meal, he went to school with his school bag on his back. The class teacher has informed the parents of Gao Yang and Niu Xian's exciting trip to number 11 middle school. Before leaving, his mother told Gao Yang to stop fooling around and to stay away from Wang Zikai and Niu Xian and concentrate on preparing for the exam. Gao Yang agreed. As soon as Gao Yang walked out of the community, he ran into Huanghua and Fatty Wu on their way to school. Huanghua caught up with Gao Yang and jumped off the bike excitedly. Gao Yang, I was just about to call you. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked. The hospital called. Fatty Wu also ran over pushing his bike, his face full of joy. Young Master Xian is awake. Chapter 163. Niu Xian, who was in coma, woke up. This is indeed good news for Gao Yang. In real life, if Niu Xian can't wake up, Gao Yang, Huanghua, and Hu Pengzi will be in big trouble. The police will definitely talk to them and investigate, which will cause a lot of trouble later. In the awakened world, if Niu Xian can't wake up, the clues of Fudong will probably be cut off. Nothing happened during the day. Qingling didn't come to school for the past 2 days. It is said that she has been confirmed to be admitted to a university outside the city, and the class teacher turned a blind eye to it. In the last evening self-study class, Huanghua, Hu Pengzi and Gao Yang asked for leave from the class teacher to visit Niu Xian in the hospital, because if they went too late, the lights in the hospital would be turned off. The class teacher agreed. Huanghua and Hu Pengzi rode bicycles. Gao Yang hasn't ridden a bicycle for a long time. He always takes the subway. Tonight he sat on the back seat of Hu Pengzi. Along the way, Huanghua and Hu Pengzi chatted. Huanghua said seriously, Xian Xiao must have seen something unclean and was possessed. My mother said that I was also possessed when I was 4 years old. It seemed that I saw something I shouldn't have seen. I didn't talk, eat, or drink for 2 days, like a fool. My mother asked a master to exorcise the evil spirit for me, and I got better. Gao Yang complained in his heart, in your case, I'm afraid you ran into an awakened person. As a lost child, your brain is slow to automatically correct memory and logic, so it only took 2 days. We must not stimulate Xian Xiao at that time. Fatty Wu believed it. Of course, I wonder how he is doing. Huanghua pedaled the bicycle inside. I hope he can get better. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. Usually, Niu Xian used Huanghua and Hu Pengzi as his little followers. Unexpectedly, these 2 little followers were quite loyal to Niu Xian. No wonder, Niu Xian didn't bully them on weekdays, and Niu Xian was really generous to his own people. Gao Yang inexplicably thought of the organization of the awakened. In fact, whether it was the 12 zodiac signs or the Qilin Union, they were good to their own people, but they were more ruthless to outsiders. No matter what world you are in, it is difficult to survive without sticking together. In less than half an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the hospital inpatient department. Niu Xian's family was rich, and the single ward he lived in was clean, quiet, and exuded a fragrance. Niu Xian, half lying on the bed, closed his eyes. There was a fruit basket, and 2 bouquets of flowers on the bedside table. It seemed that someone had come to visit. Xian Xiao? Huanghua called softly. Niu Xian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dull, and his face was very tired. He moved his body, his voice a little weak. You guys are here. Are you okay? Gao Yang stepped forward. Nothing. Niu Xian forced a smile. I'll be discharged in 2 days. Did the doctor say what the problem was? Gao Yang continued to ask. No problem was found. Niu Xian also looked puzzled. I took a head x-ray and a physical examination. Everything was fine. The doctor said it might be hypoglycemia. Gao Yang held back his complaints. With Niu Xian's physique, hypoglycemia was really a bit far-fetched. Gao Yang asked again, Niu Xian, do you remember that time? Gao Yang. Wang Hua interrupted nervously, signaling Gao Yang with his eyes. Don't ask. Gao Yang didn't care about that, and continued to finish his words. Do you remember what you did on the flag-raising platform of number 11 middle school? Doing radio gymnastics, right? Niu Xian smiled strangely. I don't remember it at all. Gao Yang was stunned and asked, If you don't remember, how do you know you were doing radio gymnastics? I guessed. Niu Xian said. Wang Hua and Fatty, who couldn't help but shudder. They looked at each other and wondered. Niu Xian might still be possessed by evil spirits. Gao Yang also noticed that Niu Xian's personality had changed. He is very gentle now, even very polite. If this point is explained by physical weakness, it is too far-fetched. I don't quite understand. Gao Yang pulled a chair and sat down beside Niu Xian's bed, as if he wanted to have a long talk. Can you tell me in detail? Niu Xian looked at Gao Yang, hesitated slightly, and said lightly, I'm a little thirsty. I pour you some water? Fatty, who immediately went to the water dispenser, and poured a glass of water, and handed it to Niu Xian. Niu Xian took it, and drank it slowly. After drinking, his fingers rubbed the disposable paper cup, making a rustling sound. The police came to question me before. Niu Xian's eyes were a little hesitant, but I didn't say it. I think he wouldn't believe it even if I said it. Tell us, we believe you. Gao Yang said. Yes, Mr. Xian, we definitely believe you. Wang Hua and Fatty, who nodded beside him. Niu Xian glanced at the three people, and lowered his head to think. After a while, he raised his head again, and his voice was faint. I feel like I seem to see things from my previous life. Gao Yang was silent. Wang Hua and Fatty, who also fell silent, their faces a little ugly. Niu Xian smiled. Forget it, I knew you wouldn't believe it. I don't disbelieve it, I'm just a little shocked. Gao Yang tried to make himself look more sincere. Tell us more. Niu Xian raised his head slightly, and closed his eyes. In my previous life, my name was Li Zhuanghu. My father's surname was Li, and my mother's surname was Zhuang. They fell in love by the lake, and gave me this name. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Good guy, are the details of the previous life so clear? Let's listen again. My father died unexpectedly when I was a few years old. My mother raised me alone. Life was not easy. I was always bullied, so my mother asked me to tolerate it. I focused on studying, but I performed poorly in the high school entrance examination, and went to number 11 middle school. Niu Xian laughed dryly. I was still a nerd in number 11 middle school. I only knew how to study every day, and got the first place in every exam. The teacher valued me very much, but my classmates hated me. Wang Hua and Hu Pengzi were stunned. This is not completely different from Niu Xian's growth experience, but it can only be said to be a world of difference. The teacher asked me to be the leader of the exercises. His original intention was to do good for me, and to train my confidence. But what I hate most every day is leading the exercises. I am not good at sports, and my exercises are ugly. Every time I stand on the flagpole to do exercises, I feel that all my classmates are laughing at me on the playground. Anyway, doing exercises is like a nightmare that will never end for me. Gao Yang listened carefully and nodded from time to time. What happened later? Later. Niu Xian lowered his eyes. There was no later. What do you mean? Gao Yang was a little surprised. I don't know how long I lived in my last life. Anyway, I just remember that I was in high school. Wait. Wang Hua seemed to have thought of something and panicked. Number 11 middle school happened exactly 18 years ago. Master Xian, you are also 18 years old this year. Yes. Niu Xian smiled. What a coincidence, you think? I can't it be the reincarnation of Li Zhuanghu? What a joke? Beasts don't even have a real reproductive system. How can they reproduce is a mystery, and there are reincarnations? Gao Yang felt it was ridiculous. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and caught a clue. Click. Before Gao Yang had time to think deeply, the door was pushed open. A burly man stood outside the door, and Gao Yang was surprised. Chapter 164. The man standing at the door is Hui Xiong. He was wearing a dark t-shirt and a pair of casual jeans, holding a bag of fruit. He was slightly surprised to see Gao Yang, but immediately pretended not to know him. Are you Niu Xian's classmates? He walked in with a smile. Yes, uncle, who are you? Huang Guo hurriedly took the fruit and put it on the table beside him. Oh, I'm from the police station. Niu Xian's case is now in my charge. I heard that he woke up, so I came to visit him. Hui Xiong said, as he took out his police badge from his pocket. Didn't I tell you all? Niu Xian was a little impatient, and maybe a little scared. I fainted. I don't remember anything. Niu Xian, don't be nervous. Hui Xiong pulled a chair over and sat down, took out a notebook and a pen. Uncle, I'm just going through the motions. You can think about it again. If you really can't remember, just tell the truth. I will definitely not make it difficult for you. Hu Pengzi and Huang Guo felt that something was wrong, and looked at Gao Yang hesitantly. Gao Yang, how about we go back first, so as not to disturb the police uncle in handling the case? Yes. Hu Pengzi hurriedly agreed. Xian Xiao, we will come to see you tomorrow. Niu Xian hesitated to speak, and finally nodded. Gao Yang stood up and gave Hui Xiong a look. We go first. Gao Yang, Huang Guo, and Hu Pengzi walked out of the hospital. Gao Yang found an excuse and did not go with the two. He returned to the hospital and sat down in a pavilion in front of a small flower bed downstairs in the inpatient department. Less than 20 minutes later, Hui Xiong strode out of the inpatient department. He saw Gao Yang at a glance and walked over with a smile. Captain, are you here to investigate too? We are classmates. It is reasonable for me to come and visit. Gao Yang said deliberately. Hee, don't pretend. You must have come for Fudong too. Hui Xiong was delighted. Captain, have you heard? What? Gao Yang asked. Hui Xiong was beaming. Group 4 went to number 11 middle school yesterday and went back empty-handed. Ha ha. Gao Yang was embarrassed. Can you laugh louder? Captain. Hui Xiong was very excited. You just came. You don't know how arrogant Group 4 is on weekdays. Each of them is arrogant, and their eyes are on the top of their heads. I have been unhappy with them for a long time, and they are frustrated this time. Hui Xiong was talking non-stop, and his cell phone rang. Gao Yang's cell phone also rang. He took it out and saw that it was an encrypted text message from the Qilin Union. Go to conference room number 3 of Xuanwu branch immediately, and you must be there. Hui Xiong laughed even more happily, and he said excitedly, Captain, it must be about 11th grade. Because most awakened people have a superficial identity, they either go to school or go to work during the day, and because awakened people sleep less than ordinary people, and the risk of exposure is low when they act at night. So when the Kirin Union wants to go on a mission, they usually gather late at night. Gao Yang's face did not show any emotion, but he was wailing in his heart. Judging from the situation, it is probably an emergency mission. It's okay to go through life and death with my brothers in the 12 zodiac signs, but I just want to be a good eye in the Kirin Union, but I don't want to risk my life. Gao Yang sat in Hui Xiong's car and went to Shilongzai. Along the way, Gao Yang learned that Hui Xiong could not find out anything from Niu Xian, so he told Hui Xiong what he heard from Niu Xian. Memories of past lives? Hui Xiong sneered. A lost person still has past lives? Maybe his brain was affected by the power of the talisman hole, causing his nerves to become disordered. Hui Xiong's inference is a possibility, and the possibility is not small. Gao Yang did not rush to express his opinion. He was still thinking, and there were still many things he could not figure out. Around midnight, Gao Yang and Hui Xiong came to the number 3 meeting room of the Xuanwu Union. The other members of Group 5 were all present, and everyone sat in the lounge area of the meeting room. Ken was curled up on the sofa, concentrating on playing games, not willing to waste a minute. Ran and Ronnie were discussing something passionately, and most likely some worldview speculation. As for Manshi, Gao Yang looked up. Sure enough, he was wearing a nightgown, hanging upside down on the ceiling, like a lonely gecko who was not sociable. Captain, Uncle Xiong, you are here. Ran stood up and greeted. Ronnie also nodded to Gao Yang and Hui Xiong. Gray Xiong didn't reply, but strode forward and rubbed Kanta's head roughly. Ah, stop yelling. I'm going to lose. Cantu screamed. Cantu, I give you 3 seconds to put away your phone, otherwise it will become a pile of waste. The kind of waste that can't even be replaced by a stainless steel wash basin. Yes. Cantu immediately quit the game and put his phone back in his pocket, with a strong desire to survive. Group 4 will be here soon. Stand up straight. Do you hear me? Gray Xiong's voice was stern. Yes. Gao Yang was embarrassed. Your desire to win is too strong. Manshi jumped down from the ceiling and landed in front of Gray Xiong. Are you sure Group 4 will come too? Gray Xiong was very proud. Humph, I'm not bragging. Which department of the Union doesn't have my spies? Bang! Before Hui Xiong finished speaking, the door was pushed open. A tall, slender young man walked in quickly. He was no more than 25 years old. He was wearing a gray-black long-sleeve trousers, a style between sportswear and combat uniforms, with a fashionable design and soft and iron fabric. A golden Qilin brooch was pinned on his broad chest, shining. The man had short black hair, light green pupils, a high forehead bone, a wide chin, tough and sharp facial features, and an arrogant look. 5 members followed him, 3 men and 2 women, all wearing the same uniform, with Qilin brooches on their chests. Everyone looked disciplined, serious, and full of accent. On the way here, Gao Yang had heard Hui Xiong's introduction. The leader was one of the guardians of the Qilin Union, and the captain of the 4th Action Group, Jiuhan. Jiuhan's talent is weakness, serial number 21, rune type, damage. This talent is quite something. Gao Yang remained calm. Enter the system, explore the detailed information of Jiuhan's weakness talent. It takes 2 lucky points, hurry up. Level 5 weakness. Within 40 seconds, hit the same part of the target twice, the power is multiplied by 5. Hit the same part of the target 3 times, and the power is multiplied by 5 again on the doubled power twice. Level 5 weakness permanent attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 450, endurance plus 450, strength plus 600, agility plus 350, charm plus 120. It's really a bit strong, no wonder he is so arrogant. Exit the system. After a moment of distraction, Jiuhan has come to Gao Yang. He is slightly taller than Gao Yang, and looks down at Gao Yang with a condescending look. Captain of Group 5? You? It's me. Gao Yang met Jiuhan's scrutiny, neither humble nor arrogant. TSK. Jiuhan walked around Gao Yang and walked towards the conference table, leading Group 5 with an arrogant back. Group 5 is really getting worse and worse. A yellow-haired boy can ride on their heads and pee and shit. It's better to disband as soon as possible. Gao Yang was a little surprised. I heard that you Group 4 are arrogant and look down on others, but this is too uncultured, isn't it? Jiuhan, you are not just a bad character, you are an orphan. Chapter 165. Jiuhan, keep your mouth shut. Hui Xiong got angry. Didn't your parents teach you how to talk to people? Gao Yang had no expression on his face, but he felt relieved in his heart. Good scolding. That's right. Cantu was also angry, but he obviously lacked the aura. Our captain was a big celebrity in the 12 zodiacs before, and he fought back and forth with that Dohu. You, be more respectful. Gao Yang remained calm, but this time he rolled his eyes in his heart. Sister, thank you, but you really exaggerated. If I could fight back and forth with Dohu, why would I be so cowardly? I would beat Jiuhan to a pulp on the spot. Cantu. Gao Yang looked at Cantu, and Cantu immediately shut up. Jiuhan really deserves a beating, but there is no need to be quick with words. Gao Yang continued to observe the other members of Group 4. Following closely behind Jiuhan was a woman whose age was not obvious. She had a short haircut, was of medium build, and was sturdy. She wore a silver Qilin brooch on her chest, and her right fingers were wrapped with white bandages all the way to her wrist, which reminded Gao Yang of a female Sanda champion. This person should be the vice captain of Group 4, Hey K. Speaking of the names of the Qilin Union, they are quite interesting. Needless to say, Qilin and the 4 elders were all named after mythical beasts. The names of the guardians are a combination of numbers plus natural elements, such as Gao Yang's Qiang and the captain of Group 4 Jiuhan. There is no unified regulation for the names of the elites, but everyone seems to use a combination of color plus animals by default. For example, Hui Xiong, bear, such as this Hey K. Another elite in Group 4 is also a woman, with long brown wavy hair, a plump figure, and bright makeup. She is a beauty, but unfortunately her big eyes are a bit empty and lifeless, like a myopic person who forgot to wear glasses. If Gao Yang remembered correctly, her name should be Xiangjie. The remaining 3 members were all male, and they were all ordinary members, so Gao Yang didn't pay much attention to them. He glanced over and wrote down the characteristics of the 3 people. A bald man with a bit of sly eyes, estimated to be in his 40s. A handsome boy with eyes that seemed to have never been opened, estimated to be in his 20s. A middle-aged man with a fake smile on his lips that made people feel uncomfortable, about 30 years old. All members of Group 4 sat on the left side of the long conference table and arranged according to their status. Hui Xiong winked at Gao Yang, and Gao Yang understood and waved to the members. Soon, Group 5 sat on the right side of the long conference table and also arranged according to their status. The 12 people sat upright, each looking at the people in the other seat. The air was frozen, and the atmosphere was tense. Gao Yang always felt that everyone would draw their weapons and fight in the next second. No, don't be so serious, relax. Think of something happy. Gao Yang was trying to relieve himself, and suddenly remembered a comedy movie he never got tired of, Song Bohu Points to Autumn Fragrance. The male protagonist and a supporting role were arguing with each other, and they were glaring at each other, ready to fight. Just when everyone thought they were going to fight, the two suddenly squeaked in the air. Puff. Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. When he looked up, everyone looked at him. Especially Johan, his face was 3 parts puzzled, 3 parts angry and 4 parts puzzled. What are you laughing at? He asked coldly. Nothing. Gao Yang answered truthfully, thinking of something happy. Just after saying this, he remembered a joke from a movie. Gao Yang almost couldn't help laughing again. This time he pinched his thigh hard to keep his facial muscles normal. Damn, Gao Yang, what are you doing? The atmosphere is so tense. Can you be serious? I really admire you. Bang. The door opened and Xuanwu walked in quickly. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, Elder Xuanwu, you came just in time. Xuanwu wore a light-colored shirt, a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, and held a mobile phone and a cup of iced coffee in his hand. He walked quickly to the host's seat at the conference table. Sorry, I'm late. Gao Yang nodded slightly. It's understandable. Looking at your dress, you probably just came from the set or the recording site of a variety show. Xuanwu put down his mobile phone and coffee, put his hands together on the table, and leaned forward. Although wearing sunglasses, Gao Yang could feel Xuanwu quickly examining everyone present. Everyone knows the situation. The night before yesterday, Group 5 found something strange in Unit 11. I sent Group 4 to investigate last night, but nothing new was found. I'm afraid Group 5's intelligence is wrong. Johan said coldly, our union has investigated Unit 11 many times. If there is a talisman cave, it would have been discovered long ago. Johan's eyes were fixed on Gao Yang. New captain, I understand that you are eager to show off your new position, but please don't waste other people's time. Is there a possibility that our Group 5's intelligence is correct, but your Group 4 is incompetent? Gray Xiong said sarcastically with a fake smile. Watch your words. Black Sparrow scolded. Oh, who was talking to me just now? Gray Xiong leaned back and glanced at Manchi exaggeratedly. Brother, did you hear that? Where did the wild sparrows come from? They are so noisy. Manchi sneered. You? Johan gave Heike a look, and Heike stopped talking. Johan looked at Hui Xiong. Group 4 is average, that is, they have been on missions for 3 years with 0 casualties. Unlike some groups, the captains have died twice. Hui Xiong slammed the table and stood up. You. Enough. Xuanwu's voice was not loud, and he was intimidating without anger. Hui Xiong was so angry that he trembled. He clenched his fists. Due to Xuanwu's majesty, he had to sit down again in anger. Hui Xiong, I know you are angry. Xuanwu said in a leisurely tone, you are all my subordinates. Just cooperate well to complete the mission. There is no need to fight for the credit. I have a scale in my heart. Yes. Hui Xiong's tone softened. Xuanwu looked at Johan again. Johan, your Group 4 will go to number 11 again tonight, and search carefully again to ensure that no clues are missed. Yes. Johan nodded. Xuanwu turned to look at Gao Yang. Jiang Yu Group 5 should also go together to assist Group 4 in the investigation. Remember, this operation is led by Group 4. You must obey the arrangements when you are outside. You can report any problems to me when you come back, but you must not engage in internal strife. Do you understand? Obey the arrangements. Gao Yang said. Okay. Xuanwu stood up and said, let's go. Elder Xuanwu has something else to do, so he left first. Groups 4 and 5 went to the front desk to apply, and then went to the equipment warehouse to get equipment. Although this mission is mainly based on investigation, considering that the Fudong itself is too unstable, everyone still receives equipment according to the A-level combat mission. Everyone holds a walkie-talkie, a pistol, and a level 3 accessory to be returned after the mission. Level 3 accessories are mainly combat talent enhancement accessories, or auxiliary talent empowerment accessories. Gao Yang needed an elemental talent enhancement accessory, but after picking and choosing, he felt that it was similar to the combat gloves he bought before, and was not as convenient as his own equipment, so he did not take the new one. In addition, each group can also be equipped with sea potion, magic water, illusion breaking spray, adrenaline for awakeners, hypnotic gas, etc. Team members who are good at cold weapons can carry additional exclusive equipment, such as short knives, throwing knives, brass knuckles, daggers, bows and arrows, nunchakus, etc. Before leaving, Gao Yang accidentally glanced at the dressing mirror, and the 5 groups of members in the mirror were dressed differently. Gao Yang asked, Hui Xiong, don't our 5 groups have a unified uniform? No. Hui Xiong smiled. The previous captain was more casual and didn't care about these. We have to unify the uniforms in the future, Gao Yang said. Hui Xiong nodded. Okay, I go back and say hello to the logistics department. Are there any requirements for the design style and model? No. Gao Yang said, just unify it. Formalism. Manshi played with the flying knife in his hand with a look of disdain. Gao Yang turned around and answered seriously. Any danger may happen when you are on a mission. I want to make sure that everyone can recognize their own people, outsiders and enemies at the first time. Half a second of hesitation is the distance between life and death. Manshi said nothing. He put the flying knife back into the hanging bag on the outside of his thigh and closed the equipment cabinet. Although it was a bit hypocritical, Gao Yang had to say something. Listen carefully. In the future, when our 5th group performs missions outside, there is only one highest principle. Everything must give way to this principle. It is. Manshi leaned against the equipment cabinet with a cold face. Hui Xiong folded his hands and cast a trusting look at Gao Yang. Shi Ren carried the supply bag and pushed the glasses on his nose. Ronnie looked up silently. Cantu put down his phone and looked over in surprise. The room was silent for 3 seconds. Gao Yang took a deep breath and said solemnly, Everyone, stay alive. Chapter 166. There was silence for a few seconds in the bright equipment room. Uh-huh. Hui Xiong's rough laughter broke the silence, and he looked at Manshi. What did I say before? Captain Chiang is reliable and can get along. Manshi snorted coldly, and the others laughed. Hui Xiong waved his hand. Let's go. The 2 action teams got into a 7-seater black commercial vehicle and drove to number 11 middle school. Since this mission was just an investigation, not a battle, the atmosphere between the teams was relatively relaxed. Hui Xiong drove the car and discussed the fighting skills of cold weapons with Manshi and the co-pilot. Shi Ren and Ronnie talked about various expert speculations and gossips about the world of fog. Cantu held the phone and operated her Xiao Qiao to fight fiercely in the canyon. Gao Yang pretended to close his eyes to rest, but he was actually preparing for the battle. Enter the system, be lucky. You have accumulated 393 lucky points. So far, let me calculate. It has been 6 days since the last time I added points. If I stay idle for 24 hours, I will get 144 points. The night I went to catch Sister Luo, I fought a killer and a parasite Xiao Lu. I got 2,000 times the profit in the first half and 3,000 times the profit in the second half. It lasted for a few minutes. I roughly calculated that I got 250 points. System, replenish stamina and endurance to 200 points, and the rest to strength and agility. Unable to operate, your current attribute value limit is 300 points. What? There is a limit? Why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask, you are just trying to piss me off. Oh, that's not right. Didn't my spirit break 300 points a long time ago? Attribute point addition limit, invalid for attribute addition brought by talent. Wait, you mean, if I don't rely on the attribute addition of talent and just stay idle, I can only add all attribute values to 300 points at most? Yes, this is a ripoff. Is there a way to increase the upper limit of the attribute value? There must be one, right? Upgrade lucky talent. Speaking of which, my luck has been at level 2 for a long time. How can I upgrade it to level 3? Please explore on your own. Exit the system. Gao Yang opened his eyes. If there were no one around him, he would really curse. What's wrong with this rubbish system? Calm down, calm down. Think carefully. The system does have many restrictions and hidden rules. But along the way, the system has not really cheated me. I can even say that I am still lucky during this period. Lucky? Yes, I actually forgot it. I encountered too many dangers during this period, which made me pay too much attention to other attribute points, but forgot the most critical attribute point, luck. In fact, every time I increase my luck, there will be some surprises, such as exploring the talent temple. At the very least, I can return some randomly assigned attribute points, which is not too bad. And I seriously suspect that the reason why the luck talent was able to upgrade to level 2 was probably because the luck attribute reached a threshold. Although I don't understand the specific reason, all signs indicate that my luck talent is deeply connected to the entire system. Enter the system, replenish the physical strength and endurance to 200, skip the confirmation link. Yes. Physical strength, 200 endurance, 200. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Spirit, 409. Charm, 97. Luck, 132. 322 lucky points remaining. Add all the rest to luck. Luck reaches 454. Congratulations. Luck has reached level 3. Yes. The bet was right. I'm so smart. Level 3 Luck. Attribute point limit increased to 500 points. Level 3 Luck. You have become a spectator of the Talent Temple. Spectator? Spectator, can visit the Talent Temple. Interesting, visit now. Can only visit once a week. Are you sure to visit? Confirmed. Gao Yang felt like he was about to exit the system. He heard the chatter of his teammates, and felt the slight bumps of the car chassis under his feet. But soon, these sounds and feelings gradually moved away from Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt like he was floating. Gao Yang, Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and was standing in a yard. This yard was a bit old. The mud-yellow rammed earth walls were very short and full of cracks. The concrete floor under his feet was also cracked, and some delicate clovers grew in the cracks. It was a midsummer afternoon. The big camphor tree in the yard was lush and green. The light shone in. There was a warm breeze on his face, and the sound of cicadas chirping in his ears. This is... Gao Yang remembered that this was the orphanage where he lived before he was 6 years old. The only difference was that in his memory, there were always many children playing in the yard, but now it was empty, as if it had been forgotten by time. Gao Yang. Another voice came from behind. Gao Yang turned around immediately, and was shocked. On the cement steps at the entrance of the orphanage, stood a gentle young woman with smooth long hair, tied up at the end, wrapped around her neck, and fell on her left chest. She wore a slim floral dress with a blue whistle hanging on her chest, smiling gently at Gao Yang. This is the dormitory manager in the orphanage. Every time she calls the children to eat and sleep, she will blow a whistle. When all the children hear the whistle, they will gather at the door obediently, and the aunt will count them with a smile. Auntie. The doorman shook her head. I'm not an auntie, I'm a system. In the Talent Temple, I can materialize. Gao Yang immediately withdrew his joy. He was a little embarrassed. Can you change your image? I thought I had traveled back in time. The doorman still smiled, but her tone was very cold. I can't change it myself. My image is generated the moment you enter the Talent Temple. You can understand it as a comprehensive projection of your reason, emotion, and imagination. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Putting aside the last dream, he actually hadn't missed the orphanage and the dorm aunt for a long time. Why would such an image be projected? Forget it. Now is not the time to entangle this. Where is the Talent Temple? Gao Yang asked. Please turn around. The dorm aunt stretched out a hand. Gao Yang turned around and was stunned. The blue sky and white clouds outside the yard disappeared, replaced by the universe. To be more precise, it was the space that Gao Yang usually saw in movies. Gao Yang took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly walked out of the gate of the yard. In front of him was an endless universe, with twinkling stars and deep loneliness. A huge pillar stood in front of Gao Yang, or in the horizon. Gao Yang had lost his accurate grasp of the sense of distance. Looking closely, he found that it was not a pillar, but a wonder composed of countless star fragments and cosmic dust. They were like 12 vines, entangled and intertwined with each other, and surrounded a cold and huge beam of light, slowly extending upward to the end of the field of vision. Gao Yang suddenly remembered an astronomical picture he had seen before, the Pillar of Creation. Gao Yang felt that he was standing at the foot of the Pillar of Creation, and he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. He said with infinite emotion, I thought the Temple of Talent was a palace or an underground mausoleum, but I didn't expect it to be the universe. All this is just a projection of your reason, emotion, and imagination. The dormitory aunt repeated coldly. Got it. Gao Yang was a little annoyed. This system was really a letdown, but when he saw the gentle face of the dormitory manager, his anger was mostly gone. Gao Yang thought of something and asked hurriedly, Since I can come to the Temple of Talent, does that mean I can also see the entity of talent? Chapter 167. Yes, but it is limited to the number and types of talents. The dormitory manager waved her hand gently. A huge stone disc suddenly appeared under Gao Yang's feet. The disc was divided into 12 parts by an ancient totem, which looked a bit like a sundial. Gao Yang took a quick look and soon found a familiar rune totem. Eye representing spirit, hourglass representing time and space, sea urchin representing irregular geometry representing damage, book representing knowledge, world tree representing life, fist representing strengthening, shield representing protection. Chong chong chong. 12 beams of light descended from the edge of the disc. Gao Yang immediately noticed that in some beams, colorful dust balls were suspended. The shapes of these dust balls were not stable, flowing, entangled, like a kind of energy embryo. Some beams had several dust balls, while some had none. For example, the beam belonging to time and space was empty. Gao Yang suddenly realized, these little gadgets are talents? Yes, but their essence is not like that. What you see now is just the projection of reason, emotion, and imagination. Gao Yang rolled his eyes and interrupted. Gao Yang took a quick look. There are 13 dust balls in total, in 7 beams of light. Among them, in the beam of light representing guarding, a dust ball floated alone. Gao Yang was startled and looked at the dormitory ant. The talent guarding this light, could it be Lao Wang's Iron Man? The dormitory ant smiled gently, no comment. Gao Yang lowered his head and thought. Actually, there is a question that he has always been concerned about. As far as he knows now, talents seem to be non-repetitive. Anyway, he has never met 2 awakeners with the same talent. According to the number of sequence lists, there can be at most 200 awakeners. No, some awakeners have dual talents or even triple talents, so there are actually less than 200 awakeners existing at the same time. There are no more than 15 members of the 12 zodiac signs, about 40 members of the Qilin Guild, and less than 100 members of the Baichuan group. This accounts for the vast majority of the quota, plus the scattered people, that is all the awakeners. So, is there a possibility that the awakener's talent is not based on comprehension, but is randomly assigned by Songdao? After the awakener dies, the talent will return to the talent temple. All 9 people in group 2 of the Baichuan group died, and 9 talents returned to the temple. Adding the previous inventory, there are currently a total of 13 talents. Newly born awakeners will be assigned a new talent from the talent temple. Some people are lucky, and will be assigned a second talent or even a third talent later. Well, this is entirely possible. So no one has figured out the method of understanding talents, because understanding does not exist at all. Gao Yang uses a lot of lucky points to understand talents, which is actually just repeatedly drawing lottery tickets to continuously increase his chances of winning. This is why the cost of understanding talents is higher as time goes by. Although it is not clear where humans come from, the fact is that old awakeners keep dying, but the total number of humans has remained at around 400. New ordinary humans awaken and are randomly assigned new talents, expanding the camp of awakeners and forming a stable closed loop. Suddenly, Gao Yang shuddered. If all the old awakeners died, and the unawakened humans lost the guidance of their predecessors and could not awaken, then theoretically, the talent temple would store all the talents. By then, wouldn't the only awakener alive sooner or later be able to understand all the talents? Will Songdao allow this to happen? Or is Songdao expecting this to happen? Or is Songdao just watching from the sidelines, and all this is just his game? Just a guess is chilling. Gao Yang took a deep breath. His guess might have been guessed by other awakeners, but it could not be further confirmed. Because Gao Yang has a system and can enter the talent temple, he is one step closer to the truth. What a terrible guess! If this guess spreads, it will definitely accelerate the outbreak of civil war. From the bottom of his heart, Gao Yang does not want a civil war to break out. If possible, he hopes that everyone will unite, open the door to the end, and escape from this foggy world. Never mind, this is too far away, let's put it aside for now. System. Gao Yang looked at the dormitory ant. Since I can see the number and types of talents, can I specify which talent I want to comprehend next time I want to comprehend a talent? Yes. The dormitory ant smiled. However, the success rate of comprehending talents and the lucky points spent will not change. Understood. Gao Yang nodded. It's good to be able to choose the type. This way, you can have a more accurate plan and control over your own development. If you want to become a warrior, focus on comprehending the talents of the damage system. If you want to be a mage, you should work hard on the elemental talent. If you want to be a wise man, you should concentrate on understanding the wisdom talent. If you want to be a nurse, you should first understand the life talent, and so on. Captain Chiang. Suddenly, the voice of teammates came from the distant universe. Oops, I stayed in the system for too long. That's it for today, let me out. Gao Yang said. Okay. The dormitory ant nodded with a smile, picked up the blue whistle on her chest and blew it. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and everyone in the car was looking at him. Captain, you didn't fall asleep just now, did you? Cantu bit a lollipop in his mouth, staring at him with a pair of round eyes. Yeah. Gao Yang simply admitted. How long did I sleep? A few minutes? Cantu was not sure. It seems that time passes very quickly in the Temple of Talent. If you stay in it for a long time, it will only take a short time to return to the real world. Captain is really a big heart. He can even fall asleep. Ken was envious. Hee, the captain has a stable mentality. Grizzly, who was driving, smoked a cigarette and added, everyone should study hard. Strength determines everything. Man Snake had a different opinion. No matter how good your mentality is, you will die without strength. Ouch, my knee hurts so much. Ken stuck out his tongue and smiled to bring back the topic. Captain, Shiran has some emotional troubles and wants to ask you for advice. I don't. Shiran got nervous and blushed. Ha ha ha. Ken laughed and winked at Ronnie. Ronnie also smiled slightly. Captain, Shiran does have some emotional problems to ask you. Gao Yang looked calm, but he was flipping the table in his heart. Do I look like a person with rich emotions? Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Gao Yang thought it was a joke and wanted to laugh it off. Unexpectedly, Shiran hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to confess. Actually, it's an online friend. Online friend? Gao Yang suddenly became interested. Where are you from? City A. Haha, City A. Wei Xiong interrupted loudly. Why didn't you go to meet your online friend? This was of course a joke, but Gao Yang didn't think it was funny. Any awakened person with a little common sense should know. City A does not exist. Chapter 168. City A doesn't exist at all. Ronnie answered. I don't think that's accurate. Shiran pushed his glasses on his nose seriously. We can only say that City A cannot be reached in the foggy world that we awakeners are exploring. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No one knows what's in the fog. There may be nothing in the fog. Ronnie said. Ah, I'm so annoyed. Cantu grabbed his hair and shouted. You two don't talk about this topic anymore. My ears are about to get calloused. Let's talk about online dating. Isn't it great? Cantu got angry when he mentioned this, puffing his face. I'm so angry, my last roommate is also single. Tonight, he actually went on a date with his boyfriend without telling me. Gao Yang smiled faintly. I'm more interested in online dating too. In fact, it wasn't, but before the mission, the atmosphere shouldn't be too solemn. The topic of worldview is still too serious. Shiran was stunned for a moment, looking at Gao Yang, as if hesitating whether to speak or not. Go ahead. Gao Yang encouraged him. Then I said it. Shiran smiled shyly. That's right. Cantu patted Shiran's shoulder hard. Speak boldly. We will help you solve your problems. When I was in elementary school, I wrote an essay called My Mother. Shiran licked his lips and looked down at his clenched hands. I have been dependent on my mother since I was a child. Life is not easy. Sorry, I'm off topic. Anyway, the essay won an award and was published in a monthly magazine for elementary school students. Shiran glanced at everyone and continued. Not long after, I received a letter from a pen pal in City A. Her name is Lin Mengwan, who is the same age as me. She said in the letter that she was very moved after reading my essay. She also grew up with her mother. She saw the address of our school at the bottom of the essay, so she wrote to me. The car drove smoothly, and the cabin was very quiet. Everyone was listening intently. We became pen pals just like that. At that time, I hadn't awakened yet, and didn't know that City A didn't exist. Shiran smiled and recalled the happy things. We wrote letters every month to share our lives and sent each other photos. Later, the internet was developed, so we chatted online. She didn't video chat with me, but sometimes we would call. This continued until I was in my 3rd year of high school. I originally planned to go to City A to find Lin Mengwan during the summer vacation of my 3rd year of high school. She was also very happy, and said she was looking forward to meeting me. Shiran didn't say anything else. Then you awakened. Gao Yang guessed. Yes, my math teacher is also an awakener. He learned about my plan to go to City A during the summer vacation. He determined that I was a human through testing, and told me the truth about the world. Soon I realized my talent and awakened. You can say that the math teacher saved my life. Shiran's eyes flashed with sadness. But he died not long after. Maybe he was exposed, I don't know. Later, I was discovered by the people of the Qilin Union and joined the union. Shiran, do you still chat with that girl now? Gao Yang asked. Shiran nodded. Yes, although I have given up the idea of meeting her, I still share my life with her, just like a friend, but I will definitely not tell her about the awakened. Have you ever thought about what she is? Gao Yang continued to ask. Shiran nodded. Of course I have thought about it. It may be a program, a string of code, an AI, or some mysterious and unknown existence. Anyway, it can't be a human. Ronnie said firmly. I probably won't know what Lin Mengwan is in this life. Shiran smiled a little frustrated, but sometimes I think it's not bad. My mother died in the 1st year of high school, and I had the idea of committing suicide. It was her constant encouragement that made me survive. No matter what she is, I am very grateful to her. Gao Yang was silent. Comfort and enlightenment are not his strong points. Suddenly, he remembered Officer Huang's philosophy of life. Someone once told me. Gao Yang repeated calmly, "This world is fake, but love is real." Shiran was slightly startled, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. Then, a grateful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, Captain, I think I understand." "Wow, it's so profound, I feel like I understand it, but I don't understand it." Cantu frowned and thought hard for a while, and finally sighed. "Forget it, I just play my game." "Captain, your friend is very clear-headed." Hui Xiong, who was driving, was quite appreciative. Ronnie also fell into thought. Man, she was not interested in this topic. He looked out the window with a cold look, playing with his throwing knife in his hand. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the cars of Group 4 and Group 5 stopped outside the gate of number 11 middle school one after another. Group 4 arrived first. After getting off the car, the group went directly into number 11 middle school without waiting for Group 5, completely ignoring their existence. After the people of Group 5 got off the car, Hui Xiong stretched out his hand. Come on, come on." Gao Yang was stunned. "Oh my god, I almost forgot. Hui Xiong, how can you be more active than me?" Everyone formed a circle and put their palms together. It seems that there is no need to use any talent for investigation, so Gao Yang decided not to copy for the time being. "Everything goes well," Gao Yang shouted. "Everything goes well." Everyone answered in unison and pulled their hands back. The people in Group 5 walked to the gate of number 11 middle school, and Gao Yang began to make arrangements. "Shiran, Ronnie, you two guard the school gate to ensure that no unrelated people break in. If there is any situation, contact me immediately, and do not act without authorization. The others follow me." "Yes." "Understood, I understand." Gao Yang, Hui Xiong, Manshi, and Cantu climbed through the window into the guard room and then came to the campus. They walked on the boulevard and soon found the figures of Group 4. The people in Group 4 were very confident, and each member was scattered. Heike wandered around the playground with a flashlight and walked towards the flag-raising platform. The light of Xiang Dai's flashlight appeared in the corridor on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. The remaining 3 male members went to the cafeteria, student dormitory, and staff building respectively. Johan, the captain of Group 4, sat in the audience seats on the cement platform of the open-air basketball court, with a serious face, like a general sitting in the military tent. Gao Yang had experienced too many emergencies and acted more cautiously. He did not let the team members investigate separately, but acted together. They went to the teaching building first and checked one classroom after another. Each classroom was similar, with nothing more than abandoned desks, broken windows, thick dust, and spider webs. Cantu was wearing a glass bracelet on her hand, which was a level 3 empowerment equipment she received. This bracelet contained black metal, and was empowered by the perception talent. Once it encountered a powerful creature, the light would be stronger, which could be regarded as half a radar. Cantu was nervous throughout the whole process, staring at the glass beads in his hand, startled. "I threw it! Look! The bracelet seems to be brighter. No, it's just a psychological effect. I threw it! It really is brighter this time. Look! The moonlight is shining in." Soon, the 3 checked all the classrooms. Gao Yang thought about it, and found that there was still one place he hadn't visited, the rooftop. Based on Gao Yang's experience of reading countless anime, the rooftop has always been a high incidence point for accidents, and must not be missed. The 4 people came to the rooftop with flashlights. The door lock leading to the rooftop was broken, and the rusty iron door was ajar. Hui Xiong, as the tank in the team, walked in the front very consciously, and pushed the door open. After confirming that there was no danger, he waved to his teammates behind him, and the others followed him to the rooftop. As soon as Gao Yang stood still, a figure appeared in the corner of his eye. Chapter 169. Gao Yang was not too surprised. He looked back and saw that it was Xiangye. She had finished checking the teaching building and came to the rooftop. She stood in front of a 3-meter-high reservoir, shining a flashlight on the wall, and was looking at it intently. "Did you find anything?" Hui Xiong greeted. Xiangye did not turn around, but continued to stare at the wall. "I didn't find anything. In fact, I searched inside and out yesterday." "Then what are you looking at?" Hui Xiong walked forward and looked at the wall of the reservoir with Xiangye. Oh, it turned out to be a message wall. Every school has several message walls. Students use chalk, markers, paint, or other things to write various messages in places where teachers rarely go, but students often come. Obviously, the wall of the rooftop reservoir is a very good choice. Under the moonlight, the night wind messed up Xiangge's hair, and a trace of melancholy flashed in her slightly hollow eyes. I was very touched when I saw this wall yesterday, so I couldn't help but look at it again. It seems that because Captain Johan was not there, Xiangge gave people a very easygoing feeling, and did not have the aloof feeling when they first met. Gao Yang, Manshi and Cantu also walked forward and looked at the message wall together. The wall was colorful and messy, and the content of the messages was mostly what high school students would say. Uncle X was here. XX is a pig head. I must get into a good university. Triple X, I love you forever. XX, let's break up, and we will be the most familiar strangers in the future. Among the many messages, a very eye-catching message appeared. It looked like it was written in red paint, and it should be the latest message, because it directly covered the messages of others. I wait for you in hell. Wow, such a strong resentment. Ken also saw this message at a glance. Hui Xiong sneered and didn't take it seriously. Manshi had no expression on his face. Gao Yang looked at Xiangge curiously. Is it the message about hell that touched you? Yes. Xiangge admitted generously, smiled bitterly silently, and seemed to recall some distant past. Are all beautiful women so dark inside? Hui Xiong joked. I was not a beautiful woman in high school. After Xiangge said this, everyone was quiet. At that time, I was ugly, rustic and fat. Xiangge stared at the message wall in a daze. I was ridiculed, excluded, and even bullied every day. I cursed everyone at that time and thought about dragging them to hell together. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. It seemed to be a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Then I woke up. Xiangge stroked her long hair, and her expression became relieved. I suddenly realized that the people around me are not the same kind of creatures as me. I don't hate them at all, but I am more afraid of them. I understand the truth, but I don't think you are ugly now. Hui Xiong is indeed a straight man, and he cares more about this point. Of course, I had plastic surgery. Xiangge admitted with a smile. Awesome. Hui Xiong gave a thumbs up. Gao Yang also admired. People who can change their own destiny are not simple. Xiangge took back the flashlight. I've checked it. You can do whatever you want. After Xiangge left the rooftop, the four of them walked around the rooftop and found nothing. Gao Yang turned on the intercom. Shiran, Ronnie, received the answer. Received. Shiran answered immediately. Report the situation. Nothing happened for the time being. Report completed. Keep squatting, over. Gao Yang pressed the intercom. Captain, do you think there is really a talisman cave here? Ken smiled and rubbed his nose. I'm not questioning you, but I heard that the Union has sent people to investigate several times, but nothing was found. Not sure. Gao Yang answered truthfully, but I have a guess, and I haven't had time to tell you. Ha ha. Hui Xiong looked at Gao Yang excitedly. I knew there must be something going on. After Niu Xian got into trouble, I specifically checked what happened in number 11. Gao Yang looked at everyone. I mean, what happened 18 years ago turned out to be all some groundless urban legends. The real. There is not a single report, which is too abnormal. I know that. Hui Xiong nodded. A good high school was suddenly abandoned. There is no news about the teachers and students back then. The vast majority of the foggy world is made up of lost people. Gao Yang analyzed calmly. It can be basically confirmed that the lost people have a kind of collective consciousness, and will automatically ignore the many bugs in the foggy world, and deceive themselves into playing human beings until the day they die. That's right, otherwise this world full of loopholes would have stopped functioning long ago. Hui Xiong said. 18 years ago, something happened in number 11 middle school, and the lost people who directly participated in these things disappeared. The lost people who indirectly participated in this incident probably also collectively corrected their memories. Only Song Dao can do this. In this regard, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. It is very similar to the Gujia village I explored before. On the way here, Gao Yang had already told everyone about Gujia village. That's the reason? Manshi was not convinced. There's one more thing. Gao Yang looked at Hui Xiong. Niu Xian. Hui Xiong's eyes lit up, and he guessed it. Yes. Niu Xian said that he saw the memory of his previous life. In his previous life, he was a boy named Li Zhuanghu, who was admitted to number 11 middle school with good grades. The teacher valued him, and made him the leader. I checked it out, Hui Xiong said. There is no such person as Li Zhuanghu in Liqing. It's true. Gao Yang paused and asked, or was it a race by Song Dao? Hui Xiong was silent. 18 years ago, what happened to the more than 1,000 students and dozens of teachers who went to number 11 middle school? Where did they go? Are they still alive now? Why didn't anyone come forward to recall what happened that year? This series of questions stumped everyone. You mean? Cantu swallowed his saliva in fear, put his hand on his neck and pulled hard. They were all snapped by Song Dao. Gao Yang stopped talking. He had said everything he could say. The whole thing is highly similar to Gujia village, but there are also differences. Gao Yang felt that he was still missing a little clue, and he would soon be able to get through everything. Zzz beep. The intercom turned on. Call. Emergency. It was Chiron's voice. Gao Yang took a look and saw that it was all channels, and Group 4 could also hear it. Received. Please speak. Gao Yang replied immediately. Speak. Johan's arrogant voice. Just now a figure ran into number 11. He was too fast, and Ronnie, and I couldn't see clearly. Gao Yang immediately became alert. Everyone, gather on the playground immediately. Repeat, everyone, gather on the playground immediately. Johan made a prompt decision. You only know how to give orders. Who do you think you are? Hui Xiong muttered unhappily. Let's go to the playground. Gao Yang also had a bad feeling. At this moment, he agreed with Johan's decision. No matter who came, they must not be like the protagonists in horror movies, dispersing people to make it easier for the enemy to defeat them one by one. Chapter 170. Gao Yang and his group rushed to the basketball court on the left side of the playground. Along the way, Gao Yang did not forget to enter the system to confirm that the luck points had not been increased for the time being, indicating that the current situation was not critical. When Gao Yang arrived, all members of Group 4 had gathered. Shiran and Ronnie were also there. Are you two okay? Hui Xiong asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Shiran apologized a little, Ronnie, and I wanted to stop him, but he was too fast and jumped into the iron gate with ease, and then disappeared. Which direction did they run to? Gao Yang asked. He ran into the tree-lined road. Ronnie answered. This sentence was equivalent to saying nothing. The tree-lined road can be said to lead to most parts of the school. It's either an awakener or a beast, definitely not an ordinary person. Johan concluded. Gao Yang basically agreed, but there were also different opinions. The possibility of an awakener is low. Reason? Johan looked at Gao Yang. If it's an awakened person, it must not be someone from our union. If it's someone sent by other organizations, they must be here to investigate the Fu Cave, but this is our union's territory, and this is a blatant violation of the rules. In this case, he can either choose to tear his face head-on or choose to observe secretly and wait for an opportunity to act. There is no need to break in through the main gate and let Shiran and Ronnie catch the tail, which will only alert the snake. Indeed, if you want to enter the school, you can come in anywhere. Johan looked around and changed his opinion of Gao Yang. I don't think it's an awakened person either. Hui Xiong expressed his opinion. An awakened person, going against our two groups, isn't this courting death? Gao Yang complained in his heart. You can't say that. If it's a big guy above Dohu's level, we might be the ones to die. Yes, beasts are different. Beasts don't care about these things. Gao Yang said. Does this prove that there is indeed a talisman cave here, which will attract the attention of beasts? Xiongye said and looked at Johan. Captain, what should we do next? Wait. Johan's eyes were sharp and his thoughts were clear. As long as we don't leave, the target will definitely appear. Gao Yang also looked at Johan with a new look. This man seemed arrogant and looked down on others, but when it came to making decisions, he still had a brain. Come to think of it, the whole team had 0 mortality rate in a 3-year mission. In addition to strong strength, stability is also indispensable. Xiongye search? Johan said. Yes. Xiongye put her thumb and index finger into her mouth and blew a pleasant whistle. Soon, a long and high-pitched eagle cry came from the sky, responding to Xiongye. Gao Yang looked up, and under the deep blue night, a huge black eagle swooped towards them. Soon, the black eagle flapped its wings and landed on Xiongye's shoulder, calling Ku. The eagle had a dark brown head and a reddish-brown body. The tip of its feathers was golden yellow. When its huge wings were spread out, they were more than 2 meters long. Is this a golden eagle? Gao Yang asked uncertainly. Xiongye smiled and nodded. She reached out and touched its head and scratched the feathers on its wings, like a mother pampering her child. Go, find the enemy. The golden eagle spread its wings, vibrated a strong airflow, and quickly flew into the sky. At some point, there were more than a dozen small birds around the golden eagle, like a small fleet protecting an aircraft carrier. Xiongye smoothed her messy hair and looked at everyone. Wait, they will find the target soon. Hui Xiong stepped forward and whispered to Gao Yang, the new captain, her talent is Bird King. Gao Yang nodded silently. Bird King, serial number 62, summoning system, can communicate with birds and can control a certain number of birds to serve itself. The rune circuit of the summoning system has not been found yet, so Xiangya's Bird King is at most level 3. Jiuhan looked at the bald man in the team again. Lao Qiao, add status. The bald man named Lao Qiao nodded, rubbed his right hand with his pants, and then stretched it towards Jiuhan. Jiuhan held it for a second, and then let go. Lao Qiao shook hands with other members of Group 4 one after another. After finishing, he walked to Gao Yang and stretched out his hand. Do you want to add a status to your group? Gao Yang guessed that Lao Qiao had an auxiliary talent, and generously stretched out his hand to shake it. Sure enough, Gao Yang's copy immediately discovered the only talent that can be copied. Status, serial number 77, auxiliary system. Through physical contact, the physical condition of the other party can be strengthened or weakened. Lao Qiao's hands are just a pair of ordinary male hands, with rough skin and warmth. He did not feel any magical energy flowing into his body. After releasing his hands, Lao Qiao shook hands with the other members of Group 5 one by one. Hui Xiong seemed to see through Gao Yang's thoughts and explained with a smile. Level 3 status, the effect will not come quickly, there is a lag time. Gao Yang nodded, that's it. Xioi, long-range cover. Jiuhan continued to order. Oh! Gao Yang noticed that the young man, whose eyes seemed to have never been opened, took a compound bow from behind, skillfully put an arrow on the string, pulled it open, and then released it, and checked the weapon. This time, without Hui Xiong's reminder, Gao Yang guessed what Xiui's talent was. Bao God, serial number 73, damage system, bow and arrow ability is greatly enhanced. Hey Kay, Lian, get ready. Jiuhan said at last. Hey Kay raised her confident eyebrows slightly, untied the bandage on her right hand, and her entire right hand turned out to be a strange dark purple. Under the bathing of moonlight, it seemed as if she was poisoned. Gao Yang guessed that her talent should be Drunken Fist. Serial number 57, poison system. After the fist hits the target, it can make the target partially anesthetized and lose action. It is a very good talent in close combat. The man named Lian is the middle-aged man, who always has a fake smile on his face. He took out a long black cloth from his pocket, covered his eyes, tied a knot, and pulled it hard. Gao Yang thought secretly, this should be Mind's Eye, serial number 72, at the cost of closing vision, gaining more acute perception, reaction and combat power, especially suitable for fighting in a dark environment. Group 4 is ready for a big fight. Jiuhan looked at Group 5. Although his tone was no longer arrogant as at the beginning, there was still a hint of contempt. We can handle it. You Group 5 can do whatever you want. Just don't get in the way. Who the hell are you looking down on? Hui Xiong's temper exploded at the slightest. Gao Yang stretched out his hand, signaling Hui Xiong not to argue. Captain, give the order. Hui Xiong was eager to try, just waiting for Gao Yang to arrange the tactics. If they really had to fight, they couldn't let Group 4 steal the show. Ahem. Gao Yang coughed twice and looked at his team members. Did you hear what Captain Jiuhan said clearly? Hide behind Group 4, and don't get in the way. Captain! Hui Xiong almost vomited blood. Obey orders. Gao Yang raised his voice, and said sternly. Hui Xiong was about to speak but stopped, sighed unwillingly, raised his hand, and everyone stood behind Group 4. Jiuhan snorted coldly, smiling. At this time, an eagle cry came from the sky, and a golden eagle and a group of birds all circled on the roof of the auditorium. We found the target, in the auditorium. Xiangya said. Jiuhan thought silently for a few seconds. Let's go over and report to Elder Xuanwu at the same time, just in case. Yes. Xiangya took out her mobile phone. Chapter 171. 2 action teams, a total of 12 people, walked quickly towards the auditorium. Along the way, Gao Yang took the opportunity to pat Man's shoulder and successfully copied his gecko. Although among the 12 people, the one with the highest talent sequence and the highest level is Jiuhan's weakness, and his 3rd level copy can already copy this talent. But finding a reason to touch Jiuhan's body is a bit difficult in itself. Moreover, if the battle is in the auditorium later, the interior of the building plus the dark environment are more suitable for Gecko to play. More importantly, this talent also has a passive skill to repair limbs, which is not limited by the use time of the copy skill, but is counted within the storage time range. In case you accidentally lose your arms and legs in the battle later, you can grow them back. Thinking of this, Gao Yang couldn't help but miss the 12 zodiac signs. With the 2 big nurses, Mengyang and Siju, the members can fight to the greatest extent without worrying about combat damage. Along the way, Gao Yang basically summed up 2 tactics that suit him. The first one, when the gap in power is too big and the situation is particularly critical, you must be bold and radical to gamble, such as the time when you encountered Hong Feng. The second one, when the situation is relatively safe, or even when you have the advantage, you must not be arrogant or underestimate the enemy, and you should be more cautious to hide, such as the time when you caught the serial killer. The 2 strategies together are gamble and hide. Well, Gao Yang decided to make these 2 words his life creed, the kind that will be engraved on his tombstone after his death. The group walked through the tree-lined avenue, and the auditorium was not far away. It was a very old-fashioned 1-story bungalow with gray cement walls and well-shaped glass windows. Suddenly, the palm of Gao Yang's right hand began to heat up, and then a stream of heat slowly spread throughout the body, gathered at the heart, and then slowly spread to the limbs with breathing. Gao Yang reacted and realized that it was Lao Qiao's status that took effect. Gao Yang carefully felt the blessing of status. It was not the intuitive body transformation of muscles and bones, but a more basic warm feeling. It was as if after a deep sleep, the whole person's mind and body were refreshed, and he felt relaxed. This state can help Gao Yang better control his emotions, and control the flow of energy in his body. Status talent is quite useful, but it takes too long to take effect, so you must prepare in advance. Most of the time, battles happen suddenly, and people don't have a chance to prepare. After a moment of distraction, the 12 people came to the door of the auditorium. An old yellow wooden door with a broken lock. Gao Yang looked down at the door with a flashlight. There was some dust falling down, which was obviously a sign of movement. It seemed that the target went in directly from the main door. Someone went in. Jiu Han came to the same conclusion. Before he finished speaking, a high-pitched, melodious and sad sobbing sound came from inside the auditorium. This voice was so familiar that Gao Yang was shocked. "Stop him quickly, it's the Horner!" Gao Yang shouted. Jiu Han had obviously also come into contact with the Horner. He didn't wait for Gao Yang to finish speaking. He kicked open the door of the auditorium with a bang and rushed in. Gao Yang followed closely behind, and a strong flame immediately gathered in the palm of his right hand, illuminating the dark interior of the auditorium like a torch. The sound has stopped. Gao Yang and Jiu Han stood still and looked at the stage at the end of the auditorium. The sound came from there. The rest of the members stood behind Gao Yang and Jiu Han, not speaking, holding weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Gao Yang and Jiu Han waved their hands almost at the same time, signaling everyone not to act rashly. Creaky. A sound came from the stage. Gao Yang saw clearly that it was a figure sitting on a chair. The chair was a bit old and not very stable, and it creaked. The figure stood up from the chair and walked to a small podium in the center of the stage. Zzz. Crackle. The figure spoke to a microphone, and immediately a sharp electric current sound was heard. Hello, 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 huh? It's been so many years, and it can still be used. Gao Yang was shocked. He recognized the sound. Gao Yang retracted the flame in his hand, and the auditorium dimmed instantly. The moonlight shone in from the window. After everyone adapted to the dark environment, they could see the face of the figure on the stage more clearly. It's Niu Xian. Niu Xian? Hui Xiong was a little surprised, then sighed as expected. Do you know him? Jiu Han stared at Niu Xian on the stage, his voice cold. He's the one who fainted in number 11. Gao Yang explained. Jiu Han immediately understood that it was this guy who made the Qilin Union pay attention to number 11 again. Jiu Han hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask 3 questions. Who are you? Where are you going? Choose forgiveness or death. Niu Xian seemed not to hear the whole thing, and was still adjusting the microphone. Finally, after a noisy electric noise, the sound stabilized. Hee. Niu Xian laughed, and his voice echoed in the auditorium through the microphone. I miss it so much. 20 years ago, I was admitted to number 11 middle school as the first in the whole school. I stood here and read the speech to more than 1,000 teachers and students. That was probably the most glorious time of my life. Gao Yang had a bad feeling. This Niu Xian had completely immersed himself in the life of Liz Wang Lake. Unexpectedly, Gao Yang was slapped in the face the next second. Niu Xian looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, do you still remember what happened on the day of Wan Cici's memorial service? Oh, it turns out that he still has the memory of being Niu Xian. What thing? Gao Yang deliberately asked back. Niu Xian smiled faintly, with a calm expression, not like the Niu Xian that Gao Yang knew at all. I angered you with the death of Wan Cici, and you got angry. I was immediately scared at that time. Gao Yang said nothing. I didn't understand why I was afraid at that time. I had nothing to be afraid of you. But I was afraid. I felt afraid from the bottom of my heart. Niu Xian paused for a few seconds, and a trace of desolate cold light flashed in his eyes. Now I understand that what I was afraid of was not my personality, but the beast personality sleeping in my body. I was not afraid of ordinary humans, I was afraid of the awakened. Gao Yang, if it weren't for you, I might never wake up, but as a fool beast, in your words, a lost person, I would be confused until old, and even thought I was a human at the moment of death. Niu Xian smiled, and that smile revealed a chill of self-destruction. You are not a lost person, you are a trumpeter. Gao Yang tried not to anger Niu Xian, and wanted to get some more useful information from him. Why did Niu Xian change from a lost person to a trumpeter? Or is it that fool beasts are the foundation, and other beasts have evolved from the group of fool beasts? Unfortunately, Niu Xian did not answer Gao Yang. Just as Dou Hu said, the horner's mouth is very hard, and no clues can be pried out. Gao Yang, thank you. Niu Xian suddenly opened his arms and shouted, I am not a human anymore. Niu Xian's voice echoed in the empty auditorium. He put down his arms, lowered his head, and looked down at Gao Yang under the stage. As a thank you, I have prepared a gift for you. Please be sure to accept it. Gao Yang's heart sank, and he immediately felt a murderous aura spreading from all around. Warning! You are facing. Bang, bang, bang. The windows on both sides of the auditorium broke at the same time, and countless beasts broke in. Chapter 172. Instantly, countless sharp glass fragments flew in the auditorium, reflecting the cold moonlight. Gao Yang had no time to listen to the system's warning, and countless beasts had already landed and pounced on them. They were of different shapes, bloodthirsty, and fell into irrational madness and anger. Roar! The one rushing in front was a young and strong killer, a lizard man more than 2 meters tall. At the moment of landing, its thick thighs bent rapidly, bursting out with amazing bounces, and rushed straight to Gao Yang. Ah! An equally huge beast rushed out, cut the killer in half, knocked them to the ground, and wrestled together. It was Hui Xiong, who activated Beast. The man and the beast rolled on the ground twice, and Hui Xiong gained the upper hand and pressed the killer to the ground. He pressed one knee against the killer's right arm, hugged the killer's head with both hands, and slammed the ground hard. Bang! 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 The cement floor cracked directly, and gravel flew everywhere. The killer wailed in pain and struggled hard, and the sharp claws on his left hand pierced into the abdomen of the gray male. The man-snake had quickly approached, and the sharp short knife in his hand accurately pierced the palm of the killer's left hand, nailing him to the ground. Ah! The veins on the gray male's temple bulged, and he continued to exert force with both hands. A few seconds later, the killer's head was crushed alive, and blood and cerebrospinal fluid splattered everywhere. Gao Yang had no time to appreciate the bravery and brutality of his teammates, because more beasts had rushed up, and the scene was already chaotic. Cover each other, don't leave blind spots. Gao Yang shouted, opened his hands, and sprayed a stream of fire to the left and right, repelling the 2 runaway lost ones, who wanted to attack Shiran and Ronnie. Shiran and Ronnie immediately drew their guns, and shot at the beasts on fire, and the 2 beasts fell silently. Where's the can? As soon as Gao Yang said this, he realized that he had asked a stupid question. The girl must have hidden herself at the first time. You 3 protect yourselves. Shiran and Ronnie both have auxiliary talents, and they can't distinguish between friend and foe. They can't play a big role in this melee with the beasts. After the bullets and the pistols were used up, they were basically useless. A little distracted, a small dog beast appeared above his head. Gao Yang quickly squatted down and dodged to the side, letting the dog beast fly over his head. At the same time, he did not forget to reach out and grab one of the dog beast's hind legs and pull it hard. The dog beast fell to the ground. Flame! Energy exploded in Gao Yang's palm. With the help of the gloves, the flames were extremely smooth, and in an instant they spread from the dog's hind legs to the whole body. Ah! The dog rolled hard in the flames. It couldn't bear the pain of burning. After getting up, it rushed around randomly. Finally, it was twisted by Hui Xiong with one hand and thrown out of the window. Gao Yang looked up and looked around. The dim church was bright and dim, with gunshots, knife sounds, roars, and chaotic human and animal shadows running around. Group 4 was also fighting fiercely, and no one was injured or killed so far. Hui Xiong. Cover me! Gao Yang shouted to Hui Xiong. Leave it to me! Hui Xiong rushed towards Gao Yang, constantly knocking over the beasts that wanted to attack Gao Yang along the way. Gao Yang turned around and pulled down 2 old curtains, quickly covering a pile of abandoned wooden chairs in the corner. Flame! Suddenly, the flames burned along the curtains, dust splashed, and a musty smell filled the air. A few seconds later, a large bonfire was born. The entire auditorium was immediately shrouded in golden flames, as bright as day. Mastering a clear vision, you can control the rhythm of the battlefield, and your combat power will double. Jiuhan, who was in a fierce battle, looked back at the direction of the fire and cast an admiring look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang rushed to the main battlefield, and he just saw a black shadow jumping down from a high place and rushing towards Jiuhan's back. Be careful. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, Jiuhan had already reacted. He dodged the beast's sneak attack by turning sideways, and the beast that landed was about to jump, but found that one of his hands had been stepped on the ground by Jiuhan's heel. Jiuhan's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand half-clenched into a fist, smashing towards the beast's face. Suashua. It was not a heavy punch, but a fast punch. In less than a second, he threw 3 punches. Gao Yang immediately realized that his way of hitting was to trigger the weakness. The beast that was hit in the face froze for half a second. In that half a second, its limited IQ might still be thinking, this rookie is so weak, it doesn't hurt me much even after 3 punches. This is not the case. A rough calculation shows that Jiuhan's fast punch is 80 pounds, then the third punch can double it to 2,000 pounds. Bang! Sure enough, the short half-second lag ended, and the weakness was triggered. The beast's face sank directly, and the whole head was like a deflated ball. This poor ball flew out with its body. Terrible. If his heart was hit by 3 fast punches, and if it was 3 heavy punches, I'm afraid even gods can't save it. These distracting thoughts only lasted for a moment, and Gao Yang did not stop his actions. He took out his pistol and approached Jiuhan's Group 4 with Hui Xiong, while repelling those lost ones with weaker attack and defense. There were many beasts, and they had to save their physical strength as much as possible. This was also the practical knowledge that Gao Yang learned from Do Hu. Soon, Gao Yang's pistol bullets ran out, and he had come to the side of Group 4. Gao Yang, Hui Xiong and all the members of Group 4 gathered together, back to back, forming a defense circle, and entered a brief truce. There were at least more than 30 beasts around them. As for Manshi, he was like a gecko, hanging upside down on the dim ceiling, waiting for an opportunity to move. Ran and Ronnie were gone, most likely hugging each other and entering invisibility. Fortunately it's in this place, there are not many beasts. Hui Xiong wiped the blood stains on his face, and said with a smile. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but he was very glad in his heart. Number 11 middle school was abandoned, and there were few residents around, so only a few dozen beasts were called. If it were in the downtown area, the number of beasts would probably reach thousands if the trumpeter shouted. At this moment, more than 30 beasts surrounded everyone, and had been deadlocked for dozens of seconds. This seemed incredible to Gao Yang. The beasts could restrain their desires, and not rush to attack the awakened. His heart trembled, and he quickly looked at Niu Xian on the stage. Sure enough, he was still standing in front of the podium, holding the microphone in his hand. Gao Yang, do you like the gift I gave you? Don't you awakened people like to kill beasts? I let you kill them happily. Niu Xian had an ambiguous smile on his lips, and his eyes were full of hatred, anger and sadness, but these emotions seemed to have no specific target, and finally seemed to turn into a self-destructive madness. Gao Yang didn't have time to care about Niu Xian's mood at the moment. What he cared about was why Niu Xian could control the beasts, or why the beasts would obey Niu Xian's orders. I go and deal with it, Jiuhan whispered. He obviously realized that Niu Xian was the boss, and that he had to catch the boss first. Niu Xian saw through Jiuhan's intention at a glance. He didn't give Jiuhan a chance and smiled and raised his right hand. Everyone, the graduation ceremony officially begins. Snap. Niu Xian snapped his fingers crisply. Roar roar. The beasts rushed up frantically. Chapter 173. A strong killer rushed forward first, his feet turned into a pair of horse hooves, and his arms turned into narrow and cold blades, slashing towards Jiuhan's face. Jiuhan did not dodge, completely trusting his teammates. Clang. Lian, with his eyes covered with black cloth, held a nunchaku and raised his hand to block the killer's slash. At the moment of blocking, Jiuhan leaned forward slightly, clenched his fists, and punched the killer's chest 3 times in succession. Crack! After a fleeting delay, the killer's back suddenly bulged, as if an invisible force exploded in the killer's chest. Bang! A second later, the killer flew out and hit the wall not far away, and slowly slid down, and the exploded chest left a shocking blood mark on the wall. This time Gao Yang didn't have time to calculate how many pounds of damage these 3 punches had dealt. He sprayed fierce flames from his hands, and directly devoured the several lost ones in front of him. Ha! Gray Xiong turned into a violent giant bear, and rushed into the herd of beasts, charging forward. His hard and thick shoulders were like the head of a tank, knocking the herd of beasts over. A thin beast with crimson bat wings on its back jumped up lightly, dodging Gray Xiong's charge, and fell to the top of the grizzly bear's head. 2 red spikes growing from the palm of its hand pierced Gray Xiong's back neck. Swish! A long arrow shot into the chest of the bat beast, and nailed it to the wall. The beast did not die, and it was still flapping its wings to struggle. A fireball hit it head-on, igniting its body, and the curtains beside it. The bat beast struggled in pain and despair, and soon turned into a burning ugly wall lamp. Bang, bang, bang. Old Joe held the gun in both hands, and shot at the small beast that pounced from the air. But he did not have the gun god talent of Officer Huang. Even if the bullet shot into the body of the beast, it would not be fatal, and it could not even stop the beast's action. Get out of the way! Blackbird pushed Old Joe away with force, and a beast pounced into nothing. Blackbird saw the opportunity, and swept his leg, tripping the beast that had just landed to the ground. The fallen beast rolled over, and opened its right hand towards Blackbird. Its arm suddenly turned into several thick, and slippery dark gray tentacles. Shua shua shua. 2 tentacles entangled Blackbird's left and right hands, and the largest tentacle strangled her neck. It was the Devourer. The tentacles tightened quickly, strangling Blackbird so that he could not breathe for a while. She gritted her teeth and her face flushed, but her eyes were very confident and fearless. She twisted her right hand hard, and grabbed the tentacles that were entangled with her. The stalemate lasted less than 2 seconds. The tentacle held by Black Sparrow's right hand trembled, as if it had received an electric shock, and then loosened limply. Not only that, the strength of the other 2 tentacles was also weakening, and the anesthetic effect of Drunken Fist took effect. Black Sparrow turned from defense to offense. She grabbed the tentacle with her right hand, and pulled it hard. The Devourer lying on the ground was pulled off the ground, and staggered towards Black Sparrow. Black Sparrow punched the Devourer's larynx with a fierce jab. Gulp! The Devourer's larynx was broken, and his head hit hard, and his chin almost touched his chest, as if he was folded by someone. Soon, the 3 tentacles let go of Black Sparrow, and gradually retracted to the Devourer's right arm. The Devourer fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and his body gradually turned back to human form. As soon as Black Sparrow dealt with the Devourer, a gust of wind came from behind. Blackbird turned around suddenly, and a greedy beast bit her with its bloody mouth. Blackbird had no time to dodge, and instinctively raised her hands to protect her head. With a short scream, a majestic golden eagle rushed out halfway, and its sharp claws hooked the beast's head and hair, almost dragging it off the ground. The greedy beast rolled to the ground, and the golden eagle flapped its wings, and attacked its face frantically, and it was bloody for a while. Then, flocks of crows surrounded it, and they pecked the beast's body with their beaks frantically, turning the battle into a bloody feast for a while. Xiangye activated Bird King to save her companions, but she was already unable to do anything. Bang bang bang. Xiangye fired all the bullets at a killer who rushed towards her, but failed to knock it down, and only temporarily blocked its steps. Xiangye's face was pale, and she retreated again and again. She took out the magazine at her waist, but still had no time to reload, and the killer quickly approached. Swish swish. The 2 flying knives accurately pierced into the most vulnerable part of the killer's body, the eyes. Ah! The killer howled in pain, and it waved its hand blade randomly without seeing. Xiangye leaned back to avoid the attack and fell to the ground. At the same time, a black figure fell from the sky like a ghost, and stepped on the shoulders of the killer. It was Manshi. He took advantage of the moment when the killer opened his mouth and screamed, and stabbed the sharp short knife into its throat. It was not enough. Manshi pressed the handle of the knife with both hands and pushed hard, directly stabbing the whole short knife into the throat, and making sure that the tip of the short knife pierced into the heart. Plop! The tall killer fell heavily to the ground. After landing, Manshi did not hesitate, put his hand into the killer's mouth, and pulled the short knife out with force. For a moment, blood gushed out, dyeing Manshi's face red. He shook off the sticky blood stains on the short knife neatly, and stretched out his bloody right hand to Xiangye, trying to help her. Xiangye looked at the pair of bloody hands, smiled gratefully, did not stretch out her hand, and quickly got up. The fight continued. Come on! Little bastards! Hui Xiong was completely bloodthirsty. He rushed left and right in the herd, wantonly disrupting the rhythm of the battlefield, buying time for his teammates to defeat them one by one. The herd did not let him succeed for long. They used the human wave tactics, hugging the feet, hugging the hands, locking the back, and wrapping the waist. Soon, there were 7 or 8 more pendants on the grizzly bear. Bastard! Get out! Get out of here! The grizzly bear shook his body and cursed, but there were more and more beasts on his body, and he was powerless to save the situation. After a while, Hui Xiong fell to the ground, and was pinned down by 7 or 8 beasts. Fortunately, the grizzly bear had thick skin and hard hair after it turned into a beast, which resisted the beast's bite and slash. Although it would not be fatally injured, it was really painful. Ah! He struggled and wailed, "Help me! I'm dying of pain! Ah 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 ah!" The whole auditorium suddenly rang with sharp and weird screams. For a moment, all the awakened people and beasts stopped fighting and instinctively hugged their heads. The flame in Gao Yang's hand also disappeared, and he only felt that a steel wool was stuffed into his head and rubbed repeatedly. All reason, emotion, and logic were stuffed together and stirred vigorously, turning into a paste, and it was completely impossible to think. "Stop screaming! Stop screaming! I'm going to die!" Of course, Gao Yang couldn't shout, but he was roaring in his heart. The cry lasted for 5 or 6 seconds before it suddenly stopped. Gao Yang woke up in an instant, and he had already caught a glimpse of the 3 old six from the corner of his eye. Qin stood in the middle, covering his ears with all his strength, with a look of collapse on his face. Shi Ran on the left was still holding Kan, and his face was extremely ugly. Ronnie on the right was also holding Kan, sweating and panting. Obviously, he had just tried his best to launch the highest level of chaos, briefly pressing the pause button on this melee. But this caused Kan's invisibility to disappear, and the 3 were exposed to the field of vision. "Ha!" Hui Xiong shouted loudly, reacting before the beasts. He suddenly propped up his body, first shook off the 2 beasts on his arms, then grabbed the beasts on his waist and legs, and threw them out one by one. "Ha ha ha! Keep going, little bunnies!" After being rescued, Hui Xiong once again turned into a happy tank, rushing through the herd of beasts. He knew his role very well. He was a troublemaker in the team battle. He didn't need to kill the beasts. He only needed to attract hatred and interrupt the rhythm. The work of annihilation was left to his teammates. The battles of other people also resumed at the moment when chaos stopped. However, the awakened one's sanity recovery time was half a second faster than the beasts, but this half a second was enough to seize the initiative. Gao Yang threw a fireball and cooperated with Xiui's compound bow to eliminate a flying beast. Looking around, 2/3 of the beasts had fallen to the ground, and the goddess of victory was waving to them. Gao Yang's eyes swept over Cantu, Shiran, and Ronnie in the crowd, and a smile of approval appeared at the corner of his mouth. A second later, the smile solidified. Chapter 174. Kan, Shiran, and Ronnie were far away from the bonfire, and the light was dim. There were several animal corpses lying around them, with many bullet holes on the corpses. The blood flowed to the ground and gathered into a sticky pool of blood. The fire in the distance was jumping in the pool of blood. Gao Yang happened to notice the pool of blood and felt something was wrong. Activate Gecko. Gao Yang immediately gained night vision. He saw clearly that there were shallow footprints in the pool of blood, which were similar in shape to the webbed feet of frogs. Click, click. The feet walked very slowly and lightly. There were chaotic fighting and fighting sounds all around, and Gao Yang slowly approached the 3 people, not daring to alert the enemy. The closer he got, the clearer he could see that it was a beast covered with scales all over its body. Gao Yang had never seen this kind of beast before. Its soft scales would change with the light around it, almost perfectly blending into the dimness. Only when it moved slowly, the tiny streams of light reflected by the slightly trembling scales allowed Gao Yang to capture its general outline. Undoubtedly, this was a beast with the ability of a chameleon. Kan, Shiran, and Ronnie didn't know what happened. They were far away from the battlefield, and there was no danger around them, so they naturally relaxed their vigilance. Huh, that was close. Kan wiped the sweat from her forehead. The long period of invisibility had exhausted the energy in her body. Shiran and Ronnie didn't say anything, but they were keenly aware that something was wrong. Gao Yang, who was in the center of the battlefield, was walking slowly towards them. His face was serious, and his steps kept speeding up, but he didn't dare to run fast, as if he was afraid of alerting the enemy. His sharp eyes stared at their left side. Shiran and Ronnie looked at each other, and slowly took out the pistols from their waists. Gao Yang suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Left!" The chameleon seemed to realize that it was exposed. It lost its remaining patience, gave up its invisibility, and pounced on the three people. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. She ran and Ronnie shot at the chameleon that showed its true form. Ah! The chameleon was shot several times, but it did not fall down. It staggered and continued to pounce on the three people. However, this had bought Gao Yang enough time. He quickly approached, stabbed the chameleon's waist with a dagger in his hand, and knocked it to the ground. Flame! Gao Yang half-crouched, pressed his knees on the chameleon's chest, aimed his right hand at the chameleon's head, and sprayed a short and powerful flame. The chameleon struggled wildly, and its powerful tail swung towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang was prepared. He pulled out the dagger with his left hand, raised it backhand, stabbed it into its tail, and struggled to resist its attack. The pain of the burning flame spread throughout the anime beast's body. It soon lost its resistance, and could only twist its body randomly, and struggle instinctively until it was completely quiet. In just a few seconds, the anime beast's head turned into a pile of charcoal, and the pool of blood on the ground also evaporated into a blood mist. Gao Yang retracted the flame, pulled out the dagger, stood up, and turned coldly. In the eyes of Cantu, Chiron and Ronnie, the captain was like a war god, who was reborn after bathing in blood. The captain is so handsome. Cantu has already started to be crazy about him. Gao Yang was about to speak, but frowned again. A thin and agile black shadow jumped in from the window behind Cantu and rushed straight towards Cantu. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect that there was still a fish that slipped through the net. He shouted, "Watch out behind you." Cantu, Chiron and Ronnie had already distanced themselves from each other, and she was now isolated and helpless. Swish! At the last second of the gecko talent, Gao Yang threw the dagger in his hand fiercely. The dagger brushed past Cantu and stabbed into the black shadow in the air. The black shadow was sniped by the dagger in midair and fell to the ground, right at Cantu's feet. Cantu finally came to her senses, and she hurriedly pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the beast under her feet. Go to hell. After throwing the dagger, Gao Yang continued to run towards Cantu. He didn't expect Cantu to be able to deal with the beast independently, but as long as Cantu fired and delayed for 2 or 3 seconds, it would be fine. But Gao Yang didn't hear Cantu's gunshot. Cantu had his back to Gao Yang. He clearly held the gun with both hands and aimed at the beast under his feet, but he did not pull the trigger. Instead, he froze after shouting "Go to hell." What happened? Was he scared silly? Or was he hit by some kind of deterrent skill of the beast? Gao Yang was caught off guard and rushed over with all his strength. The beast suddenly jumped up, raised its sharp arms, and chopped down at Cantu's thin body. Swish! Puff! Gao Yang tried his best to push Cantu away at the critical moment. The sharp blade that was supposed to chop Cantu's chest cut off 3 of Gao Yang's fingers. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and Gao Yang felt a severe dizziness in the back of his head. He endured the pain and kicked the target's abdomen with a side kick. The beast flew out and fell into the corner of the wall. No! Don't! Cantu fell to the ground and shouted out of control. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Chiron and Ronnie had already changed the magazines and fired at the beast in the corner. When the gunshots ended, the beast tilted its head, its arms drooped, and stopped moving. A pool of blood quickly appeared under its feet. Gao Yang covered his bleeding finger and shouted sternly, "Why don't you shoot? You don't want to die." Gao Yang didn't scold him anymore. Ken's face was full of tears. Why is it you? Gao Yang was stunned and looked at the dead beast. The beast's body shrank rapidly and turned back into a human. In the dim light, Gao Yang saw clearly that the beast was wearing a tattered JK and 2 ponytails. She was full of bullet holes, bleeding, her head drooped, her eyes bulged, and her pupils dilated. This beast was Ken's roommate, Huan. "I'm so angry, my last roommate is also single. She actually went on a date with her boyfriend tonight without telling me." Ken's words suddenly rang in Gao Yang's ears. It turns out that roommate is Huan. Huan and her boyfriend were probably dating nearby, and it was supposed to be a romantic and beautiful night. But because of Niu Xian's order, they were destined to become puppets to die. "Captain! You are injured." Chiron and Ronnie did not know Huan. They were more concerned about Gao Yang's injury. Chiron was a little angry, rushed to Cantu, and pulled off the equipment bag on her back. "Don't cry. Give me the bag." Chiron found the sea medicine syringe, pulled out the needle cover, and was about to inject Gao Yang. "No!" Gao Yang's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth and refused Chiron. Although sea medicine can quickly stop bleeding and heal wounds, it may not be possible to connect 3 broken fingers immediately. I don't want to become disabled yet. Gao Yang copied the gecko talent. Although the usage time is passed, the passive ability is counted in the storage time. His mind moved, and he could still feel the energy path of Gecko in his body. Gao Yang tried to gather his innate energy at the broken fingers. The 3 broken fingers stopped bleeding immediately, and then began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the white finger bones, then the flesh and tendons were reshaped, and finally the skin was wrapped. In less than 20 seconds, the 3 complete fingers were restored. Gao Yang was soaked in sweat, and exhaled a heavy breath from his chest. Unexpectedly, just 3 fingers consumed a huge amount of his energy. If an arm or a leg was broken, it would probably take too much energy to grow again. While Gao Yang was concentrating on restoring his fingers, Ronnie and Shiran stayed by his side to prevent possible sneak attacks. Gao Yang looked around and saw that there were only a few beasts still alive in the auditorium. There were a total of 12 people in Group 4 and Group 5. No one was killed or seriously injured. Victory was in hand, and morale was boosted. Only in the corner not far away, Cantu sat dejectedly beside Huanhuan's body, as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 175. The battle is coming to an end. Gao Yang doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. He sighed and walked tiredly behind Cantu. Cantu still lowered his head, his voice choked. I'm sorry, Captain, I'm really sorry. I should have shot just now, but I couldn't do it, Huan. She was still wearing the necklace I gave her. Today, when she went out today, she asked me which one to wear, which one would look good. I said, wear the one I gave you. I prayed for good luck for you, and the date will definitely go smoothly. But why? Why did she come here for a date? It's so far from the city, why can't she go somewhere else? Cantu couldn't say any more, covering his face and crying. Gao Yang slowly squatted down, stretched out his hand, and closed Huanhuan's eyes. At this moment, he didn't want to blame Cantu, even if her weakness and hesitation just now almost killed herself. But they are people with flesh and blood, not cold-blooded killing machines, nor bloodthirsty beasts. If I were in that situation, would I have pulled the trigger without hesitation? You never know what you would do before something really happens. Any comfort is pale and powerless. What Cantu needs most now is companionship and talking. Unfortunately, they are not really out of danger, and objective conditions do not allow it. Give you 30 seconds. Gao Yang said. Cantu was stunned at first, then nodded. She turned around and buried her face in Gao Yang's shoulder, crying loudly. She was out of breath and felt that if she cried a few more times, she would fall apart. Half a minute passed quickly. In this half minute, all the beasts in the auditorium had fallen down and could no longer stand up. Cantu gradually stopped crying. She sniffed and wiped her red and swollen eyes. Thank you, Captain. I'm fine. Welcome back to the team. Shiran came over and gently extended his hand to Cantu. Cantu held Shiran's hand and was pulled up by him. Is everyone okay? Because of the beast transformation and the rough battle, Hui Xiong's upper body t-shirt was torn and could not be worn anymore, so he simply went shirtless. He tore off his t-shirt and used it as a towel to wipe the blood stains on his body, and complained, "This fight really exhausted me. Damn it!" Cantu pretended to be relaxed and shouted excitedly, "Uncle Xiong, your chest hair is getting thicker." Humph! This is the charm of a mature man. Uncle Xiong was quite proud. Man Snake jumped down from the ceiling, and with a flash of knife light, he cut off a tuft of Hui Xiong's chest hair. Ah, bastard, what are you doing? Hui Xiong was shocked and angry. Manchi retracted the short knife. I help you fix it. Ha ha ha. Ken laughed out loud, as if the heartless girl was back again. For a moment, the atmosphere was not so heavy. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. So this is how Group 5 get along. Care and warmth are hidden in the chaos and noise. This is not bad. Gao Yang led all members of Group 5 to the center of the auditorium, and Johan was counting the bodies. He looked back at Gao Yang and frowned. There is no Horner. No! Gao Yang quickly checked the bodies in the auditorium, and indeed Niu Xian was not there. Although the Horner can be regarded as a small leader, its own combat effectiveness is not strong. So Gao Yang did not deliberately guard Niu Xian. In fact, he could not take care of him during the melee. He thought Niu Xian was killed in the melee. But Niu Xian didn't die. Did Niu Xian escape? Or did he call for help? Gao Yang was startled. Could it be? Gao Yang immediately walked to a broken windowsill, and the direction of the playground was outside the window. Sure enough, under the bright moonlight, a lonely figure stood on the flag-raising platform. Found it. He's on the flag-raising platform. Gao Yang's voice sank, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. The 12 people immediately left the auditorium, rushed to the playground, and surrounded the flag-raising platform, but did not dare to approach rashly, keeping a certain distance. Fourth quarter, sidekick exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Niu Xian on the flag-raising platform didn't care that he was surrounded at all. He shouted the beat loudly while doing gymnastics seriously, and his eyes were a little crazy. Everyone looked at each other, and couldn't make up their minds for a while. Qiang, what do you think? Jiuhan asked Gao Yang. I couldn't figure out why Niu Xian suddenly became a horner. Gao Yang paused. Now I know the answer. Captain, don't keep us in suspense. Wei Xiong was impatient. Maybe, Niu Xian is not a horner, he is still a lost one. Gao Yang guessed. The beasts were ambushing outside the auditorium, suddenly attacked us, and then stopped attacking for a short time and surrounded us. These are not what the horner can do. Indeed? Jiuhan nodded. The horner can make the lost ones run wild, but it cannot accurately control their behavior. Gao Yang looked at Niu Xian on the flagpole. The reason why Niu Xian can awaken the beasts nearby and control them according to his own wishes is not because Niu Xian has this ability, but Rune Circuit. Jiuhan guessed it, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. It should be. Gao Yang's mood was very complicated. I am really damn lucky. It's only the second month of awakening, and I have already encountered the third rune. Captain, are you saying that the rune circuit is on Niu Xian? Wei Xiong frowned. Isn't this unlikely? Definitely not. The rune should be in the rune cave. Gao Yang thought for a while, and continued. It should be due to some reasons we don't know. This rune circuit and Niu Xian produce some kind of energy resonance, allowing him to temporarily have the ability to control beasts. Just like the awakened person's talent resonates with the energy generated by the rune? Xiandia asked. It's just my speculation, Gao Yang said. No one spoke for a while, and everyone seemed to accept this hypothesis. Section 9, Jumping Exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Niu Xian jumped up and down, and his gymnastics movements became intense. Group 4 is ready to go. Jiuhan no longer waited. The clue of the rune circuit was right in front of him. He must not return empty-handed today. Wait! Gao Yang's eyes tightened, and he called Jiuhan. What? Jiuhan asked. Watch out, his feet, Gao Yang said. Everyone looked over and gasped. Niu Xian entered the last section of the gymnastics. He moved slowly and opened his arms, but his feet quietly left the ground and were slowly rising. 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Finally, Niu Xian finished the whole set of gymnastics. His eyes turned gray and his body became stiff. At this time, he was already 3 meters in the air. Mom, is that you? Niu Xian raised his head suddenly, staring at the sky with his gray and turbid eyes. Mom, I'm back. Take me away. Don't abandon me. Mom, mom. Mom, 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 mom. Niu Xian's speech speed began to speed up, and his whole body began to twitch violently. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, his body twisted like a twist, the bones in his body burst like popcorn, and thick blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. Mom, mom, mama, Mimi. He kept repeating until the blood filled his throat. His tongue was tied, and he could no longer speak. Under the moonlight, a corpse twisted into a twist was suspended in the air. Everything was so evil and weird. The whole space seemed to freeze for half a second. Bang! Niu Xian's body exploded, turning into a gorgeous and gloomy blood rain, slowly landing on the playground with bright moonlight. Everyone stood there, shocked and speechless. A voice sounded in Gao Yang's mind. Reminder, you have entered an unknown area and cannot explore. Lucky point income increased to 2 times. Chapter 176. A sudden and powerful pressure descended from the sky. Gao Yang felt the gravity of a mountain, and his body almost fell apart. He was forced to kneel on one knee. Others were not much better, and they all knelt down or lay down. Strange sounds came from all directions. It was like thousands of people chanting some ancient spells at a high speed in the dark, and the sound was majestic and overwhelming. Gao Yang felt dizzy, and his head was splitting. If Ronnie's chaos made people unable to think, then the current sound made people feel depressed and suffocated deep in their bones. Gao Yang could not describe this fear and powerlessness. He just felt that his spirit was being tortured. If it continued, he felt that he would go crazy before he died. Thank God, the sound quickly receded like a tide, and Gao Yang took a deep breath like a drowning person who was salvaged. Gao Yang calmed down, looked up and looked around. Everyone else was fine, but everyone was pale and terrified. as if they had been to the gate of hell. Everyone, are you okay? Hui Xiong was the first to stand up, and stretched out his hand to pull up. She ran, and Guanto beside him. No, it's okay. Guanto's face was pale, his pupils were dilated, and his hands were covering his chest. It was obvious that he had not recovered yet. Just now? What happened just now? She ran, looked at Hui Xiong, didn't get an answer, and looked at Gao Yang again. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to answer, and his eyes looked further away. The only thing that can be confirmed is that they have arrived at the Fu Cave, because the system gave a reminder. Anyway, at present, the system has not made a mistake. After a few seconds, Gao Yang's heart sank, and he was completely sure of this matter. Gao Yang looked at everyone with a serious expression. We have come to Fudong. Fudong? Jiuhan frowned. This is clearly still number 11 middle school. No one has moved. How did we come to Fudong? No, that's not right. Xiangge's face turned pale, and her voice was anxious. I can't feel the presence of the child. Child? Cantu opened his mouth wide. Wow, Sister Xiangge, are you pregnant? I mean the golden eagle. Hui Xiong gently patted Cantu's head. Oh. It's not here. Xiangge was very confused. It won't fly away without permission, but why? I said. Gao Yang emphasized again. We have entered Fudong, and your pet is outside Fudong. Speak clearly, isn't this number 11 middle school? Why is it Fudong? He frowned, very puzzled. Gao Yang sighed. This is no longer the previous number 11 middle school, but a special space. It is very likely that it is the number 11 middle school 18 years ago. Jiuhan seemed to understand and thought about it. Everyone, look at your feet, Gao Yang said. Everyone lowered their heads, and the faces of those who reacted quickly immediately became ugly. No! He was shocked. The weeds are gone. Yes, the playground was overgrown with weeds before, but now it is trimmed so neatly. Shiren also discovered. How did you do this? Who of you participated in the exploration of the Fu Cave? Gao Yang looked at everyone. 6 years ago, I went to the cave with Qing Long and Xuanwu elders, and got the knowledge rune. Jiuhan recalled, that Fu Cave is not a real place, and it is not very dangerous. Each rune cave is different. Gao Yang said, this rune cave is very similar to the first one I explored. In the next few minutes, Gao Yang briefly told Group 4 about his experience in Gujia village. After listening, everyone's face became more serious. Captain, are you saying that Niuxian just put us all in a special space, in which the beasts will keep repeating what happened 18 years ago, just like being in prison? Hui Xiong tried to summarize. These beasts hide the boss that has been transformed by the rune circuit. Kill it, get the rune, and you can leave here? Jiuhan added. Gao Yang nodded. At least that's the case in Gujia village. Xiang Dai shook her head, unable to accept this fact. These are just your speculations. Very simple. Gao Yang looked at Jiuhan. The special space won't be very large, and it has boundaries. You know after exploring it. Okay. Hui Xiong was eager to try. I go to the west with Manshi. No, let's go together. Gao Yang interrupted. Don't separate. Jiuhan agreed. Let's go to the school gate first. 12 people, holding flashlights, arrived at the school gate in less than 2 minutes. Sure enough, both the school gate and the guard room were brand new, and they didn't look like abandoned buildings for many years. I go and take a look. Hui Xiong walked in front. He walked towards the guard room at the school gate, but he couldn't reach it. In the eyes of others, Hui Xiong's back was sometimes big and sometimes small, and the perspective relationship was very strange. How is this possible? Hui Xiong was quite surprised. He didn't believe it and started running, but still couldn't get close to the iron gate. Black Sparrow couldn't believe it and went to confirm it himself. Kan, Shiran and Ronnie also found it very fresh, and the three of them followed and ran towards the school gate together. But in Gao Yang's view, several people were just standing still. After trying for a long time, everyone finally accepted the fact of the magic boundary. Isn't this the fog around the isolated island? Hui Xiong walked back very frustrated. It's still different. Gao Yang explained, if this 11th middle school is the same as Gujia village, then in addition to the official passage through the rune to leave, the boundary above our heads can also be destroyed, provided that there is an awakener with the time and space talent. Gao Yang paused, and someone who can fly to the sky first. Everyone was silent. Among the 12 people, no one has the time and space talent, and no one can fly. Captain I have another question. Ken raised his hand weakly, and everyone looked at her for a while, and she was a little nervous. Go ahead. Gao Yang encouraged her with his eyes. Captain, You said that the people in Gujia village are repeating what happened in those days. Ken's eyes rolled around and looked around, but there seems to be no one in number 11 middle school now. Good question. Gao Yang nodded and smiled. Do you think there is a possibility that it is still midnight and students and teachers are sleeping in the dormitory and staff building? Kim was quite shocked and stuck out his tongue. It's a good thing to think more. Gao Yang patted Qian's shoulder and acted like an elder. Confirm it again, Johan said. In the next 20 minutes, the group explored the magic boundary in other directions for caution. To the north, everyone was stopped by the playground wall. To the south, everyone walked out of the school's back door and climbed up the back mountain of the school. Just when everyone was delighted to think that they had found a hidden exit, they were soon stopped by the woods halfway up the mountain. To the west, there were student dormitories, and the wall behind the dormitories was the boundary. The male and female dormitories were two townhouses, built side by side, with a water room in the middle. The clothes and sheets of male students were hung on the corridor of the dormitory building on the left, confirming that it was a male dormitory. The group walked to the door downstairs of the dormitory building. There was a lock on the iron door, and there were many thermoses stacked in the corner of the corridor behind the iron door. Manshi, go to the dormitory to confirm if there is anyone there, Gao Yang said. Manshi nodded. He didn't need to climb over the iron door. He jumped up directly and stepped on the wall beside him. But Manshi didn't crawl along the wall with his hands and feet as everyone expected, but fell back to the ground immediately. What's wrong? Wei Xiong asked. Manshi frowned and didn't reply. He took a deep breath and jumped onto the wall again. This time, his hands and feet still couldn't stick to the wall, and he landed again. Manshi, are you okay? Wei Xiong also became worried. Manshi turned his back to everyone, looked down at his palms, and said in a hoarse voice, My talent has failed. Chapter 177. Ah? Wei Xiong was shocked. Talent is invalid? Others were also very surprised and started to use their talents immediately. Damn it! Qian shouted. I can't be invisible either. Keep it down. Gao Yang quickly covered her mouth. Qian blinked and Gao Yang let go. Qian was almost crying, she whispered. Captain, my martial arts are useless. Gao Yang also activated flame immediately. The energy in her body was still there, but in a completely static state, as if she was hypnotized and could not hear the master's call at all. Gao Yang's voice sank. Me too. I am also useless. Wei Xiong said. Me too. Black Sparrow sank. Me too, yes. Ronnie said. Me too. Same. +1. Everyone answered one after another, and the atmosphere was very weird for a while. Finally, everyone looked at Johan. Johan's talent sequence was at the front, and he was level 5, so maybe it would be different. Johan frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. The answer was self-evident. His talent was also invalid. Wei Xiong looked at Shiran, smelly boy. It's not you who did it, right? No. Shiran hurriedly explained. My talent is also invalid. It's not Shiran. He doesn't have that ability. Manshi said. Yes, my mute is only level 3. Shiran was helpless. It makes all of your talents completely invalid at the same time. I wish I was that powerful. What's going on? Wei Xiong was very annoyed. It's the rune circuit. Gao Yang could only think of this conclusion. Everyone was shocked and their eyes focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly said his guess. The rune circuit in this rune cave is likely to be an auxiliary system. The strange sound we heard just now may be a kind of silencing ability activated by the rune, collective silence. What is silence? Wei Xiong asked. Deputy Captain, this is a game term, which means sealing everyone's talent. Ken explained. Wei Xiong frowned and didn't speak. Everyone also thought about it. Gao Yang's temples felt a little sore. If this is true, it will be a big deal. Losing talent also means losing the attribute bonus brought by talent. In theory, the 12 of them have completely become ordinary people. Gao Yang's mind moved as he had to confirm it. Enter the system, check the attribute page. Physical strength, 28 endurance, 27. Strength, 32 agility, 40. Spirit, 41 charm, 30. Luck, 454 fuck. What's going on? You are in a special space. Talent and attribute bonus are temporarily invalid even if the attribute bonus of talent is deducted. I should have more than this attribute. The benefit of luck points belongs to the attribute bonus of luck talent. No way. So strict? Wait, why didn't luck decrease? Luck is not an attribute value. Once luck points are converted into luck, they will be irreversible and cannot be changed. Reminder, In this special space, luck point gain is not affected, but other functions are temporarily closed. What does it mean? Cannot increase attribute points, cannot visit the talent temple, cannot comprehend new talents, and the system no longer issues danger warnings. Good guy, it's really completely silent. Exit system. Gao Yang was so confused that he just wanted to curse. Calm down, calm down. First, evaluate the team's combat effectiveness. Most people's pistols are out of bullets, and hot weapons can basically not be relied on. What everyone can rely on is the cold weapons they carry with them. Grey Hero, Manshi, Johan and Black Sparrow are obviously trained. Even if they lose their talents and attribute bonuses, they are still very good at fighting among ordinary people. They are currently the first-line combat force. Gao Yang has also been training recently. He has rich practical experience and has grown up in recent days. This can be seen from the most primitive attribute values. However, he thinks that he can only be regarded as a second-line combat force. People at the same level as him should also include Lian and Shui. As for Shiran, Ronnie, Cantu, Xiangye and Lao Xiao, they probably don't exercise much in normal times, and they don't need to participate in hand-to-hand combat when they go on missions, so their combat effectiveness is at the bottom. Analyze the environment again. If Gao Yang's speculation is correct, then there should be more than 1,000 teachers and students in number 11 middle school. If they are all beasts and all run wild, then there is only one ending for the 12 of them: annihilation. For a moment, Gao Yang's mood was extremely heavy. After experiencing the rune cave of the space-time rune, Gao Yang thought that it would be impossible to encounter a rune cave more dangerous than that. Now thinking about it, he was still too naive and optimistic. Each rune cave has a unique mechanism and unique danger. Now, he can only rely on his luck. Must be strong. Captain? Hui Xiong spoke. Gao Yang came back to his senses, and found that everyone in Group 5 was looking at him, hoping that he could say something. Gao Yang couldn't think of any effective countermeasures for the time being, but he learned one thing from Do who, stabilizing the morale of the army is particularly important. I have been to the most dangerous Fu cave. Gao Yang said confidently. Don't worry, we will definitely find a way. Oh, a way! Manshi poured cold water on him, playing with a flying knife in his hand. In human form, I can kill dozens or hundreds of them, and in beast form, I can only deal with one at most, I mean the lost one. Manshi looked up. What about you? I can only deal with one lost one at most. Hui Xiong was very honest. If you are a killer, you will definitely die. She ran, Ronnie and Cantu stopped talking. They were thankful that the three of them could deal with half of the lost one together. So what is the solution? Manshi looked at Gao Yang. The beasts may also be silent collectively. Gao Yang made a bold guess, but he was not sure. Oh, that's right. Kan's big eyes rolled and rekindled hope. The beast is silent, so it can't be transformed. The captain is right. This is entirely possible. Shiran's face also saw blood again. He looked at Hui Xiong excitedly. Uncle Xiong, do you still remember the mission half a year ago? Which time? Hui Xiong frowned, obviously had no impression. That killer, under the restriction of my mute, its physical state was extremely unstable, and its left arm turned back to human form. Oh, that time. Hui Xiong finally remembered. Yes, I understand what you mean. It makes sense logically. Gao Yang took back the topic, and found a glimmer of hope. Collective silence is most likely the ability of the auxiliary rune circuit. Shiran's mute is also an auxiliary talent. Since mute can restrict awakeners and beasts, there is no reason for collective silence to only restrict awakeners. This time, Manshi did not refute, he nodded slightly. Very good, morale has returned a lot. Gao Yang looked back, and saw that Group 4 not far away also formed a circle, and discussed countermeasures in a low voice. Judging from Johan's serious expression, he probably didn't come up with any good ideas. Gao Yang stepped forward. Johan, we just came up with a conclusion, which is good news. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Before Gao Yang finished speaking, a rough male voice came from the iron door of the men's dormitory. Chapter 178. Everyone immediately fell silent, and turned off the flashlights. Which class are you from? What are you trying to do in the middle of the night? The sound from the iron gate was getting closer and closer, and a figure shone a flashlight over. It should be the dormitory supervisor. This also indirectly confirmed Gao Yang's guess that there was someone in the dormitory. But there was no time to care about these things now. Let's go! Gao Yang made a prompt decision. The group fled quickly, and ran all the way to the boulevard. Everyone just stabilized their position and looked back, and a swaying flashlight appeared behind them. It's really haunting. Hui Xiong cursed in a low voice. If you were the dormitory supervisor and saw a group of people sneaking around outside the dormitory, would you do anything about it? Manshi asked coldly. Put yourself in their shoes, you would definitely do something about it. And from the perspective of the dormitory supervisor, more than a dozen students were not sleeping in the middle of the night, and there were both men and women. This was a very serious matter, and must be dealt with to the end. Now is not the time to talk about this. Find a place to hide first. Xiangye was very worried. Go to the back mountain. Gao Yang suggested. It's outside the school. The dormitory teacher shouldn't come. Group 5 had no objection, and the people in Group 4 looked at the captain Johan. Johan nodded. Go to the back mountain. The group quickly moved and rushed to the back door of the school. Everyone climbed over the iron gate that was almost useless and ran into the grove on the back mountain. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and confirming that the dormitory teacher had not caught up, everyone was relieved. The mosquito bites in the grove were unbearable. Hui Xiong took out a hypnotic gas and threw it into the woods not far away. 5 minutes later, the gas dissipated, and the 12 people moved to that place, which was indeed much quieter. Everyone looked at Hui Xiong with new eyes. They didn't expect that hypnotic gas could be used as mosquito coils. It's true that one learns all the time. Everyone took out supplies, drank some water, and ate a few compressed biscuits. During this period, Gao Yang first told Group 4 about the speculation that the beasts were also collectively silenced, and Johan basically agreed. The next step was to discuss tactics. Johan took the lead in the discussion and said, if the situation in 11 is the same as that in Gujia village, what we have to do now is to find the rune. Well, the rune may exist independently, or it may be on a beast. Gao Yang added. It's definitely on the beast. Hui Xiong said firmly. Reason? Manshi asked. Intuition. Hui Xiong said confidently. The rune won't come out by itself. How can we find it? Xiangye spoke. Gao Yang thought for a while. My idea is to play it as an RPG game. What game? Hui Xiong didn't understand. Role-playing game. Ken explained. Uncle Xiong, just think of yourself as the protagonist of the story. Go on. Johan nodded. In RPG games, every map has a main line, that is, a core event. The core event of Gujia village is that the whole village killed Huazi's family. The ins and outs of this incident took about 3 days. Therefore, the people of Gujia village have been repeating these 3 days. When we broke into Gujia village, we accidentally triggered the plot, so we pulled out the hair monster and got the rune. You mean, there is also a core event in 11, which makes the people in 11 repeat it, and the rune is hidden in the people in the core event? Johan said. Yes. Everyone was thinking, except for a few slow thinkers. Everyone else basically reacted and nodded in approval. There are more than 1,000 people here. How to find the core event? Manshi asked. Integrate into the environment. Gao Yang said. Johan lowered his head and said nothing. After a few seconds, he asked, just like you guys playing the role of police officers in Gujia village? Yes. Gao Yang's eyes moved. Whether it's Gujia village or number 11 middle school, the beasts here are imprisoned by Song Dao. Unlike the beasts in reality, they will not suspect us just because a group of awakened people appear at the same time. But the premise is that we have to give ourselves a reasonable identity and integrate into number 11 middle school generously and naturally, so that we can find the core event. Ah! Cantu thought of something. Could this core event be what happened in number 11 middle school 18 years ago? It's entirely possible. Gao Yang agreed. Captain, what identity do we use to integrate into the environment? We can't still be police officers, right? Shiran asked. How about being a reporter? Xiangye smiled slightly, her eyes twinkling. I worked as a reporter for 2 years before. I can pretend to come to number 11 middle school for an interview. What interview? Just say that a parent made an anonymous complaint, saying that there was a bullying incident in the school, or that the food in the cafeteria was unhygienic, or that a teacher physically punished a student. Anyway, I can just find a reason. The school is afraid that the matter will get out of hand, so they will generally treat us well. We won't make things difficult for them. Just go through the process and leave. Xiangye took out her mobile phone. 18 years ago, there were no smartphones, so I lied to them that it was a new type of voice recorder. I think it's feasible. Johan thought of something else. But reporters can only bring 2 assistants for an interview. 12 people are too many. That's right. Xiangye said. Gao Yang said, Xiangye, you pick 2 assistants, wait until daytime, and pretend to be reporters to find the principal, hide the walkie-talkie, and contact him at any time if there is anything. Then I choose the captain, and Li and Xiangge smiled embarrassedly. I feel safer with them as bodyguards. Johan nodded. I can. Lian didn't say anything, and the smile on his mouth didn't look so hypocritical. What about us? I'll stay here to feed mosquitoes? Huixiong was a little anxious. You can use other reasons. Gao Yang thought of something. When we passed the auditorium just now, did you notice that there was a building under construction next to it? I don't remember. Huixiong said. It should be an indoor basketball court. The speaker was showy, and his voice was very immature. I checked number 11 middle school before. The basketball court of number 11 middle school is only half built now. Gao Yang looked above the woods. Judging from the color of the night sky, it would take some time before dawn. The dormitory teacher should have left. Let's go take a look at the unfinished basketball court, Gao Yang said. No one objected. The group walked out of the grove, confirmed that the dormitory teacher was not there, quickly climbed over the iron gate, and trotted all the way to the indoor basketball court that was still under construction. The two-story building had a foundation, and the house was mostly built. The scaffolding around it had not been removed. The group went into the building, where cement bags, bricks, and various construction tools were stacked. In one of the rooms, there were many beds on the floor, cigarette butts and empty bottles all over the floor, and a few safety helmets and a few orange vests were hung on the simple hangers. In the corners of the wall were a few pairs of black overshoes stained with cement. Gao Yang took a yellow helmet and threw it to Huixiong. Try it on. Huixiong put it on his head, and Gao Yang asked everyone, Do you look like a construction worker? I can't say it's very similar. I can only say it's exactly the same. Cantu smiled and gave a thumbs up. Gao Yang counted the helmets and clothes on the hanger. There are enough for us to play 5 construction workers here. Me. Cantu raised his hand excitedly. Captain, I can. Don't make trouble. Gao Yang didn't even look at Cantu. Huixiong, Manshi, Shiran, me, Lao Qiao, the 5 of us will be construction workers. Captain, your image doesn't fit at all, Cantu shouted. Gao Yang casually wiped 2 handfuls of dust on the ground, smeared it on his face a few times, then put on a safety helmet, an orange vest, and overshoes. What's going on now? Wow! Cantu was convinced and gave a thumbs up again. Captain, you are now a construction worker. Old Joe was from Group 4. He glanced at Johan, who nodded and approved. Ronnie, Cantu, Shui, Black Sparrow, the 4 of you will hide in the back mountain and wait for orders, and keep an eye on our supplies and equipment, Gao Yang said. Black Sparrow, you will be the temporary team leader. Johan added, if there is anything, please contact me via intercom. Leave it to me. Black Sparrow crossed his hands and nodded slightly. It will be dawn in a while. Gao Yang said, everyone, take a rest and recover some strength. Black Sparrow, the 4 of you will be divided into 2 groups, take turns to keep watch, and rest during the day. Johan added. Okay. Chapter 179. The group rested in the unfinished indoor basketball court until dawn. The time in Fudong seemed to be Monday. At 7:20 in the morning, all the teachers and students of the school gathered on the playground, and the principal gave a speech. The indoor basketball court where Gao Yang was located was separated from the auditorium. He could not see the playground, but he could clearly hear the voice of a middle-aged man speaking through the microphone. Students, a year's plan starts with spring, and a day's plan starts with the morning. It's a new day again. Everyone must welcome life and study with a full spirit. Especially for senior high school students, the college entrance examination will be in a month. This is the most important turning point in your life. If you don't fight now, when will you fight? I often say that it is a fate that we can sit in the same classroom and study for 3 years. Students should love and help each other. But recently, several students formed their own small groups to exclude and isolate some students. This behavior is very bad, and the teaching department has already issued a warning. I won't criticize them by name here. If they still don't correct it later, they will definitely be severely punished. Xiangye unscrewed the lipstick she carried with her, applied it on her lips, and then took out the makeup box. She looked at the small mirror in the box and gently tapped the powder on the T-zone of her face. Did you hear me? Bullying is confirmed. I will use this as a starting point later. After finishing her makeup, Xiangye closed the makeup box, took off the rubber band on her wrist, and skillfully tied herself into an intellectual hairstyle. Finally, she took out a pair of black frame glasses from her bag and put them on, immediately transforming into a reporter. Kan's jaw dropped as he watched from the side. Oh my god, beautiful women are different. They carry so many things with them. This is a woman's weapon. Xiangdia half-jokingly threw a wink at Cantu. Cantu. Hui Xiong walked in from outside. There's no one outside now. The four of you, hurry back to the back mountain and hide. Follow me. Heike picked up the intercom and left with Cantu, Shui, and Ronnie. After Xiangdia finished her makeup, she began to talk to Johan and Lian to avoid letting the cat out of the bag. When will you act? Hui Xiong asked. Wait a little longer, we go interview after morning self-study. Xiangdia said. 7 shadows. Johan looked at Gao Yang. Are you sure that the beast won't be suspicious when it sees several awakened people together? When we were in Gujia village, the 4 awakened people acted together, and the villagers didn't suspect anything. Gao Yang replied. Captain, someone is coming. Shiran, who was holding the wind, shouted. Gao Yang and Johan were startled, and immediately walked to the door, and quietly peeked out. Sure enough, a middle-aged man in sportswear came over here. Hide first, Gao Yang said. Fortunately, the indoor basketball court was big enough, and the group ran into 2 rooms respectively. Although there was no door between the rooms, there were a lot of sundries, which were convenient for hiding. In less than half a minute, the man in sportswear walked into the unfinished indoor basketball court. He was in his 30s, tall and strong, with a broad chin. His not-so-thick hair was combed in the middle part that was very popular in that era, and was also slicked with mousse, making it shiny. He put one hand in his pocket, whistled, looked around casually, and sat on a relatively clean wooden table. After sitting for a while, he stood up again, and couldn't help walking back and forth. He used his hands to adjust his hairstyle, and then took out men's perfume, and sprayed it all over his body. Johan and Gao Yang crouched behind a pile of bricks. Johan gave Gao Yang a look. I take care of it. Gao Yang shook his head gently. Wait a minute. As soon as the two exchanged glances, a shrill female voice appeared. Are you annoying so early in the morning? A young woman with curly hair, a red top and flared jeans walked in. Baby, I miss you. The man immediately rushed up and hugged her. Get out of the way. The woman pushed the man away coquettishly and looked around. You can think of such a place. No one will come here, and don't you think it's exciting? The man's laughter became greasy. Exciting you? The woman said angrily, half seriously. Don't you smell it? There is a smell of sweat here. Don't worry about it, baby. Give me a kiss. I miss you so much. The man began to touch the woman. Oh, stop it. My makeup is all ruined, you bastard. I have something to do later. The group hiding in the dark was suddenly very embarrassed. Could it be that they really had to listen to a short movie on the spot? Just then, the two people hugged each other and half pushed to the inner room. Not good. Gao Yang hurriedly gave Hui Xiong, who was closest to the door, a look. Hui Xiong reacted quickly. He grabbed the safety helmet and put it on his head. He immediately stood up and took the initiative to rush out of the door and bumped into the two people. He pretended to be surprised and shouted, Who is it? Ah! The woman screamed in panic. You, who are you? The man's voice. I still want to ask you. Hui Xiong said confidently. What are you two doing here? This is a construction site. It's not safe. Outsiders, please leave quickly. The man calmed down a bit. The gray man in front of him was tall and strong, wearing a helmet and an orange vest. Oh, have you resumed work? Yes. Gray Xiong followed the man's words. Didn't you say that you would stop work for half a month? The man asked. How would I know? If the contractor asked us to stop work, we would stop. If he asked us to resume work, we would resume. We just work for money. You should ask him. Oh yes, we resumed work. I remember now. The man in sportswear simply followed suit. Ahem, I'm Teacher Tan, and this is Teacher Zhu. The woman called Teacher Zhu hurriedly tidied her messed up hair and clothes, her eyes dodging. We just came to confirm whether you have resumed work. Teacher Tan smiled awkwardly. You came quite early. That's right. Finish the work early and leave early. Gray Xiong's voice was rough, and he acted very realistically. Are you alone? How is that possible? The brothers are still sleeping. Hui Xiong shouted into the room. Don't sleep. The supervisor is here. Gao Yang, Manshi, Shiran, and Lao Qiao have already dressed and walked out one after another. Teacher Tan took a look and was immediately embarrassed. He didn't expect that his tryst with his colleagues was almost witnessed by these construction workers. Ahem, not bad. Teacher Tan nodded. When will it be completed? If it's fast, it will take a month. Hui Xiong said nonsense. Okay, do a good job. Teacher Tan turned around and looked at the woman. Teacher Zhu, there is no problem on my side. What about you? I have no problem, let's go. Teacher Zhu said sullenly, and turned around and left. By the way, Hui Xiong called Teacher Tan. Do you provide meals? Yes, of course. You can go directly to the cafeteria at noon. I go back and say hello to the cafeteria lady. Okay. Hui Xiong picked up the shovel next to him. Brothers, let's get to work. Everyone buried their heads in getting construction tools, pretending to work with their hands, and secretly looking at the backs of Teacher Tan and Teacher Zhu, who left in a hurry. If there is anything wrong with the two, everyone will immediately take up the tools. Gao Yang held his breath and silently said in his heart, "Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back." Finally, the two did not look back. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and put down the tools. Jiu Han, Xiang Dai and Lian also walked out of the room. Now it can be confirmed. Gao Yang looked at Jiu Han. The situation in number 11 middle school is the same as that in Gujiao village. You can go to interview without worry. The beast will not be suspicious. Jiu Han nodded. Okay, proceed as planned. Chapter 180. 9 a.m., first floor of teaching building, reception room. There's a set of mahogany sofas in the small room. 3 cups of hot tea and some roasted snacks on the coffee table. Calendars and some cheap ink paintings are hung on the wall, as well as silk banners with various flattering words. There is a retro pendulum clock in the corner. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiangye, Jiuhan, and Lian slowly lost their patience. As soon as the morning self-study ended, Xiangye and the other two went to the teacher's office as reporters. When Xiangye explained her purpose, she was immediately invited to the reception room by a teacher and warmly entertained them. Before leaving, the teacher only said that the principal was busy and would come soon. The three waited for almost half an hour, but did not see a single figure. Captain, are they playing tricks on us? Lian reached for the nunchaku hidden in his long sleeves, looking defensive. Have these beasts discovered our identities? Jiuhan also took this into consideration, so he did not close the door of the reception room, but left it ajar, so that if a suspicious person approached, he could react immediately. Xiangye did not speak, but was also a little uneasy. The possibility is very small. Jiuhan stabilized the morale of the troops. Even if this is really possible, they are also restricted by collective silence. They are just a group of ordinary people. The three of us can deal with them. Jiuhan stopped talking in time, and someone pushed the door in. A middle-aged man, with a medium build and sparse hair walked in. He was wearing a formal suit, trousers and leather shoes. Sorry, I'm late. The man had a full and shiny forehead, triangular eyes, and a bulbous nose. Hello, Principal. Xiangye stood up quickly with a smile on her face. Jiuhan and Lian also stood up and smiled politely at the man. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, attracted by Xiangye's beauty. He politely replied, I am not the principal. The principal has something urgent to do and can't leave, so let me entertain you. I am the Dean of Teaching. Here, this is a business card. The Dean of Teaching took out a business card. Xiangye took it. The Dean of Teaching of number 11 middle school, Dai Xiaojun. Hello, Teacher Dai. Xiangye put away the business card and stretched out her hand. I am Xiangheng, a reporter from Liqing Evening News. These two are my assistants. I was in a hurry to go out today, and forgot to bring my business card. Hello, hello. Dai Xiaojun shook hands with Xiangye. 3 of you, please sit down, please sit down. The 4 of them sat down, and Xiangye took out her mobile phone seriously, and put it on the table. Teacher Dai, you don't mind if I record it? Dai Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. Obviously he had never seen such a high-tech recorder. He immediately waved and smiled. It's okay, our school has always been open and transparent. There is nothing we can't talk about. Okay, then I get straight to the point. Xiangye's tone became professional. In fact, we received an anonymous complaint letter earlier, saying that there was a very bad bullying incident among students in your school, but the school turned a blind eye to it. Impossible. The dean interrupted excitedly. Our school is famous for its strict discipline. As the dean, I also pay close attention to the discipline of my classmates. I dare to guarantee with my personality that our school does not have the situation you said. Yes, we think so too. Xiangye followed Dai Shijun's words and said, So, the editor-in-chief specially asked me to come and visit to understand the real situation, and then publish it in the newspaper to help your school clarify it. You also know that people's words are scary. It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. That's right. Dai Xiaojun was very happy. Thank you for your hard work. So, I will host a banquet for you 3 at noon. You're welcome, it's my duty. Xiangye continued, but I think that although your school is unlikely to have bullying, there must be some unsociable and lonely students, right? What do you mean by Xiang reporter? Dai Xiaojun frowned. You also know that reports must be flesh and blood, and a few empty words are difficult to convince people. Xiangge smiled. If possible, I would like to interview a few students and write a warm report from the perspective of caring for the mental health of teenagers. In this way, it not only responds to the anonymous report letter, but also indirectly proves that the school cares about and pays attention to students, not only in terms of grades, but also in terms of mental health. Of course, don't worry, Xiangge said. You can accompany you throughout the interview. Dai Xiaojun hesitated. Originally, according to the principal's intention, he would treat these reporters to a meal and give them a few red envelopes. I didn't expect this to be so difficult to deal with. It's definitely not okay to just yell at them. If you anger them, they will report it. But if we really want to interview them, what if some rebellious students talk nonsense? Well, Dai Xiaojun smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Otherwise, I asked the principal. Can you three wait for a moment? Then I trouble you, Teacher Dai. Xiangge smiled professionally. Dai Xiaojun stood up and walked out of the room. The reception room returned to silence. What should we do now? Lian asked. We can only wait. Xiangge was also a little annoyed. She didn't expect that Dai Xiaojun was not easy to fool. Give them another half an hour. I ask about the situation of others first, Johan said, and was about to take out the intercom hidden in his pocket. Suddenly, he stopped and looked out the door with sharp eyes. Who? There was a figure in the crack of the door and disappeared quickly. The three looked at each other and immediately got up and chased out. It was class time, and the lobby of the teaching building was very quiet, and there was no one around. Johan just glanced to the side and saw a figure flashing into the corridor not far to the left. Go upstairs. The three immediately chased to the corridor and then climbed up. The figure didn't run fast and climbed all the way to the 5th floor. The three chased to the 5th floor in one breath and soon came to the rooftop. Johan pushed open the iron door. On the rooftop stood a high school girl with a panicked look. She was not tall, with a short stature, wearing a school uniform with long sleeves and long pants, and a big braid. Her face was round, her features were flat, her eyes were small, and her cheeks were covered with acne. To be fair, she was ugly. Who are you? Johan asked in a deep voice. His eyes were aggressive. Yes, I'm sorry. The girl stepped back and apologized in panic. I didn't hear anything. Why are you hiding at the door? Johan stepped forward. Don't come over. The girl was terrified. She ran to the railing and quickly flipped over. If you come over again, I will jump down. Johan stopped immediately, and did not dare to act rashly. Xiangge walked to Johan and gave him a look. Captain, let me do it. Xiangge smiled and said, Xiang Xiaoqin, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. How do you know my name? Xiang Xiaoqin was a little surprised. Xiangge smiled and pointed to her chest. It's written on your school badge. Xiang Xiaoqin looked down at her school badge, then raised her head. You don't come over. Okay, I won't come over. Xiangge said gently and patiently. Xiang Xiaoqin, my last name is also Xiang, and my name is Xianghong. You see, we were a family hundreds of years ago. Xiang Xiaoqin didn't speak, and the guard on her face eased a little. Xiang Xiaoqin, can you tell us why you were hiding behind the door? Xiangge hesitated for a moment, and boldly guessed. Do you want to find us for something? Are you reporters? Xiang Xiaoqin's voice was crying. Yes, we are reporters. Xiangge said. Have you encountered any difficulties? You can tell us, we will definitely do justice for you. Really? Of course. Xiangge looked sincere. We are here for this matter. You save him, they want to kill him. Xiang Xiaoqin cried wow. Chapter 181. At the same time, the indoor basketball court was not built. Hui Xiong and Man Shi poured cement and mortar on the ground, mixed a certain proportion of water, picked up a shovel and started stirring, and the two of them worked in perfect harmony. Not far away, Gao Yang and Shi Ran were building a wall with bricks. Cement is here. Lao Qiao came over with a small bucket of cement. Come on, while it's hot. God, while it's hot, do you want to eat it? Gao Yang took the cement bucket with a complaint. He and Shi Ran took the bricks in one hand, and the small shovel used for wall construction in the other hand, scooped up a spoonful of cement, stuffed it into the middle of the brick joints, added bricks, flattened it, and reinforced it. You two are too slow, you must finish it within half an hour, otherwise the cement will dry up. Hui Xiong urged on the side, and he had completely replaced the role. Everyone unconsciously sped up the action. In a blink of an eye, a small wall was built, although from the layout point of view, this wall is completely unnecessary to appear here. Haha, it feels okay. Shiran wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Yeah. Gao Yang also built a wall for the first time. He felt that he had learned a lot. Looking at the results of his labor, he smiled with satisfaction. Bang. Manshi threw the shovel on the ground, with a low face. Are you addicted to it? Everyone was stunned and reacted. Yes, at first, I just wanted to pretend, but I didn't expect to get into it while doing it. This thing is really poisonous. Ahem. As the captain, how could Gao Yang admit his mistake? We have to do the whole show. Now we are covered in cement dust, and we look like real construction workers. What are we going to do next? Manshi asked with a sneer. Do you want to build another wall? Gao Yang walked out of the door, and the sound of radio gymnastics could be heard faintly from the playground. It seemed that it was already after the second class in the morning. Go out and take a look. Gao Yang put on his helmet. If you meet anyone, just say you are looking for a toilet. The five of them prepared, walked out of the construction site, and headed towards the playground. As expected, they met a teacher, but he was in a hurry and absent-minded. When he passed by, he didn't care about Gao Yang and his group at all. Soon, the five of them came to the tree-lined avenue, and through the gaps between the lush branches, they could see the whole picture of the playground. More than 1,000 students, wearing blue and white school uniforms, lined up in an orderly manner on the playground, doing radio gymnastics. The students in the front row were close to the teacher and danced very seriously, while the students in the back row were sparse, and their hands and feet swung a few times casually, and they couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. There was a leader standing on the flag-raising platform, wearing a school uniform. Gao Yang felt vaguely familiar with him, because he was too far away and couldn't see his face. Manshi had the best eyesight, and he frowned slightly. That leader seems to be Niu Xian. When this was said, everyone was shocked. What are you doing here? A voice sounded. The five people turned around immediately, and it turned out to be the teacher Tan from the morning. He was still wearing a sports suit, and a whistle hung on his chest. He should be a physical education teacher. Where is the toilet? Hui Xiong asked in a rough voice. Isn't it in the auditorium? Teacher Tan frowned. Yes, I can't find it. Hui Xiong said confidently. Then go to the teaching building, hurry up, otherwise the students will be dismissed. Teacher Tan didn't suspect anything, waved his hand and left. Hui Xiong turned around and exchanged glances with everyone, and immediately walked towards the teaching building. In this way, the five people just went around the side of the playground, and were half the distance away from the flag-raising platform. Everyone's pace quickened, and their faces became heavier. Hui Xiong stopped and took a breath. He was sure, yes, the student leading the exercise is Niu Xian. Everyone saw it clearly, and their faces were very ugly. Isn't he dead? Shiran's voice was a little tense. We saw it with our own eyes. Although Gao Yang couldn't accept it, he had already come to a conclusion. This person is not Niu Xian, but Niu Xian's previous life, Li Zhuanghu. There really is a previous life. Hui Xiong was very surprised. This is a bit creepy. Lao Qiao's voice trembled a little. This is not the place to talk, go back first. Gao Yang also felt creepy, and felt an indescribable weirdness. The five people did not go to the toilet, and returned to the construction site of the indoor basketball court before the break ended. It's really weird. As soon as he entered the room, Hui Xiong took off his helmet that didn't fit him, and threw it on the table. The others were silent with different expressions, and their eyes turned to Gao Yang. Gao Yang complained, Don't look at me for everything, I'm not an encyclopedia. Captain, what do you think? Shiran looked eager, hoping that Gao Yang could give a reasonable explanation. What do you think? Gao Yang decided to throw the question to everyone first, and this trick was also learned from Dou Hu. Hui Xiong touched his bearded chin and pretended to analyze. First of all, this person must be Li Zhuanghu 18 years ago. But he looks exactly like Niu Xian. So what does this mean? This means that there must be 1,000 connections between them. Talking nonsense doesn't make you look smarter. Manshi looked disdainful. Sarcastic remarks don't make you look smarter. Hui Xiong glared at Manshi. Stop arguing. Come on, drink some water. Lao Qiao took out a few bottles of mineral water from the supply bag and threw them to the people around him. Everyone was indeed thirsty and drank water. Shiran took a sip, screwed the lid on, and looked at the water bottles in Manshi and Hui Xiong's hands unintentionally. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah! Everyone was startled and looked over. Shiran pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose excitedly. Is it possible? Liz Wanggu and Yo Xian are actually from the same place? Gao Yang looked at Shiran in surprise. In fact, he was also thinking in this direction. He nodded and motioned Shiran to continue. I mean, just like these 2 bottles of mineral water, they all come from the same mineral water processing plant, so they have a lot in common, and they are even exactly the same. Yes. Hui Xiong, who was sitting on the brick, slapped his thigh. What did Niu Xian shout when he was hanging in the air? Mom. Gao Yang said. Yes, Mom, I'm back, take me away, don't abandon me. Hui Xiong repeated Niu Xian's words, and he slapped his thigh excitedly again. What does this mean? What does this mean, brothers? This means that they may all be born from the same mother. This sentence seems like nonsense, but it is not. Everyone vaguely felt the truth hidden behind it, although it was still vague, but there were already clues. Gao Yang looked at everyone. I try to summarize it. Everyone looked over. Gao Yang focused slightly. What we know now is that beasts do not have human reproductive systems. That is, beasts cannot reproduce. At least, beasts do not reproduce in the way we humans do. But where do beasts come from? Are they really mass-produced in factories? Obviously not. So is there a possibility that beasts are collectively reproduced? Gao Yang paused. Just like the Zerg in the game, they have a queen who is responsible for laying eggs, which will mass-produce and hatch worms. Isn't this a bee? Shiran interrupted. Queen bees, drones, worker bees, everyone has their own duties, and their thoughts are highly unified. This conjecture has been proposed by someone, but it cannot be confirmed. Manshi said. I tend to believe this conjecture now. Gao Yang said, however, beasts are definitely not in the same dimension as bees. Let's assume that there are beast kings among beasts, who are responsible for producing beasts. These produced beasts are fundamentally different from us humans. Every life of us humans is an independent individual. But these beasts are more like replicas in a sense. There are about 4.5 million beasts on all the isolated islands in the foggy world. Let's assume that these beasts are all produced by the Beast King, and the maximum number of types it can produce is 4.5 million. Gao Yang waited for a while to make sure everyone followed his train of thought. But we know that beasts are dying and consuming every day, and the Beast King must continue to produce new beasts to fill this world and maintain the basic operation of society. We have already assumed that the number of types that the Beast King can produce is 4.5 million, which may lead to a situation. A faint light flashed in Man's eyes, and he had figured it out. Beasts will repeat. Chapter 182. Yes. Gao Yang picked up his bottle of mineral water. This is Liz Wang Lake 18 years ago. If it is numbered 540-0000, under normal circumstances, before the beast numbered 540-0000 dies, the Beast King will not repeat the production of a beast numbered 540-0000 and put it into this world, because 2 people, who are not related by blood, but are exactly the same, 1 or 2 pairs is acceptable, but if there are more pairs, it will undoubtedly become a bug in the surface society. But? Shiran added excitedly. When the beast numbered 540-0000 is locked in this special space and isolated by Songdao, then the Beast King will not have to worry about producing another beast numbered 540-0000 and putting it on the isolated island in the foggy world to maintain the operation of this surface society. Yes. Gao Yang snatched the mineral water from Shiran's hand and raised 2 bottles of mineral water. These 2 beasts with the same number are like clones of the same model. According to the Beast King, the will of the rune will not allow 2 identical clones to appear in the same space and time. But Niu Xian came to 11, and under the interference of the rune power, he felt another self named Li Zhuanghu imprisoned in the rune cave, and shared memories. But he couldn't understand why there were 2 of him, so he thought that Li Zhuanghu 18 years ago was his previous life. Gao Yang was a little excited. He looked at everyone. Let's think back to the way Niu Xian looked in the auditorium at that time. He seemed crazy. He seemed to care about nothing, and had a tendency to self-destruction. Because he figured out what he is, and where he came from. Manshi nodded expressionlessly. He is very disappointed with himself, and feels that he is just an insignificant clone. It is very likely. Gao Yang agreed. He shouted Mom, so he must want to go back. Go back for what? Hui Xiong didn't quite understand. Who cares if he is a human, an animal, a bug or a bee? In my opinion, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Re-educate? Shiran proposed an idea. Everyone was slightly surprised. Shiran continued. Is there a possibility that not all beasts are clones, maybe only the lost ones are so low level? So Niu Xian wants to reincarnate again, return to the body of the Beast King, and be a delusion beast, a living beast, a dead beast, or at least a furious beast or a greedy beast. That's right, people are divided into different levels, and beasts must also be divided into different levels. Who doesn't want to reincarnate into a good one? Lao Qiao was also a little excited. I hope I will be tall, rich and handsome in my next life. Yeah, Gao Yang said. This also explains why lower-level beasts lose their emotions and reason once they become beasts. But the higher-level beasts have more sound emotions and reason, and are more like us humans, because the lost are the lowest in products. After this inference, Gao Yang's mouth was dry. He unscrewed the mineral water bottle and drank another big sip of water. She ran? I didn't expect you to think so quickly. Hui Xiong patted Shi Ran's thin shoulders. No. Shi Ran was flattered and smiled modestly. I usually like to chat with Ronnie about some worldview speculations, and this happened to be the topic that caught my attention. Don't be too happy, everything is just our guess. Gao Yang poured a bucket of cold water appropriately, and even if we figure this out, it won't help us at the moment. Manshi nodded. I'm more concerned about how to find the rune and the exit. We can only wait and see what Xiongya has gained. Hui Xiong sighed. At noon, 5 construction workers went to the cafeteria to eat. They took the same plate and came to the window to serve food. They ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup and served rice together. They sat down at a table in the corner of the cafeteria. Several people didn't eat. First, they were not hungry. Everyone had already replenished their food before. Second, they didn't dare to eat. After all, Gao Yang still remembered that Wang Zikai vomited a bunch of worms at the end of the meal, and told the people around him. They came to the cafeteria mainly to find their target, Liz Wang Lake. In any case, they entered the Fu Cave through Niu Xian's sacrifice. Then, as Niu Xian's previous life, Li Zhuanghu is obviously the key person they want to investigate. Several people covered each other, pretending to eat, but actually throwing the food into the trash can under the table 1 spoonful at a time. After almost finishing the meal, the 5 people pretended to chat while searching for Li Zhuanghu in the cafeteria. There was an endless stream of students in the cafeteria, noisy, all in groups of 3 or 5, and no one sat at their table. He's here. Manshi was the first to discover Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang looked up, and Li Zhuanghu appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria wearing thick myopic glasses and a school uniform that didn't fit him well. He looked exactly like Niu Xian, but his temperament was completely different. He lowered his head and hunched his back, looking timid and introverted. He walked silently through the bustling crowd like a transparent person. He held an aluminum plate in his hand, went to the window to get 2 vegetarian dishes, and walked silently to a table in the corner. He had just taken a few steps when he was pushed from behind by a hedgehog-headed boy. Bang! Li Zhuanghu fell flat on his face with the plate. Hey, isn't this the leader? Are you okay? You are so careless when you walk. The hedgehog-headed boy and several other boys came forward and pretended to help Li Zhuanghu up. No, it's okay. Li Zhuanghu hurriedly picked up his glasses on the ground and put them on, and buried his head in cleaning the plate. Look, such good food is wasted. Every grain is hard-earned, and we can't waste food. The hedgehog-headed boy grabbed a ball of rice soaked in soup on the ground and smeared it on Li Zhuanghu's face. Eat it quickly. Eat it while it's hot, ha. Ahem. Li Zhuanghu closed his mouth tightly and shook his head to resist. Hedgehog Head suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes and stuffed rice into his mouth desperately. If I tell you to eat, then give it to me. Uh-huh. Cough cough. Li Zhuanghu spat out a mouthful of rice and lay on the ground coughing non-stop. Hedgehog Head got even more excited. He grabbed Li Zhuanghu's hair and pushed him to the ground with an even more arrogant attitude. Eat. I told you to eat, can't you hear me? Stop it. Teacher Tan in sportswear appeared. What are you doing? Hedgehog Head quickly let go of Li Zhuanghu and showed a fake smile. Teacher, Li Zhuanghu fell down. We are helping him up. Hedgehog Head said and pulled Li Zhuanghu up. Li Zhuanghu, is that right? Yes, I accidentally fell down. Li Zhuanghu lowered his head, trembling, and did not dare to look at Hedgehog Head. You Pengyang, this is a school. Do you still have teachers in your eyes? If you keep making trouble, I will call your parents. Teacher Tan is just a physical education teacher. He knows that Yu Pengyang has a background, so he dare not offend him, and can only use his father to suppress him. Teacher, I was wrong. The hedgehog-headed man named Yu Pengyang was reluctant to give in. He turned around and looked at Li Zhuanghu, smiling coldly. Don't fall down next time. Yu Pengyang said, and walked away with the 2 boys. Asshole. If it were any other time, I would teach him a lesson. Hui Xiong's fists were hardened. Too much. Shi Ran was also very angry. This is bullying. The teacher doesn't care? If they really want to bully you, there are many insidious tricks. The teacher can control the open, but not the secret. Lao Qiao shook his head and sighed. It's very difficult. Gao Yang sympathized with Li Zhuanghu very much, and at the same time he was also very emotional. Li Zhuanghu in this life was the bullied, and Yo Xian in the next life became the bully. Is this the so-called cause and effect? The intercom hidden in the pocket received a signal. Gao Yang immediately gave a wink. Cover. Others immediately came over, and surrounded Gao Yang in the middle. Gao Yang quietly pressed the intercom and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" "There is a clue. Let's talk face to face." Johan's voice came from the intercom. Chapter 183. Gao Yang and his group quickly left the cafeteria and returned to the construction site of the indoor basketball court. It was soon time for a nap. There was no one outside the school, so Gao Yang asked He Kei, Ken Tu, Ronnie, and Xiao Yi, who were hiding in the back mountain, to come over. After a while, Xiang Dai, Johan, and Lian also came quietly, and the 12 people gathered. "You three are too slow." Hui Xiong was a little impatient. "We were looking for Li Zhuanghu, but we couldn't find him," Johan said. "What a coincidence, we ran into him in the cafeteria at noon." Hui Xiong briefly told the story of Li Zhuanghu being bullied. "Where is he now?" Johan asked. "I don't know. He looked like he should have gone back to the dormitory to change clothes, right?" Hui Xiong shrugged. "We are 5 construction workers, and we can't chase him. We looked for a long time, but we couldn't find him." Xiangye said confidently, "What happened in number 11 middle school 18 years ago must be related to Li Zhuanghu." Gao Yang was not surprised by this, and it was expected. He asked, "What clues are you talking about?" Xiangye briefly talked about the 3 of them meeting Xiang Shaoqin. This Xiang Shaoqin is Li Zhuanghu's classmate. Class 2, grade 3? Gao Yang immediately remembered the most famous haunted classroom in number 11. "Yes." Xiangye nodded and smiled bitterly. Originally, the person who was bullied the most in the class was Xiang Shaoqin. Everyone was slightly surprised. This was unexpected. Xiangye bit her lip lightly. "This matter is a bit complicated. I will try to keep it simple. Li Zhuanghu and Xiang Shaoqin from class 2, grade 3 have the best grades, often taking first and second place. There is also a girl in the class who is very beautiful. Let's call her the class flower. This class beauty is very vain. She forced Xiang Shaoqin to help her cheat in the final exam. As a result, she was discovered by the teacher. The class beauty refused to admit it. Xiang Shaoqin was very scared and told the truth under the teacher's questioning. In fact, this class beauty had committed many crimes before. The school could no longer tolerate her and forced her to transfer. Unfortunately, Yu Pengyang in the class has always had a crush on the class beauty. This directly angered you. You began to bully Xiang Shaoqin. The most serious time was when several boys dragged Xiang Shaoqin to the rooftop and wanted to take indecent photos of her with a film camera. Beast. Hui Xiong cursed viciously. Xiangye said with some sympathy. Li Zhuanghu happened to see this. Li Zhuanghu usually doesn't care about the outside world and only reads textbooks. He is nicknamed Nerd Leader. Although he is not likable, he has no enemies. If Li Zhuanghu had turned a blind eye that day, he could have escaped the disaster, but he stood up and stopped Yu Pengyang. So, Yu Pengyang pointed the finger at Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang said. Yes, then there was all kinds of bullying. Anyway, as long as the teacher couldn't see, Yu Pengyang would beat Li Zhuanghu to death. Xiangye sighed. Li Zhuanghu is famous for his patience. He originally thought that as long as he could endure until the end of the college entrance examination, he would be fine after graduation. But Yu Pengyang didn't intend to let him go. Yu Pengyang threatened that he would never be able to pass the college entrance examination. He bullied him even more, and even sneaked into his dormitory in the middle of the night to humiliate him. Li Zhuanghu couldn't sleep well, and his grades were also declining. It's too hateful. Cantu couldn't listen anymore, and his little face turned red with anger. Xiangye nodded and said, for Li Zhuanghu, getting into a good university is his only hope for a poor family. If this hope is shattered, Li Zhuanghu doesn't want to live at all. Xiang Shaoqin saw all these things. She reported them to the teacher, but the teacher didn't think it was that serious and just criticized Yu Pengyang verbally. A few days ago, Xiang Shaoqin ran into Li Zhuanghu on the rooftop. He was in a trance, and seemed to be planning to jump off the building. If she hadn't stopped him in time, Li Zhuanghu might have committed suicide. After listening, Everyone fell into a brief silence. Johan thought of something and added, "When we chased to the rooftop, we found something." Xiangye continued, "Captain Chiang, do you remember the message wall on the rooftop reservoir when we investigated at number 11 middle school last night? There was a very eye-catching message on it." "I remember," Gao Yang said. "When we rushed over today, the message hadn't appeared yet," Johan said. Gao Yang was startled, and immediately thought of the message, and said, "I wait for you in hell." Xiangye nodded. "We asked Xiang Shaoqin to steal Li Zhuanghu's homework book for us." Xiangye took out a torn homework and handed it to Gao Yang. "Look, does this handwriting look like the handwriting on the message wall?" Gao Yang tried to recall the words on the message wall at that time, and compared them with the words on the homework paper, frowning slightly. He told the truth. "I don't remember it clearly, but it feels a bit similar." "We think so too." Xiangye first glanced at Johan, then looked at everyone. "My conclusion is, Li Zhuanghu was the protagonist of what happened in number 11 middle school that year. He must have used the rune circuit to do some extreme things, causing very serious consequences, causing Song Dao to punish the entire number 11 middle school and turn number 11 middle school into the second Gujia village." Gao Yang nodded. "At present, this inference is the most reasonable." Zzz beep. The intercom in Johan's hand suddenly sounded. "Who?" Gao Yang immediately became alert. Everyone was also surprised. 12 people were here. Who else could have an intercom? "Don't panic," Xiangye hurriedly explained. "I gave Xiang Shaoqin an intercom and asked her to be our insider." "You are too risky." Hui Xiong was a little surprised. "She is a beast. What if she is playing tricks on us?" "If she is really a beast, she would have attacked us long ago." Johan didn't care and gave the intercom to Xiangye. Hui Xiong stopped talking. "Hello?" Xiangye's voice was gentle. "Xiang Shaoqin? Sister Xianghong, just finished lunch break, I'm in the toilet." The voice on the other end was very anxious. "Speak slowly," Xiangye soothed. "Li Zhuanghu didn't return to the classroom. I asked my classmates, but no one knew where he went. And Yu Pengyang? They were not in the classroom either, and the teacher couldn't find them. I won't say anything if someone comes, beep." The intercom signal was cut off. Xiangye held the intercom, undecided for a moment. "It feels like something is going to happen." Hui Xiong crossed his arms, his face heavy. Everyone felt the same way. Li Zhuanghu and Yu Pengliang must still be in school. "This is Fudong. They can't run away," Manchi said. "But it's not convenient for us to run around now. There's no reason for a few construction workers to wander around the school." Gao Yang looked at Xiangye. "What about you guys?" Xiangye shook her head. "After a whole morning of trouble, the school is very dissatisfied with us. If we show up again now, I'm afraid they will chase us away." Hey, I want to answer first." The Ken who was listening and suddenly raised his hand excitedly. "I have an idea." "What is it?" He. Ken looked at Gao Yang with a sly smile. Chapter 184. "Captain." Cantu stretched out his hand and poked Gao Yang's chest with his finger. "You are the only one here who looks the most like a high school student." Gao Yang complained in his heart. "You are so smart. You didn't say I was a high school student." "Cantu, you want," Hui Xiong smiled playfully, "to let the captain pretend to be a high school student and go out to find Lizhuang Lake?" "Yes," Cantu said. "Even if someone sees us, no one will suspect it. It's reasonable for a high school student to appear in school, right?" Shi Ran also laughed. "It feels like a good idea." "Good for you. I am acting alone, and I am a useless person with no talent. I feel very insecure, okay?" As the captain, Gao Yang naturally couldn't say such words. He waited again, and it seemed that this was really the only way. Soon he had another question. "It's okay, but I don't have a school uniform." "This is easy." Manchi stood at the door. "Just find someone to borrow a set." Gao Yang and Johan walked to the door and looked out. At the door of a nearby store, several boys were standing, holding drinks, and one holding a basketball. Soon, the familiar bell for class rang. Those boys did not go to the teaching building, but walked in the opposite direction. "They are going to the playground, probably for physical education class," Gao Yang said. "I lead one over," Xiangye said, flicking her hair and walked out quickly. After a while, Xiangye caught up with a lone male classmate at the corner of the boulevard. The two talked for a few words, and Xiangye looked anxious, pointing to the construction site of the indoor basketball court. The male classmate nodded and followed Xiangye to this side. "Hurry! Hide!" Everyone hid. After a while, Xiangye led the boy to the indoor basketball court building. Thank you so much. This favor is really only you can help me. Xiangge smiled. It's okay, sister. Tell me, what do you want to do? The male high school student looked eager to try, and he was honored to be able to help the beautiful sister. I want to take off your clothes. Xiangge still smiled. Ah? The male high school student was stunned, and for a moment he didn't react whether it was a joke or driving. This is not good. The boy blushed. Xiangge smiled and clapped her hands, and at a moment, more than a dozen people stood out from behind various obstacles and surrounded the boy tightly. You, who are you? The boy finally realized that something was wrong. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, little brother. Hui Xiong crossed his hands and smiled evilly. Uncle is not a bad person. Come, take off your clothes immediately. No, uncle, don't. The following scene was too messy. Gao Yang couldn't bear to watch it. Soon, everyone took off the boy's school uniform, tied him up with ropes on the construction site, gagged him, and locked him in the utility room. Gao Yang changed into school uniform and washed the dirt on his face with mineral water. Haha, it's really good. It's just like a real high school student. Cantu was overjoyed. Ahem. Gao Yang glared at her and took the walkie-talkie handed over by Hui Xiong. I'm going to find Li Zhuanghu. You wait for my news. Captain, be careful on the road. Shiren said. Gao Yang nodded, hid the walkie-talkie in his pocket, and walked out of the construction site. As Gao Yang crossed the tree-lined avenue, a man came towards him. It was the head teacher Dai Xiaojun. Stop! Dai Xiaojun shouted. Gao Yang stopped immediately. Which class? What's your name? Li Huaxiu, Class 1, Grade 2. Gao Yang answered immediately, with the school badge of that poor high school boy on his chest. What are you doing here during class time? Dai Xiaojun said sternly. I'm in physical education class. Gao Yang answered. Physical education class is not for being lazy. You have to exercise well. Dai Xiaojun shouted. Hurry up and gather at the playground. Yes. Gao Yang hurriedly walked towards the playground. After walking a few steps, he confirmed that Dai Xiaojun did not look back, and immediately turned and walked towards the teaching building. Where would Li Zhuanghu be? Generally speaking, there are only a few places in school where people can hide, such as the rooftop, toilet, and dormitory. Gao Yang entered the teaching building and ran up the stairs to the rooftop, but did not see Li Zhuanghu. He started from the 5th floor and checked the men's toilets floor by floor, but still did not see Li Zhuanghu. Then the only thing left was the dormitory. Gao Yang carefully took a detour and came to the boys' dormitory. During class time, the iron door of the dormitory was closed, but it was easy to climb over the iron door. Even if he lost his talent, Gao Yang could climb over it easily. Generally speaking, the higher the grade, the lower the floor of the dormitory. Gao Yang guessed that Li Zhuanghu's dormitory should be on the 1st or 2nd floor. Gao Yang started to check the dormitory from left to right. The dormitory door was closed, but the situation inside could be seen through the window. It was a very ordinary dormitory, with 6 double beds and 12 people living in it. It was a long way from the beginning to the end, with a sink and toilet at the end. It didn't take Gao Yang a few minutes to finish checking the dormitories on the 1st floor. Gao Yang went up to the 2nd floor and continued to check. Unexpectedly, the door of the 1st dormitory was ajar and not locked. Gao Yang was just wondering when he heard a voice from the corridor behind him. Gao Yang was startled and didn't have time to think about it. He pushed open the dormitory door and went in. Gao Yang closed the door gently, thinking he had escaped. A voice came from outside the door again. Brother Yu, the door is not locked. Li Zhuanghu must be hiding in the dormitory. Gao Yang's heart sank. No way, this is too unlucky. Bang! 2 seconds later, Yu Pengyang kicked the dormitory door open. The dormitory was empty. At the critical moment, Gao Yang had already crawled under the bed. Gao Yang saw 3 pairs of feet wearing sneakers. One pair of feet wearing red sneakers quickly rushed to the sink at the end and kicked the toilet door sideways. Oh, they are not in the dormitory. The pair of feet wearing red sneakers came back from the toilet and sat down on the bed above Gao Yang's head. Where did that kid go? Did he run out of school? Impossible. If that kid dares to skip school, he will be punished. How dare he? He is the only hope of their village, and he has to go to a prestigious university. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What should we do then? Just wait. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. I don't believe he won't come back to the dormitory today. Hey, did you bring poker? The legs in the red sneakers began to tremble. I brought it. Come on, let's play cards. 3 pairs of feet were busy in the dormitory for a while, and found a small folding table. Puff. The owner of the red sneakers sat down on Gao Yang's bed again, and the bed immediately sank, almost hitting Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang took a deep breath, quietly reached for the intercom, and turned off the communication to prevent a sudden sound from the other side from exposing himself. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Someone played a card. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. 8 to 9. Hey, do you think Li Zhuanghu fell in love with that ugly guy? No, you mean Xiang Shaoqin? Don't mention it, they are really a perfect match. One is ugly, the other is rustic, a perfect match. Ha ha, brother you are too mean. Brother you, if we treat him like this, will he be desperate? What? Are you still afraid of that coward? Not really, but don't you think that coward has been a little strange in the past few days? Gao Yang concentrated slightly. Could it be a clue? Chapter 185. Creaky. Gao Yang's mattress sank again, and Gao Yang immediately had a bad feeling and held his breath. Li Chaoqiang. Did you fart? Yu Pengyang, who was sitting on Gao Yang's bed, suddenly cried out to stop the thief. Fuck. This kid really farted. It's really a tiger in a plane being bullied by a dog. Although I have experienced all kinds of dangers along the way, this kind of grievance is really the first time I have suffered. I really didn't expect it. I didn't fart. Was it Feng Ji who farted? I didn't. I think it was you who farted. It smelled like onions. The onion scrambled eggs you had for lunch today. Okay, let's talk about business. What's wrong with Li Zhuanghu? Yu Pengyang asked. It's just that boy's eyes that have become fiercer. Oh, why didn't I feel that? In the past, when we bullied him, he didn't dare to look at us. Did you notice this afternoon that he looked at us with a look of resentment? So what? A coward like him can only think about it. He wouldn't dare to resist even if he had 100 courage. Brother you, in fact, I also heard from Zhang Bei. He said that a few days ago, in the middle of the night, Li Zhuanghu didn't sleep in the dormitory. He was lying in the quilt and talking to himself, as if he was talking to someone. You say, in the middle of summer, he was still covered with a quilt. Isn't this a disease? Is it true? It's true. Zhang Bei saw it with his own eyes. He said that something was glowing in Li Zhuanghu's quilt. Flashlight? No, it was a blood-red light flickering. Zhang Bei shouted, and then the light in the quilt disappeared. Li Zhuanghu hurriedly hid something in his clothes. His expression at that time was like he was possessed by evil spirits. What is so precious? Gao Yang was shocked. Could it be a rune circuit? Could it be hidden in the dormitory? Find it for me. Okay. I look for it on the bed, you two. Go look in the cabinets and the toilet. 3 pairs of legs immediately stood up and began to walk around. Gao Yang only felt that the bed above his head was shaking, probably because they were lifting the sheets. Oh no! He would be exposed soon, and they would definitely look under the bed. Gao Yang's brain was working fast. He was just an ordinary person now, and although he had exercised recently, he might not be able to win if he fought 3 people alone. Lie and say that he went to the wrong dormitory. They probably wouldn't believe it, and with Yu Penliang's character, he might not let it go. Maybe he would catch him as a thief, which would make things more complicated. He could only run away. Gao Yang took a deep breath and decided to crawl out on his own initiative to catch them off guard, then covered his face and ran out of the dormitory. Brother Yu. Old Sun seems to be here to check the room. Quick, close the door and hide in the toilet. The 3 pairs of legs hurriedly cleaned up the scene and ran quickly towards the toilet. After a while, the dormitory supervisor passed by the dormitory door. He casually looked into the window and left. 2 minutes later, the 3 pairs of legs walked out of the toilet and had forgotten about looking for things. It was really dangerous. I was almost caught by Old Sun. What are you afraid of? What can he do to us? Brother Yu, I'm not afraid of him, but I'm afraid of my dad. If he calls my dad again this month, I will be beaten to death by him. The 3 chatted for a while, sat down again, and started playing cards again. Gao Yang under the bed breathed a sigh of relief. It was really full of twists and turns. The next thing was boring and tormenting. The 3 boys chatted and boasted, and Gao Yang almost fell asleep. Gao Yang didn't remember how many times the bell rang. Anyway, it was a long time, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. The afternoon class was over, and some students returned to the dormitory. Brother Yu. A boy greeted Yu Pengliang and the other 2. Zhang Bei, have you seen Lizhuang Lake? No, he disappeared at noon. Where did this coward go? Zhang Bei, go and get us 3 meals. We wait for him here today. Oh, okay. Zhang Bei left. 10 minutes later, Zhang Bei brought up 3 meals. Yu Pengyang and the other 2 ate and continued to play cards. The others in the dormitory went to evening self-study again. The sky outside the window was completely dark, and Gao Yang became impatient. He kept looking for a chance to leave, but there was no chance. No, I can't waste time like this. Besides, Yu Pengyang just had dinner, so he might fart again. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Gao Yang made up his mind and decided to crawl out from under the bed first. Creak. Just then, the door opened. 3 pairs of legs stood up immediately. There was a boy standing outside the door. From Gao Yang's perspective, he could only see a pair of legs. Uh-huh. Yu Pengyang shouted excitedly. Li Zhuanghu, you finally showed up. What? Where did you hide this afternoon? Li Zhuanghu didn't say anything and stood at the door, seemingly silent. Bang! Yu Pengyang kicked over the card table. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Yu Pengyang. Li Zhuanghu's voice sounded very calm, a strange calm. Can you let me go? Let you go? Yu Pengyang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Don't even think about it in your life. I'm going to kill you. Don't you want to go to college? No way. As long as I'm here, don't even think about studying hard. You just have to wait to collect garbage in the future. Gao Yang clenched his fists. This Yu Pengyang is really a piece of shit. A beast doesn't learn the goodness of humans, but learns the evil of humans. It's really evil to the core. Li Zhuanghu didn't say anything else. Come here. Yu Pengyang walked over quickly. Although Gao Yang could only see his legs, he roughly judged that Yu Pengyang should have grabbed Li Zhuanghu's hair. See if I can't kill you. Don't touch me. Li Zhuanghu roared and pushed Yu Pengyang away. Yu Pengyang stumbled and fell on the bed, which sank hard and almost broke. Gao Yang, who was hiding under the bed, was also startled. You dare to fight back? I kill you. Yu Pengyang jumped up from the bed and rushed towards Li Zhuanghu. Li Zhuanghu turned and ran. Chase! Chase for me! I'm going to destroy him today! Yu Pengyang shouted and chased him out. The remaining 2 people were stunned for 2 seconds and followed him out of the dormitory. Gao Yang immediately crawled out from under the bed and chased out of the dormitory. He came to the corridor and looked down. 3 figures were already chasing Li Zhuanghu towards the teaching building. Gao Yang ran downstairs and turned on the intercom. I found Li Zhuanghu and went to the teaching building. What's the situation? Johan's voice. He was bullied by Yu Pengyang and his emotions are a little out of control now. Gao Yang replied, but there was actually another sentence that Gao Yang didn't say. He had a hunch that something might happen. It was the first evening self-study session. The teaching building was very quiet, and every classroom was lit. Gao Yang chased the 4 people, ran to the stairs, and then climbed to the rooftop in one breath. Gao Yang didn't care about that anymore. He pushed open the iron door of the rooftop. The scene in front of him made Gao Yang stunned. A person was lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 186. The person lying on the ground was Yu Pengyang. His face was full of fear. He covered his neck with both hands, but blood continued to flow out from his fingers. He wanted to speak, but his mouth could not make any sound. He could only make a sound of leaking air, and blood gurgled out from the corners of his mouth. Soon, his head tilted, his hands fell down, and he stopped moving. Murder! Murder! Help! Help! The other 2 people were so scared that their legs were weak. They sat on the ground and rolled and crawled back. They stood up after a long time, rushed into the iron gate of the rooftop, and ran downstairs. Gao Yang's scalp was numb. On the edge of the guardrail of the rooftop, there was a figure standing. It was Li Zhuanghu. He was holding a piece of something in his hand, which was flashing a strange red light. His face was very complicated, with fear, anger, and confusion. His mouth and chin were full of blood, but it didn't seem to be his own. Gao Yang immediately realized that Li Zhuanghu had just bit off Yu Pengyang's neck. Li Zhuanghu looked at Gao Yang. No, it wasn't me. He was the first to do it. He forced me. I was defending myself. I was defending myself. Li Zhuanghu. Gao Yang raised his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. He slowly approached Li Zhuanghu. Calm down first. The thing in your hand is very dangerous. Listen to me. Throw it away quickly. No. Li Zhuanghu trembled all over, and he suddenly shouted, It's all his fault. It's all his fault. At this time, the thing in Li Zhuanghu's hand flashed a strong red light. The red light began to leak out strange red energy, which spread along Li Zhuanghu's hands like tiny veins and quickly spread to his upper body. Li Zhuanghu's eyes began to become empty, and at the same time, they emitted a strange dark red light. Gao Yang's heart tightened. There was no mistake. It was definitely a rune circuit. Li Xuanhu. Throw that thing away. Gao Yang was anxious, but he didn't dare to get close, for fear of angering the other party. Don't come over. After Li Xuanhu flipped over the iron guardrail, he grabbed the guardrail with one hand, and the rune with the other hand, his body hanging diagonally in the air, and he could fall at any time. Don't be impulsive, I won't come over. Gao Yang promised loudly. I'm here to help you, you must stay calm. Help me? How can I help? I just killed someone, I killed him. Li Xuanhu's rationality seemed to return a little, and the red light in his eyes was fading. No, they started it first. You were acting in self-defense. Gao Yang soothed him softly. It's okay. I saw it all. I can testify for you. You will be fine. No, no. Li Xuanhu shook his head in despair. I will be caught. I will go to jail. It's over. It's all over. I can't get into college. I'm sorry to my mother. My life has no hope. Li Xuanhu, don't think so. Shut up. Li Xuanhu suddenly shouted, his eyes glowing with anger again. It's all your fault. Why? Why is this happening? I obviously did nothing wrong. I worked so hard. So hard. I just want to get into a good university, find a good job, and let my mother live a better life. Why won't you let me go? Why? Why does fate treat me like this? Gao Yang was stunned. At this moment, even if the person standing opposite was just a beast imprisoned by Songdao, he still felt extremely sympathetic and heartbroken. Yes, he did nothing wrong. Why did the ending turn out like this? Li Xuanhu, you are right. Gao Yang said, they are the ones who deserve to die. Calm down. You still have a long life ahead of you. Don't commit suicide. Yes. Li Xuanhu looked at Gao Yang, with a cold smile on his face. It is this world that deserves to die. Li Xuanhu let go. Don't. Gao Yang shouted and rushed forward, but was still a step too slow. Li Xuanhu fell from the building. Gao Yang only heard a muffled bang, and when he poked his head out of the guardrail, Li Xuanhu had already fallen on the cement road under the teaching building. A pool of blood flowed from the back of his head, and he was still holding the rune circuit tightly in his hand, with red light flashing. Ah! A scream broke out in the teaching building. Someone jumped off the building. He jumped off the building. For a moment, all the students who were still in evening self-study ran out of the classroom, squeezed into the corridor, and looked downstairs. The students in the classroom on the first floor ran out of the classroom, and came to the road, surrounding Li Xuanhu's body. Gao Yang's scalp tingled. Without giving him time to think, Gao Yang turned and ran downstairs. Along the way, the intercom rang. Xiang. How are you doing? Jiuhan's voice. Li Xuanhu jumped off the building. Right in front of the teaching building. Come quickly. Gao Yang ran downstairs and shouted into the intercom. He has a rune in his hand. We must get it. In less than a minute, Gao Yang arrived at the bottom of the teaching building. Li Xuanhu was surrounded by students and teachers. Captain! Gao Yang turned around, and the 4th and 5th groups had already rushed over. Jiuhan, Huixiong and Manshi rushed to the front. They exchanged glances with Gao Yang, looked at the crowd again, and guessed roughly. Huixiong, do you have your police ID with you? Gao Yang asked. With you. Very good, we will say that we are the police. We have received a call and rushed here, and now we need to control the scene. Gao Yang said. No problem. Huixiong took out his police ID from his trouser pocket. Gao Yang, Huixiong, Jiuhan, and Manshi immediately walked towards the crowd. Just as Huixiong was about to speak, screams broke out again in the crowd. Ah, he is dead. Help. Don't touch me. Ah. Catch him. Catch him quickly. He is crazy. Run. The crowd became chaotic and seemed to be in chaos. The chaos did not last long, and the onlookers scattered in all directions in fear. What happened? Jiuhan looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head, but he instinctively stopped Huixiong and Manshi. Wait a minute, something is wrong. In less than 10 seconds, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. There were more than 10 bodies lying on the cement road, boys, girls, and teachers. All of them had bite wounds. Most of them were on the neck, just like Yupunyan at that time, gurgling blood. Li Xuanhu's body was covered with tiny red veins. His eyes flashed with strange red light. He fell on the body of a male teacher, and was frantically biting his face. Gao Yang recognized that the victim was the physical education teacher named Tan. Fuck. Huixiong cursed. Other members also arrived one after another. Captain! We come to support. Ken shouted excitedly, but was immediately stopped by Gao Yang and covered his mouth. Too late, this sound attracted Li Zhuanghu's attention. His eyes flashed red, but he was actually blind, but his ears were extremely sharp. He tilted his head, his whole body made a crisp cuckoo sound, and the whole person stood up in a stiff, twisted and deformed posture. His chest, the heart protruded outward, and a huge tumor-like object mutated and proliferated, and the rune circuit flashing red light could be vaguely seen inside. Roar! Li Zhuanghu roared in the direction of Gao Yang and his group. At the same time, the corpses around him seemed to have received some kind of call, and stood up cuckoo. Everyone's face was pale and silent. At this moment, everyone clearly thought of the same creature, which was the creature they often saw in horror movies and games. Zombies. Li Zhuanghu stood still, but the other corpses rushed towards them. Their movements looked so stiff and weird, but their speed was very agile, not inferior to normal people at all, and their strength was probably only greater than that of normal people. And now Group 4 and Group 5, whose talents were sealed and unarmed, were just 12 ordinary people, and they could never cope with this situation. Run! Gao Yang made a prompt decision, run. Chapter 187. The 12 people turned around and ran without hesitation. Where are you going? Hui Xiong shouted as he ran. Back to the construction site. Jiu Han made a decision. The open-air basketball court behind the auditorium is less crowded and easier to hide. Besides, everyone's equipment and supplies are there. Let's go there first to stabilize the situation. Everyone had no objection to this. But at this time, Manshi, who was running in the front, suddenly stopped. I can't get through. In front, a group of zombies chased a few students and rushed out from the intersection on the side of the teaching building, and the boulevard leading to the auditorium was blocked. Why are there zombies here too? Ken was a little upset, and his voice was crying. Gao Yang was slightly startled. It was Yu Pengliang, who was bitten to death by Li Zhuanghu on the rooftop, so he also turned into a zombie. When most people ran downstairs to watch Li Zhuanghu, Yu Pengliang probably rushed to the teaching building and attacked other students crazily. Sure enough, the zombie chasing in the front threw a girl to the ground and bit off her neck. Ah! Amid the screams, Gao Yang saw clearly that the man was Yu Pengliang after his transformation. Captain! Xiangge shouted. Gao Yang and Jiuhan turned back at the same time, and more than a dozen zombies behind them also caught up. Go this way. Gao Yang rushed sideways into the stairwell of the teaching building. There was an ambush in front and pursuers behind, and they had no choice. Everyone followed the chaotic crowd to run into the corridor. During the period, some students fell and were immediately surrounded by zombies. Soon, only screams were left. Among the 12 people, the men moved faster, and most of them ran in front. Cantu and Xiangge ran slowly. As soon as they climbed to the second floor, they were caught up by 2 zombies. Roar! A zombie suddenly jumped up and pounced on the can. Hui Xiong reacted quickly, grabbed the can's arm, and pulled it forward. The can moved forward half a meter, and the zombie pounced into nothingness, but still grabbed the can's ankle with his waving hands. Ah! The can screamed, but couldn't break free. Gao Yang turned around, and kicked the zombie in the face. The zombie shuddered and rolled down the stairs. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong helped the can up, and ran to the 3rd floor. As soon as they reached the 3rd floor, 2 zombies appeared on the other side of the corridor. You can't go up anymore. The roof is a dead end. Gao Yang said. There is no other way. Shiran shouted. Go inside. Jiuhan pointed to a health room, not far behind him. Old Xiao, unlock it. The bald old Xiao immediately rushed to the door, knelt down on his legs, and took out a wire from his trouser pocket. He was panting and trembling, but his hands were moving steadily. He was a thief before he awakened, Jiuhan said as he walked forward. He was also in jail for half a year for burglary. Blackbird followed. Don't mention my dark history. Old Xiao shouted in dissatisfaction as he unlocked the door. Then hurry up, or we all die. Blackbird shouted back loudly. Others retreat. Jiuhan ordered, clenching his fists and taking a stance, while Blackbird fought side by side with him. The 2 zombies on the other side of the corridor had already accelerated and rushed over. Gao Yang was not idle either, and rushed to the entrance of the corridor on the left. Grizzly Bear, Man Snake, let's block the corridor. Okay. Gray Xiong pulled out the belt from his waist, quickly wrapped his right fist, and spat on the wall. Manshi pulled out the short knife he carried with him. Gao Yang looked around and picked up a folding bench in the corner. It's time. Don't get bitten. Gao Yang shouted, attack the head. Roar! The 2 zombies in the corridor had already rushed over. Johan kicked the opponent's chest fiercely, kicking him 2 or 3 meters away. Another zombie rushed towards Heike, but Heike dodged and the zombie missed. Heike knelt hard on his knees and pressed down on the zombie's back. He grabbed the zombie's forehead with one hand and its chin with the other and twisted them hard. Crack. The zombie's neck was broken and it fell heavily to the ground. Heike was about to get up. The zombie suddenly raised its head and was about to bite Heike's calf. Bang! A heavy red fire extinguisher hit the zombie's head. Bang! 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 Shiren held the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard until the zombie's skull was smashed into pieces, and blood and cerebrospinal fluid flowed all over the floor. He stopped. Shiren was panting and his face was pale. He yelled at Heike, "What are you doing? Haven't you seen a zombie movie? Remember, you must destroy the head to kill them." Shiren accused him seriously and angrily, "And the action you twisted your neck just now was too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be bitten by the zombie. If you are bitten, you will die." Heike was stunned. She was an orphan who was raised by human traffickers since she was a child and trained to be a professional female boxer who fights underground boxing. She did not have a normal childhood and youth. She had never seen any zombie movies, played any horror games, and made few friends. When others were enjoying their beautiful youth, she was killing her opponents in the dark underground boxing ring. The most serious time was that she had 8 fractures all over her body and was dying. She almost didn't survive. A trace of gratitude flashed in Heike's eyes. "Thank you." At the same time, Johan's battle was not over. The zombie that was kicked away was unharmed. It stood up shakily and rushed towards Johan again. Johan threw another set of quick combination punches, knocking the zombie back again and again. "Catch it." Manshi threw a small flying knife. Johan threw a punch with his right hand, caught the flying knife with his left hand, and stabbed it into the zombie's left eye socket fiercely, and a stream of blood splashed out. The zombie was still twisting. Johan pushed hard, and the handle of the flying knife sank into the zombie's eye socket, injuring the brain. The zombie shuddered, fell heavily to the ground, and stopped moving. Puff! When Johan killed the zombie, Manshi's short knife had already pierced into the head of a zombie. 7 or 8 zombies chased up from the corridor one after another. Thankfully, half of them were attracted by the screams from the second floor, and did not continue to climb up. The leading zombie was stabbed by Man's dagger. The second zombie was knocked out by Huixiong's fist wrapped in a belt. The third and fourth zombies were hit on the head by Gao Yang's bench and fell to the ground. Huixiong hurried forward, grabbed the hair of one of the zombies, and smashed it to the ground. After a few hits, he smashed his head. The remaining zombie was stabbed by Man's dagger. In just 30 seconds, 6 zombies fell to the ground, and the air was full of pungent blood. At this time, more zombies rushed over, and they could not defend themselves. "Old Xiao, hurry up." Johan was anxious. "Okay." Old Xiao did not disappoint everyone. He pulled out the wire and pushed the door gently. The door opened. "Quick! Come in!" Xiangya waved at the door. Everyone immediately went to the health room, with Gao Yang, Johan and Huixiong following behind. Bang! Johan was the last one to come in. As soon as he closed the door, there was a continuous sound of banging on the door from outside. Johan and Gao Yang both used their backs to hold the door, and Huixiong and Manshi also came up to help. Bang! Bang! Everyone be quiet. Gao Yang lowered his voice. Don't make any sound, the zombies will be attracted by other sounds. Bang! 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 The door was banged for about half a minute, and the screams of other survivors were faintly heard from outside. Sure enough, the zombies outside the door gradually left. Huixiong and Manshi slowly moved the iron cabinet containing documents and medicines over, and held the door. At this point, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Chiang. Ken's voice came. She stood in the bed area of the health room, and pointed at the white gauze curtain that blocked the view. Here, there seems to be someone here. Chapter 188. Gao Yang and the others were startled at first, and walked over immediately. Gao Yang pulled the Kim behind him. Swish. Johan stepped forward and pulled the gauze curtain covering the bed, and saw a woman huddled under the bed on the left. The woman was in her 30s, with long curly hair, slightly plump, wearing round-framed glasses and a white coat. She held her head with both hands, shivered under the bed, and her emotions were a little out of control. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't! Gao Yang and Johan exchanged glances. This is a health teacher. Although she is a beast, Under the effect of the rune collective silence, she will always maintain human form. Therefore, she is no different from Gao Yang and his group now, but a survivor after the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Deal with it? Manshi showed a short knife in his hand while speaking. Gao Yang then remembered that there was no rule in the Qilin Union that did not allow the killing of lost people. Obviously, Manshi thought that everyone was in danger now, and keeping the lost around was a hidden danger, so killing them would be the end of it. But Gao Yang didn't think so. The worse the environment, the more you should make the best use of it. Gao Yang stopped Manshi with his eyes. Tie her up first. Leave it to me. Hui Xiong squatted down and pulled the woman out from under the bed. You don't know until you pull it, you find that the woman's pants are wet. Gao Yang sighed. Even animals will be incontinent when they are seriously frightened. Don't kill me, please. I have a daughter at home, I can't die. The woman struggled wildly and shouted. Quiet. Do you want to attract zombies? Hui Xiong shouted in a low voice, and the woman slowly calmed down. What's your name? Li Huafeng. Miss Li, you can only survive if you cooperate obediently, understand? Hui Xiong said. I understand. Li Huafeng trembled and nodded vigorously. Hui Xiong took out a pair of handcuffs he brought with him, handcuffed Li Huafeng's hands to the iron bars of the bed, and then made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Hui Xiong turned around and walked to the window of the health room. Gao Yang and Jiuhan were standing in front of the window, and others gradually gathered around them. Gao Yang opened the curtains and looked downstairs. The cement road and flower beds under the teaching building were full of wandering zombies. Further away, on the playground, there were also various wandering figures. Occasionally, some people could be seen running around, but they were soon knocked to the ground by zombies. When the victims stood up again, they had joined the zombie team. Oh my god, it's so unreal, just like a movie. Kim was a little scared. She looked at Gao Yang. Captain, you must have a way, right? What can I do? I'm not a god. If I had known it would be like this, I should have brought more hot weapons when I went on the mission. Submachine guns, shotguns, grenades, etc. Maybe there would be a real-life version of The Walking Dead. Gao Yang naturally couldn't say these words. We have to find Li Zhuanghu. Jiuhan looked at the zombies wandering around the campus, his voice low. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. He and Jiuhan thought the same thing. I agree. Shiren pushed his glasses. It must be the rune circuit that did it. The rune circuit is now on Li Zhuanghu. He should have become the boss, and used runes to control other zombies. We can't call them zombies. These victims are not infected by the virus, but controlled by the power of the rune circuit. Gao Yang decided to give them a new name to dispel the inherent fear. They should be called Rune Corpses. Rune Corpses. Hui Xiong smiled. It doesn't sound so disgusting. Does that mean? Xiangdia's eyes lit up. As long as we kill Li Zhuanghu and get the rune, these zombies, rune corpses will stop moving? I think so. Gao Yang said, but we can't rule out that these rune corpses have become independent individuals. Even if we eliminate Li Zhuanghu, they will not stop moving. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. I think this possibility is very low. Jiuhan said. Me too. Gao Yang said. Everyone nodded. In fact, everyone couldn't help but believe it. With their current combat power, it was simply a dream to want to eliminate all the rune corpses in the school. How do we find Li Zhuanghu? Ronnie asked. The school is full of talisman corpses, and we have no talent, so we can't move forward. AK's face was tense. Gao Yang looked around and picked up a mug from his desk. He returned to the window and threw it out with force. The mug drew an arc in the night sky and landed on the cement road downstairs. Beep. The mug shattered all over the floor. The talisman corpses wandering nearby were collectively stunned for half a second, and then they crookedly gathered around the mug. Under the dim moonlight, their skin was covered with red veins, and those tiny veins seemed to have red energy flowing slowly. Their eye sockets were deep and hollow, with a turbid and evil red light flickering faintly inside. It's almost what I thought, Gao Yang said. What do you mean? Cantu looked confused, and he was the smartest person in the whole team. Jiuhan understood what Gao Yang meant. These talisman corpses have no vision, only hearing, and they catch prey by hearing. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. We can use sound to lure the talisman corpses away, and then take the opportunity to go back to the construction site to get equipment and supplies, and then destroy Lizhuang Lake, so that we have a greater chance of winning. I think this method will work. Hui Xiong folded his hands and agreed very much. Jiuhan also nodded. The others looked at each other, and no one raised any objections. However, Xiangdia asked a question along the way. How do we make a sound? Did you forget? Gao Yang reminded. This is a school. Bell? There is a bell in the school. This time Cantu was the first to react. Haha, it seems that there is always a way out. Hui Xiong laughed. Gao Yang lowered his head and thought, the bell is usually set, and will ring at a fixed time. The first evening self-study class should be over, and the bell will ring at that time, which will last for about 20 seconds. We will take advantage of that time to rush to the broadcasting room in one breath, and then play music to attract all the corpses. Great. Captain Chiang YYDS. Cand excitedly flattered. We don't know where the broadcasting room is, and the door may be locked. As the team's cold king, Manshi conscientiously picked up various questions, and 20 seconds is not enough. Yes, these are all questions, and we have to think them through. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment after he finished speaking. At the same time, others also reacted. Everyone turned back at the same time, and looked at Li Huafeng, who was handcuffed to the hospital bed. Li Huafeng was much calmer at this moment. She was holding a piece of paper and a pen in her hand, kneeling beside the bed and writing something secretly. Miss Li, what are you writing? Hui Xiong shouted. Ah! Li Huafeng suddenly came to her senses and quickly hid the paper in her pocket. No, nothing. I warn you, don't do anything tricky. Hui Xiong walked over aggressively and took out the paper from Li Huafeng's pocket. Chapter 189. Hui Xiong stared at the paper for a few seconds, his face slowly relaxed, and a trace of imperceptible sympathy flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Li Huafeng was writing a suicide note, and this letter was written to her 4-year-old daughter. Mingming was just a lost person, and was imprisoned here by Song Dao, and repeated endlessly. But she didn't know it at all, thinking that she was still the single mother who waited for Sunday to take her daughter to the amusement park. Hui Xiong returned the paper to Li Huafeng. Don't write yet, I have something to ask you. Okay, you go. Li Huafeng took back the suicide note and cooperated. Do you know where the broadcasting room is? Yes, it's next to the office on the 5th floor. Li Huafeng answered immediately. Is the door locked? It should be locked at this time. Li Huafeng said. Where are the keys? They are in the principal's office and the dean's office. Li Huafeng paused and licked her pale lips. Their offices are on the 2nd floor. Is the door locked? The principal's office may be locked, but the dean's office will definitely not be locked at this time. Li Huafeng said. After listening, Gao Yang had a plan in mind. When the bell rings, most of the talisman corpses will be attracted by the radio speakers on the wall. We will send a few people to the principal's office on the 2nd floor to get the keys, and the others will stay in the health room. Everyone listened quietly. Gao Yang continued. 10 minutes later, the class bell will ring, and the person who got the key will take the opportunity to return to the health room on the 3rd floor. That's it. Johan nodded in agreement. It's unrealistic to run to the 5th floor in 20 seconds. Wait until the next bell rings, and then act together to go to the broadcasting room on the 5th floor. Yes. Gao Yang looked at everyone. Are there any problems? Everyone thought for a few seconds, and no one raised any objections. Johan, you can arrange the personnel. Gao Yang said. Johan thought for a moment. Group 4 me, Black Sparrow, Group 5, Chiang Man Snake, go get the key. The others, stay in the health room. Gao Yang looked calm on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart. Why did you call me? I look like the strongest fighting force after losing my talent. On second thought, Johan's arrangement seemed to be correct. Although Hui Xiong is strong, he is big and not fast. Now we have to perform the mission, which depends on speed. Gao Yang is a first-class runner, not to mention anything else. There is only one chance. We must realize a clear and accurate position. Gao Yang said again. Miss Li. Hui Xiong turned around and untied Li Fenglua's handcuffs. Draw us a picture right now, and make it clear. Okay, no problem. Li Huafeng hurriedly took out a notebook from the desk and began to draw crookedly. When you go out, turn left, it's the corridor. After going down to the 2nd floor, the corridor on the right is the teacher's office. The dean's office is the second to last room at the back. Here. Gao Yang and Johan wrote down the location. After Li Huafeng finished drawing the picture, she looked at her watch. Hurry up. Get out of class is almost over, only a few minutes left. Get ready, find something handy. Gao Yang said. It's dangerous to be unarmed. Man, she didn't need it. He carried a short knife and a throwing knife with him. Johan looked around and chose a wooden mop. He removed the mop head and then stepped on it in the middle to break it into 2 thorny wooden sticks. He threw one of the sticks to Heike. Gao Yang looked around and found a wrench in the toolbox in the corner. Are you ready? Johan asked. The other three nodded. Hui Xiong stepped forward and slowly moved the cabinet at the door. Roar! The talisman corpse outside the door heard the noise and shouted excitedly. Bang! Bang! A talisman corpse began to hit the door. Hui Xiong and Shi Ren held it hard, trying not to make any sound. Everyone held their weapons and held their breath. The talisman corpse outside the door hit the door for more than 10 seconds and gradually quieted down. After waiting for another 2 minutes, the familiar bell for the end of get out of class rang. Wow, The talisman corpse's cry came from outside the door and gradually faded away, probably attracted by the broadcast. Hui Xiong stepped aside, Johan walked to the door and looked at Gao Yang, Manshi and Heike. Creaky. Johan gently opened the door, poked his head out to look around outside, and then waved behind him. The four quietly walked out of the health room and closed the door. On the other side of the corridor, dozens of talisman corpses crowded near the classroom door. They raised their heads desperately, stretched out their hands, and bared their teeth and claws at the radio speakers on the wall that sounded the bell for the end of get out of class. Without hesitation, the four quietly came to the stairwell and quickly went downstairs. 2 lone talisman corpses appeared in the corridor. Manshi took the lead and stabbed the short knife in his hand into the head of a talisman corpse. Johan was unwilling to fall behind and stabbed the sharp wooden stick in his hand into the eye socket of another talisman corpse. After all, the wooden stick was too blunt and failed to kill the talisman corpse with one blow. The talisman corpse's head was pushed by the wooden stick, and he waved his hands randomly. Gao Yang grabbed the wrench and swung it hard. With a dull sound, the talisman corpse's head was smashed. The 2 talisman corpses fell to the ground. The 4 of them had wasted precious 6 or 7 seconds. They quickly came to the second floor and walked towards the corridor on the left. After just 2 steps, they were dumbfounded. The corridor was about 20 meters long. The office location mentioned by Li Huafeng was at the end of the corridor, but in the middle of the corridor, there were more than a dozen talisman corpses blocking them, because there was also a radio speaker above their heads, playing the bell for the end of get out of class. The 4 of them could not get around these dozen talisman corpses anyway. Calm down, calm down. Gao Yang quickly came up with a countermeasure. He gritted his teeth and said, Leave it to me, I will lead them away. A hand was placed on Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang turned around and saw that it was Manshi. Manshi looked indifferent. You can't do it, you will die, I will do it. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect Manshi to take the initiative to stand up. Indeed, although Manshi has lost his talent, in terms of physical agility, flexibility, and combat effectiveness, he is still the T1 level of the team. Manshi rushed forward and shouted at the talisman corpses, Come on! I'm here! The dozen talisman corpses in the corridor turned their heads, and their ears trembled sensitively. Roar! Oh wow! Ah! The talisman corpses shouted excitedly, and rushed towards Manshi with stiff movements but quickly. Manshi calmed down, and did not run away immediately. He waited until he was sure that most of the talisman corpses were rushing towards him. Then he turned and rushed to the corridor and ran down to the first floor. A dozen talisman corpses stumbled and chased down the stairs. Gao Yang, Johan, and Heike stood in the corridor on the second floor, clinging to the wall tightly, without making any sound. After making sure that all the talisman corpses were chased downstairs, the 3 of them immediately set off and turned into the corridor. At this time, the bell for the end of get out of class had already stopped. There were still 2 talisman corpses left in the narrow corridor that had not been attracted away. Johan rushed forward while stabbing the wooden stick into the eyes of the corpse. This time, he used too much force, and the wooden root almost pierced through the corpse's head and broke inside. Johan let go of the wooden stick and kicked the corpse away. Another corpse was hit hard by Gao Yang with a wrench and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The 3 of them didn't care about finishing off the corpse. They jumped over the corpse on the ground and rushed to the second to last office on the left at the end. They pushed the door in and closed it. Gao Yang just calmed down and looked up. There was a person in the office. Don't move. A man held a pistol in both hands and pointed it at the 3 of them. Chapter 190. The man was of medium build, with a full forehead, a pair of red triangular eyes full of fear, and the nostrils of his bulbous nose trembled slightly. He was soaked in sweat, and his sparse hair had become a few strands, which could not cover the bright Mediterranean. Johan recognized it at a glance. It was the Dean of Teaching, Dai Xiaojun. Teacher Dai. Johan stepped forward. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will shoot. Dai Xiaojun lost all his rationality, holding the pistol and taking 2 steps back, and bumped his butt on the desk. Taking advantage of the moment when he was distracted, Johan kicked the pistol in the other's hand unexpectedly. Gao Yang saw the opportunity, stepped forward, and caught the pistol thrown into the air. He took it in his hand and checked it, and smiled helplessly. Fake gun. It was just a simulated plastic gun. Gao Yang thought it could add a little firepower. Come to think of it, how could a teacher have a gun? A fake gun would make sense. Don't kill me. I have old people and young children to take care of. I don't want to die. Dai Xiaojun covered his wrist that was kicked, and was about to crawl under the desk. Johan reached out and grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him out, with a somewhat impatient tone. We won't kill you. It's Fu Sure who killed people. Fu Sure? For Dai Xiaojun's age, he probably hasn't been exposed to zombie movies. It's possessed by evil spirits, people bite people, and the bitten people will go crazy and bite other people. Gao Yang explained in a way that he could understand. Ah, so that's it. Dai Xiaojun suddenly realized. You weren't bitten? Gao Yang asked cautiously. No. Absolutely not. Dai Xiaojun was very excited. Okay. Johan said, give us the key to the broadcasting room. Oh, key. Dai Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran to the side wall to take a bunch of keys from a pendant. Johan took it immediately. Which one? It should be this one. No, this one. Dai Xiaojun pointed to two smaller keys and said, anyway, it's one of these two keys. Okay. Johan remembered and took back the key. Gao Yang put his ear against the door and listened. There are still sounds outside, and the talisman corpse hasn't left yet. Wait for the class bell. Johan said. Hey! Young man, aren't you the assistant of that reporter? Dai Xiaojun calmed down and finally recognized Johan. Yes. Johan replied coldly. What the hell is going on? Why are people suddenly possessed and biting people? Dai Xiaojun hoped that Johan could give him an explanation. I don't know. Johan was too lazy to answer. Just stay here. No. I can't stay here. Dai Xiaojun got excited again. Keep your voice down, Gao Yang reminded. Oh, okay. Dai Xiaojun quickly lowered his voice. I want to go with you. It's okay to go together, but you'd better keep up. I won't care about you. Johan said. No problem. I will definitely not hold you back. Dai Xiaojun's attitude was humble. Do you have anything here for self-defense? Gao Yang asked. Self-defense? Let me think. Dai Xiaojun squinted and thought for a few seconds. Yes. Dai Xiaojun turned and walked to a closet, took out a sports bag, and took out 4 or 5 golf clubs from it. Gao Yang, Johan, and Hei Kei each picked one. I didn't know you played golf. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Hey, I'm not playing golf. The principal played it, and I asked a friend to buy a set at a discount. I planned to give it to him as a birthday present. Dai Xiaojun answered truthfully. Listen carefully. Johan held the golf club and put one hand on the door handle. When the bell rings, we will rush out and go to the health room on the 3rd floor. Okay, I know. Dai Xiaojun nodded and repeated nervously. Health room. Try not to make any noise, and hide if you encounter a talisman corpse. Do you understand? Johan asked. I understand. Go turn off the lights. Johan said. Dai Xiaojun turned off the lights immediately. For the next few minutes, the 4 stood in the darkness of the office and stopped talking. Gao Yang could hear each other's breathing. Thump. The class bell rang. Wow. Ah. The zombies outside the door were attracted. Let's go! Johan quickly opened the door. The 4 ran out of the office. There was also a radio speaker installed on the wall in the middle of the corridor, and 2 or 3 talisman corpses gathered below. Johan didn't say anything and hit it with a baseball bat. A talisman corpse fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Gao Yang kicked a talisman corpse away. Hei Kei twisted the last talisman corpse and threw it to the side. The corridor was empty, and the 3 began to run forward. Dai Xiaojun hid behind and hurriedly followed after confirming that it was safe. The 3 quickly came to the corridor. As soon as they rushed to the corner of the corridor, a black shadow flashed over their heads. Gao Yang suddenly dodged back, and a talisman corpse fell from the stairwell on the upper floor. Hurry up! Gao Yang lowered his voice, stepped on the back of the talisman corpse, and jumped over. Johan and Hei Kei also jumped over easily. Dai Xiaojun was stunned for a second, gritted his teeth, and decided to follow suit. Unexpectedly, the talisman corpse suddenly turned over, and Dai Xiaojun slipped and fell on the stairwell. The talisman corpse grabbed Dai Shijun's calf with both hands. Ah! Help! Help! Dai Xiaojun kicked hard, with a strong desire to survive, but he couldn't break free. Gao Yang grabbed the golf club and hit the talisman corpse on the head, and the strength of the talisman corpse's hands loosened. Dai Xiaojun immediately pulled himself away and climbed up, not even taking the golf club, and one of his shoes also broke free. He didn't care about anything else, and limped and continued to run with the three people. Open the door. Jiuhan rushed to the door of the health room first and slammed the door. Looking back, more than a dozen talismans in the corridor were already running over. Click. The door opened quickly, and the four people entered one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gui Xiong held the door with one hand while counting. After counting 4, he closed the door with force. Shi Ran and Ronnie, who were well prepared, pushed the cabinet and blocked the door. Bang! Bang! There was a fierce banging sound outside. Did you get the key? Gui Xiong asked. I got it. Jiuhan replied. Ha ha. It went smoothly. Gui Xiong was about to be overjoyed, but his face changed, and he found Dai Xiaojun. Who are you? Gui Xiong was surprised. He looked at Gao Yang. Where is the man snake? Gao Yang said with some self-blame. The talisman corpse appeared halfway to block the road, and the man snake took the initiative to lead the talisman corpse away and went to the first floor. Damn! Gui Xiong gritted his teeth and hammered the iron cabinet hard. There was another knock on the door. Deputy Captain, Manshi will be fine. Shi Ran comforted him. Even if he lost his talent, he is still a parkour master. Fu sure can't catch him. Gui Xiong stopped talking, with a rage that he had nowhere to vent, and looked at Dai Xiaojun. Who are you? Dean of Education. Heike answered. Hello, hello. Dai Xiaojun smiled. His face was a little pale, and his forehead was full of sweat. Teacher Dai. Li Huafeng stood up excitedly. Teacher Li. Dai Xiaojun was also very excited to see his colleagues still alive. Great, you are still alive. I thought you were all dead. Me too. Li Huafeng stepped forward and grabbed Teacher Dai's hands. Her eyes moistened. Teacher Lu, Teacher Tan, and Teacher Zhu, and many other students, they were all bitten. Teacher Dai sighed. How could this happen? I still think I was having a nightmare. Ah! Can screamed, realizing that she had lost her composure. She quickly covered her mouth, took 2 steps back, and hid behind Gao Yang. Don't be startled. Gui Xiong was annoyed and blamed Can. Can didn't dare to speak, and pointed at Dai Shijun's feet. Everyone looked over immediately. One of Dai Shijun's leather shoes fell off when he was entangled with the corpse before, revealing a foot wearing gray nylon socks, with a dark red bloodstain on the socks. Chapter 191. Everyone moved away from Dai Xiaojun, their eyes full of defense. Dai Xiaojun lowered his head belatedly, and saw his bloody socks. No! He shouted, this is not mine. No one listened to his explanation. Jiuhan, Huixiong and others had already clenched their weapons, and their eyes became sharp and indifferent. I was not bitten. Dai Xiaojun was extremely panicked. He sat down and began to take off his socks. I will prove to you that I really was not. Dai Xiaojun was unable to finish his words, and his socks were roughly torn off. There was indeed a tooth mark on his sole, and blood was flowing. The air in the health room froze for a second. Dai Shijun's face was ashen, and his face was covered with sweat. His eyes became dazed, and he shook his head desperately. No, it's impossible. This is not true. This is not true. I do it. Jiuhan clenched the golf club and stepped forward. Save me. Teacher Li. Save me. Dai Xiaojun rolled and crawled towards Li Huafeng and grabbed her. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Die, Teacher Dai, don't do this. Li Huafeng was also scared, but more sad. Although Dai Xiaojun was very strict with students, he was very friendly to his colleagues. On weekdays, he also took good care of Teacher Li, and they both had a child of similar age, and often talked about parenting. Teacher Li. I feel good now, really. I may not become like them. Not everyone will be possessed, right? Teacher Dai tightly grasped Li Huafeng's arm, and was a little crazy. Tell them. Tell them. Gao Yang gave Jiuhan a look. Jiuhan nodded slightly, and put down the golf club. Gao Yang took a step forward and said patiently, Teacher Dai, calm down first. I'm fine, I'm fine. Dai Xiaojun suddenly turned around and yelled at Gao Yang, Don't try to hurt me. We won't hurt you. Gao Yang raised his hands and showed a friendly attitude. You are injured, we need to help you treat. Get out of here. Suddenly, he took out a Swiss Army knife from his trouser pocket, strangled Li Huafeng's neck with one hand, and held the knife against her chin with the other hand. Don't come over. Don't come over. Or I will kill her. Gao Yang immediately took a step back. Teacher Dai. What do you want to do? Teacher Li was not sad this time, only afraid. She looked at Gao Yang, her face full of help. Gao Yang was a little dazed for a while. These are just two lost beasts. They have been imprisoned by Song Dao for 18 years. They have been repeating. They can't be called alive at all. Death is a relief for them. Why should I be so serious? I can just let them fend for themselves. Gao Yang wanted to convince himself, but in an instant, Wan Cici's face appeared in his mind. At that moment, Gao Yang understood more and more why the 12 zodiac signs did not allow the awakened to hunt the lost at will. The lost are not human, but they are too much like humans. If the awakened continue to hunt humans, then when facing the lives of real humans, they will no longer have awe and compassion, and eventually become bloodthirsty beasts. The difference between humans and beasts is half in the body, and half in the heart. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked at Dai Xiaojun. Teacher Dai, we promise not to hurt you, but you should not hurt Teacher Li. Yes. Hui Xiong also began to persuade. Put down the knife first. I am a policeman. I keep my word. I will never allow them to hurt you. Hui Xiong said, taking out his police ID. Really? Dai Xiaojun was a little shaken when he saw the police badge. Really? Johan also threw down the golf club and looked at everyone. Put down your weapons. Others also threw away their weapons, and tried to squeeze out a friendly smile on their stiff faces. Okay, I believe you. Dai Xiaojun also regained some reason. I was just too scared. I didn't really want to hurt Teacher Li. We understand, it's okay. Gao Yang continued to comfort. Dai Xiaojun slowly let go of Li Huafeng. Li Huafeng trembled all over and moved slowly, not daring to walk too fast, fearing that Dai Xiaojun behind him would suddenly regret it. Everyone was also hanging on a heart, slowly waiting. Once they confirmed that Li Huafeng was safe, they would rush up to subdue Dai Xiaojun, and as for how to deal with him, they would talk about it later. During the 2 seconds of stalemate, the room was in an eerie silence. Clang. Something fell to the ground. Gao Yang was startled. It was the Swiss Army knife in Dai Xiaojun's hand. Damn! Johan also sensed the danger. He lifted his foot, picked up the golf club on the back of his foot, and rushed towards Dai Xiaojun. He was still a step too slow. Dai Xiaojun's corpse transformation was very fast, and was completed in the blink of an eye. His body was covered with red veins, his eyes were sunken, and he emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Roar! Dai Xiaojun pounced on Li Huafeng and bit Li Huafeng's shoulder. Johan's golf club hit Dai Xiaojun's head, but failed to stop him from biting. Ah! Li Huafeng screamed. Hui Xiong also rushed up and kicked Dai Xiaojun away from Li Huafeng. Bang! Dai Xiaojun left Li Huafeng, still biting a ball of blurred flesh in his mouth, and crashed into a metal cabinet. Puff! 2 seconds later, Johan's golf club hit Dai Xiaojun's head hard, making a muffled sound. Dai Xiaojun shuddered and fell heavily to the ground. Johan did not dare to stop and continued to hit him hard on the head. Puff! 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 Every time, it hit everyone's heart. Soon, Dai Xiaojun's head was completely broken, blood and cerebrospinal fluid flowed all over the floor, and the air was full of pungent blood. Johan was sweating profusely. He threw away the blood-stained golf club, sat down on a bed, and stopped talking. Considering that everyone would have to stay in this health room for a while, Hui Xiong took the initiative to step forward, pulled down the curtain, wrapped up Dai Xiaojun's body, and then carried it to the window, and threw it out of the window. Shiran and Ronnie took out rubber gloves, suppressed their nausea, and began to clean up the residue on the ground. Others who had nothing to do looked at Li Huafeng, who was still sitting on the ground. She covered her bleeding shoulder with one hand, and her white coat was red. Her face was pale, her lips trembled, and her face was full of tears. She was very scared, very sad, very sad. At that moment, Gao Yang suddenly felt very regretful. He was in the stairwell at that time. Why did he save Dai Xiaojun? If he didn't save him, at least 2 people wouldn't have to die now. No, you can't have such thoughts. This is too arrogant. You are not God, you can't predict the future, and you don't have an omniscient perspective. You can only try your best to do what you think is right at the moment, and the rest can only be left to fate. Miss Li, Hui Xiong's voice was a little hoarse. I know. Li Huafeng was calmer than everyone thought. You don't have to do it, I do it myself. For a moment, no one spoke. Li Huafeng stood up with difficulty. She took out a piece of paper from the chest pocket of her white coat with her bloody hands, and then looked at Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong immediately understood and walked to her side. This is a suicide note. Li Huafeng handed it to Hui Xiong tremblingly. If you leave here alive, you must give it to my daughter. There is an address on it. Okay. Hui Xiong took the letter and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. I promise. Thank you. Li Huafeng choked. My daughter is still so young. I really can't let her go. Don't worry, your daughter will grow up safely and healthily. Everyone looked at each other and chose to remain silent. The truth is that she didn't have a daughter at all, and everything related to her had disappeared long ago. But at the moment of the lost one's death, Hui Xiong chose to tell her a white lie, so that she could leave without regrets. You are right, she will grow up safely and healthily. Li Huafeng wiped the tears from her face with her bloody hands. She took a deep breath, turned around and ran towards the window. Gao Yang turned his head subconsciously, and he did not see Li Huafeng jumping out of the window. 2 seconds later, he vaguely heard the muffled sound of something falling to the ground. There was a dead silence in the health room. Come on, damn it! It was Hui Xiong who broke the silence, and he shouted, There are 18 levels of hell, and we have only walked through the first level. Chapter 192. Although Hui Xiong's shout attracted a few more talisman corpses to bang against the door outside, it also pulled everyone back to reality from their brief depression. The reality is, they are in a difficult situation, and have no time to be depressed about the death of 2 lost people. Gao Yang reorganized his emotions and analyzed, how long is the second evening self-study? I forgot to ask Teacher Li. Generally speaking, it is 45 to 60 minutes. We still have to wait for a while. Everyone prepare yourself, and take the most handy weapon. Jiuhan said, and walked to the iron cabinet where medical supplies were stored. He opened the cabinet, take some more medicine just in case. Okay. Hui Xiong clapped his hands. Why are you all standing there? Get moving. Before that, there is one more thing. Gao Yang paused for a moment, his eyes sank. Everyone check each other's bodies to see if they have been bitten by talisman corpses. Be careful. Everyone was silent for a second and nodded. The men worked in pairs, and took turns to search the body, mainly checking the limbs, head and neck. If there was blood on any part of the clothes, they would lift it up to check to make sure that the blood was from someone else and not their own. Xiangye, Cantu and Heek, 3 women, walked to the bedside, drew the bed curtains and checked each other. Soon, the inspection was over and everyone was safe. Everyone sat down to rest, no one spoke, some people stared at the clock on the wall, some took out their mobile phones with no signal and wrote something, perhaps a last word. Gao Yang also thought about whether to leave a few farewell words for his family and friends on the phone, but he felt that it was too unlucky to do so. He decided to close his eyes and rest. In the past, he would habitually enter the system to check the luck points and allocate attribute points. This time, he was too lazy to enter, because in this special space, his talent was sealed, the system functions could not be used, and it could not help him at all. In the future, everyone will try to optimize the strategy. Shiran suggested that some people with strong mobility could be sent to the studio, and the rest of the people could stay in the health room. The reason was that if 11 people acted together, the momentum would be too large and casualties would be likely to occur. Gao Yang initiated a vote, and in the end, the majority of people insisted on acting together. The reason for those who insisted on collective action was, if they dispersed, they would still have to reunite when they turned back, and the risk was inevitable. Moreover, from the countless horror movies everyone had seen, the total destruction of the team usually started from separate actions. Unknowingly, the time came to 9 o'clock. Ding 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 ding, ding 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 ding. The bell rang. Now, Gao Yang stood up quickly. Everyone quickly stood up and took their things and weapons. Through the sound, it can be confirmed that several talisman corpses outside the door walked towards the direction of the bell. Hui Xiong counted 5 seconds in his mind, opened the door, and rushed out. He lowered his voice. Quick, quick, quick. The teammates walked out of the health room in an orderly manner, with Hui Xiong and Lian leading the way, and Gao Yang and Jiuhan following behind. The long team of 11 people rushed to the corner of the corridor, and went upstairs quickly. The speed of the people in the team was fast and slow, and the overall speed was dragged down a lot. When the team just climbed to the 5th floor, the bell for the end of get out of class had stopped. For a while, all the talisman corpses calmed down. At this time, they began to turn their heads frequently, and their ears were keenly aware of a burst of hurried footsteps. The talisman corpses in the classroom on the 5th floor came to the corridor, and walked towards the corridor. At first, they were not fast, and were still uncertain and hesitant. As the distance kept getting closer, the talisman corpses became more and more sure that there was prey ahead. They roared with anger and ferocity, and suddenly accelerated, twisting their movements but running straight over. At this time, the 11-person team had all walked out of the corridor and turned into the corridor on the left, where the classroom office was. Hurry up! Go to the broadcasting room. Lian took the lead and rushed to the broadcasting room. He took out the key to open the door. They are coming! Gao Yang and Jiu Han shouted at the end of the team. Hurry up and open the door! Hui Xiong roared at Lian, turned around and rushed to the end of the team to join the battle. Lian took out one of the 2 keys, inserted it into the door lock, turned it to the left, it didn't move, and turned it to the right, it didn't move. Lian didn't change the other key immediately because he might have inserted it the wrong way. He pulled out the key, switched the direction up and down, and inserted it again. Twist to the left, no. Twist to the right, no. Damn, how unlucky. This delay is 10 seconds. And these 10 seconds are like 10 seconds of hell for Gao Yang, Jiu Han, and Hui Xiong who are at the back. More than a dozen talisman corpses rushed over one after another. Fortunately, the corridor is less than 2 meters wide, and the 3 of them fighting side by side can just block the talisman corpses. Hui Xiong shouted and kicked out the talisman corpse that rushed in front. The talisman corpse knocked over the 2 talisman corpses behind it and fell together. More talisman corpses stepped over them and rushed over. Puff! Jiu Han's golf club hit a talisman corpse's temple, and the talisman corpse flew to the left with a muffled sound, smashing the glass window of the office next to it, and its head was stuck on the window bars. Bang! Gao Yang also threw the wrench in his hand at the head of a talisman corpse. The talisman corpse fell to the ground with a muffled sound. It was not fatal. It was still crawling forward, but its movements were much slower. Hui Xiong saw the group of corpses approaching from behind, and the 3 of them could not resist at all. He took the wrench from Gao Yang's hand and stuffed it into the mouth of the talisman corpse, blocking its mouth and preventing it from biting anyone. Hui Xiong lifted the talisman corpse with both hands and held it horizontally in his arms. Ah! Hui Xiong rushed forward holding the talisman corpse, just like carrying a rectangular explosion-proof shield and rushing into the group of runaway talisman corpses. A second later, Hui Xiong collided with more than a dozen talisman corpses head-on, but he only held them for less than a second before his body began to lean back. Hold on! Gao Yang and Jiu Han immediately rushed forward and both held Hui Xiong's back. Someone come! Help! Gao Yang gritted his teeth and shouted. Black Sparrow, Shiran, Ronnie, Xiao Yi, and Lao Qiao rushed up one after another, pushing forward like a pile of arhats, and finally held off the group of talisman corpses. Open the door quickly! Hui Xiong gritted his teeth and pushed forward while shouting at Lian. Although he used the talisman corpses as a blast shield, it was not a real blast shield after all. Countless pairs of talisman corpses had already grabbed his clothes, and bloody mouths stretched their necks to bite him. Get out of here! Cantu and Xiongye were not idle either. They each held a baseball bat and poked the faces of the talisman corpses, who wanted to bite Hui Xiong. Open! Lian opened the door. Can't leave. Help! Push them down. Hui Xiong yelled, his hoarse voice breaking. Lian immediately rushed up and joined the wrestling team. I shout 3, 2, 1, everyone work together. Gao Yang shouted in the chaos. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Everyone burst out with all their strength. Gao Yang, who was sandwiched in the middle of the team, felt the power flowing towards the direction of the talisman corpse, and his body moved. Come again! He shouted. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Finally, the balance of power was broken, and the surging talisman corpses fell to the ground and scattered. Go! The Hui Xiong, who was at the front, pushed the talisman corpse in his arms out, and the whole person also leaned forward under inertia, and was about to fall into the talisman corpse group. Jiu Han and Gao Yang grabbed Hui Xiong and pulled him back. The 3 of them calmed down and turned around and ran. Lian held the door. Hurry up! Come in! Everyone ran madly to the studio. Jiu Han, Gao Yang and Hui Xiong ran in last and closed the door with force. The 3 did not dare to stop, and used their backs to hold the iron door tightly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. The violent banging sound continued for a long time before it gradually died down. Hui Xiong was so tired that he sat down on the ground against the door, panting loudly. It was too dangerous. Really? Too dangerous. Xiongye fumbled to turn on the lights in the studio. The studio was not big, and on the workbench next to the window, there was a fully equipped broadcasting machine. She ran and Lao Chia walked towards the workbench. Roar! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the dark corner. Chapter 193. It's Fu Shi. Who would have thought that there would be an injured lost person hiding in the studio, and that he had just transformed into a corpse? Fu Shi was an adult male with a relatively fat body. He unexpectedly pounced on Lian and she ran. Lian reacted quickly and instinctively dodged Fu Shi. She ran was not so lucky. There was no space to dodge next to him, and his movements were not agile enough. The survival instinct drove him to grab something next to him and pull it over to block between Fu Shi and himself. When he realized that it was a microphone, Fu Shi had already thrown Shi Ran to the ground. Shi Ran held Fu Shi's chin with one hand and stuffed the microphone into Fu Shi's mouth with the other hand to ensure that he could not bite him again. Wow, Fu Shi twisted his chin violently, trying to bite Shi Ran, and disgusting saliva and blood flowed down the microphone. Johan rushed forward first. He grabbed the clothes on the back of the corpse, pulled him hard, and threw him aside. The corpse fell on the cabinet, making a clang sound. This sound attracted the corpses outside the door, and they began to bang the door. Bang, bang, bang. Huixiong, Lao Qiao and others immediately blocked the door. Johan, with Li An's help, subdued the corpse on the ground. AK took out the Swiss Army knife he got from Dai Xiaojun, stabbed it into the eye socket of the corpse, and stirred it hard. The corpse shivered and stopped moving. Slowly, the corpse outside the door also quieted down. Gao Yang immediately stepped forward and helped Shi Ran, who was sitting on the ground in shock. Shi Ran's face was pale, and his lips trembled. Captain, I was not bitten, I didn't. Don't panic. Gao Yang comforted him. I checked for you. Shi Ran grabbed Gao Yang's wrist tightly. I really wasn't bitten. Shi Ran. Gao Yang's tone sank. Let me check, this is an order. Shi Ran swallowed his saliva and slowly released his hand. Gao Yang carefully checked his face and neck, then unbuttoned his shirt, checked his chest, shoulders and back. Then he checked his fingers, rolled up his sleeves and checked his arms. Then came the calves, and then checked the legs through the pants for signs of bites. Confirmed, there were no bites. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Shi Ran opened his eyes wide and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. I'm really okay. It's okay. Gao Yang was sure. Ah! Shi Ran escaped death, tears welled up in his eyes, his voice choked. Great. You are so lucky. Huixiong walked up and rubbed Shi Ran's hair happily. Okay, stop crying, you are fine. You are fine, but this thing is broken. The speaker was Lao Qiao, who stood in front of the workbench and pointed at the old black speaker. Gao Yang looked up and saw that the microphone line was connected to the speaker. Shi Ran pulled the microphone hard just now, and the speaker was also pulled. Looking carefully, he found that one of the plug lines was off. Can it still be used? Johan stepped forward and asked. Lao Qiao came over, checked carefully, and fiddled with it twice. As long as the line is reconnected, it won't be a big problem. Wow, Uncle Qiao, how come you know everything? Ken said. After he awakened, his job was to open an electrical appliance repair shop. Hey Kay said, raising his sharp eyebrows. Old Qiao, this is not a black history, right? No. Old Qiao reached out and touched his bald head, grinning. Can you fix it? Gao Yang asked. Old Qiao was a little embarrassed. With tools, it can be done in minutes, but now there is nothing. I can't even unscrew the screws. Isn't this a case of a skilled cook having no rice to cook with? Find a way immediately. Johan ordered. I try my best. Old Qiao sighed. Who of you has a lighter, a nail clipper? Oh, by the way, don't you have a Swiss Army knife just now? This is useful. AK glanced at the corpse under his feet. The Swiss Army knife had been deeply inserted into his eye socket. She sighed. Wait, I clean it for you. Okay. Old Joe sat on the chair in front of the workbench. I try to fix it within half an hour. Black Sparrow took out the Swiss Army knife from the eye socket of Fu Shi, found some cloth, wiped the blood stains and brain tissue, and handed it to Old Joe. Old Joe hummed an unknown tune and started to fiddle with it. Everyone was not idle at this time. First, they worked together to throw Fu Shi's body out of the window. Then everyone checked each other's bodies for wounds and confirmed whether anyone was injured. 10 minutes later, the studio became quiet. There were not enough chairs, and most people sat cross-legged on the ground, each with their own thoughts in silence. Gao Yang was thinking about how to go next, and at this time, a head leaned over gently. It was Ken too. She was exhausted and squinted her eyes. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. Let her rest for a while, there will be a tough battle to fight later. I wonder how Manchi is doing. Huixiong said with some worry. He was always thinking about his teammates. Shiran pushed his glasses. Manchi will be fine, he is so strong. I think so too, Ronnie said. If he has to die, it should be a waste like me who dies first. Ken opened his eyes and said sullenly. So she was pretending to sleep. Yes, how could she sleep in such a situation? What depressing words. We can all leave alive. Huixiong looked at Gao Yang. Is it the captain? Of course. Gao Yang was not sure, but morale could not be broken. Hey, what are you going to do when you go out? Kim became excited. She sat back down and rubbed her nose. When I go out, I will play games for 3 days and 3 nights. I will also max out my credit card and buy all the hero skins I like. I just want to have a good sleep until the sky is dark. Shiran pulled the corner of his mouth tiredly. I want to have a barbecue, a dozen cold beers, and it would be even better if I can watch a football game. Huixiong also imagined happily. I want to go to KTV to sing all night, Ronnie said. Gao Yang immediately thought of Ronnie's confusion. Others sing for money, but he might lose his life by singing. Ronnie seemed to guess what Gao Yang was thinking, and added unconvincedly, I won the first place in the campus singing competition. Gao Yang smiled slightly. That's right, talent is talent, singing is singing, the two are not contradictory. Just like some people speak well, but sing badly, there is no reason. Captain Chiang, what are you going to do when you go out? Cantu looked at him with a pair of big, shining eyes. Me? Gao Yang was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it. The first thing that came to his mind was his family, father, mother, grandmother, and sister. He hoped that the family could sit together happily to eat and watch TV. Then he thought of Qing Ling and Officer Huang, and suddenly missed them, as well as the beef noodles in that noodle shop. He wondered if Qing Ling and Officer Huang's talents had reached level 4, and if they would occasionally think of him. Of course, there were also Wang Zikai and Pang Jun. If possible, it would be nice to go to Wang Zikai's house and play all night, eating fried chicken and drinking cola while playing games. No, I can't think about it anymore. The flags are almost filling up the hill. This is not a good sign. Xiangye. Are you okay? On the other side of Group 5, Heike suddenly supported Xiangye, his brows furrowed. Xiangye bit her legs and leaned against the wall in the corner. She was covered in cold sweat, and her hair was soaked in sweat and stuck to her pale face. She covered her neck with both hands, her chest rose and fell violently, and her breathing was very short and intense. Chapter 194. What's wrong with her? Huixiong looked over. Asthma attack. Jiuhan answered in a deep voice. Gao Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiangye to have asthma. The awakened person's body should be stronger than ordinary people? How could he still get sick? No, even if the basic quality of the body is higher than that of ordinary people, if the awakened person's talent does not have attribute value bonuses such as physical strength and endurance, it should not be enough to completely change the body's functions, and it is even more impossible to treat diseases. Xiangye's talent is Bird King, which belongs to the summoning system. If this talent is converted using a system, the attribute value bonus must be in spirit and charm, not in physical strength and endurance. Where is the spray? Heike touched Xiangye's pocket and didn't find the spray. Drop it on the way. Xiangye's breathing became more and more rapid, and she could hardly speak. Heike's face sank, and he looked at Jiuhan. It should have fallen on the road from the health room on the 3rd floor to the broadcasting room. Everyone was silent. It was so dangerous on the road just now, and it was entirely possible that the spray they carried with them would fall. Can you still hold on? Jiuhan looked at Xiang Dai. Wait until Lao Qiao fixes the broadcaster. No. Heike understood Xiang Dai's situation. She can't hold on that long. Don't care about me. Don't. Xiang Dai looked painful. She breathed hard and shook her head desperately. She didn't want to implicate her teammates. Don't talk. Heike grabbed Xiang Dai's shoulders. Xiang Dai, look at me, take a deep breath, breathe. Ha. Xiang Dai tried to breathe, but the effect was not good. She looked very painful, and every short breath seemed to hit everyone's face. After a short silence, someone stood up. No, we must go get the medicine, otherwise she will die. It was Lian who spoke, and he finally didn't have that fake smile on his face. How to get it? Huixiong asked back. We are not sure whether it fell in the corridor or the stairwell, and now there are all the corpses outside. Opening the door is to seek death. Lian's face was gloomy, and his eyes looked at Jiuhan resolutely. Xiangye can't die. Captain, open the door. Let me go. No. Jiuhan refused. This is to die. But, dong. Gao Yang stood in front of a wall without knowing when, and he knocked on the wall. Captain? Hui Xiong looked at Gao Yang, not understanding what he was going to do. In this kind of building, the room structure on each floor is the same. Gao Yang said, we went to the dean's office on the second floor before, and it corresponds to this room, but this room is only half the space before. Separated by a room. Shi Ran's eyes lit up under the lens. Gao Yang nodded. Hui Xiong hit the wall. I have a plan, long story short. Hui Xiong walked over without saying anything, patted the wall, determined the position, and began to hit the wall with his shoulder. Bang! Bang! After just 2 hits, Hui Xiong knocked a big hole in the partition wall. He raised his foot and stomped a few times, opening a narrow gap in the wall that a person could pass through sideways. Gao Yang got in first, and Johan, Hui Xiong and others followed into the space opposite the partition wall. This is a utility room. Gao Yang was delighted. Great. I am really lucky. Come on, stack these tables, chairs, and single cabinets to make a wall. Gao Yang commanded, and everyone acted quickly. There were a lot of things in the utility room, and soon a barrier wall was piled up. Gao Yang slipped through the only gap in the barrier wall, opened the door of the utility room, and slammed on the door several times. Bang, bang, bang. He quickly went behind the barrier wall, blocked this too. Everyone immediately pushed the single cabinet to block the gap. At the same time, the talisman corpses in the corridor heard the sound and came to the utility room one after another. They wanted to attack Gao Yang and others, but were stopped by the wall made of things. More people. Hold on together. Hui Xiong commanded, and Ronnie and Xiui also joined in, using their bodies to resist the obstacle. You continue to make noises to attract the attention of the talisman corpses. Gao Yang said, as he went back to the studio through the gap in the partition wall. Lian, there should be no talisman corpses in the corridor. It's hard to say about the corridor, but the number should not be large. I go with you to find the spray. No, I'm alone. 2 people can take care of each other, and the success rate is higher. Gao Yang said. A trace of gratitude flashed in Lian's eyes, and he nodded. Okay. He glanced at Xiangjia, turned around and walked towards the door. I go too. He stood up. Take good care of Xiangjia. Gao Yang said. Too many people is not good. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Gao Yang and Lian each picked up a golf club, exchanged glances, opened the door, quickly went out, and then closed the door. Sure enough, except for the 2 talisman corpses whose heads had been blown up and were still lying on the ground, the other talisman corpses were crowded in the utility room next door. Inside the door of the utility room, Hui Xiong shouting could still be heard. Son of a bitch! Come here! Come and bite me! Ha ha, you can't bite me! I piss you off. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Are you still addicted to scolding? The lights were on in the corridor, and it was clear what was on the ground, but there was no asthma spray. Gao Yang and Lian looked at each other, and guessed that the spray was most likely to fall in the corridor. The 2 of them walked quietly, past the utility room filled with talisman corpses, and then quickened their pace and rushed to the corridor. There was no light in the corridor, it was very dim. Gao Yang and Lian walked down slowly along the wall. Gao Yang pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then at the ground, and then at Lian's eyes, and then pointed around. It means, I find the spray you cover. Lian understood, and returned an okay gesture. The 2 went down the corridor one after the other, and soon came to the 4th floor, and did not find the spray. The 2 of them slowly went down to the 3rd floor along the wall. As soon as they reached the corner of the 3rd floor, Lian's hand immediately grabbed Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang looked up, and found 3 talisman corpses standing at the corner. They turned their backs to Gao Yang and Lian, and faced the window at the corner of the corridor. The moonlight poured in, illuminating the top of their heads, and 1/3 of their side faces. They looked like 3 evil ghosts from hell, with cruel and numb faces. What was even more damning was that a spray with a white bottle and a blue mouth cap fell on the heel of the talisman corpse in the middle. Lian also saw the spray at the first time. Without any hesitation, he slowly squatted down and took off his shoes. Gao Yang grabbed Lian and shook his head violently. No! It's too dangerous. Lian smiled bitterly at Gao Yang, his eyes firm. I must go. Xiangjia had an asthma attack, and every second counted. Gao Yang no longer insisted. Since Lian decided to come out, he must be ready for the risk. Lian took off his boots, held them in his hands, and approached the 3 talisman corpses barefoot, step by step. The talisman corpses made a low and vague breathing sound in their throats, and their bodies twitched subconsciously, and they did not notice anyone approaching. When Lian was only about 1 meter away from them, The 3 talisman corpses suddenly became alert, their bodies immediately stiffened, their heads turned slightly, and their ears trembled sharply. The 3 talisman corpses had not turned around yet, but Lian knew that as long as he got a little closer, they would immediately notice it. Lian held his breath, and sweat oozed from his forehead. Reason told him that he could not move forward. But the asthma spray was right in front of him, and he could not watch Xiangjie die, otherwise he would be worse than death. Lian gritted his teeth and threw his 2 shoes into the stairwell below. Click, click. The 3 talisman corpses were indeed attracted by the sound and turned sideways. One of the talisman corpses had already slowly walked down the stairs, but the remaining 2 just turned their heads and didn't go over. The terrible thing was that the talisman corpses on the corridor on the 3rd floor also heard the sound and moved towards the corridor. Lian looked over and his scalp suddenly went numb and cold sweat ran down. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. Lian knew that there was no better opportunity, and the situation would only get worse. He stepped forward decisively, stretched out his hand, and picked up the asthma spray. Because of nervousness, Lian couldn't control the strength of his hand. The blue mouth cover of the spray was very hard. When it was lifted off the ground, it still made a slight sound when it rubbed against the floor. A talisman corpse turned around suddenly. It heard it. Chapter 195. Roar! The corpse of the talisman pounced on Lian. Lian, who was still bent on the ground, jumped back and stumbled to the corridor. Gao Yang immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand to grab Lian's arm and dragged him back, but Lian's body suddenly shrank and his calf was grabbed by the corpse of the talisman. Get out of here! Lian kicked the corpse of the talisman in the face, and quickly kicked it away. However, he was not wearing shoes, and the back of his right foot kicked into the corpse of the talisman's big mouth, and the teeth scratched the skin on his heel. In just a moment, Lian understood what this meant, and he was calmer than he thought. In fact, he had thought that he might die for saving Xiangjie. In fact, he had imagined such a scene countless times, all kinds of possible dangers, and all kinds of possible ways of his death. He didn't regret it at all, he just felt very sorry. The woman he had secretly loved for many years, he didn't see him die for her with his own eyes. Lian quickly climbed up and stuffed the spray into Gao Yang's hand. Go! Gao Yang took the spray, helped Lian up, and began to crawl into the corridor. However, the noise just now had attracted the talisman corpses in the corridor on the 4th floor. For a while, they were blocked from front and back. Lian rushed to the front, opened his arms, hugged several talisman corpses that blocked the way, stopped them, and opened a way for Gao Yang. Several talisman corpses were merciless and bit Lian's shoulders, neck, and arms. Ah! Lian screamed, still holding the talisman corpses tightly without letting go. He shouted to Gao Yang, Go! Go quickly! Gao Yang's heart sank. He turned around and ran without looking back. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang heard Lian's passionate cry, which echoed throughout the teaching building. Xiangjie. Live well. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Yang rushed back to the 5th floor and came to the door of the broadcasting studio. He knocked on the door of the broadcasting studio first, opened the door quickly. Then Gao Yang turned back to the utility room. He stood at the door and shouted inside, Hui Xiong, stop shouting. Let them all come out. Hui Xiong's shouting stopped, and the talisman corpses in the utility room were attracted by Gao Yang's voice, turned their heads, and rushed out one after another. Gao Yang quickly got into the broadcasting studio and closed the door. Gao Yang threw the spray to He, who took the spray, opened the lid, and immediately came to Xiangjie's mouth. Xiangjie took 2 deep breaths. It was not time to relax yet. Gao Yang went through the gap in the partition door and came to the utility room. He took a look and confirmed that the talisman corpses here had walked out of the door and returned to the corridor. With the help of Johan, Gao Yang moved the single cabinet to make a gap for people to pass through. After confirming that the last corpse had also walked out of the utility room, Gao Yang moved sideways and closed the door of the utility room. Gao Yang came back immediately, and everyone pushed hard against the wall of debris. Countless debris collapsed and completely blocked the door of the utility room. Until this step, Gao Yang's plan was finally completed. It should have been perfect, but Lian did not come back alive. Gao Yang and others returned to the studio through the gap in the partition wall. At this time, Xiangjie's breathing stabilized, and He helped her stand up. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Gao Yang excitedly. Where is Lian? Why didn't he come back? Gao Yang did not speak, and answered her with silence. In fact, everyone had vaguely heard Lian shouting just now, and guessed what was going on. That was Lian's farewell to Xiangjie. Until he died, He still did not have the courage to tell Xiangjie that he liked her. No, no. Xiangjie covered her mouth and cried, I killed him, This is Lian's own choice. Johan's voice was cold, but his face was very ugly. He turned and walked to the window. His back was full of silent anger, which was the self-blame for not being able to protect his teammates. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. He did not like Johan. This man was arrogant, and impolite, but this did not prevent him from being a conscientious captain. Outside the door of the broadcasting room, the groans of the talisman corpses were faintly heard. In the room, it was very quiet, with only the small sound of Lao Qiao repairing the broadcaster. All the members of Group 4 were immersed in the sorrow of losing their teammates. Group 5 was also depressed for a while, when they thought of Manshi, whose life and death were uncertain. A few minutes later, Xiui, a boy with small eyes who had been relatively silent, spoke softly, as if he was talking to everyone, or as if he was talking to himself. When I first met Brother Li, I didn't like him very much. He always had a fake smile on his lips, which made me uncomfortable. Everyone was silent. Some people looked up at Xiui, and more people lowered their heads. Xiui closed his eyes, raised his head, and leaned against the wall. Later I learned that it was called facial nerve disorder. He was often beaten by his father when he was a child. Once he hit his head and became like that. If he didn't make any expression, it would be like he was always smiling fakely. Xiangjie, who finally calmed down, couldn't help but cover her mouth and sob softly. Brother Li's dream is to be a kung fu superstar. Xiui spoke slowly, without any emotional ups and downs, as if he was introducing a product. He likes nunchakus and spicy hot pot. He is an atheist, and has been single since birth. He recently signed up for a guitar class, because he thinks learning guitar can increase his charm. He liked Xiangjie, and thought that everyone didn't know it, but in fact everyone knows it. Xiui opened his little eyes, with a moist luster in the corners of his eyes. That's all I know about Brother Li. It turns out that a person's life can be told in just a few words. There was another silence. Done! Lao Qiao's voice appeared at the right time. When everyone was immersed in sadness, only he was concentrating on repairing the broadcaster. He picked up the microphone and tried to speak. Ahem, hello, hello, hello. Johan stood by the window, and immediately heard Lao Qiao's voice coming from the radio, outside the window. The wandering talisman corpses were attracted by the sound and stood still, but as the sound disappeared, they began to wander blindly again. Old Qiao stood up and looked at everyone. Next, just find a tape. There are many tapes in the studio. She read open the glass cabinet containing the tapes and selected them. Soon, he took out a tape. How about this one? Gao Yang took a look and saw that it was a tape of the Milk Tea King. He nodded. I have no objection. The next road is uncertain. If he really dies, at least he can still hear his favorite songs before he dies, which is also a kind of comfort. Others have no objections. Old Qiao took the tape and adjusted it to the beginning to ensure that the music time is as long as possible. Captain, do you want to start? Old Qiao put his hand on the play button, waiting for Johan to give the order. Johan looked at Gao Yang. Do you have anything else to say? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, it takes at most 30 minutes to play one side of the tape. We have to return to the indoor basketball court within this time, get equipment and supplies, and then finally Zhuanghu and kill him. If we can't get it done in one go, then we must return to the studio within 30 minutes, change the tape, and then proceed to the next step. Does anyone have any questions? No one raised any objections. Then do it. Johan and Huixiong walked to the door and prepared to open it. Click. Old Joe took a deep breath and pressed the play button. Chapter 196. Late at night, the sky was gray and blue, without stars. The entire 11th middle school was bathed in the cold and lonely moonlight. The hideous faces of the talisman corpses were everywhere, wandering around, and the air was filled with a gloomy and strange atmosphere. Zzz. All the radios in the school had a short noise at the same time, and then the music started. First, there was a retro and sad melody composed of violin group, nylon guitar, oboe, and cello group, accompanied by a soprano singing. Ah! The talisman corpses became manic and excited, and followed the sound and rushed to the nearest broadcasting station. Now! In the broadcasting studio on the 5th floor, Huixiong opened the door and rushed out first, followed by Hei Kei and Xiui. Shiran, Rani, Kan Tu, and Xiangjie walked in the middle. Johan, Gao Yang and Lao Qiao walked at the end. Most of the talisman corpses in the corridor rushed towards the broadcast in the direction of the classroom. There were also 2 talisman corpses with serious damage to their lower bodies, dragging their staggering steps. The slightly cool morning dew wet the black dress. There was fog on the stone road, and the father whispered, "Helpless awakening can only be more cruel. Everything is for the road to the sanctuary." Amid the music, Wei Xiong and He Ke approached the backs of the two talisman corpses respectively. The two of them looked at each other, and at the same time, they threw the talisman corpses down, grabbed their hair, and slammed their heads to the ground. Bang bang bang. The two talisman corpses soon stopped moving. Wei Xiong and He Ke immediately stood up and waved to their companions behind them, signaling them to follow. The group came to the stairs and went downstairs quickly. The fog that could not be blown away concealed the intention. Who stopped walking gently. Before they had time to cry, the bullets that passed through took away the temperature. Everyone rushed to the third floor in one breath. Suddenly, Wei Xiong and He Ke, who were walking in the front, stopped and stretched out their hands to stop their companions behind them. The other companions looked over and saw a corpse in the corridor. This corpse was covered with bite wounds, and his thigh muscles were bitten to the point of being almost gone. He lost his ability to move and was crawling in the corridor. His face was hideous, half of his chin was bitten off, and his signature fake smile was gone. His eyes were empty, flashing red, and his hands were waving randomly, as if he wanted to grab something. This person was Lian. Everyone's heart was suddenly clenched. Lian. Xiongye couldn't help but speak, and was immediately covered by Chiron on the side. Wow, Lian heard the sound and waved his hands desperately at them, trying to catch the prey in front of him. Webbed. A broken sharp wooden stick pierced Lian's right eye and went straight into his head. Each of us is guilty. Committing different crimes. I can decide who is right. Who should sleep. Arguments cannot be resolved. In the endless night. Shut up your mouth. The only favor. Jiuhan pulled out the stick with force. A small stream of blood splashed on his face, and a broken light flashed in his eyes. Jiuhan turned his head and gestured to everyone. Go now. The 10 people continued to move forward and came to the first floor safely. As long as they passed through the hall of the teaching building, they could leave. Dozens of talisman corpses gathered in the hall. They were crowded together in a black mass, squeezed in the corner, and desperately reached out to the radio speakers on the wall. One of the talisman corpses was squeezed by the talisman corpses behind him, and his body was pushed higher and higher, almost touching the speakers on the wall. Gao Yang immediately stuck to the wall and made gestures. Everyone also stuck to the wall, moving little by little, trying to keep the farthest distance, bypassing the talisman corpses, and going to the door of the hall. Those who stand in front of us are guilty. There is no way back even if we regret. Judge in the name of the Father. There is no suitable word for that feeling. It's like laughing and crying. Staring at the complete darkness. The tragedy that stops the spread of tragedy. Will make me intoxicated. If the song hadn't been sung for a few sentences, Gao Yang would have thought that a long time had passed. The group of people were sticking to the wall, but the thrill was no less than walking on a tightrope. Finally, Wei Xiong, who was walking in the front, had already circled to the front door of the teaching building hall. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. In less than half a minute, everyone could walk out of the door quietly and orderly. Click. In the corner of the opposite direction of the hall, the talisman corpse that was pushed to the highest point by other talisman corpses finally grabbed the radio speaker and pulled it down. For a moment, the music in the hall disappeared. Although music was still faintly heard from other places, it was not enough to attract their attention. The air froze for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, all the corpses stopped squeezing into the corner. They woke up, as if they heard some subtle movement. They turned their heads, their ears trembling sharply, and slowly approached Gao Yang and his group. The faces of the 10 people turned ashen in an instant, and their breathing stopped suddenly. Run! Gao Yang made a prompt decision and shouted. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, left the wall, and rushed towards the entrance of the hall. At the same time, the corpses roared and pounced on the crowd. Bowing down to kiss my left hand. In exchange for the promise of forgiveness. The old organ in the corner keeps playing accompaniment. The black curtain is blown by the wind. The sun penetrates silently. Sprinkles on the group of beasts that I have tamed. Ah! Gray Xiong grabbed the duty board at the door and rushed towards the herd, trying to use the explosion shield again to stop the zombies, and buy time for his companions. But the duty board was too weak, and could not withstand even a second. The left and right sides were broken, leaving only a small piece that was just enough for Gray Xiong to block himself. More zombies ignored Gray Xiong, bypassed him, and rushed towards the prey behind him. Johan rushed to the front. He kicked the talisman corpse in the chest and kicked him away. At the same time, he turned in the air and kicked another talisman corpse away. For ordinary people, this is already his limit. When he landed and stood firm, a talisman corpse rushed over from behind. Gao Yang appeared in time, and he didn't know where he got an iron dustpan in his hand. Clang! The iron dustpan hit the head of the talisman corpse, knocking him out and saving Johan's life. Johan's eyes flashed with gratitude. Before they could think, more corpses rushed over. Gao Yang and Johan were very close to the exit at this moment. If they ran away desperately, they should be able to escape alone. But behind them, there were still many companions. At this time, people could no longer be absolutely rational, and could not make a cold-blooded optimal solution after weighing the pros and cons. More often, they were driven by instinct and conscience. Get out of the way! A voice came from behind, and Gao Yang and Johan turned around suddenly. She ran and Ronnie rushed over with a prop piano. Gao Yang and Johan immediately jumped away from both sides. The prop piano rushed into the group of corpses and immediately knocked them over, but it also fell apart. At the same time, Heike and Xiao worked together to pick up a pot of iron tree potted plants and threw them at the group of corpses. For a moment, the group of corpses fell into a brief chaos like falling dominoes, which bought everyone a few precious seconds. Run! Run! Gao Yang continued to shout. Everyone turned and ran towards the door, but everyone stopped after taking 2 steps. Outside the door, more than a dozen talisman corpses rushed in. They came here after hearing the noise. Can't get out. Go back. Go back upstairs. Johan shouted. Everyone turned around and walked back. Several talisman corpses rolled down from the corridor. They quickly got up and rushed over. Behind them, more manic talisman corpses came in droves. The way back was also blocked. The talisman corpses in the entire teaching building seemed to be pouring into this hall. It was strange that at that moment, Gao Yang could not hear the low roar of the talisman corpses. He could not hear the shouts of the crowd either. Only the faint singing was left in his ears. Chapter 197. Back off. Back off. The closest to the door, Hui Xiong, threw the duty board in his hand at the group of corpses and kicked the closest corpse away. He rushed to the door of the hall of the teaching building desperately, and tried to close the glass door. Bang bang bang. It was too late. More than a dozen corpses rushed over frantically, and the glass door shattered and collapsed. But this was not a bad thing. At least it trapped a lot of corpses for a short time. Hui Xiong retreated while shaking off the corpses that pounced on him. At this time, a fallen corpse reached out and grabbed Hui Xiong's feet. He staggered and fell to the ground. Then, 2 or 3 corpses quickly pounced on him. Ah, help! Help! The scream came from Can too. She also fell down, and was grabbed by the ankle by a corpse. She hit the corpse's head with a golf club in her hand, but unfortunately her strength was too weak to hurt it at all. At the critical moment, she ran and Luo and I rushed over and kicked the talisman corpse's head fiercely, and at the same time, more talisman corpses surrounded the 3 of them. Johan and Heike fought back to back, and they were already too busy to split their attention. Gao Yang was holding the dustpan in his hand, and was also entangled by 2 talisman corpses, and had no time to take care of his teammates. Calm down. Calm down. Don't give up. Think about what else you can do. You can't do anything. You will be bitten by the talisman corpse soon. You will die and become one of them. You failed. There is no turning point. You will all die here. Your family and friends will never see you again, and you will never know all the secrets of the foggy world. Buzz. Gao Yang began to have tinnitus, and the whole world was spinning. His body was still fighting frantically, but he could hardly feel it, as if his soul was slowly leaving his body. In a split second, a talisman corpse bit him from the side, and Gao Yang had no time to dodge. Swish. A flying knife pierced into the eyes of the talisman corpse, and blood splattered on Gao Yang's face. Swish swish. 2 more flying knives shot into the eyes of the talisman corpse that fell on Hui Xiong. Gao Yang was shocked. It's the man snake. There is still hope. There is still a chance. When Hui Xiong saw the flying knife, his will to survive, which had been shaken, instantly became firm. Ah! With blood all over his face, Hui Xiong shouted, and pulled out the 2 flying knives from the eyes of the talisman corpse with both hands at the same time, and quickly inserted them into the eyes of the other 2 talisman corpses. Puff. For a moment, the 3 talisman corpses on his body fell softly on Hui Xiong as if they were electrocuted. Hui Xiong was not in a hurry to push away the 3 talisman corpses, because they could protect him well and block other talisman corpses from attacking him. Hui Xiong supported himself on the floor with both hands, and shrunk back with all his strength, and slid out of the pile of talisman corpses. He rolled and crawled to his feet, and looked up to see Manshi rushing towards them with a short knife in one hand, and a thick blue curtain in the other. It must be said that Manshi at this moment was like a god descending from heaven, and his declining momentum had changed. "Get out of the way!" Manshi chopped down a talisman corpse that was blocking the way with a knife, and then threw the short knife in his hand to Johan. Johan caught the machete, turned around, and chopped off the head of the talisman corpse that attacked Heike. Manshi grabbed the curtain with both hands, and lifted it up into the air with all his strength. The curtain immediately turned into a fishing net, trapping the 7 or 8 talisman corpses chasing the gray bear. The talisman corpses had low IQs. Once they were caught in the curtains, they began to struggle wildly, and soon tripped over each other. "Follow me!" Manshi shouted and turned to run. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong followed immediately. The others stopped fighting blindly, and quickly got rid of the talisman corpses, and caught up with the team. Manshi led everyone to a room at the left end of the hall. The door there was open. Manshi had been hiding there before. In the hall, talisman corpses from all directions were still surrounding them. Hui Xiong, Johan, Gao Yang and Heike fought and retreated, barely controlling the outer defense line. The encirclement became smaller and smaller, slowly shrinking towards the only escape route. When Hui Xiong was the last one to get into the room and close the door, the hall of the teaching building was already dark. Hu! Hui Xiong, who came in last, panted and pressed hard against the door. Gao Yang and Johan did not dare to slack off, and helped to hold the door together. "This is the reception room?" Xiong Dai recognized it at a glance. During the day, she, Johan, and Lian disguised themselves as reporters, and Dai Xiaojun received them in this room. The reception room was not big, and 11 people squeezed and it seemed very crowded. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The door was being hit hard by the talisman corpses outside. This was obviously not a place to stay for long. Manshi walked to the window without curtains, jumped on the window, and began to kick the anti-theft window outside with his feet. He explained while kicking, "Behind the window is a flower bed. There were some talisman corpses, all of which were attracted by the broadcast. We can go back to the construction site from here. You guys, come and hold the door," Hui Xiong shouted. Black Sparrow and Xioi also rushed over to help hold the door, replacing Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong walked to the window, and kicked the security window with Manshi. It must be said that the security window is very strong, and it is not easy for ordinary people to break it by brute force. Bang bang bang, the banging sound outside the door became more and more intense. "Hurry up! This door is a wooden door, it won't last too long," Gao Yang shouted. Bang! 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 Hui Xiong and Manshi struggled to kick the security window. "Xiangye, can't too. You come to help too," Johan shouted and rushed to the security window. Xiangye and Cantu immediately filled Johan's position and helped Gao Yang to hold the door together. Johan jumped onto the window and supported the top of the windowsill with both hands. "Listen to my command. I will shout 3, 2, 1 and work together. 3, 2, 1. The three of them raised their feet at the same time and kicked the security window fiercely. Bang! The security window was loose. Bang 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 bang. The corpse outside the door heard the violent noise inside the house, and banged the door even more frantically. The solid door panel, which was not very thick, felt like it would crack at any time. "Hurry up! I really can't stand it anymore." Gao Yang's voice was a little desperate. 3, 2, 1. Bang bang slap slap. The security window was kicked open, the screws fell off, and the entire iron window was removed. Success? Hurry! Go! Manshi and Hui Xiong jumped out of the window one after another. Johan half crouched by the window and stretched out his hand to others. "Ladies first," Gao Yang said. Cantu looked at the captain and immediately rushed to the window. Johan grabbed her and pulled her out of the window. Next was Xiangye, then Xioi and Ronnie. In the end, only Gao Yang, Heike, and Shiran were left to support the door panel. I yell 3, 2, 1, charge together. Gao Yang gritted his teeth. Okay. 3, 2, 1. The three of them gathered their strength at the same time and ran towards the window. Bang. The door was knocked open, and the talisman corpses rushed in one after another. Heike was agile. She jumped out of the window lightly, and her feet didn't even stop on the windowsill. Shiran was half a beat slower, and he stepped on the windowsill. Gao Yang was anxious. He could almost feel that the talisman corpses that broke into the door behind him were about to touch his back. He couldn't wait for Shiran to give up his position, so he jumped hard, hugged Shiran's waist, and fell out of the window together. There was a flower bed outside, and the two fell on the soft soil, but they were not seriously injured. Johan and Heike immediately pulled them up. Gao Yang looked back and saw that 7 or 8 talisman corpses were already stuck in the window, and were about to flip out. Gao Yang's scalp went numb. He was only one step away from death. Let's go! Chapter 198. A group of people rushed out of the flower bed, crossed the tree-lined avenue, and ran towards the auditorium. There were some lone talisman corpses along the way. Hui Xiong and Man Shi rushed in front and cooperated tacitly to easily solve them. 2 minutes later, everyone went around the back of the auditorium and returned to the construction site of the indoor basketball court. At this time, the first song on the radio had just finished. The whole process was only 5 minutes, but everyone felt like they had experienced a long and thrilling nightmare. Okay, it's safe for now. Hui Xiong stood outside the door and watched for a while, confirming that no talisman corpses were catching up, and he was completely relieved. He quickly looked at Manshi and punched him on the shoulder. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Mansh's face was cold. I've been waiting for the broadcast, and I thought you had failed. Humph! You underestimated us too much. We don't have much time. Gao Yang was not optimistic. He took out mineral water from the supply bag and threw it to everyone. Take a 10-minute break, everyone drink something, eat something, and check each other for injuries. Xiangjie, you go back and count the weapons and equipment. I will distribute them in a while. Johan said. Yes. Everyone got busy, and soon Lao Qiao found that the high school student who was tied up in the room before was gone. It was estimated that he took the opportunity to break the rope and ran away, and everyone had no time to worry about a lost person. Can Xiangjie come to me? Black Sparrow said, and walked into a room inside. They wanted to check each other's injuries. Okay. Xiangjie followed in. Ken was stunned for a moment, and followed with his head down. Gao Yang caught this detail, and his chest trembled slightly. I hope I'm overthinking. A minute later, Xiangjie walked out of the house first and began to organize the weapons and equipment in the supply bag. The men also checked their wounds quickly. Everyone drank water and ate while resting. Captain, there is only 1 pistol with bullets and 6 bullets. Xiangjie handed the pistol to Johan and continued. 5 bottles of sea potion, 2 bottles of fairy water, 2 hypnotic gas, 3 special adrenaline. 10 talent enhancement accessories, but they are basically useless now. What are the cold weapons? Johan took the pistol and asked. Brass knuckles, short knife, compound bow, nunchaku. When Xiangjie mentioned nunchaku, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Nunchaku is Li An's exclusive weapon. Give the brass knuckles to Heike, and Xiao Yi will use the compound bow himself. Johan looked at everyone. Who wants nunchaku? No one answered. No one in the team was good at nunchaku. For those who have not been specially trained, a shovel, a golf club, or even a shovel is more handy than nunchaku. Give it to me, Xiang Dai said. Johan nodded and continued to ask. There is also a short knife. Who wants it? Give it to me, okay? Ronnie said. Johan nodded, and finally took a look at the pistol. There are still 6 bullets here. Who has the best shooting skills? It should be me. Hui Xiong smiled bitterly. He is a professional policeman and has practiced shooting a lot, but I don't need it. I trust my fists more now. Johan nodded, and he also trusted his fists more. No one else had experienced shooting. Johan thought for a moment. Xiang Dai, you hold the gun, protect yourself at critical moments, and there are cans. Okay. Xiangjie took the gun and put it in her waist. Captain. Heike walked out of the room at this time, his face a little solemn. He looked at Johan, then at Gao Yang, and hesitated to speak. Gao Yang's heart sank slightly, and the scene of Cantu being knocked down by Fu Shi in the hall of the teaching building immediately appeared in his mind. Just say it, Johan said. Cantu. Heike avoided Gao Yang's gaze. There is a wound on the foot. For a moment, the air solidified. Gao Yang was shocked. What was coming finally came. How could it be? Hui Xiong was emotional. Are you sure it was the Fu Shi bitten? Heike shook his head. I'm not sure. Cantu himself said he had no impression. But I think we have to prepare in advance. Johan looked at Gao Yang. Cantu is from Group 5. Leave it to you. No, it's definitely not a bite. Shiran couldn't accept it, and shook his head desperately. Manshi looked at Gao Yang coldly. If you don't want to do it, let me go. Manshi, What are you talking about? Shi Ran shouted excitedly. Can is our companion. We can't abandon our companions. We can't do this to her. Ronnie. Uncle Xiong. Talk. Shi Ran shouted. Say something. Shi Ran. Gao Yang interrupted. Stop talking. But. Stop talking. Gao Yang ordered. Shi Ran's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth, turned around and walked to the corner, hugged his head with both hands, and squatted down weakly. Manshi, lend me the knife. Manshi pulled out a sharp dagger and handed it to Gao Yang. This is the fastest and the least painful. Gao Yang held the dagger and looked at Johan. The corpse will transform very quickly. No more than 5 minutes, give me some time. The implication is that Gao Yang will not kill people rashly. He will hold on for 5 minutes. If the signs are not right, he will do it himself. Johan nodded silently and gave Heike a look. Heike understood, put on brass knuckles, and silently stood guard outside the door to prevent accidents. Gao Yang took the dagger, put it behind his back, and walked into the room inside. There was no electricity at the construction site, and the light in the house was very dim. A flashlight was placed flat on the table where the sundries were placed, shining a large circle of light on the rough cement wall. Cantu sat on the ground with his legs hugged, his upper body just in the circle of light, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Captain Chiang. When she saw Gao Yang coming in, a trace of joy flashed across her face, and then dimmed again. She lowered her head, her voice trembling a little. Are you coming to kill me? Gao Yang squatted down beside Cantu, holding the dagger tightly in his right hand and hiding it behind his back. He stretched out his left hand and helped Cantu to tidy up her sweaty bangs. No, I come in and keep you company. Captain. Cantu usually makes a lot of noise, but now she is too well behaved. I'm not lying. I really don't know how I got hurt. I really don't know. Don't be afraid. Let me see. Gao Yang said. Cantu nodded, stretched out her left foot, pulled up her baggy jeans, and a 3-centimeter blood mark appeared on her slender white calf. It was not deep, but some blood was flowing. Gao Yang couldn't tell whether it was a bite or a scratch, or some other scrape. It's okay, it's definitely not a bite. Gao Yang pulled down his trouser legs and comforted her. I don't think so either. When Cantu heard what Gao Yang said, a trace of blood appeared on his pale face. If it was a bite, it must be painful, right? I must have felt it at that time, but I didn't feel anything at all, really, nothing at all, so it must not be a bite. Cantu kept mumbling. His eyes were like a deer shot by a hunting rifle, timid, panic, and uneasy. Don't worry, it will be fine. Gao Yang smiled gently, but the dagger in his right hand did not relax. He stared at Cantu's eyes with full concentration, and he would not hesitate if there was a problem. Captain. Suddenly Cantu's tears burst out. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Can you not kill me? Buzz. Tinnitus appeared again. Chapter 199. Buzz. Suddenly, it was as if a string in his head was broken, and the continuous tinnitus made Gao Yang unable to think or feel. In his blurred vision, he could only see Cantu's pale and desperate tearful face, and saw her crying and begging for something in fear and helplessness. I don't want to become a corpse. I don't want to become a man-eating monster. Finally, the voice came back slowly. Gao Yang's palms were full of sweat, but he didn't tighten the dagger. Cantu, your wound doesn't look like a bite, don't be afraid. Gao Yang stretched out his left hand and put it on Cantu's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Gao Yang hoped that Cantu would not lose control of her emotions, because he wanted to make sure he would not make a wrong judgment. Whether it was because of fear that she lost control of her emotions, or whether it was a precursor to the transformation of the corpse, she must be carefully distinguished. Really? Cantu calmed down a little. Really, believe me. Gao Yang felt that he was a shameless liar who wrote blank checks, but he had no choice. Okay, I believe the captain. We will definitely be fine. We will definitely leave here safely. Can's eyes rekindled hope. When we get out, I want to play games. No more games. I want to strengthen my training. I must train well. I will never slack off again. I want to become stronger. I will never hold everyone back. Gao Yang forced a smile. Then you must keep your word. Yes. I promise to keep my word. Can showed a weak smile. Then, her smile disappeared, and the false light of hope in her eyes also dissipated. Captain, I don't feel well, my chest is a little stuffy, and I'm a little dizzy. Gao Yang was startled and didn't say anything. Can blinked slightly, his face became paler. Captain, can you hug me? I'm really scared. I don't want to. I don't want to die here alone. Gao Yang hesitated. The Can in front of him was so pitiful and helpless, but Gao Yang was afraid that in the next second, she would turn into a terrifying corpse and bite off his neck. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Gao Yang leaned forward, stretched out his left hand, and gently hugged Can in his arms. He held Can's head with his left hand, let her face stick to his chest, and controlled the angle to ensure that he could control her head at the first moment of her transformation. At the same time, he slowly raised his right hand, ready to pierce the girl's chin from bottom to top and reach her head at any time. Captain, thank you. I feel much better. Captain, actually you are my type, but I know you definitely won't like a girl like me. I'm not pretty, and I don't have femininity. Besides, I've taken a test, and it says I have an avoidant attachment personality. If the person I like also likes me, I won't like him. So Captain, don't like me, hee, so I can always like you. Captain, I'm not afraid anymore, do it. Gao Yang's heart twitched fiercely, and the hand holding the dagger loosened. He took a deep breath, focused slightly, highly concentrated, and waited quietly. 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. Until a minute passed, Gao Yang still didn't do it. Ken was a little confused. She slowly raised her head and looked at Gao Yang. Captain, you. 5 minutes have passed. Gao Yang whispered, I have been listening to your heartbeat. It has not stopped, nor has it accelerated significantly. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he pinched Can's chin. Open your mouth. Ah. Gao Yang didn't see anything unusual. He opened her eyelids and looked at her. There was no change in her pupils. He put his hand on her forehead. There was no sign of fever. She was even a little cold. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a corpse. Gao Yang was completely relieved. You were not bitten. Huh? Cantu was stunned at first. Very unbelievable, I really was not bitten? No. Gao Yang's eyes were determined. It should be accidentally scratched somewhere. But I am really a little dizzy. I am still not feeling well. You have hypoglycemia. Gao Yang guessed. You are too thin. Yes, I have hypoglycemia. Cantu reacted immediately. She hurriedly took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket. I always carry chocolate with me, just in case I faint. How could I forget everything? Fuck. Cantu blushed for a while. She threw away the candy, and covered her face with her hands. What did I say just now? Oh my god, I am so dead, I can't live anymore. Don't shout. Be careful not to attract the corpse. Gao Yang picked up the chocolate on the ground, tore off the wrapping paper. Open your mouth. Ah. Cantu opened his mouth obediently. Gao Yang threw the chocolate into her mouth, stood up, and stretched out his hand to her. Welcome back to the team. Yeah. Cantu, who had just escaped a false alarm, felt a sense of relief and joy for having survived the disaster. Her eyes were wet and red. She smiled and grabbed the captain's hand and stood up. Gao Yang and Cantu walked out of the room. Hei Kei was watching from the door the whole time. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Gao Yang and Cantu. It's good that you're okay. Haha, Cantu. Hui Xiong came over happily and rubbed Cantu's hair. You almost scared me to death. He. Cantu lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. I was almost scared to death. Manchi still had no expression on his face, and his eyes were not as sharp as before. He walked to Gao Yang and took back his dagger. Welcome back, Captain. Ronnie was also very happy for Cantu. Where she ran. Cantu pretended to be angry. Huh? I heard your conversation outside just now. She ran still loves me the most. At this moment, she ran was still standing by the window, supporting the windowsill with both hands, as if he was thinking. Cantu ran over happily. She ran. I'm fine. Don't worry. Gao Yang grabbed Cantu and pulled her back hard. Wait. Gao Yang felt something was wrong. She ran should be happy for Cantu, but his reaction was too calm, even indifferent. She ran? Can you hear me? Gao Yang called softly. Yeah. She ran replied sullenly, still without turning back. She ran. Cantu is fine. It's just a false alarm. Gao Yang took 2 steps forward, but still kept a distance of 3 meters from she ran. The flashlights of others all shone in the direction of she ran. Ah, I just heard it, so good. She ran turned around slowly. His face was extremely pale. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and dark brown marks similar to mold appeared around his eye sockets. His originally fair and gentle face became listless and decadent. Can, welcome back to the team. She ran tried to force a smile, and a stream of blood flowed from his nostrils, soaking his white shirt. No, this is not true. Can opened his eyes wide. Tears were already rolling in his eyes. Shi Ran wiped the blood from his nose and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm a little dizzy, probably hypoglycemia, I be fine after a rest. Shi Ran walked towards everyone, and everyone began to retreat. Shi Ran. Gao Yang shouted at him, his eyes painful, don't move. Man Shi walked to Gao Yang and took out a short knife. Shi Ran, I'm sorry, I be quick. Man Shi, what are you talking about? Shi Ran looked at Man Shi helplessly, but he could no longer see anything. His eyes seemed to be melting rapidly, and with 2 streams of sticky blood flowing out, soon only 2 empty eye sockets were left. Red veins spread up along his neck, and quickly covered his entire face. He made a gurgling sound in his throat. He was still talking, but it took a lot of carefulness to distinguish what he was saying. We are companions. Companions cannot abandon companions. Companions. Roar! Shi Ran's remaining humanity disappeared. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Gao Yang. Swish. Man's short knife was unsheathed, a sharp knife flashed, and Shi Ran's head flew out. Shi Ran lost his head, but his body still rushed forward and hit Gao Yang's chest. His broken carotid artery spurted out large streams of blood, instantly dyeing Gao Yang's clothes red. Gao Yang did not move, just pursed his lips and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, Shi Ran's headless body slowly knelt down in front of Gao Yang, and finally lay in a pool of blood. Shi Ran. Ken's crying voice appeared in his ears. Then, there were the sad cries of Ronnie and Hui Xiong. Shi Ran died at Gao Yang's feet. The boy's familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. My name is Shiran, Shi of the West, ran a burning, hello, Captain. When I was in primary school, I wrote an essay called My Mother. I have been dependent on my mother since I was a child, and life is not easy. I probably will never know what Lin Mingwan is in this life. Cans are our companions. We can't give up our companions. Buzz. The damn tinnitus, it's here again. Chapter 200. In a dim room, Shi Ran's head and body were spliced together and covered with oilcloth. Gao Yang held a flashlight and stood by the body. Time was running out, and all the members of Group 5 said a brief farewell to Shi Ran with a heavy heart. Ken was crying all the time, Hui Xiong's eyes were red, and Man Snake said nothing, just doing his job. Except Gao Yang, Ronnie was the last to leave. He was too calm after Shi Ran's death. Gao Yang knew that Ronnie was not without sadness, but he had not really accepted Shi Ran's death, so any feeling would be seriously delayed. Shi Ran's myopic glasses were stained with blood, and one of the mirrors had broken. Ronnie carefully wiped the glasses clean, wrapped them with a handkerchief he carried with him, and put them in his waist bag. He knew that he might not be able to bring back Shi Ran's body smoothly, so he had to keep a thought just in case. When I first joined the Qilin Union, I only had Shi Ran as my friend, Ronnie said. Gao Yang listened quietly. We are all fine. I wonder what is behind the gate of the end. Ronnie looked at Shi Ran's body under the tarpaulin. Shi Ran will never know. I want to live to that day, and help him witness. Ronnie did not have any strange punctuation. Even he himself did not realize it. If I die too, Captain, you must live to that day and witness for us. Ronnie's eyes were firm and hot, and tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Okay. Gao Yang solemnly promised Ronnie. The singing on the radio continued, and the classical, sad and beautiful music echoed in the hellish 11. Who is playing the song of Dong Feng Pon the Pipa? The maple leaves color the story, and I see through the ending. I walked with you along the ancient road outside the fence. In the years of wild smoke and grass, even the breakup was silent. 10 people walked out of the construction site of the indoor basketball court and came to the tree-lined avenue of the school. Hui Xiong and Man Shi walked in the front, Hui Xiong holding a large shovel, Man Shi still holding his short knife. Xioi and Heek walked in the second row, Heek wearing brass knuckles, watching for possible close-range sneak attacks from the side, Xioi holding a compound bow, ready to deal with the distant talisman corpses at any time. Cantu and Xiangye walked in the third row, Cantu holding a 1-meter-long steel bar for self-defense, Xiangye wearing nunchakus on her waist, holding guns in both hands, alert to the surroundings. Ronnie and Lao Chiao walked in the fourth row, Ronnie holding a dagger for self-defense and a light supply bag on his back, Lao Chiao holding the only remaining golf club and also carrying a supply bag. Gao Yang and Johan followed behind. Gao Yang found a 7-shaped crowbar at the construction site. Johan held a pointed hammer. Because the music on the radio attracted most of the talisman corpses to the teaching building, the group walked in the edge area of the school and encountered some lone talisman corpses. Everyone cooperated and solved it steadily. Soon, everyone walked to a parking lot near the school gate. To be precise, It was a small cement floor with 3 old cars parked on it. Lao Qiao's eyes lit up. Cars. What? Can we still drive away? Hui Xiong said. Cars. If there are cars, there may be gasoline. Lao Qiao looked at Johann excitedly. Captain, if there is gasoline, we can use fire attack. It's been 18 years. Can gasoline still be used? Xiongye asked. The situation in the Fu cave is different. There is no expiration date. Gao Yang said. You can try. Others looked at Johann. Okay. Johann thought of another problem. But how do we get the gasoline out? Gao Yang was also thinking about this problem. He looked around and had an idea. He walked to the garden next to him. There was a tap on the grass in the garden. There was a hose on the tap, and a small aluminum bucket next to it to collect water. Gao Yang pulled out the hose, and threw it to Lao Qiao, and at the same time brought the small aluminum bucket over. Lao Qiao smiled, you know me, turned around and squatted behind the car, opened the oil cap, and inserted the hose. Lao Qiao held the other end of the hose with both hands, and took a sip with his mouth. Soon, the gasoline was let out of the hose, and flowed into the aluminum bucket. Lao Qiao approached the bucket, and smelled the gasoline, and said excitedly, I think it can still be used. Lao Qiao's movements were skillful. It is estimated that he had done this kind of thing before squatting. In less than a song, Lao Qiao emptied the fuel tanks of 3 cars, and got a full bucket of gasoline. Hui Xiong folded his hands, and watched from the side, still not understanding how such a gasoline would work. Let's go to the store. Gao Yang said. Yes. Hui Xiong also figured it out. We can make incendiary bombs. The group bypassed the teaching building, and came to the store. The outbreak of the Fushur occurred during the first evening self-study period. The store was open, and the door was wide open. There were several Fushur wandering inside, and everyone quickly dealt with them. Then, everyone found half a box of red wine in the store, poured out all the wine, and poured gasoline into the bottle. Everyone stripped a piece of clothing from the Fushur's body, tore it into many strips of cloth, stuffed it into the bottle, and let the gasoline slowly seep into the strips of cloth. In this way, 7 or 8 bottles of simple incendiary bombs were made. So far, everyone's combat effectiveness has been maximized under limited circumstances. Next, they had to look for Lizhuang Lake. At this time, they faced another problem, that is, the tape in the radio could not be played for a few minutes. By then, they would face a whole teaching building full of corpses. The 10 people had to return to the studio quickly to turn the tape over. But the teaching building was already very dangerous. There were groups of corpses in the lobby on the first floor alone, which was tantamount to seeking death. Gao Yang suddenly had an idea. He looked at everyone. We won't go to the studio. Let's go back to the auditorium. Before the music ended, the group ran to the auditorium. The auditorium was not open to the public during the evening self-study period. There were no students inside, and naturally no corpses. 10 people broke into the room, and Gao Yang walked straight to the stage at the end of the auditorium and came to the podium. There was indeed a microphone here. Hui Xiong had understood Gao Yang's intention and laughed. Okay. Since we have Molotov cocktails, let's concentrate on destroying them here. Gao Yang nodded and began to observe the environment of the auditorium. Once the music stops, we will use this microphone to attract most of the talisman corpses to the auditorium, then close the door, throw incendiary bombs, and burn them all to death. Will Li Zhuanghu be attracted? Xiongye asked. I don't think so. Johann was not optimistic. Gao Yang also agreed. He seems to have retained a certain amount of intelligence. Although he can't think like us, he is not as stupid as other talisman corpses. Manshi also agreed. He remembered the moment when the talisman corpse crisis broke out. He didn't move at that time, but let other talisman corpses come forward to attack us. He was a bit cunning. If Li Zhuanghu can really control the talisman corpses effectively, even if we find him, we probably can't avoid fighting these talisman corpses. We will have a greater chance of winning if we eliminate its subordinates first. Gao Yang made a summary. Make a plan. Johann said and looked at everyone, then divide the work. Chapter 201. The plan is simple. Lead the corpses into the auditorium and burn them together. The key is how to burn as many corpses as possible. After the group discussed, they came up with a feasible plan. First, everyone put the tables in the auditorium together and built a platform of about 3 meters. This platform should be relatively stable and located in the middle of the auditorium. At least 3 people should stand on the platform. 2 of them are responsible for throwing Molotov cocktails in all directions of the auditorium to ensure that every corner is taken care of, and 1 person is responsible for cover. Considering the problem of the 3 people's subsequent escape, the platform must be close to a window of the auditorium. Hui Xiong destroyed that window in advance, so that the people on the platform can jump out of the window to escape directly after completing the work. Xiongye and Cantu found 2 sponge mats and placed them on the ground outside the window to ensure that the escapees can land safely. The remaining tables, chairs, curtains, and other combustible sundries are evenly distributed in the auditorium. The escape routes and division of labor for the others were also arranged. Half an hour later, Cantu stood on the stage of the auditorium, holding a microphone, and began to sing. Hey, hey, ahem. Cantu was a little embarrassed. Hello, classmates and teachers. Although you have become different now, I know you don't want to be like this. Tonight, I will give you a song. I hope you can still be classmates in the next life, and I hope you can be happy in the next life. Cantu usually makes a lot of noise, but he didn't expect that his voice would be clear and quite emotional when he sang. Soon, Cantu's singing could be heard from the direction of the auditorium. The talisman corpses who had lost their target were attracted by the singing. They first walked slowly and dully towards the auditorium, but as the sound got closer, their movements became faster and faster, and their expressions became more and more ferocious. Bang! Half a minute after the song started, the first classmate was the first to break open the auditorium door. She was a high school girl in school uniform, with messy hair and blood all over her body. The muscles of her right arm were bitten, and the whole right arm was hanging weakly. Ah! Wow! She staggered towards the kid on the stage. Then, more and more classmates poured into the church, and they rushed towards the stage. However, obstacles had been set up around the stage, and the talisman corpses could not get close to the can for a while, so they could only bar their teeth and claws at her, helpless and furious. The can's face turned pale, and it retreated repeatedly, and the singing stopped. A hand was placed on Cantu's shoulder. It was Xiongye. Don't be afraid. I accompany you. Keep singing. Cantu calmed down, took a deep breath, and spoke again. More and more talisman corpses poured in. In a blink of an eye, the auditorium was already dark. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, and Xiao Yi squatted quietly on a high platform made of tables. They didn't dare to make a sound because the platform couldn't withstand the impact of the talisman corpses. Action? Jiuhan asked softly, with a Molotov cocktail in hand. Wait a little longer. Gao Yang also held a Molotov cocktail in one hand, and a lighter from a small shop in the other. The talisman corpses were still pouring into the auditorium, and rushing towards the direction of the singing. The barrier wall built around the stage was already crumbling. Cantu was still singing, her voice was obviously trembling. She tried her best to overcome her fear, and resisted retreating and running away. Finally, no more corpses came into the auditorium. Close the door, Gao Yang shouted. Bang! The gray male and the snake who were lying in ambush outside jumped out from behind the bushes and closed the auditorium door tightly. A few corpses heard the door closing and turned back to rush towards the door, but the door did not move at all. Cantu threw away the microphone in his hand, and together with Xiongye, he pulled the rope hard, and the curtain on the stage was torn down, and the barrier wall on the stage collapsed with a loud bang. Cantu and Xiongye immediately rushed to the backstage, closed the door, and escaped through a small window. At the same time, Gao Yang lit the cloth strips of the Molotov cocktail and threw them towards the place where the corpses were most concentrated. Bang! Crash! The Molotov cocktail broke, and the flames immediately spread, forming a small sea of fire, and the corpses twisted, struggled, and wailed in the flames. Bang bang! Hua hula! 2 small seas of fire burst out in the auditorium. The talisman corpses lost their target and began to run rampant. Their burning bodies touched other talisman corpses and immediately caught fire. Soon, the auditorium was engulfed in a sea of flames. The temperature rose rapidly, and the heat wave was filled with the disgusting smell of burnt flesh and blood. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, and Xiao Yi were well prepared. They covered their mouths and noses with wet towels, continued to aim at the position, and threw the remaining incendiary bombs. More and more talisman corpses gathered around the temporary platform built by the table. But because the force was relatively even, the platform could not be pushed down. Some talisman corpses had already ridden on other talisman corpses, and climbed up the platform little by little. Xiao Yi held his breath, pulled out the arrows from the quiver, drew the compound bow, and sniped. Swoosh! Swoosh! The corpse with the arrow piercing its head fell down, but more corpses climbed up one after another. Jiuhan threw the incendiary bombs around him, grabbed the pointed hammer, held his breath, and joined the battle. Puff! A corpse was about to climb onto the platform, and the pointed hammer directly pierced its temple, and the corpse rolled down silently. Gao Yang threw the last incendiary bottle to make sure that every corner of the auditorium was on fire. The raging sea of fire devoured everything mercilessly, black smoke and fog, sparks all over the sky, and manic, angry and painful wails resounded through the world. It was no longer an auditorium in front of him, it was simply purgatory. In the thick smoke, Gao Yang couldn't breathe or speak. He held his breath, patted Jiuhan and Xiaoyi hard, and gestured, "Jump out of the window." "Now!" Xiaoyi nodded, put on his compound bow, and jumped towards the window 2 meters away. He stepped over the burning group of talisman corpses, and jumped out of the window. There were 2 sponge pads outside the window, and there was Lao Qiao who was responsible for the support. The second one to jump out was Jiuhan, who successfully escaped from the window. Only Gao Yang was left. He was about to jump, but his center of gravity suddenly became unstable. The temporary height platform was too fragile. Without the weight of 2 companions, it became light, and finally collapsed under the siege of the talisman corpses. Gao Yang was startled and knew that he had no time to jump. He fell down. Fortunately, the talisman corpses under his feet were very dense. His feet stepped on the shoulders of 2 talisman corpses respectively. Before the talisman corpses bit him, he had already raised his feet, and stepped on the shoulders of other talisman corpses. The distance was enough. He jumped out of the window with force, and landed on the sponge pad. "Are you okay?" Old Qiao helped him up. Gao Yang nodded. "It's okay." As he spoke, he pulled open his trouser legs to check, and there were no wounds. At this time, 2 burning corpses were squeezed to the window, and flipped out of the window. Jiuhan immediately smashed their heads with a pointed hammer. Then several people guarded several windows, and dealt with the fish that escaped. The flames in the auditorium were getting bigger and bigger, and had spread outwards. Several people retreated to a farther position. Outside the auditorium was the playground. Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Xiaoyi, and Old Qiao were panting and sitting on the cinder track to rest. Soon, Xiangye, Cantu, Ronnie, Huixiong, and Manshi also came to gather. The 10 people looked at the blazing auditorium in front of them, and the sky dyed red by the fire, and fell into silence for a while. "We succeeded?" Cantu was a little stunned, and said in disbelief. "Success?" Huixiong put his hands on his waist, his face full of emotion. Gao Yang stood up, stretched out his hand to pull Jiuhan and Xiaoyi beside him, and just as he was about to say something, he found that Manshi was not right. Manshi had his back to the burning auditorium, and his whole body was against the firelight, his face was cold. Manshi looked over Gao Yang's shoulder, and looked at the playground behind everyone. "It's coming." Gao Yang turned around suddenly. It was Li Zhuanghu. Chapter 202. In fact, Gao Yang was not quite sure that it was Lizhuang Lake, but his intuition was always accurate. The burning auditorium behind him dimly illuminated the end of the playground. There stood a group of black figures, none of them moving. From a distance, they looked like crosses in a graveyard. A figure in the middle of the group of crosses flashed red light, flickering on and off, like a signal light on a ship at sea. Everyone's expression froze. "Captain, they seemed to be moving." The one who spoke was Cantu, and his voice was a little scared. Gao Yang had already discovered it. The group of figures slowly walked towards them. When they walked to the center of the playground, everyone could see them clearly. The figure standing in the middle was Lizhuang Lake, the monster that had merged with the rune circuit. There were no less than 50 rune corpses surrounding Lizhuang Lake. The red veins of these talisman corpses flow with tiny red energy, like some kind of parasite, and their empty eyes flash with scarlet light. The rhythm of these lights flashing is highly consistent with the rhythm of the runes flashing in Li Zhuanghu's heart. Gao Yang was basically certain, his voice was dry. "We guessed correctly. Li Zhuanghu can control the talisman corpses, but there are range restrictions or quantity restrictions. It is impossible to eliminate Li Zhuanghu alone." Jiuhan recognized the reality. Should we run away?" Kan's voice trembled a little. "How can we win? The talisman cave is so small, where can we run?" Manshi silently pulled out the short knife at his waist. "Let's fight to the death." Gao Yang didn't speak, he was still observing. Judging from the structural distribution, there are about 3 circles of rune corpses around Lizhuanghu. There are about 20 in the outermost circle, more than 10 in the second circle, and 7 or 8 in the innermost circle. The outermost rune corpses did not approach Gao Yang and his team directly, but divided into 2 columns on the left and right, surrounding them in a pincer shape. The rest, led by Lizhuanghu, slowly advanced. "Bah!" Huixiong spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm viciously, and wiped his bloody beard. "This is to kill them all without leaving any alive. We have eliminated most of the rune corpses, and Liz Wangdu feels threatened. Gao Yang calmly analyzed. The beasts alienated by runes have a certain IQ and strictly implement the obsessions of the beasts in their lifetime. Liz Wangdu hates this world, and his obsession is to kill everyone. Captain, stop talking nonsense, talk about tactics. Manshi interrupted. I don't want to die here. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. It was the first time that Manshi called Gao Yang captain. Others also looked at him, as if they were counting on him. I don't know when Gao Yang has become the spiritual leader of this mission. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Calm down, think, and make decisions. Can, Xiangjie, you run away immediately, which should attract some of the talisman corpses, but don't fight with them. If you can't get rid of them, shoot to protect yourself. Understood. Got it, Captain. Can and Xiangjie looked at each other and ran to the left side of the playground. Sure enough, 7 or 8 talisman corpses broke away from the pincer team and chased them. Gray Xiong, Johan, Black Sparrow, Lao Qiao Rani. You will fight in 2 groups. Remember, try to attract more talisman corpses around Li Zhuanghu. Johan waved his hand. Old Joe Rani, follow me to the left. Gray Xiong, Black Sparrow, you go to the right. Yes. The 5 of them separated to the left and right, attracting the group of talisman corpses that were originally surrounding them. At this point, all the talisman corpses in the outermost circle of Lizhuang Lake were attracted away. Xiui. Gao Yang said, catch the leader first, shoot him. Understood. Xiui pulled the compound bow, put the arrow on it, and shot at Lizhuang Lake, which was 40 meters away. Swish. The head of a talisman corpse was shot through by an arrow and fell silently. It blocked the fatal blow for Lizhuang Lake. Swish. Another arrow was shot over, and this time, another talisman corpse blocked it with its chest. It didn't even fall to the ground, and continued to move forward, but moved a little slower. The light in Lizhuang Lake's eyes suddenly brightened a little. The 7 or 8 talisman corpses in front of Lizhuang Lake seemed to have suddenly received an order and accelerated towards Gao Yang and the other 2. Soon, they closed the distance to half, and entered the range of Man's flying knife. Shua shua. The 2 flying knives shot into the eye sockets of the talisman corpses. One of them fell down, and the other one, although blocked, did not lose its mobility and continued to run forward. Xiui, find a chance yourself. Manshi, let's go! Gao Yang shouted, holding the 7-shaped crowbar in his hand, and rushed towards the talisman corpse. Manshi held a short knife, and killed Gao Yang side by side. Puff. The rough but sharp crowbar pierced the temple of a talisman corpse, and blood gushed out. Bang! At the same time, gunshots were heard from the direction of the boulevard. Xiangjie and Cantu fled all the way, crossed the runway beside the playground, and walked up the concrete steps leading to the boulevard. Hurry up! Xiangjie just stepped up the stairs, and found that Cantu didn't catch up. She looked back, and saw Cantu still standing on the runway. Cantu! Hurry up! Some of the talisman corpses turned around. No, I have to attract a few more. Cantu was trembling all over, but he still mustered up the courage to shout to the talisman corpses that were chasing him. Here! Here! The 2 talisman corpses that had already turned around heard Cantu's voice, and turned around to catch up with the other talisman corpses. At this time, the talisman corpse in the front was less than 2 meters away from Cantu. Just as Cantu turned around to run, the talisman corpse suddenly exerted force and rushed over. Cantu was shocked and had no time to dodge. Bang! A bullet accurately hit the head of the talisman corpse, and the talisman corpse that had already rushed over tilted and fell at Cantu's feet. Cantu was still dazed, and there was only the sound of gunfire in her ears, buzzing. Someone grabbed Cantu's hand, and she turned around. It was Xiangjie. The 2 quickly ran up the tree-lined avenue. Xiangjie ran while blaming, "You were too risky just now. If you died, how can I explain to your captain?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Cantu blamed himself. I wanted to help more. That depends on the timing. Don't do it again. Xiangjie shouted loudly, as if she was the temporary captain of the team. I know I was wrong. Cantu humbly accepted the criticism, and then showed admiration to Xiangjie. Sister Xiangjie, your shooting is so accurate. 1 shot hit the head. The union has gun courses and target practice every month. Do you participate? Xiangjie asked. No, I skipped classes. Cantu was ashamed. Will you skip classes in the future? Xiangjie smiled helplessly. Never run away again. The 2 chatted as they ran, looking back at the corpses from time to make sure they had not lost them. The 2 quickly rushed to the cement floor at the school gate. Xiangjie looked around, picked up a brick on the ground, and smashed it hard against the rear window of the old car. Bang! The car window glass shattered. Xiangye threw away the brick, reached in and opened the car door. Quick! Get in the car! Ken immediately got in the car. Xiangye also got in the car and closed the door. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 corpses caught up and surrounded the car. The two women shrank to the side with the window. Xiangye held the gun with both hands and took 2 deep breaths to calm her heartbeat. A corpse screamed and tried to get into the car window. Bang! A bullet directly hit its head. The corpse's body softened and hung on the broken car window, with blood gushing out from its crown. Xiangye leaned against the curled-up can and kicked the corpse on the window out with both feet. A few seconds later, a new corpse tried to get into the window again. Bang! Another close-range shot. The corpse was shot in the head. Then, Xiangye repeated the previous action, kicked the dead corpse out, and waited for the next one to take the bait. A total of 6 bullets, 6 corpses were shot in the head, and Xiangye didn't waste a single bullet. The Kim behind him was dumbfounded, and it was simply amazing. Xiang sister? You are awesome. Ken gave a thumbs up. You are a heroine. I declare that I don't like the captain anymore. From now on, I like you. It's not too late to flatter after it's over. Xiangye snatched the steel bar from Ken's hand, and the last corpse began to get into the car window. Ah! Xiangye shouted and stabbed the steel bar into the eyes of the corpse. Thick blood gushed out of the eye sockets of the corpse. It was not dead yet, and its hands were still waving wildly, trying to catch Xiangye. Help! Push me! Xiangye blushed. Cantu supported Xiangye's back with both hands and pushed hard. Puff! The steel bar pierced the head of the corpse, and came out from the back of the head. The corpse died, fell silently, and got stuck in the car window, bleeding. Open the door! Cantu immediately opened the door on the other side, and the two climbed out of the car one after another. Cantu looked around and found that the corpses chasing them were all dealt with. She breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat off her face. Xiangye did not stop. Let's go. Go back to help. Chapter 203. Swish. Man's short knife cut the throat of a corpse. He was going to decapitate it, but the continuous high-intensity chopping exhausted his strength and blunted his knife. The corpse's head tilted, and blood gushed out of the broken carotid artery, but it did not stop biting and grabbed Man's body with both hands. Puff. Gao Yang's 7-shaped crowbar was like a hoe, digging on the top of the corpse's head. Gao Yang pulled back hard, and the corpse suddenly fell back and flew away from Man's body. Are you okay? Gao Yang was panting, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. In less than a minute, they fought and retreated, killing 7 or 8 corpses, which was already the limit. Neither of them was a durable fighter like Hui Xiong. Although they were agile and explosive, their endurance was not high. At that moment, Gao Yang felt unprecedented regret. At the beginning, I was too dependent on the system and talent, and did not invest more time in basic physical training, nor did I find Dohu for actual combat training. If Qing Ling, who was holding a tang sword, was standing here now, Qing Ling should be able to win even without talent. Damn, this is not the time to be distracted. Get out of the way. Manchi pushed Gao Yang away, and a talisman corpse pounced into the air. Gao Yang rolled on the ground, and just as he stood firm, his expression tightened, and he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Xiui. Xiui was drawing his bow and shooting an arrow, but he didn't know that a talisman corpse had already accelerated and rushed over from the side. Left. Gao Yang shouted at Xiui, and Xiui turned around suddenly, and the talisman corpse was already in front of him. Xiui's bow and arrow shot out in a panic, piercing the chest of the talisman corpse, but it could not stop his action at all. Shuichi took a step back and fell to the ground. The talisman pounced on him and bit his face. Shuichi used the compound bow to clamp its jaw, and they were in a dangerous stalemate. Gao Yang arrived in time and hooked the 7-shaped crowbar around the talisman's neck. Wow! The talisman opened and closed its mouth wildly, less than 2 centimeters away from Shuichi's nose. Get out of here! Gao Yang pulled hard and pulled the talisman away from Shuichi. Shuichi immediately got up, took the arrow again, and drew the bow. Swish! The arrow shot through the talisman's head at close range. Shuichi didn't have time to say thank you to Gao Yang. His quiver was empty. He limped forward and pulled out the arrows from the talisman's chest and head respectively. He drew the bow again and aimed at Lizhuang Lake not far away. There were only 6 talisman corpses left around Lizhuang Lake. Swoosh! An arrow hit another corpse's head, but it was not Li Zhuanghu's. This is the last arrow, don't shoot yet. Gao Yang stopped Xiui. He picked up the seven-shaped crowbar and rushed towards Manshi, and worked with him to kill a corpse. "Are you okay?" Gao Yang panted. "No problem." Manshi was soaked, sweat and blood mixed together. He smiled coldly, and wiped the blood off his face. "Let's kill them, and create an opportunity for Xiui," Gao Yang said. Manshi nodded. The two rushed to Li Zhuanghu. Sure enough, the corpses around Li Zhuanghu began to move, and rushed towards Gao Yang and Manshi. At the same time, Huixiong and He Ke were being chased by more than a dozen corpses. They did not leave the playground and always kept a certain distance from other companions. The shovel in Huixiong's hand broke gloriously after he shoveled off the heads of the two corpses, leaving only a piece of wood less than 1 meter long in his hand. The brass knuckles in He Ke's hand were also stained with blood, and the two were almost at their limit. Huixiong was sweating profusely, and his face was heavy. If this continued, the two would definitely not be able to cope. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he found hope. Go to the goal. There was a football goal behind them, and the two immediately went around the football goal. The remaining 6 talisman corpses had no IQ and could not turn, so they rushed directly into the football goal and were stopped by the football net. But due to the huge momentum, the football goal was almost overturned. Hold it. Huixiong pushed hard against the goal post behind the goal, and He Ke immediately understood, ran to the goal post on the other side, and pushed hard. The two barely stabilized the first wave of attacks from the talisman corpses. The hands of the talisman corpses stretched out of the net, but their bodies could not pass through, and were soon trapped. The net can't hold on for long. Solve it quickly, Huixiong shouted. The two let go of the goal post at the same time, and the entire football goal was pushed slowly by the talisman corpses. Gray Xiong and Black Sparrow retreated while attacking the corpse in the net. Gray Xiong grabbed the stick in his hand and poked the corpse's head. Black Sparrow, wearing brass knuckles, hit the corpse on the forehead. Accompanied by various wails, the corpses fell one after another, their bodies hanging weakly on the net. When the goal was about to move to the runway, the last corpse died. Black Sparrow and Gray Xiong used up all their strength and couldn't even lift their hands. Hoo. Gray Xiong threw away the bloody stick, supported himself on the ground with both hands, and panted loudly, "No, I'm really going to faint." Your physical fitness is really poor. Black Sparrow also sat on the ground, panting and laughing at Gray Xiong. I've relied too much on my talent these years. I need to go back to the gym to train harder. Huixiong shook his head and reflected on himself. Me too, my boxing skills are rusty. He Ke smiled bitterly. Oh no! Huixiong looked towards the playground, his smile froze instantly, and he stood up suddenly. Go help. On the open space behind the runway on the right side of the playground, Jiuhan, Ronnie and Lao Qiao stood back to back on a ping-pong cement table. There were 7 or 8 talisman corpses around the ping-pong table. They waved their arms angrily, trying to climb onto the ping-pong table. Jiuhan held a pointed hammer, like knocking a mole. He would knock any talisman corpse that showed its head and tried to come up. Although it could effectively stop it, it could not be fatal. Lao Qiao kept stabbing with a golf club, and Ronnie's dagger was responsible for finishing off the talisman corpses, mainly chopping the hands of those talisman corpses, who wanted to drag his and his companion's calves. The whole confrontation was very dangerous. The 3 of them had to constantly guard against the hands and bites that might come out from anywhere. 2 minutes later, 7 or 8 talisman corpses finally lay quietly on the ground. The 3 of them sat on the ping-pong table, covered in blood and sweat, panting. Are you all okay? Jiuhan asked. No. Old Joe was breathing rapidly, and his face was pale. Ronnie was too tired to talk, and shook his head heavily. Very good. Jiuhan looked at the other side of the playground, his eyes tightened, he could no longer take a rest, and stood up with all his strength. Follow me. 1 minute ago. Gao Yang and Manshi rushed to Lizhuang Lake, and the last 5 or 6 talisman corpses rushed towards them. The 2 people who were rapidly consuming their physical strength could no longer slash and kill as they did before. They carefully dodged and took advantage of the talisman corpses' unstable steps to look for opportunities. But Gao Yang and Manshi were too tired, and their movement slowed down too much. Gao Yang underestimated the sudden acceleration of a talisman corpse, and was knocked to the ground by it, and Manshi had no time to cover him. Ah! Gao Yang fell heavily to the ground, holding the 7-shaped crowbar horizontally with both hands, clamping the neck of the talisman corpse. The talisman corpse opened its bloody mouth, and sticky blood flowed out of it, and an indescribable fishy smell came to his nose. Gao Yang used the little strength he had left to barely prevent the talisman corpse from biting him. He didn't even have the strength to push the talisman corpse away. Hold on. 2 meters away, Manshi was entangled by 2 talisman corpses, and had no time to save Gao Yang. At that moment, Gao Yang's world was only filled with the hideous and twisted face of the talisman corpse, and its howling that could not be described as excitement or madness. Wow! Ah! Sweat flowed into the corners of Gao Yang's eyes. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness began to be trance. The muscles on Gao Yang's hands were extremely sore, and the last bit of strength was also squeezed out. He knew very well that in 3 seconds, no 2 seconds, he would not be able to hold on any longer, and the Fu corpse would bite his neck mercilessly. Chapter 204. Suddenly, the crazy, rough, oppressive force disappeared. Gao Yang's vision gradually became clear. The hideous face of the talisman corpse was still in front of his face, but it showed a kind of numbness without vitality, and the red light in his eyes dimmed. Gao Yang didn't think much, and pushed the talisman corpse away with all his strength, and turned over and sat up. He looked up, and the 2 talisman corpses entangled with the man-snake also fell softly to the ground and stopped moving. The 2 exchanged glances, and looked towards the direction of Lizhuang Lake. It was still standing, and an arrow pierced directly through his eyebrows. Not far away, Xiui held a compound bow in one hand, and there was no arrow in the other hand. He threw away the compound bow, and burst into a roar from his chest. Ah! He finally hit it. He once had the talent of Bao God, and he always hit the target, and he had never suffered such humiliation. The red light in Li Zhuanghu's eyes flickered several times, almost like a struggle, and finally disappeared. A few seconds later, his body fell backwards. Gao Yang was a little unbelievable. Although he had experienced many difficulties, he didn't expect the final victory to come so easily. Man's chest rose and fell violently. His face was full of fatigue, and he stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook it back, and stood up with the help of Manshi. The 2 took a breath, and slowly walked towards Li Zhuanghu's body. Xiui also followed quickly. The 3 came to Li Zhuanghu. Li Zhuanghu was dead, but the rune circuit connected to countless thick blood vessels on his chest was like a strange artificial heart, still beating slowly, and the red light flickered and flowed on the faces of the 3 people. Let's take out the rune quickly, Gao Yang said, to prevent any more trouble. I do it. Manshi pulled out the small dagger from his waist, squatted down, found a good angle, inserted the tip of the knife into the gap between the rune and the flesh, and deepened it inch by inch, while cutting the thick blood vessels. Then, Manshi used the blade to pry open the rune bit by bit. Suddenly, Li Zhuanghu's body trembled violently, and his chest pushed up hard, as if someone had used a defibrillator to shock his heart violently. Some of the blood vessels that were cut in the chest were connected to the rune circuit again. Li Zhuanghu's eyes burst into a terrifying red light again, and a ghost-like roar broke out from his throat. Roar! Man's reaction was not slow. He retreated quickly, but Li Zhuanghu still grabbed the wrist holding the dagger. Li Zhuanghu's body was as hard as steel, and his strength was also enormous. Manshi felt that his wrist was clamped by a pair of pliers. Soon, he heard the sound of his wrist bone breaking. Man's face was pale, his gums were almost broken, and the dagger fell off immediately. He struggled hard, but Li Zhuanghu did not let go. Suddenly, he sat up suddenly, bit Man's small arm, and sucked blood in big mouthfuls. Ah! Manshi screamed and almost fainted on the spot. Gao Yang saw the whole process. At that moment, he did not hesitate at all. He pulled out the short knife from Man's waist, and chopped it down with all his strength. Swish! Man's entire arm was cut off by Gao Yang, and blood gushed out for a while. Manshi staggered back, fell to the ground and rolled several times. He covered his broken arm tightly, and wailed in pain. Gao Yang had no time to care about him. He was not even sure whether his actions just now saved him, or accelerated his death. Li Zhuanghu stood up. The standing posture was so familiar, as if it was straightened by some invisible force in an instant. Xiui on the side wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Li Zhuanghu quickly raised his hand, as swift as a snake, and grabbed Xiui's neck. Xiui's face turned red, and his whole body was lifted up. At that moment, there was only fear and confusion in his eyes. He must have been wondering why the ending was like this. Crack! Xiui's neck was broken. Li Zhuanghu let go, and Xiui fell to the ground weakly. Ah! Gao Yang lost his mind and grabbed a machete in his hand, and chopped at Li Zhuanghu's head. Li Zhuanghu easily blocked Gao Yang's chop with one arm. The other hand quickly stretched out, pinched Gao Yang's neck, and lifted Gao Yang up. Oops! Gao Yang kicked Li Zhuanghu with both legs, and one of his legs hit the rune on Li Zhuanghu's chest. Li Zhuanghu shook as if he had received an electric shock, which bought Gao Yang 2 precious seconds, otherwise, Gao Yang's neck would have been broken. Unfortunately, 2 seconds later, Gao Yang was still greeted with death. Gao Yang could almost feel the 5 hard fingers exerting force at a very fast speed. Let go of the captain. Ken's voice appeared. She ran out from nowhere, holding a brick in her hand, and smashed it towards Li Zhuanghu's head. Bang! The brick broke, and Li Zhuanghu's head, which was still pierced by an arrow, was unscathed. Li Zhuanghu slowly turned his head and raised his hand with force. Ah! Ken was thrown out, her head hit the ground, and she fainted. Gao Yang took this opportunity and kicked Li Zhuanghu in the chest again. This time, Li Zhuanghu's whole body spasmed, and the hand that was holding Gao Yang's neck loosened, allowing Gao Yang to escape. Gao Yang looked at Xiui, who was dying with his eyes open, and felt a dull pain in his chest. He picked up the machete and ran towards Manshi. At the same time, Xiangjie also rushed over. Xiui! Xiangjie shouted and lost her mind. She took out the nunchaku from her waist and rushed to Li Zhuanghu's back. She had just taken 2 steps when a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back hard. Xiangjie fell heavily to the ground. When she came to her senses, she looked up and realized that it was Captain Johan who rushed over. Johan, Ronnie, Lao Qiao, He Kei, and Hui Xiong rushed over at the same time. Beast! Go to hell! Hui Xiong was unarmed, but Xiui's death and Man's broken arm made him very angry. He hit Li Zhuanghu's back hard, knocking him to the ground. Although Li Zhuanghu's move was fast, perhaps because of the arrow in his head, his whole body's coordination was not high. After falling to the ground, he turned slowly like a clockwork robot, and then stood up instantly. Ah! He Kei rushed towards Li Zhuanghu. Li Zhuanghu stretched out her hand to pinch her neck, but she dodged and twisted it away. He Kei's right fist with brass knuckles hit Li Zhuanghu's chin hard, and Li Zhuanghu's chin almost fell off, but this did not stop him. Li Zhuanghu quickly swung his hand and hit He Kei's left face. He Kei flew a few meters away in an instant, and for a while, he saw stars and couldn't stand up. The rune on the chest. Gao Yang shouted, "You must take the rune out." Hui Xiong slowly stood up and shouted to Gao Yang, "Captain, save Manshi first. Leave Li Zhuang Lake to us." Hui Xiong looked at Johan, Ronnie and Lao Qiao. "Let's go together." The 4 exchanged glances and rushed to Li Zhuang Lake together. Gao Yang's body really couldn't squeeze out a bit of strength. He could only trust his teammates. He stood up with difficulty, walked towards Manshi, and shouted to Xiang Dai, "Supply pack." Xiang Dai had already rushed over. She took off the supply pack on her back and came to Manshi. Xiang Dai quickly unzipped the supply pack and found the sea potion. At the same time, Gao Yang helped Manshi, who was almost fainted, up. "Manshi. Hold on." Xiang Dai bit open the needle cover with her mouth and looked at Gao Yang. "Do it." Xiang Dai held the injection needle and stabbed it hard into the shoulder of Manshi's broken arm, pushing the potion into his body. Ugh! Manshi groaned, and a trace of blood returned to his pale face. The large amount of blood gushing out of the broken arm began to decrease, and finally stopped. Thank God, although everyone's talents were sealed, the potion was still effective. It seems that the ability of collective silence is only for living things. Gao Yang knew that Mansh's life was saved. When the collective silence of the rune circuit fails, Manshi has the gecko talent, and his arm will grow back sooner or later. Gao Yang put Manshi flat on the ground and looked at Xiangjie. "Adrenaline. Know your current state. This is an order," Gao Yang shouted. Xiangjie gritted her teeth and took out the adrenaline specially for awakeners. Gao Yang grabbed it and stabbed it into his chest. Ah! Suddenly, Gao Yang's spine seemed to be opened up by some magical energy, rushing straight to the top of his head, and goosebumps all over his body. Gao Yang's brain became unusually clear. The fatigue in his body was swept away, the soreness in his muscles disappeared, and his strength slowly returned. Watch out for Manshi. Gao Yang stood up and rushed to Lizhuang Lake. Chapter 205. Johan, Hui Xiong, Lao Qiao and Ronnie are surrounding Li Zhuanghu and attacking him in turns. Li Zhuanghu is like an extremely strange contradiction. He has high defense, great strength and extremely fast attack speed. But correspondingly, the rest of his body is very slow. It takes several seconds to turn around, and he can't make jumps, pounces, dodges and sprints. Rune Circuit is like an old driver with driving skills, but driving a very broken and inefficient robot, which is Li Zhuanghu. When Li Zhuanghu faces someone, that person immediately retreats and escapes the attack range of his hands. The person standing behind Li Zhuanghu took the opportunity to attack his head crazily. Jiuhan took the pointed hammer and swung Li Zhuanghu's head several times. But the damn thing is that the pointed hammer is like hitting a shot put and can't hurt Li Zhuanghu at all. Hui Xiong also saw the opportunity and kicked Li Zhuanghu to the ground several times, but everyone was afraid of his pair of iron-like hands that could take lives in an instant, so they didn't dare to get close, let alone dig out the rune circuit from his chest directly. Li Zhuanghu, who fell to the ground, was quickly straightened up by an invisible force, like a tumbler. The four of them had already fought hard with a group of rune corpses, and they didn't have much physical strength left. Everyone began to get anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Once again, Li Zhuanghu, who fell to the ground, was straightened up, and the arrow that had been inserted into his brain fell out at some point. The red light in Li Zhuanghu's two eye sockets became stronger. This is not a solution. We have to control his hands. I take the rune. Before Hui Xiong finished speaking, a black shadow pounced on him from the side. It happened suddenly, and Hui Xiong had no time to dodge. Swish! Gao Yang held a short knife and stabbed it into the head of the talisman corpse. He pulled out the knife and kicked it away. Captain! Hui Xiong was surprised and happy. Be careful. The talisman corpses are up again, Gao Yang reminded. The four people focused their attention on Li Zhuanghu, and did not notice that when the arrow on Li Zhuanghu's head fell off, the talisman corpses that were not shot in the head, but lost their mobility climbed up again. Not only that, on the track outside the playground, some lone talisman corpses also felt Li Zhuanghu's call, and wandered towards this side. It's endless! Hui Xiong cursed. Take out the rune immediately. Otherwise, you will all die. Jiuhan gritted his teeth. I will hold Li Zhuanghu back, and the rest will be left to you. Captain! Lao Qiao suddenly spoke. He looked pale and weak, and there were faint mold-like marks around his eyes. Jiuhan was shocked. Old Qiao. When did you? I was bitten on the table tennis table. Old Qiao smiled bitterly, and reached out to touch his bald head. I thought I could escape by killing Li Zhuanghu. A stream of blood flowed from his nostrils. It seems impossible. Old Qiao wiped the blood from his nose, and slowly walked towards Li Zhuanghu. Captain, promise me one thing. When you talk about me in the future, don't mention my black history anymore. Talk more about how I died gloriously. Old Qiao. Old Qiao shouted, and rushed towards Li Zhuanghu. Li Zhuanghu reached out to grab Old Qiao, but Old Qiao dodged sideways, and went around behind Li Zhuanghu. He clamped his hands and feet tightly, like a turtle shell, clinging to Li Zhuanghu's back. Li Zhuanghu didn't hesitate, lowered his head, and bit Lao Qiao's arm. Ah! Lao Qiao wailed in pain. Red veins spread along his bitten arm, quickly spread to his whole body, then to his face. His eyes began to melt, and sticky blood flowed out, which was the precursor of corpse transformation. However, in the end, the will of mankind supported Lao Qiao, and made him not let go. Jiuhan had no time to grieve. He rushed up and hugged one of Li Zhuanghu's arms with both hands. At the same time, Rai also rushed up desperately, and hugged Li Zhuanghu's other arm. Hurry up! Jiuhan shouted. I can't hold on for long. The three people restrained Li Zhuanghu for a short time. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong looked at each other, and rushed to the front of Li Zhuanghu. Hui Xiong didn't care about anything else, inserted his hands into Li Zhuanghu's heart, grabbed the rune circuit, and pulled it back hard. For a moment, Li Zhuanghu felt intense pain and fear, and he looked up to the sky and howled. Roar! After a long roar, the temperature of Li Zhuanghu's heart began to rise rapidly, and the rune circuit turned red. It was not caused by the red light, but turned into a piece of red-hot metal. Ah! Hui Xiong's hands were burned, and blood mist filled the air for a while. Hui Xiong gritted his teeth and did not let go, but he could not pull out the rune. Gao Yang did not hesitate, and inserted his hands into Li Zhuanghu's heart. The high temperature of several hundred degrees immediately burned his 10 fingers. The pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart almost made him faint. Gao Yang even felt that the skin and flesh on his fingers were fried in the high temperature. But he could not let go. Not far away, the rune corpses accelerated to surround them. This was their only chance. Ah! Ah! Gao Yang and Hui Xiong exerted their strength at the same time, and veins on their foreheads bulged. Hiss, 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 hiss. Finally, the rune circuit separated from Li Zhuanghu's heart inch by inch, and all kinds of sticky flesh and blood tissue began to break. Crash. 3 seconds later, the rune circuit was like a huge carrot, and was pulled up by Gao Yang and Hui Xiong. Under the moonlit night, the sky was full of blood mist. Gao Yang and Hui Xiong fell to the ground, and the red rune circuit fell to the ground, still emitting bursts of red mist. Old Joe was the first to let go of Li Zhuanghu. He opened his arms and fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, without a heartbeat, but with a smile on his lips. Johan and Ronnie also let go of Li Zhuanghu's arms and staggered to the ground. Li Zhuanghu's body lost the energy blessing of the rune circuit and became fragile and weak. The red light in his eyes disappeared, and his chest was bloody. He stood upright for a second, then fell silently and stopped moving. At the same time, the corpses rushing towards them also fell to the ground one after another. This fierce battle finally ended. But the price was so heavy. Gao Yang's hands were already bloody and almost burnt, and he trembled all over and gasped in pain. His mind entered a vacuum, and he didn't think about anything, just sitting there. After a while, he heard footsteps, and Johan and Ronnie came over. They held sea potion in their hands, and Ronnie injected half an injection into Huixiong's hands. Similarly, Johan also gave Gao Yang emergency treatment. The pain in Gao Yang's 10 fingers became slower, and then subsided little by little, replaced by the itchy feeling of mosquito bites. The burnt flesh fell off quickly, and new flesh and skin grew on the fingers, and recovered little by little. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang stood up again. Not far away, Kim was lying on the grass, still unconscious. Man Snake had a broken arm, sitting cross-legged with a gloomy face. Ronnie and Huixiong accompanied Man Snake and Kim respectively, also without saying a word. In Group 4, Black Sparrow had just woken up from a coma, her eyes were dull, and she couldn't accept this ending for a while. Xioi and Lao Qiao's bodies were placed aside, and their faces were covered with clothes. Johan and Xiongge sat beside the bodies with solemn faces, their eyes full of grief. Johan still held the cooled rune circuit tightly in his hand. Gao Yang slowly walked towards Man Snake, frowned slightly, and a very bad idea flashed through his mind. Chapter 206. Before Gao Yang could say anything, Johan spoke first. For it, I lost 3 brothers. Johan's cold voice was full of anger and resentment. Johan threw the rune to Gao Yang, who caught it and looked at it carefully. This rune is not much different from other runes. It is made of black metal, the size of a makeup mirror, and 1 centimeter thick. The rune is covered with exquisite circuits, and an ancient totem is engraved on the front. A cluster of flowers, each petal is exactly the same. Gao Yang's heart sank, and his bad premonition has been verified. Man Snake. Gao Yang asked, can't your arm grow out? Man Snake shook his head weakly. My talent has not recovered yet. Gao Yang looked at everyone again. Have your talents returned? Everyone shook their heads. Gao Yang tried to activate flame, and the energy in his body was still in a dormant state. Do I have to leave the rune cave to restore my talent? Huixiong asked Gao Yang. It's possible. Gao Yang took a deep breath and changed the subject, but I don't think that's the reason. What do you mean? Huixiong asked. Gao Yang raised the rune circuit in his hand. This rune circuit is not an auxiliary system. Johan was stunned and didn't speak. Everyone was also in a brief confusion. Gao Yang was basically sure that this rune was not an auxiliary system. He had entered the Temple of Talent before, and when he was on the rune altar under the Pillar of Creation, he saw 12 rune totems, including the flower totem. Don't you think it's strange? Gao Yang said. Li Zhuanghu made all the targets his puppets by biting them, and then controlled them. Do you think this ability is an auxiliary system talent? It's the summoning system. Xiangge's eyes lit up. Yes. Gao Yang looked at Xiangge. You are a summoning system talent. You should know that Li Zhuanghu's ability has nothing to do with the auxiliary system. No, our talent is indeed sealed. Huixiong has not figured it out yet. Does the summoning system rune have this ability? No. Gao Yang confirmed. Isn't this a contradiction? Huixiong said. Who said that a rune hole? Gao Yang was about to say his guess. Johan finished it for him. There can only be 1 rune. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere that had just eased froze to the freezing point. There is also a rune circuit in 11, an auxiliary rune that seals everyone's talent. For the Qilin Union, this is great news. If they get these 2 runes, the Qilin Union will have 5 runes in their hands, and their leading position in the awakening world will be further consolidated, and they will be 1 step closer to opening the door to the end. But for Group 4 and Group 5, this is a nightmare. In their current situation, can they really deal with another beast that has been transformed by the rune circuit? Gao Yang also began to doubt himself. Did I add too many luck points? This level of luck is really unbearable. This reminded him of what his grandmother once told him, that a person's name should not be too good, because a person's fate may not be able to withstand it. Captain, what should we do? Ronnie's voice was a little tired. Gal Yang came back from a brief distraction and didn't speak. Johan looked at everyone and evaluated the current combat power. Manshi had a broken arm and was in a very bad state. Before his talent was restored, he had basically no fighting power. To be cruel, he was still a burden. Cantu himself had no fighting power. He fainted directly after that blow and might have a concussion. The remaining people, although they got a short rest, were only able to do simple actions. It was almost impossible for them to fight another tough battle. The existing equipment and supplies were also exhausted. After thinking it over again and again, Gao Yang made a decision. Let's try to leave the rune cave first. If it doesn't work, we can only find a second rune. Gray Xiong, help Manshi. Gray Xiong nodded, picked up Mansh's only remaining arm, and put it on his shoulder. Gao Yang could still hold on for a while, because he had taken special adrenaline. He walked to Cantu and held her horizontally. Let's go to the flag-raising platform. On the fourth group side, Johan, Heike, and Xiongde could only temporarily leave their companions' bodies alone and support each other to walk towards the flag-raising platform. Soon, everyone arrived at the flag-raising platform. Gao Yang recalled his experience in Gujia village and Niu Xian's strange behavior on the flag-raising platform at that time. He basically concluded that this was the connection between the Fudong and the real world, equivalent to the dry well in Gujia village. He held the rune in his hand and shook it on the flag-raising platform to test it. Unfortunately, no passage was triggered. The flag-raising platform was very small, and Gao Yang tried almost every position, but found nothing. Gao Yang retracted the rune circuit and sighed. It seems that this Fudong is composed of the power of 2 runes and Song Dao. That is to say, we must find both keys to open the door. Xiongye tried to understand. I'm afraid so. Johan was about to say something when he suddenly frowned. He half squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the teaching building. There's someone there. Everyone looked up immediately. That's right. At the edge of the roof of the teaching building, behind the iron guardrail, there was a figure standing, and the face could not be seen clearly. It seems to be looking at us. Ronnie was not very sure. Johan looked at Gao Yang silently, and Hui Xiong, Xiong Dai, and Heike also looked over. Everyone was waiting for him to make a decision, and Gao Yang felt a heavy responsibility for a while. The next decision was related to the life and death of the team members. No, the life and death of all the members. Who was the figure on the roof? A survivor who was not bitten by the rune corpse? Or a beast alienated by the rune? Or some other unknown existence? There was no answer. But since we can't get out, we have to face it sooner or later. Waiting for death will not solve the problem. Without real treatment and rest, everyone's fatigue will only become more serious. Gao Yang had no choice. He couldn't hide anymore, so he could only gamble. What else do we have? Gao Yang asked Xiongye. Xiongye was holding a supply pack, 2 bottles of sea potion, 2 bottles of special adrenaline, 2 hypnotic gas, a small amount of water, and dry food. Give me and Hui Xiong the adrenaline. Johan said. Chiang has already used it, and can't use it again. Yes. Gao Yang agreed. If the situation is not good, Johan and Hui Xiong can take an adrenaline shot and fight for a short time. Of course, the so-called battle is limited to the battle between ordinary people, but fortunately, under the effect of collective silence, all beings are equal. Xiongye handed 2 bottles of adrenaline to Johan and Hui Xiong. Gao Yang looked at Ronnie again. Ronnie, you stay to take care of Manshi and the canned food. Understood. Ronnie had exhausted his physical strength in the previous battle, and also sprained his ankle, walking with a limp. If a fight really breaks out later, he will only be a drag. Ronnie handed the dagger in his hand to Xiongye. You guys, be careful. Xiongye took the dagger. You too. Let's go, Gao Yang said. Let's go. Go and meet it. Hui Xiong forced himself to cheer. It's a blessing, not a disaster, and it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Gao Yang, Johan, Hui Xiong, Heike, and Xiongye walked into the tree-lined avenue, and soon came to the hall of the teaching building. The 5 people entered the hall, and there were still some dead talisman corpses lying on the ground. That was the scene of the previous battle. The 5 people came to the corridor and started to go upstairs. When they reached the 4th floor, everyone's pace slowed down significantly. Although no one said anything, it was obvious that no one wanted to face what was coming next. Finally, Hui Xiong broke the silence with a wry smile. Captain, what do you think our chances of winning are next? This is a meaningless question, because Gao Yang had no idea what was waiting for him on the rooftop. But he thought that morale could not be lost. He did not even look at Hui Xiong, and answered confidently, 100%. Ha ha. Hui Xiong laughed dryly. I think so too. Let's go. The 5 people have reached the rooftop. Creaky. Gao Yang gently pushed open the iron door of the rooftop. Chapter 207. There was no light on the rooftop, and the view was clear under the blue moonlight. The figure standing on the edge of the rooftop was a girl in a blue and white long-sleeved school uniform. From the back, the girl was not tall, short and stocky, with a big braid. When she heard the door open, the girl slowly turned around, with small eyes, a flat nose, and a flat round face covered with acne. Xiang Xiaoqin? Xiangye opened her eyes in disbelief, and called out the girl's name. Sister Xianghong. Xiang Xiaoqin smiled happily. Great, you're okay. Xiangye stepped forward. I thought you were bitten too. Xiangye. Jiuhan stopped her vigilantly. Xiangye? Xiang Xiaoqin was slightly stunned, and her smile slowly disappeared. Isn't your name Xianghong? Well, because I'm a reporter, it's not convenient to reveal the real name. Xiangye smiled awkwardly. No. Xiang Xiaoqin shook her head. How can a reporter use a gun? Xianghong, Sister Xiangye, I saw it all. Your shooting is really accurate. The smile on Xiangye's face froze, and she didn't know what else to say for a moment. While the two were talking, Gao Yang noticed the message wall on the side of the reservoir. He was startled and said in a low voice, Look at the message wall. Everyone turned their heads to look over. I wait for you in hell. This sentence didn't exist at the beginning. When did Li Zhuanghu write it? Hui Xiong was surprised. It wasn't written by him. Gao Yang replied in a deep voice. When Gao Yang chased Li Zhuanghu, and Yu Pengliang to the rooftop, there was no such sentence on the message wall. After that, Li Zhuanghu took the rune circuit and jumped off the building. After he became a rune corpse, it was even more impossible for him to return to the rooftop to write this sentence. I wrote this. Xiang Xiaoqin said with a naughty smile, hee. Not cute at all. Both her behavior and the expression on her face were very strange. But why did you? Xiangye didn't quite understand. Sister Xiangye, you lied to me, and I lied to you, it's fair. Xiang Xiaoqin tilted her head slightly. It's easy for me to imitate Li Zhuanghu's handwriting. Xiang Xiaoqin wanted to confide, and she continued, because I have always had a crush on Li Zhuanghu, we were both ridiculed and excluded by our classmates, and I thought only he was different, only he would understand me. I often borrowed notes from him, and then secretly imitated his handwriting. Xiang Xiaoqin you. But he rejected me. Without any warning, Xiang Xiaoqin's face was grim, and she shouted, Li Zhuanghu rejected me. He said he didn't like me, he said he liked Lu Ting. Everyone was stunned. This seems to be a very common love triangle relationship in school days. Xiangye has figured it out. Is this Lu Ting the girl who cheated and was expelled from school? Ha ha, ha ha. Xiang Xiaoqin laughed excitedly. She didn't cheat at all. It was me, I framed her ha ha ha. But the teacher won't believe her, because I have good grades, and only at times like this, good grades can be of some use. Xiang Xiaoqin suddenly stopped laughing and became disappointed. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and cried, Why? Why are everyone tall and thin, pretty, with good skin, fashionable clothes, and rich families? After class, there are always boys around, and they can go to the toilet, the store, and the cafeteria with their good friends hand in hand. But I am short, ugly, and rustic. No one wants to even look at me. Xiang Xiaoqin raised her head and looked at Xiangye, with deep reluctance in her eyes. Sister Xiangye, why can't I be as pretty as you? Why am I so ordinary, why? Xiang Xiaoqin, you are very good, really, in fact you are very good. Xiangye gently comforted. Everyone is unique, everyone has their own advantages. No! You lied to me. The moody Xiang Xiaoqin suddenly stood up and yelled. This time, her voice was like some kind of thick and cold mechanical sound. Her eyes were sunken, with 2 balls of blue ghost fire in them. She wore a white t-shirt under her school uniform, and there was a flickering blue light under the t-shirt. It was the rune circuit. The situation was exactly the same. The rune circuit has merged with her heart, alienating her. Hee. Xiang Xiaoqin laughed happily again, and opened her arms, and turned around. It doesn't matter, now everyone is just as ordinary. Ordinary. Gao Yang caught this key word, and for a moment, everything made sense. If the beast gets the rune circuit, it will be selected by the rune. They will merge with the rune circuit, and gain the special power of the rune circuit. This is easy to understand. However, the beast cannot effectively control and utilize the power of the rune circuit like humans. Some powerful obsessions of the beast when playing the role of a human will serve as a driving force to trigger the power in the rune and produce alienation. Li Zhuanghu merged with the summoning rune, and his wish was to retaliate against the whole world. Therefore, the power given to him by the summoning rune was the most powerful and cruel puppetry, which launched a tide of rune corpses, sweeping the entire school and killing everyone. Xiang Xuqin's obsession is everyone is as ordinary as herself. In this regard, the auxiliary rune can just satisfy it, that is, collective silence. In the field of the rune cave, whether it is an awakener or a beast, they will lose their talents and become ordinary people. 18 years ago, 2 lost people used 2 rune circuits to cause a disaster, and finally triggered the punishment mechanism of Songdao, sinking number 11 into the ground and turning it into a prison, that is, the rune cave. This situation is basically the same as Gujia village. Others may not think so thoroughly as Gao Yang, but when they saw the blue light on Xiang Xiuqin's chest, they also roughly understood what was going on. Captain! Go ahead. Wei Xiong held adrenaline in his hand. Hee, we are all ordinary people, everyone is the same. Xiang Xiaoqin has gone crazy. She began to dance as if no one was around. During the dance, the blue vein spread along her heart, climbed up her neck little by little, and spread towards her face. We can't wait any longer. No one knows what will happen when the rune circuit is completely integrated with the beast, but it is definitely not something Gao Yang and his team can deal with. Go! At Gao Yang's command, Jiuhan and Huixiong had already inserted the needle of adrenaline into their chests. Their faces changed, their pupils trembled, and their bodies had a short spasm. Then, their eyes became extremely sharp. The two rushed to Xiang Xiaoqin from the left and right, and their movements were much faster than before. Gao Yang, He Kei, and Xiang Dai also rushed over. Xiang Xiaoqin stopped dancing. She tilted her head slightly in confusion and looked at the people rushing towards her, with a strange smile on her lips. Do you want to play with me? Huixiong pounced on Xiang Xiaoqin, who easily dodged and quickly reached out and grabbed Huixiong's hand, with incredible speed. Let's play together. Crack. She easily crushed Huixiong's 5 fingers. Chapter 208. Ah! Huixiong's screams almost resounded throughout the entire 11th middle school, and he almost fainted. Huixiong almost bit his gums to endure the pain. He stretched out his other hand and pressed against Xiang Xiaoqin's armpit, turned around, arched his back, and threw her to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Xiang Xiaoqin made a muffled sound, and felt no pain at all, with only a slight confusion on her face. She looked innocent, with her eyes flashing with a faint blue light. Uncle, you can't hit people, violence is wrong. Xiang Xiaoqin was still lying on the ground, stretching out her other hand to grab Huixiong. Jiuhan rushed up with a sliding shovel, clamped Xiang Xiuqin's other arm with his legs, locked her wrists with both hands, and pulled back with all his strength. Xiang Xiaoqin was extremely powerful under the energy of the rune, but she couldn't withstand the full suppression of 2 adult men. For a while, she lay flat on the ground, her arms unable to move. Ah, I see. We are playing a game, right? Xiang Xiaoqin smiled again. Her mind and her emotions were completely confused. Let's play together. She bent her legs and kicked the ground hard, doing a cart jump. Her body suddenly left the ground more than half a meter high, and Huixiong and Jiuhan flew up with her, and then fell heavily to the ground. The two people's bones were almost broken after the fall, but they still didn't let go. Hurry up! Gao Yang and He Kei found the right opportunity, and rushed over quickly. One of them hugged one of Xiang Xiaoqin's thighs, and used Jiuhan's method to lock it with his legs, grab the ankle with both hands, and pull it back hard. For a moment, the 4 people stubbornly blocked Xiang Xiuqin's movements in an extremely weird but effective posture. Xiang Xiaoqin's face still had no anger, but changed into a weird and shy look. Don't do this, men and women should not be intimate. Xiang Xiuqin's body began to exert force slowly and firmly, and the 4 people felt that they could not lock her. Xiang Dai! Jiuhan shouted. Xiang Dai had already rushed up, her knees knelt on Xiang Xiaoqin's abdomen, and her hands tore open Xiang Xiaoqin's school uniform, and the white t-shirt inside. Sure enough, a rune circuit flashing with blue light had been deeply embedded in her heart and flesh, and was protected by the scapula. Poochie. Xiang Dai's dagger pierced Xiang Xiuqin's chest. Ah! Xiang Xiuqin's facial features were extremely distorted, and she showed panic and fear. Her limbs began to struggle, and Gao Yang had an illusion that he was not holding a leg, but a giant python. Hurry up! Huixiong's face was ashen. I can't hold on any longer. The others were not much better. They gritted their teeth and held on to their determination to die. Xiongye did not stop and pried hard with the dagger. A stream of blood sprayed on Xiongye's face, and finally, the rune broke away from the scapula and flesh, and a gap appeared. Ah! Xiang Shaoqin was like a stranded fish, shaking her body wildly, and the four people followed suit. Xiongye felt like she was sitting on a trampoline, swaying, bouncing up and down constantly. She knew that the bones of her teammates were probably broken, and time was running out. Xiongye gritted her teeth and inserted her hands into the gap on the back of the rune circuit. Hold on tight. Pull hard. Hiss hiss hiss. The rune began to loosen, inch by inch, leaving Xiang Shaoqin's chest, along with countless tiny tendons and blood vessels that seemed to have life. Roar. This greatly stimulated Xiang Shaoqin, and she burst into a roar, and her body strength increased several times. She raised her right arm, and Hui Xiong found that her whole body was lifted by Xiang Shaoqin's tiny arm. Bang! He smashed his arm hard on the ground. Hui Xiong's head hit the ground, and he suddenly saw stars. When he reacted, he had already let go of Xiang Shaoqin's arm. Bang! 2 seconds later, Xiang Shaoqin's left arm repeated the same trick, and Jiuhan was unable to withstand the powerful impact and was forced to let go of her arm. 1 second later, Xiang Shaoqin's 2 arms grabbed Xiang Dai's white and fragile neck. For Xiang Shaoqin, breaking her neck was as easy as breaking a scallion. Gao Yang's scalp was numb, and he almost foresaw Xiongye's death. Xiang Shaoqin. Xiongye suddenly shouted, "Look at me." The blue light in Xiang Shaoqin's eye socket seemed to sway. Xiongye's hands did not release the rune, but she did not dare to exert force again. She continued to shout, trying to regain Xiang Shaoqin's reason and emotions. "Look at me! Am I beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful." Xiang Shaoqin stopped. Sure enough, her obsession before her death was to become beautiful. Xiongye's move successfully delayed time, and delayed her own death. "You can be as beautiful as me." Xiongye continued to shout. "No, no, I'm not good looking, I'm very ordinary." You can be as beautiful as me." Xiongye continued to shout, almost a rough brainwashing, "Believe me. You can definitely be as beautiful as me." Xiang Shaoqin's face was briefly blank and shocked, as if she had seen something. A strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Beautiful, I can be as beautiful as you." Swish. Jiuhan took a short knife and cut the tendons and blood vessels connecting Xiang Shaoqin's chest and the rune circuit. In an instant, as if the power was off, Xiang Shaoqin's body stopped and all the strength in her body was lost. Xiongye struggled back and rolled off Xiang Shaoqin's body. She threw away the bloody rune circuit and covered her neck and coughed desperately. Gao Yang and He Ke were still a little dazed and couldn't believe that they had succeeded. The two slowly loosened Xiang Shaoqin's legs, knelt on the ground, and gasped. Xiang Shaoqin's body lay on the ground, with blood and flesh on her chest. She was pale, and there were only empty eye sockets left for her eyes. However, the corners of her mouth were still smiling. Several people helped each other to stand up. They were still in shock, but also thankful for Xiang Shaoqin's mental disorder. If Xiang Shaoqin's obsession was hatred, if her murderous intention was a little stronger, the ending would probably not be like this. Xiongye picked up the rune circuit, handed it to Jiuhan, and turned to get the supply bag on the ground. "Gray Xiong is injured. I still have 2 C potions here." Gray Xiong covered his broken right hand, and his 5 fingers were twisted like 5 twists. His face was ashen, but he said arrogantly, "This little injury is nothing." Jiuhan closed his eyes slightly. "Did you feel it?" "What?" He Ke asked. "I felt it." Gao Yang also stood still, and he felt that the energy in his body was awakening little by little. "The talent is back. That's great. I finally don't have to be an ordinary person anymore. It's like a drowning person finally grabbing a lifebuoy, and a full sense of security is instantly back. I find some time later to enter the system to check and distribute the points. Great, the mission is finally over." Black Sparrow let out a long sigh. A smile of surviving a disaster appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang! A bullet shot into Black Sparrow's temple. Chapter 209. When He Ke was speaking, Gao Yang was looking at her. A bullet was shot into He Ke's temple. When Gao Yang's eyes first received this image, his brain had no time to process what it meant. It just felt sudden, very sudden. Half a second later, the second gunshot rang out. Hui Xiong's head was shot, and blood gushed out. This scene was also caught by Gao Yang's peripheral vision. At that moment, Gao Yang knew what this meant. It meant that there would be a third and fourth bullet, which would blow up his and other companions' heads respectively. Thanks to the return of talent and high agility. Out of an instinctive extreme reaction, Gao Yang tilted his head and pushed Jiu Han beside him hard. Bang bang. The two bullets were fired only half a second apart. One bullet grazed Gao Yang's temple, and the other bullet was supposed to hit Jiu Han's head, but was pushed away by Gao Yang and missed. Bang! Another shot followed, hitting Jiu Han's chest as he dodged to the side. Gao Yang didn't know whether it was the heart or the lungs that were hit. Without any preparation and without any obstacles around, even if Gao Yang dodged the first bullet, it would be difficult to dodge the second one. But Gao Yang still fell to the side reflexively, praying that the bullet would not hit his vitals. After Gao Yang landed, he did not wait for the sixth bullet. Gao Yang knew that it was not the other party's mercy, but that the other party's gun had no bullets. Gao Yang suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the shot. Xiangye held the pistol, expressionless, watching everything happening in front of her. Xiangye, you. Jiu Han was the one who spoke. He fell to the ground, covering his red chest, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Is it an insider? Yes. Xiangye admitted generously, without a smug smile on her face, and even a trace of complicated regret flashed in her eyes. Originally I didn't want to do it, but the 2 rune circuits have exceeded the mission level of my undercover, and I have to make a choice. Once your talents are restored, I am no match, so I can only sneak attack. Did you say bullets from the beginning? Gao Yang was more shocked than angry. You considered this situation from the beginning. Yes. Xiangye threw away the pistol. I say 5 bullets, I thought it was enough, but I underestimated you. Xiangye, why? Jiu Han seemed unable to accept this fact. No reason. Xiangye took 2 steps forward and picked up a rune circuit that fell on the ground. From the beginning, I was an undercover agent hidden in the Qilin Union. Everyone just did their job. Who do you work for? Jiu Han's face turned pale, and his voice became weak. Gao Yang pondered secretly. The good news is that Jiu Han should not have been shot in the heart, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to say so much. The bad news is that even if Jiu Han's current talent is back and his attribute values are improved, the bullet hit him before this, and he may have lost his combat effectiveness. You don't need to know. Xiangye stopped looking at Jiu Han and turned to look at Gao Yang. Her eyes were terribly calm. Qiang, give me the rune in your hand, you don't have to die here. Gao Yang didn't speak. Since Xiangye is an undercover agent, she must have more than one talent. Bird King. When she showed her true face, she could tell from the confidence she exuded. She is very strong. However, Xiangye does not know my strength. So, she chose to negotiate or test. This woman is very scary. Killing is not a result for her, but a means. If she can take away 2 runes without killing anyone, she may not kill anyone. It is not because she has feelings for her companions, but because killing will increase the risk of mission failure. Qiang, I will give you 10 seconds. Xiangye probably took into account that Manshi, Rani, and Cantu still have certain combat effectiveness after their talents are restored. After hearing the gunshots, the 3 of them may have rushed over. There are still 6 seconds. Answer me a question, and I will give you the rune. Gao Yang took out the rune circuit of the summoning system from his pocket. Xiangye was slightly stunned. You asked. Are you Xiang Shaoqin 18 years ago? Gao Yang said. Xiangye's face sank. Although she did not answer, her expression was equivalent to acquiescence. You are? Gao Yang continued, half human, border. A beast that has become a human. Qiang, who are you? Xiangye looked at Gao Yang with new eyes. Although she knew that Gao Yang was stalling for time, she still chose to get to the bottom of it. How did you know my identity? Who do you work for? Gao Yang sneered in a pretentious manner. In fact, this conclusion was just a guess by Gao Yang. From the moment he entered the Fudong, Gao Yang had many questions in his mind. Why did Niu Xian fail to trigger the switch of the Fudong when he first performed radio gymnastics on the flagpole, but when Niu Xian repeated the same trick the second time, he triggered the switch of the Fudong? Is it just because Niu Xian's beast nature has awakened? This reason is a bit far-fetched. Now I think about it, it's because Xiangye was also there the second time. Niu Xian was Li Zhuanghu 18 years ago, and Xiangye was Xiang Shaoqin 18 years ago. In this way, the 2 keys are complete, the door of the Fudong is opened, and everyone is brought in. Of course, there should be coincidences in the middle. If Xiangye knew that she could reopen the Fudong by calling Niu Xian, she would have done so long ago. Analyzing from the perspective of hindsight, some of Xiangye's own words actually reveal clues, but no one would have thought of it at that time. Last night, during the inspection of the real 11th middle school, Xiangye came to the rooftop and expressed her feelings to the message wall of the reservoir. At that time, Xiangye probably didn't think that she would enter the Fudong, and thought it was just a simple revisit to the old place. Xiangye said that she used to be ugly, rustic, and excluded, which was exactly the same as Xiang Xiaoqin's fate, but later, Xiangye had plastic surgery. Gao Yang boldly guessed. Xiang Xiaoqin once accidentally discovered that Xiangye, as an awakened person, had awakened her beast nature, and she happened to be the host of the greedy beast. She took over Xiangye's body, became half-human, and was reborn. Perhaps, what happened in number 11 middle school 18 years ago was also related to this incident. In short, the former Xiang Xiaoqin disappeared and was replaced by the half-human Xiangye. But in the eyes of the Beast King, there was no difference. Since the original Xiang Xiaoqin disappeared, another one could be born. Song Dao launched a heavenly punishment, trapping all the people in number 11 middle school, including the newly born Xiang Xiaoqin, in the Talisman Cave and repeating it over and over again. Following this logic, Xiangye was almost killed by Xiang Xiaoqin just now, but she was touched by a few words, which could not stand up to scrutiny at all. The truth is that there was no touch at all. Xiang Xiaoqin finally said with a smile, "I can be as beautiful as you," which was not a subjective will. She just shared Xiangye's memory at that moment, and saw another self who had a brand new life, and lived a brand new life by hosting the awakened person. Xiang Xiaoqin thought her dream had come true, so she smiled and accepted death. These inferences may not be completely correct, but they are roughly correct. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously. "Xiangye, tell me who you work for, and I will tell you who I work for." Xiangye concentrated slightly. She was thinking. She didn't fall for it. No need. Xiangye stretched out her hand. "Yes, I am Xiang Xiaoqin back then, now I am half-human. I answered your question, give me the rune." "Can't." "Give it to him." Johann squeezed out these words from his teeth with his last strength. His head drooped, and he fainted. Gao Yang smiled and threw the rune out. "Come on." Xiangye stepped forward and reached out to catch it. Flame. Two fierce flames shot towards Xiangye. Chapter 210. Xiangye was startled and dodged quickly. The flames predicted her dodge and chased after her. Xiangye did not dare to stay. Just as she was affected by the flames, she jumped back and came to the reservoir, away from Gao Yang's flame attack range. Gao Yang did not chase her relentlessly. He quickly picked up the rune circuit on the ground and put it back in his pocket. "You are not trustworthy." Xiangye sneered, but there was not much surprise on her face. "Do I need to be trustworthy to someone who sneaked up on my teammates?" Gao Yang sarcastically ridiculed. Gray Xiong, Heike cannot die in vain. This revenge must be avenged now. Xiangye did not waste words. She kicked hard and rushed towards Gao Yang from the reservoir. The dagger in her hand pierced Gao Yang's throat with a vicious move. Clang! Gao Yang quickly pulled out the short knife and blocked Xiangye's weapon in midair. With Gao Yang's strength, Xiangye rolled over Gao Yang's head in midair and landed behind him, swinging her dagger and stabbing Gao Yang's back. But Xiangye's eyes were stern when she was halfway through the attack. Although Gao Yang had his back to Xiangye, his other hand had been quietly hidden under his armpit. Flame! A fierce flame engulfed Xiangye. "Ah!" Xiangye screamed and fell to the ground. Flame! Gao Yang did not give her any chance, and turned around quickly, and the palm of his other hand also sprayed out a full-state level 3 flame. The two flames met together, and mercilessly burned Xiangye under his feet. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gao Yang was confident that as long as he could burn for more than 5 seconds, the opponent would not be able to escape from the flames. Unless they were people who had no sense of pain, no one could remain rational and think while enduring such severe pain. Swish! 3 dark purple bone spurs burst out of the flames and pierced Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang was horrified and dodged to the side while retracting the flames. A bone spur still scratched Gao Yang's cheek. Gao Yang felt a burning sensation on his left face, and blood flowed out. After the flames disappeared, the ground where Xiangye was already charred. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were completely burned, and the remaining cloth was hanging alone on her body. She had different degrees of burns all over her body. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. If it was a normal creature, the epidermis would probably have melted, but she was just burned. What was strange was that the 3 dark purple bone spurs that were 4 meters long just now were her 3 fingers, or to be more precise, they rushed out from her 3 fingers. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 3 thin bone spurs were retracted into her fingers. Gao Yang became more alert. If he got close to her, he had to be extra careful. If he was not careful, He would be stabbed into a hornet's nest by her. I didn't want you to see me like this. Xiangye raised her right hand and gently pulled off the remaining clothes on her body, revealing her plump and sexy body. Gao Yang did not look away because of moral constraints. What a joke! If I lose my focus for a moment, I will die. But soon, Gao Yang will not have to worry about this trouble. Slippery and hard purple scales quickly grew on Xiangye's body. They were like grass that sprouted instantly, and soon spread all over her body. In the blink of an eye, Xiangye's whole body was covered with a layer of purple armor, including her face. Xiang, you must die here today. Xiangye's voice was full of anger. I return your words. Gao Yang took out the half-finger combat glove from his trouser pocket and put it on his right hand. Warning, lucky point benefits increased to 2,500 times. System, you are finally back. I have never missed you so much. 2,500 times, very tricky, but not without a chance of winning. Xiangye rushed towards Gao Yang at a very fast speed. Gao Yang was about to raise his hands to start the flame. Swish, swish, swish. Xiangye's sprint was just a feint. Her right fingers turned into 3 bone spurs, stabbing Gao Yang's left chest, abdomen and right leg respectively. Gao Yang had expected it long ago. He jumped up quickly, avoiding the bone spurs that shot towards the abdomen and thigh. As for the one that stabbed towards the chest, it was really impossible to avoid it. Gao Yang used the short knife in his hand to block it, and pushed it to the left. With this force, Gao Yang dodged to the right. Swish, swish, swish. Xiangye's left hand also turned into 3 bone spurs, stabbing Gao Yang. Gao Yang had also predicted this move, and rolled to avoid it. 3 bone spurs pierced into the cement floor, even scratching out tiny sparks. After Xiangye used all of her long-range weapons, she quickly retracted 6 bone spurs. Gao Yang seized the opportunity, quickly approached, and sprayed a flame from her right hand. Because of the gloves, the speed and intensity of the flame were much higher than before. Xiangye obviously underestimated Gao Yang, and was immediately burned by the flame. But Xiangye, who was protected by scales, was not afraid of the short-term burning. In less than a second, she escaped the attack range of the flame with 2 consecutive jumps. She landed easily, jumped back and forth, and pounced on Gao Yang. This time, her hands turned into 6 bone spurs at the same time, stabbing Gao Yang from 5 directions, up, down, left, right, and center. She did not expect to stab the vital points, but to block the space for Gao Yang to dodge left and right. Gao Yang was shocked. He did not expect her to adjust her combat thinking so quickly. Gao Yang bent his legs, half-jumped up, and twisted his waist to the limit, avoiding the 3 bone spurs piercing his lower body. At the same time, he used a dagger to block one and grabbed another with his right hand. The last one failed to be avoided and pierced Gao Yang's left shoulder. Ah! Behind Gao Yang was the message wall. The bone spurs nailed Gao Yang to the concrete wall. The other 4 bone spurs also pierced into the concrete wall, and one was held in Gao Yang's hand. Xiangye rushed towards Gao Yang at high speed, and the speed and distance of the bone spurs retracted were perfectly controlled. It felt like Xiangye's body was sucked over by the 6 bone spurs nailed into the wall. 2 seconds later, Xiangye was only half a meter away from Gao Yang. Xiangye was still exerting force, and the bone spurs tightly grasped by Gao Yang's right hand were approaching his chest inch by inch. Although covered with purple scales, Gao Yang could still see the beautiful outline of Xiangye's face. Her eyes were now dark purple like glass, and under the moonlight, she was beautiful and enchanting. Xiang, you are not my opponent. After Xiangye transformed into a beast, her emotions were obviously out of control compared to her human form. The calmness and coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by bloodlust and killing. You are right. I am not your opponent now. Gao Yang tightly grasped the bone spur that was about to pierce his heart, and squeezed a smile from the corner of his mouth. But the next second, it will be different. You have accumulated 854 lucky points. The accumulated lucky points in the battle with Niu Xian may be only a few dozen points. But after entering the Fu Cave, the Fu Corpse War that Gao Yang experienced allowed him to accumulate nearly 800 points of luck in just 2 hours. That is because the income of lucky points only depends on the degree of danger and the duration of danger, and does not consider other factors. As an ordinary person who has lost his talent, Gao Yang's degree of danger fluctuates between 500 and 3,000 times when facing Fu corpses, Li Zhuanghu and Xiang Shaoqin controlled by the rune circuit. Maybe this is the true meaning of seeking wealth and honor in danger. Fill up strength, agility, and spirit. The remaining unlimited additional physical endurance until the end of the battle. Yes. Physical strength. 344 stamina, 344 strength, 500 agility, 500 spirit, 500 charm, 97 luck, 454. Gao Yang has never increased so many attribute values at once, and the changes in his body even produce physical effects. Swish. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, a strong airflow was generated around him. The airflow seemed to be the energy resonance generated by the rapid awakening of energy in his body. The strong airflow messed up Xiangye's hair and even forced her to squint. A trace of surprise and confusion flashed through her heart. What happened in Gao Yang's body just now? Crack. A confident sneer appeared at the corner of Gao Yang's mouth, and he broke Xiangye's bone spur with his bare hands. Chapter 211. Ah! The piercing pain made Xiangye scream, and there was a brief flaw. Gao Yang would never miss this opportunity. He grabbed the half-bone spur and stabbed Xiangye's heart with force. Unfortunately, the scales on Xiangye's body were solid and slippery. The bone spur sacrificed accuracy and deviated a little. Puff. The bone spur pierced into the gap between the scales and pierced into Xiangye's chest. Wow! Xiangye spat out a mouthful of blood. This stab severely injured Xiangye. The bone spurs on her hands instinctively turned back into fingers, and the bone spur that nailed Gao Yang's shoulder naturally retracted. A small stream of blood spurted out from Gao Yang's shoulder. He endured the pain, raised his hands, and grabbed both sides of Xiangye's head with force. 10 fingers inserted into her hair and scratched her scalp. Pop! This time, let's see where you can run. Flame. 500 points of spirit, level 3 flame, super close distance. Boom! The flames in Gao Yang's hands burst out quickly, burning along Xiangye's head to her whole body. In an instant, a bright column of fire rose from the ground, engulfing Xiangye's whole body and Gao Yang's arms. The rooftop of the teaching building and the sky above were as bright as day, as if someone had dropped a bomb. Ah! Xiangye wailed in pain in the column of fire. The pain took away her attention. She couldn't think, and her hands couldn't turn into bone spurs to attack Gao Yang. This time, Gao Yang thought he was going to win. Xiangye couldn't resist anymore. She could only scream while being burned into a charred corpse by the fire. But Gao Yang underestimated half of him. Paw! In the fire column, Xiangye stretched out her almost scorched hands and pressed against Gao Yang's chest. A second later, Xiangye pushed Gao Yang towards the water reservoir behind with all her strength. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect that she still had such a lot of energy in her body. No, the closer she was to death, the greater the potential that would burst out. Even the flames with a very high pain coefficient could not suppress this potential. Pound. Gao Yang's back hit the cement wall of the water reservoir and broke it. Gao Yang felt that his bones were falling apart, and for a moment, he saw stars. Splash. The cold water in the water reservoir broke the wall, like a surging wave, and instantly rushed the two of them 2 or 3 meters away. The two wrestled and rolled in the waves, and during this process, Gao Yang's flames briefly misfired. Without the cover of the flames, it was very dangerous to get so close to Xiangye. Gao Yang did not hesitate and kicked Xiangye away in a panic. He rolled over several times, stood up quickly, and got ready for battle again. Xiangye, whose body was charred, also stood up slowly. More than half of her scales melted under the high temperature, sticking to her skin and flesh, and oozing dark pus. Her beautiful hair was also burned off, turning into a dark brown, bloody bald head. Gao Yang frowned slightly. It's a pity. If she could hold on for another 7 or 8 seconds, Xiangye would definitely die. But in her current state, she is no longer his opponent. Just be careful to avoid her bone spur attack and find an opportunity to launch a flame again. Gao Yang was startled. Xiangye's lips seemed to be moving, muttering something. Gao Yang heard it clearly. The all-knowing and almighty goddess of song, the great and benevolent ruler of all things. Xiangye is also a member of the Songmu cult. Oh no! Gao Yang rushed towards Xiangye, and couldn't give her time. Swish, swish, swish. 3 bone spurs shot out to prevent Gao Yang from approaching. At the same time, the scales on Xiangye's right clavicle quickly squirmed and shrank to both sides, revealing the human clavicle. A small bottle of black liquid medicine was placed in the clavicle. Gao Yang rushed towards Xiangye again. Xiangye didn't give him a chance. One hand turned into a bone spur and attacked Gao Yang to prevent him from approaching. The other hand crushed the bottle of medicine and swallowed it into his mouth along with the glass shards and liquid medicine. The speed of taking effect was faster than expected. In less than 3 seconds, the scales on Xiangye's body fell off rapidly, and strange black spots occupied her whole body. They were like a school of living fish, swimming quickly on her body, and finally gathered at her chest. Ah! Xiangye screamed, her chest collapsed quickly, and then a strange black heart bloomed, breaking through her scapula and flesh. The black heart was connected to thick blood vessels, beating strongly and powerfully. At some point, the familiar smell appeared in the air again, a strong and evil fragrance. Plop. 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 Warning, the benefit of lucky points increased to 5,000 times. Gao Yang felt a chill on the soles of his feet. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack again. He gathered energy in his hands, concentrated his mind, and stared at Xiangye, not daring to be distracted at all. Xiangye's speech speed began to speed up. Please forgive my ignorance, please purify my blood, please save my weakness. Human. Please cleanse my sins, please give me holy blood, please give me powerful power. Human. I will follow you forever, submit to you, and be loyal to you. I will give you everything without reservation. Human, human, human. Human, 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 human. Xiangye still couldn't finish her prayer after all. She died. Whether it was personality or animality, they all disappeared. At this moment, she became a twisted, deformed, pathetic and terrifying monster. She slowly raised her head, and her empty eyes looked at the prey in front of her, Gao Yang. Time stood still for a second. Swish. Xiangye almost flashed in front of Gao Yang, crushed the concrete floor with one foot, and countless gravel flew. Gao Yang relied on his 500 points of agility to avoid the attack. But that was all. In an instant, Xiangye turned around at an incredible speed, kicked her heels hard, and rushed towards Gao Yang, who was still dodging in the air with splashing cement chips. Bang! For some reason, Xiangye seemed unable to fully grasp the power after running wild. She crashed into Gao Yang like an uncontrolled impact ball, and the two broke through the iron guardrail on the edge of the rooftop and flew out. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang and Xiangye fell on the grass of the flower bed in front of the teaching building. Gao Yang felt severe pain all over his body and saw stars. Gao Yang was very glad that his physical endurance had increased, otherwise, even if he fell on the grass at this height, his internal organs would probably be shattered. He had no time to be thankful, gritted his teeth, and rolled sideways. The place where he was lying was punched into the ground by Xiangye. It was almost Gao Yang's heart that was shattered. Gao Yang quickly got up, raised his hands, and wanted to start the fire. Xiangye keenly sensed the danger, pulled out his fist from the ground, and wanted to jump up on the spot. Puff! A thick steel bar pierced into Xiangye's back. A man was holding the steel bar with both hands, and stepping on Xiangye's back with his legs. Under the moonlight, Gao Yang saw the man clearly. Man's Snake. Chapter 212. After Man's talent was unlocked, his arms grew out. He arrived in time, and jumped down from the 5th floor. With his own huge kinetic energy, he completed a backstab from the sky at the moment Xiangye jumped up. But even so, the steel bar only pierced Xiangye's back, and failed to pierce her chest. Xiangye was hit hard, and her legs were forced to kneel down. But she could hardly feel much pain. She shook her hands hard, and threw Manshi off her back. She tried to pull out the steel bar from her back. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a pair of soft hands covering his ears. Although Gao Yang couldn't see anything, he knew that it was the invisible can. Yeah. It was Ronnie's chaos. For a moment, Xiangye knelt down again, and instinctively covered her ears with her hands. In less than 2 seconds, she resisted the sonic attack. When everyone lost their ability to act and make decisions under chaos for a short time, she trembled and stood up again. Roar! An angry and high-pitched roar came from the sky. Gao Yang looked up, and saw a giant grizzly bear swooping down from the sky under the moonlight. It was Hui Xiong. He didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was reborn. The story had to go back a few minutes ago. After the 5 people dealt with Xiang Shaoqin on the rooftop of the teaching building, Johan and Gao Yang immediately noticed that the talent was returning and reminded He Kei and Hui Xiong. In order to confirm this, Hui Xiong subconsciously tried to activate his talent. It was this action that saved his life. A few seconds later, he was shot in the head. But within a few seconds, his beast had already started in his body, and the hardness of the bones would change before the flesh, skin, and hair. When the bullet hit Hui Xiong's head, his skull was already quite hard, enough to block the bullet. Although Hui Xiong seemed to be shot in the head, he was not, but the shot was still very dangerous, and he fell into a coma. At the same time, Manshi, who was resting on the flag-raising platform, first keenly realized that his talent had been unlocked, which meant that the second rune had been obtained. But soon, he heard continuous gunshots again. The rune was obtained, which meant that the enemy was solved. So why did he still shoot? Manshi had been a mercenary, and had been backstabbed by his brothers, and he was always pessimistic about human nature. He immediately guessed that someone in the team might have turned against him. Without saying a word, Manshi threw down Ronnie and the can, picked up the steel bar beside him, and rushed to the teaching building. When he rushed to the rooftop, he just saw Xiangye crashing into Gao Yang. The two broke through the iron guardrail and fell down together. Manshi also saw Heike dead in a pool of blood, Jiu Han, who fainted and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, and Hui Xiong, who was covered in blood but had woken up. Hui Xiong crawled to the supply bag and grabbed a C potion and inserted it into his neck. Manshi didn't have time to care about Hui Xiong's safety. The most urgent thing now was to join the battle. Although it was just a glance, he had seen the monster fighting Gao Yang clearly. He had never seen that monster before. It was full of evil, dangerous oppression, and Gao Yang couldn't deal with it. Manshi quickly rushed to the edge of the rooftop where the two fell and looked down. With just one glance, he jumped down without hesitation, seized the fleeting opportunity, and stabbed the steel bar in his hand into the back of the monster. Ronnie and Kim were not idle either. When the talent began to awaken in his body, Kim slowly woke up. After the gunshot on the rooftop of the teaching building, Manshi rushed over first. Ronnie waited for Ken to recover, which delayed him a little. As soon as they ran downstairs of the teaching building, they saw two figures falling from the roof. It was Gao Yang and a monster covered with black spots. Judging from the body shape, this monster was a plump adult woman, but Ken and Ronnie did not think that this monster would be Xiangye. The two only knew that the captain was in danger. Ken quickly became invisible and quietly joined the battle with Ronnie. As for Hui Xiong, he injected C potion in his neck and his skull, which was almost opened by the bullet, and the wounds on other parts of his body regenerated quickly. Not only that, the energy in his body seemed to be activated again in an instant after escaping death, not only instantly restored all his physical strength, but also a great sense of pleasure of nirvana rebirth. He knew that his beast had been upgraded. 2 years ago, Hui Xiong reached level 4 with the Qilin Union's enhanced rune circuit, and never upgraded again. He also consulted many seniors, who said that once a talent reaches level 4, rune circuits are no longer needed, and future upgrades are all up to one's own exploration. Some people upgrade after they have an epiphany, some upgrade when their emotions fluctuate greatly, and some upgrade when their potential explodes at a critical moment. Hui Xiong obviously belongs to the third type. To be more precise, he upgraded after escaping death, which really proves the saying on the internet, "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger." Although Hui Xiong did not witness the entire battle between Gao Yang and Xiang Dai, he had woken up in the second half of the battle, vaguely heard the conversation between the two, and roughly knew what had happened. Anyway, he was sure that it was Xiang Dai, the son of a bitch, who shot him in the head, and the enemy must be her. Hui Xiong became more and more angry as he thought about it, and suddenly turned into a bear that was more sturdy and stronger than before. A giant bear like a divine beast. He roared angrily and jumped off the roof. Boom! Gao Yang was knocked back several steps by a strong airflow, and his eyes were forced to half close. When he came to his senses, there was already a big pit on the ground. Hui Xiong should be said to be a giant bear like a god descending from heaven, pressing Xiang Dai under his feet. At this time, Ronnie's screams had stopped. Roar! The giant bear was irritable and furious, raised its claws, and pounced on Xiang Dai frantically. For a time, blood and flesh flew in the pit. Nail her heart. Leave the rest to me, Gao Yang shouted. Hui Xiong was already bloodthirsty, and Gao Yang's voice made him regain some of his sanity. He looked down and saw that Xiangye under his feet was torn into a bloody mess by his claws, revealing her white bones. But Xiangye was not dead, and her wounds were healing rapidly. The beast like Hui Xiong shuddered. What kind of monster is this? He didn't have time to think about it, and grabbed the steel bar on Xiangye's back with both hands, and pushed it down with all his strength. Ah! Xiangye screamed miserably, and the steel bar pierced her back and the terrible black heart, nailing her to the center of the pit. Get out of the way! Gao Yang's hands had already started fire. Hui Xiong quickly stood up, using his hands and feet to climb out of the pit like a real bear. Flame! 2 flames poured into the pit, entwined and intertwined, forming a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. Just a little bit, Hui Xiong was burned on the buttocks. The overwhelming heat wave spread to the surroundings, and everyone was forced to raise their arms to cover their eyes, and step back 7 or 8 steps. Ah! The miserable screams came from the center of the fire column, and the nailed black shadow twisted wildly, but could not break free. Not long after, the screams disappeared, and the twisting black shadow in the center of the flame slowly stopped struggling and quickly melted. Gao Yang did not relax at all, and did not dare to relax at all. The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky continued to burn for nearly a minute, until it drained the last bit of energy in his body. After the flames disappeared, the pit under his feet turned into a scorched earth. The steel bar had been burned red and shiny, and the body nailed by it had long turned into a ball of charcoal. Gao Yang stood there, sweating and panting. At this moment, the pain from his wounds returned to his body little by little, and deep fatigue rushed over him like a wave. He was no longer able to support himself, and fell with his head raised. A petite figure supported him from behind with great effort, but within 2 seconds, he fell to the ground with him. Cantu hugged Gao Yang from behind, his face full of snot and tears. "Captain, I thought I would never see you again, Wu-Wu. This girl, can't she say something auspicious?" Gao Yang no longer had the strength to speak, and he closed his eyelids heavily. This nightmare is finally over. Chapter 213. The next day, 10 a.m. White Tiger Branch, room 5007. Gao Yang woke up from the soft big bed, and pressed the button on the bedside lamp. The heavy curtain slowly opened to both sides, and the sun was shining outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the prosperous leeching was in full view. Gao Yang exposed his upper body, stood up and drank a big sip of water, walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling mirror, and looked at his increasingly strong body. After taking the second-level recovery medicine from the Union, the wound was basically healed, leaving only shallow scars. If luck is good, these shallow scars will disappear in a month, as if they had never appeared. Gao Yang took out a chicken sandwich from the refrigerator, put it in the microwave to heat it, and poured himself a glass of pure milk. He sat at the dining table, waiting for breakfast to heat up, and lost his mind again. So far, he finally accepted everything he had experienced in 11. During the investigation of Group 11, Group 4 and Group 5 mistakenly entered the rune cave, and found the summoning rune circuit, and the auxiliary rune circuit, paying a heavy price. Sacrificed personnel: Group 5 Shiran, Group 4 Lian, Group 4 Lao Qiao, Group 4 Shui, Group 4 Heike, Group 4 Xiangjie. Seriously injured personnel: Group 4 Johan. The rest of the members were injured to varying degrees. In just one report, the thrilling and tragic 24 hours were told. Of course, this is just an official announcement. The detailed and true report, including the fact that Xiangjie was an insider planted by the Zongmu cult in the Union, Gao Yang and Hui Xiong have reported directly to Xuanwu. That night, after getting rid of Xiangjie, Gao Yang and his group quickly returned to the rooftop, and used the last sea potion to save the seriously injured and unconscious Johan. Then, they found the bodies of their companions, including Xiangjie, who had been burned to charcoal, and brought them back to the flagpole on the playground. Under the action of the two rune circuits, the passage to the real world was opened, similar to the situation in Gujia village at the beginning, a beam of light falling from the sky. The group returned to number 11 on the ground through this beam of light. Elder Xuanwu found that Group 4 and Group 5 had lost contact 3 hours after they went on the mission, and immediately requested reinforcements. Elder Qinglong personally brought Group 1 and Group 2 to come, and blocked number 11 for a comprehensive search, and soon found the battle scene in the auditorium. Xuanwu and Qinglong speculated that Group 4 and Group 5 must have been forced into the rune cave. The two elders asked the awakened people of the time and space system to try to find the passage to the rune cave, but strangely, when the awakened people tried to use the flagpole as an entry point to work, they found that their talents had a temporary malfunction. They didn't know that this was because the auxiliary rune circuit in the rune cave was exerting the effect of collective silence, which spread to the border outside the rune cave. After they had no other choice, they could only stay where they were, and wait for a miracle to happen. Late at night the next day, a miracle really happened. When Gao Yang and his party came out of the light column channel of the flagpole, they immediately saw Qinglong and Xuanwu. Both elders were wearing masks. Gao Yang handed over the two rune circuits, and the two elders kept one each, and then escorted Gao Yang and his party back to the Xuanwu headquarters of Shilongzai to treat the wounded and interrogate the entire process of the mission. After listening to Gao Yang and Hui Xiong's story, the two elders fell into deep thought. Elder Qinglong left first, and decided to report to President Qilin in person. Xuanwu stayed behind. He took off his mask, his eyes were extremely tired, and his face looked much older. Group 4 and Group 5 were all his confidants. His people found 2 rune circuits in one go. This was a great achievement, but the price was the loss of half of the members, and a traitor appeared among them. He couldn't be happy at all. At 3 o'clock in the morning, except Johan continued to receive treatment, Gao Yang and others took the capsule train in the underground tunnel back to the White Tiger branch to rest and wait for summons at any time. Gao Yang returned to the hotel room, did not turn on his mobile phone, did not think about anything, took a quick shower, and fell asleep on the bed. This sleep lasted until 10 o'clock in the morning. Ding. The breakfast in the microwave was heated up. Gao Yang got up, took out the plate, and put the sandwich back on the table. He drank a sip of milk and started to eat breakfast. The food was very fragrant, but Gao Yang had no appetite and just chewed mechanically. Just after a few bites, the phone rang. It was an encrypted text message from the Chilean Union, with only a time and address. 11:30 a.m., 19F, number 343, Lijiangzong Road, Feiyang District, Blue House Psychological Clinic. Gao Yang was slightly stunned. Psychological clinic? What? The union was afraid that I had post-traumatic stress syndrome and wanted to evaluate my mental state. No matter what, since they asked me to come, there must be a reason. After breakfast, Gao Yang quickly switched back to the state of daily Gao Yang. He turned on his phone and replied to messages from relatives and friends. Then he called his mother to explain that he and Wang Zikai had something to do, so he skipped class for a day and hoped that his mother would help him make up for the sick leave with the school, and he would definitely go back to school this afternoon. On the phone, the mother angrily scolded Wang Zikai and was very disappointed with Gao Yang. Gao Yang obediently accepted his mother's criticism, patiently coaxed his mother, and hung up the phone. After that, Gao Yang sent another text message to his sister Gao Xinxin. Every time he escaped death, he missed this girl very much. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Xinxin replied to WeChat. Gao Xinxin, I'm in class. Don't disturb me, Gao Yang. My sister is so smart, it must be no problem to study while looking at the phone. Gao Xinxin, come on. Tell me. What did you do yesterday, Gao Yang? I went to play with Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin, brother. Dear brother. You are going to take the college entrance examination. Can you be more serious? Gao Yang, you should worry about your own high school entrance examination first. Gao Xinxin, humph, Gao Yang. Do you have a favorite skirt recently? Gao Xinxin, what for, Gao Yang? I have money recently, so I will give you one. Isn't your birthday in 10 months? Gao Xinxin, no need. I am a fan of your new style now. Stores are lining up to ask me to review it. I can't wear it all, Gao Yang. Then what do you want? I will buy it for you. Gao Xinxin, I don't need anything. Just get into a good university. Mom said that our whole family will go to Neo Erdai for fun during the summer vacation. Gao Yang, really? Gao Xinxin, the premise is that you get into university. Gao Yang, sure. Gao Yang smiled and ended the chat. Calculating it, the college entrance examination is only half a month away. Time flies. Gao Yang left the hotel, took the internal elevator to the underground, and then took the capsule train back to Xuanwu branch. Then he left Shilongzai and came to the pedestrian street. Gao Yang called a taxi at the intersection of the pedestrian street and went to the designated location. Number 343 Lijiangzong Road is an office building. Gao Yang took the elevator to the 19th floor, turned left and then right according to the instructions on the navigation wall, and saw the Blue House Psychological Clinic. Gao Yang gently pushed open the glass door, and the simple metal wind chimes rang crisply. The room was not big, and the walls and floors were all painted in a light blue that made people feel peaceful. A young lady with short brown hair and a gentle face sat at the front desk. She wore a white uniform, stood up and smiled. Hello, do you have an appointment? Appointment? An appointment is required. Chapter 214. Gao Yang responded quickly and said, Oh, my appointment is at 11:30. The short-haired lady looked down at the list of guests scheduled for today, then looked up at Gao Yang. You are Mr. Qiying. Qiying? Okay, I give full marks for this homonym. Yes, I'm here to see a doctor. Gao Yang smiled. You are so young. The short-haired lady smiled, and a complex luster flashed in her eyes, which could not be said to be concern or sympathy. Gao Yang complained in his heart. It is indeed sympathetic to come to see a psychologist at such a young age. Please wait a moment, Dr. Su is still receiving the last guest. Okay. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa, and the short-haired lady poured Gao Yang a glass of water. Gao Yang took a sip and looked around quietly. There were some childlike crayon paintings hanging on the light blue walls. There were old witches in fairy tales, and piglets wearing space helmets landing on Mars. The short-haired lady had returned to the front desk, lowering her head to chat on WeChat, typing very fast, and it felt like she was chatting with many people at the same time. Gao Yang was distracted for a while again. Click. The door of the inner room opened. Gao Yang looked up, and a middle-aged woman came out. She had burgundy curly hair, a luxurious and beautiful dress, and well-maintained skin, just like a rich lady with a superior life. Dr. Su, thank you. Every time I talk to you, I feel much better. The rich lady was very grateful, and there was a hint of admiration in her tone. If it weren't for you, I might have given up a long time ago. I really want to go with my son. Life is unpredictable, and the most important thing is to accept it. A middle-aged man in a white coat came out. He wore glasses and his facial features were not handsome, but he was gentle and elegant, exuding a very wise and bookish air. He supported himself with a high-quality retro black cane in his left hand, and his body was slightly tilted to the left. It seemed that his left leg was injured, and it was a bit inconvenient. The past cannot be touched, and the future cannot be chased. You must always live in the present, feel the power of the present, and don't be trapped by sadness. Yes, I will. Of course. Dr. Su smiled and added, you can't stop taking the medicine either. Okay, Dr. Su, goodbye. Goodbye. The rich lady turned and left. Dr. Su, leaning on his cane, watched the lady go out, and the sound of wind chimes rang softly. After a while, Dr. Su looked at Gao Yang on the sofa. Are you Mr. Chiang? It's me. Hello, Dr. Su. I'm here to see a doctor. Gao Yang stood up. Please come in. Dr. Su nodded slightly, and turned around. Gao Yang followed Dr. Su into the inner room, and closed the door gently. The layout of the clinic was simple, with a sofa and coffee table in the middle, a bookshelf on the wall, and some green plants in the corner. The air was filled with a faint fragrance that made people feel peaceful. The floor-to-ceiling windows had plenty of light, and the thin curtain swayed in the wind. Outside was the beautiful Lijiang River. Please sit down. Dr. Su sat down on a single sofa with a cane. Gao Yang sat down opposite him. After 2 seconds of silence, Gao Yang spoke first. Is it convenient to talk now? Dr. Su nodded and smiled. Miss Jean is a lost person, just be casual. Miss Jean should refer to the short-haired lady at the front desk. I received a text message from the headquarters asking me to come here at this time, but I don't know what to do. Gao Yang briefly explained the situation. I asked you to come. Dr. Su looked into Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang was stunned, then reacted. You can't be. Dr. Su smiled and blinked, deliberately not answering, letting Gao Yang guess. White Tiger Elder? Gao Yang asked. Dr. Su shook his head. Vermilion Bird Elder? Gao Yang guessed by elimination. This time, the person who could summon him must be an elder-level figure. Dr. Su still looked into Gao Yang's eyes, and said nothing. Gao Yang knew the answer, and his voice became more respectful. I didn't expect to meet you in this way, President Jilin. Dr. Su smiled slightly. I thought you would be more surprised. Yes, I am quite surprised, but I don't have to show it on my face. Gao Yang told the truth. Your mental age is much older than your physical age. Jilin's gentle words revealed a hint of appreciation. You are also younger than I thought. Gao Yang smiled back. I thought you would be more respected. Just say old man. Jilin held the cane with both hands, looking in a good mood. Gao Yang stopped talking. During the silence, the atmosphere was not awkward or serious, but very natural and relaxed, perhaps because of Jilin's aura. To be honest, Gao Yang was still a little surprised that the most prestigious and highest-ranked Jilin among the Awakeners would be the gentle and elegant man in front of him. I received the report, and I have read your confessions in detail. Jilin looked at Gao Yang. Chiang, you have just joined the Union and have made great contributions. Gao Yang did not speak. At this time, he was too lazy to be modest, which would appear hypocritical. 2 rune circuits are indeed a great achievement. Jilin continued. The bodies of the sacrificed companions have been transported back to the Suzaku branch. The Jilin Union will not hold a funeral for them, but will commemorate and remember them in other ways. Gao Yang nodded, and thought of the clean and shy big boy she ran, and the dead members of Group 4 who were not close to him, and his mood became heavy again. As long as people get along for a long time, they will have feelings. Feelings are so precious in this foggy world, and so dangerous and terrible. I have talked to Xuanwu. From today, Johan will be incorporated into Group 5. Your group will be upgraded to a special operations team and continue to obey Xuanwu. If you encounter special circumstances, you have the right to act first and report later, or even report directly to me. In addition, your position will be raised to the level of quasi-elder. Johan will remain as a guardian, Hui Xiong will be promoted to a guardian, and the rest will be promoted to elites, and their treatment and authority will be increased accordingly. Yes. Gao Yang nodded slightly, not looking at Qilin's eyes. First, to show respect, and second, to prevent him from seeing through his guilty conscience. After all, his true identity is an undercover sent by the Zodiac. No, he may not be an undercover, but he is definitely an eye. In addition, you can make a request as a reward, of course. It must be within my ability. Qilin added. I will be very satisfied if I can get a promotion and a raise. I have no other requirements. Gao Yang retreated to advance. Qilin smiled faintly. I can understand that you are being modest, but it is not good to be too modest. Then I will say it directly. Gao Yang was waiting for this sentence. In fact, I do have a wish, and I am afraid that the president cannot satisfy it. You can talk about it first. Gao Yang calmed down and gave the answer he had prepared long ago. I want to take a look at the miracle rune circuit. Qilin's mouth still maintained a faint smile, his eyes were calm, and he was thinking quickly. If I remember correctly, you don't have a miracle-like talent. At first, Gao Yang thought that the luck talent was rubbish and difficult to talk about. But soon, he realized that the luck talent was very magical. This was his last trump card. He didn't tell anyone, even Qin Ling and Officer Huang didn't know, so Qilin naturally wouldn't know. Gao Yang explained half-truthfully, Indeed, I don't have a miracle-like talent. But I know that the miracle rune circuit is the first rune you found, and I am very curious about it. Qilin nodded slightly, motioning Gao Yang to continue. I joined the Qilin Union because I wanted to become stronger, and because I believe that the Qilin Union is ahead of all organizations in exploring the foggy world, and I am very, very, very interested in the truth of the world. Gao Yang used 3 very S to emphasize. After listening to this, Qilin leaned back slightly and smiled again. You didn't lie, I can feel your desire. Gao Yang did not lie, but he only told part of the truth. Xiang, you are destined not to be in the pool. Qilin said. Dying in the pool without knowing why is indeed not what I pursue. Gao Yang said. A few seconds of silence. Qilin bowed slightly. Okay, I agree to your request. Really? Gao Yang was surprised. No way, it was so easy to succeed. Qilin smiled. You found and got 2 rune circuits for the Union, which is an S-level merit, and the reward you want is just to take a look at the miracle rune circuit. If I refuse even this request, how can I convince others in the future? Gao Yang almost couldn't suppress his excitement. He tried to stay calm. Thank you for your help. Gao Yang replied calmly. You decide the time and place. Don't bother. Qilin said in a relaxed tone. I can show you now. Chapter 215. Now? Gao Yang was very surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was reasonable. The miracle rune is so important that it is safer to carry it with you. Yes. Qilin nodded. I give you 1 minute. Is it enough? Enough. Okay. Qilin's right hand suddenly had a rune. Gao Yang was shocked. When did he take it out? Why didn't I catch this action at all? It was like a mysterious magician who directly conjured up a rune circuit. Could it be that he just took a fake to fool me? Gao Yang inevitably had this outrageous idea. But soon he knew that he was overthinking. The miracle rune circuit in front of him was sandwiched between Qilin's slender fingers. Like other runes, it was a round thin sheath structure. However, it seemed to be a little larger than other rune circuits, and its surface color was darker than other black metals, with a little gold under the silver white. Its surface is engraved with complex and delicate path patterns, and hidden glimmers flow in these paths. A 6-pointed star totem is engraved in the middle of the front. The shape is very similar to the 6-pointed star when Gao Yang first triggered the system. Gao Yang had seen this totem in the Temple of Talent, and he guessed that it was a miracle system at the time, and it turned out to be correct. Is it just like that? Qilin asked with a smile. Yes, it looks no different from other runes. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to ask, Can I touch it? After that, Gao Yang added, Don't worry, I will never steal it. Ha. Qilin was amused. Now I believe you are an 18-year-old child. Qilin handed the rune to Gao Yang, his expression calm. Take it, no one can snatch it from me yet. I still have this confidence. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and almost with a pious and odd mood, he took the miracle rune with both hands. It is hard and cold, and the texture is not much different from other runes. If I can carry this rune circuit with me, my luck will have a chance to upgrade to level 4. Unfortunately, Qilin will never let me take it away, I can be sure of this. And I have a hunch that for Qilin, this rune may still hide secrets that I don't know. Gao Yang's thoughts were in a mess, and suddenly, some kind of energy came from the rune, like a slight electric current, and it drilled into Gao Yang's fingertips. Gao Yang instinctively let go of his hand, and the moment the rune fell off, Qilin caught it lightly. What's wrong? Nothing. Gao Yang quickly hid his discomfort and said, looking at this rune, I thought of all the possibilities of the foggy world and was distracted. Qilin smiled. Do you need to look at it again? No, thank you. Gao Yang nodded. In an instant, the rune disappeared in Qilin's hand. Gao Yang was shocked. What kind of ability is this? Is it Qilin's talent? Well, let's stop talking today. Qilin put his hands back on the crutches. I still have work to do next. Not psychological counseling, but union affairs. Okay. Gao Yang stood up and smiled awkwardly. I have to go back to school to attend classes too. It's not good to miss too many classes. It's great to be young. Qilin stood up with envy. Qilin walked Gao Yang out of the room with a cane. The receptionist put down her phone, looked at Gao Yang and Qilin, and was slightly surprised. So soon? He has too much schoolwork. It's just ordinary pressure, not a mental illness. Qilin patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Remember, the college entrance examination is not everything in life. Just do your best. Gao Yang nodded politely. Thank you, Dr. Su. I feel much better. Goodbye. Gao Yang came to school in the afternoon. Because his mother took sick leave for him, the head teacher did not talk to him. In fact, the head teacher was worried about another thing. Niu Xian, who was originally hospitalized, suddenly disappeared and could not be found anywhere. His parents were very anxious. The police had come to the school to investigate, but there was no clue. Gao Yang couldn't help but sympathize with the head teacher. In just one semester, 2 people died and 1 person disappeared. Who could bear it? Recently, Qingling basically didn't come to school. Gao Yang did his test papers honestly and reviewed his lessons during the evening self-study. After school, he walked out of the school gate and found a familiar black car parked under the streetlight across the street. Gao Yang looked around and walked to the front of the car. The car window rolled down. It was Hui Xiong. There was still a white bandage on his head. His face was not as bold and rough as before. He was a little depressed. Captain, if you have something, call me by phone. Why are you running to my school? Gao Yang was a little unhappy. Hui Xiong smiled bitterly. The organization will send someone to deal with Shiran's home. Before that, we want to go to his house to sort out his belongings and leave a memory. Captain, do you want to go? Gao Yang was silent. He lowered his head slightly, and saw Manshi in the passenger seat, and Ken and Ronnie in the back seat. I go too. Gao Yang opened the back door, got in, and the car started slowly. Ken was in a depressed mood. For the first time, she didn't play mobile games. She moved away from Gao Yang listlessly, and sat in the middle, her eyes dull and lifeless. Gao Yang sat down and looked at Ken like this, feeling a little uncomfortable. He deliberately made small talk. Who said that after coming out of the Fu cave, you have to play games for 3 days, and 3 nights, and buy all the heroes' skins? Captain, Ken smiled weakly. I quit. Quit? Gao Yang was surprised. How is this possible? Yes, I quit. Ken nodded dejectedly. I want to become stronger and never hold you back again. Gao Yang sighed slightly. Many things cannot be decided entirely by one's own subjective will. It's a good thing that Ken too is determined to become stronger, but Gao Yang doesn't want her to become stronger with such a heavy sense of guilt. Living like this will be very tiring, very hard, and very unhappy. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone. Can't you play a game with me? Candy was stunned. She had been pestering the captain every day to recommend it, but the captain refused every time. Now she took the initiative to play. She was surprised and moved. Her eyes were a little red, and her voice trembled. No, I quit. This is an order. Okay. 5 minutes later, Kanta's selfless shouting and cursing echoed in the car. Are you a pig? I told you to grow under the tower. I told you not to give up. Support? Do you know what support is? Stop shopping. Flash into the wall, wait for death. Captain, can you be any worse? Gao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. Are you asking too much of someone who is playing a mobile game for the first time? Forget it. It seems that I am not generous to fight back against you now. I will torture you well when you train in the future. Ah, what's going on? Why am I becoming more and more like Teacher Dohu? Late at night, the city streets were unobstructed, and the cars were driving very fast. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a community in Anliang district. After graduating from university, Shiran worked in a cultural company. After his mother died, he lived alone. Shiran has never made any true friends since his awakening. After joining the Qilin Union, the people in Group 5 are his friends and his family. On weekdays, Shiran occasionally invites everyone to his house for dinner. Shiran is a good cook. He cooks for everyone in different ways. After everyone eats and drinks, they play board games and chat together. Ronnie has the best relationship with Shiran. He has a spare key to Shiran's house. He opened the door and turned on the light. An ordinary 2-bedroom and 1 living room. The decoration style is traditional, and the furniture and appliances are very old. Ronnie entered the house first. His tone was very sad. I asked Shiran to redecorate it, but he refused, saying that if he kept it the same, he would not forget how his mother was still alive. Gaoyang was slightly surprised. When Shiran died, Ronnie talked about him and his punctuation became normal. He thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seems that as long as he talks about Shiran, Ronnie's speech will become normal. Perhaps, this is what Shiran left for Ronnie. The dead will not disappear completely. They will remain in the hearts of the living and become a part of them. Hui Xiong sighed heavily and walked to the table in the dining room. 2 weeks ago, we were still eating hot pot here, remembering the former captain who had passed away. I didn't expect that today we would miss Shiran again. Can's eyes were red, she bit her lips, and tried not to cry. Hui Xiong clapped his hands. Everyone take something as a reminder. Don't take too much, just take one. Everyone dispersed silently and walked around the house. Hui Xiong made the first decision. He tapped the goldfish bowl on the TV table with his fingers. There were 2 goldfish in it. I take this one. I don't know how long these 2 fish can live. Manshi walked to the windowsill and picked up a small pot of green succulent plants. I take this one. Gaoyang, Ronnie, and Cantu came to Shiran's bedroom. The bedroom was clean and tidy. The curtains and bed sheets were all light-colored. There was a tatami mat on the convex window. There was a small computer table on it with a laptop closed on the table. I want a computer, Ronnie said. Ronnie, why do you choose the most expensive one? Cantu said. Ronnie shook his head. He often asks me to help him repair the computer. When I see the computer, I will think of him. Oh, so that's it. Cantu became sad again. She walked to the bookshelf with her head down and was suddenly attracted by something. She tiptoed slightly and reached out to take out a thick cowhide cover notebook from the bookshelf. She took it in her hand, took a look at it, turned her head and shouted, Captain, come here. Chapter 216. Gaoyang and Ronnie both walked towards the bookcase and looked at the leather-covered notebook in Cantu's hand. Is this a diary? Gaoyang asked. Yes. Cantu asked, Captain, can I take Shiran's diary? Gaoyang was also unsure. Would it be a bit disrespectful to the privacy of the deceased if he took a diary? This is not Shiran's diary, Ronnie said. Are you sure? Gaoyang was shocked. Ronnie nodded, took the diary, and turned 2 pages. This is not Shiran's handwriting. Suddenly, Ronnie was stunned, and continued to turn 2 pages, with a firm tone. This is the captain's diary. Captain? Cantu was a little confused and looked at Gaoyang. Captain, why is your diary in Shiran's house? Gaoyang also looked innocent. How should I know? Wait, I don't write a diary at all. It's not Captain Chiang. Ronnie explained. It's the former captain. Oh! Cantu understood at first, but then became more confused. But how come the former captain's diary is in Shiran's house? What are you talking about? Hui Xiong and Manshi walked into the room. Ronnie handed the diary to Hui Xiong, who flipped through 2 pages and was very surprised. Isn't this Captain Sanking's diary? Manshi also took the diary and took a look. It's Captain Sankong. Wait. Ronnie narrowed his eyes and seemed to remember. Shiran seemed to have mentioned to me before that Captain Sankong came to Shiran's house one night a week before his death and sat for a while. Did you have something to do with Shiran? Hui Xiong asked. Ronnie shook his head. Shiran said that he just chatted with him for a while and left. Are you saying that Captain Sankong secretly put the diary in Shiran's house? Gaoyang asked. Ronnie nodded. Why didn't Shiran find out? Manshi asked. Maybe he found out, but he didn't tell us. Ronnie lowered his eyes. In fact, Shiran has been privately investigating Captain Sanking's death. For a moment, everyone was silent. Gaoyang didn't want to care at first, but since it came to this, he simply asked, I've always been curious about how your former captain died. The people in the room were already friends who had passed their lives together, and Hui Xiong didn't shy away from it, gritting his teeth and saying, the former captain was assassinated. Gaoyang frowned. It was an assassination. Have you found the murderer? No, there is no clue at all. Hui Xiong clenched his fists. If we know who it is, we will definitely avenge him. This matter is not simple. Gaoyang was silent for a few seconds, turned and walked to the window, looked out the window, closed the window, and drew the curtains. Gao Yang lowered his voice. Hui Xiong, tell me everything about the former captain's assassination. Tell me as much as you know. Okay. Hui Xiong sat down on the bed, rubbed his temples, and recalled, this spring, Captain San Kong suddenly disappeared. The police and the Union couldn't find him. A week later, Captain San Kong's body was found in a ravine in Lishan. Hui Xiong took a breath. His body was charred. The Union did a DNA test and confirmed that it was Captain San Kong. The Union also set up an investigation team. The investigation results showed that he was assassinated. Captain San Kong usually had the habit of running in Lishan late at night. He was ambushed on a mountain road without surveillance. Ken was dejected, his voice was sad, but Captain San Kong is very strong, his talent is swift wind, and he has been practicing Sanda since he was a child, very powerful. Swift wind, elemental system, can control wind. Serial number 27, second only to Gao Yang's flame. The one who can kill the captain must be a very powerful awakener. Ronnie said. The investigation team also concluded that this is not the killing method of the beast and ghost group. It must be done by an awakener. Manshi added coldly. I heard that Captain San Kong was not burned to death, that was just to destroy the body. Yes, San Kong died of other reasons. Hui Xiong said. What is the real cause of death? Gao Yang asked. Hui Xiong shook his head. Elder Zhuke personally examined the body. She must have the answer, but we have no right to know. Gao Yang was silent. In fact, there is something that I care about. Kan's big black eyes turned around, and his tone was weak. Hui Xiong looked at Kan with an expected expression, and said with a wry smile, I knew that although I told you not to intervene, you were secretly investigating the death of Captain San Kong, right? Kan touched his head. With my brain, what can I investigate? But during the time when Captain San Kong died, another person in the Union actually died. Manch's cold eyes sank. The elite Blue Dolphin of Group 3. Yes, Blue Dolphin had a good personal relationship with Captain San Kong and often went fishing together. How did Blue Dolphin die? Gao Yang asked. It is said that he died at home, his heart stopped, and it was determined to be sudden cardiac death. Manshi folded his hands and leaned against the wall. The real cause of death is only known by Elder Suzaku, but it must have been assassinated. Suddenly, Gao Yang had an idea. What is the talent of this blue pig? Mind reading. Manshi answered. Gao Yang immediately remembered the information Xuanwu had revealed to him, and felt a chill on his back. A logical chain quietly formed in his mind. Gao Yang began to reason. This spring, San Kong, the former captain of Group 5, noticed some clues and suspected that there was a traitor in the Union. This traitor was locked in the middle level, that is, the group above the elite. But San Kong did not have direct evidence. So San Kong found a friend who was very close and trustworthy, Blue Pig. Blue Pig is an elite of Group 3, with the talent mind reading, serial number 49, and spiritual system. But mind reading is not omnipotent. It can only be read when the other party is thinking about it, and you are close enough. In other words, when the other party is not thinking about it, mind reading cannot read the desired information. Traders are professionally trained. It is not difficult to control their own thoughts, and they can even deceive themselves. If Blue Pig wants to read the mind accurately, there are only two options. First, directly imprison all the middle-level members of the Union by violent means, repeatedly question them in person, and then use mind reading to get the answer. Second, patiently screen the suspected target group, gradually narrow the scope until the target is locked, and then cleverly guide the target to think about this matter, so as to accurately read the mind. Obviously, San Kong does not have enough evidence, nor does he have enough power and ability to implement the first plan. Even if he blindly reports it to his superiors, this extreme plan will never be approved. So he found Lanton, hoping that he would help him implement the second plan. The two thought they were careful enough and should have made some progress, but they still underestimated the vigilance of the traitor and alerted the enemy. San Kong may have vaguely sensed the danger, or he may have just been cautious enough and kept a second-hand preparation. Before his death, San Kong suddenly visited Chiron and secretly left his diary at Chiron's house, probably to leave clues. Not long after that, the traitor really took the initiative and assassinated San Kong and Lanton one by one. Gao Yang now knows that Xiongye is the traitor hidden in the Xuanwu Union. Xiongye may not have the ability to assassinate, nor the opportunity to assassinate San Kong and Lanton. But that Songwu sect behind Xiongye must have masters who can do it. The death of San Kong and Lanton was obviously silenced. This immediately aroused the vigilance and precautions of the elders, and then due to a series of coincidences, Xuanwu dug Gao Yang, who had the lie detector, to the Qilin Union. And Gao Yang was really lucky. He immediately helped the Union to find the traitor, and got 2 rune circuits. Everything seems to make sense. However, things may not be that simple. Is Xiangjia really the only traitor in the Union? Xiangjia joined the Qilin Union 5 years ago, and has been hiding for so long. Maybe other traitors have sneaked into the Union in the past 5 years. Gao Yang was shocked. Wait, I am also a traitor sent by the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang's temples ached slightly. Why are things so complicated? He suddenly regretted that he should not have come to the Qilin Union. No, you can't have such an idea. Even if you don't come to the Qilin Union, you will face other dangers. This foggy world itself is full of uncertainties. When I came to the Qilin Union, I not only met several trustworthy companions, but also came into contact with the Miracle Rune Circuit, which was a great harvest. However, for the sake of caution, this matter cannot be hastily concluded and needs to be further explored. Captain? Ken waved his hand in front of Gao Yang. Have you thought of something? Gao Yang came back to his senses and nodded. Some clues, but not complete. Gao Yang took the diary from Manshi. I take the diary first. When the time is right, I will hand it over to Elder Xuanwu. No, I'm directly under the command of President Qilin now. I might hand it over to him directly. Everyone nodded. What happened tonight must be kept secret. This is also for everyone's safety. Gao Yang's tone was serious, and he deliberately said it very seriously. No one knows whether there is another Xiangjia in the Union, and whether we ourselves will become the second Sankong. Chapter 217. Half an hour later, the group left Shiran's home. The last relic that Kintu took away was a pair of glasses of Shiran. What Gao Yang took away was a novel on the bookshelf called Reborn 20 Years Later to Revenge with My Daughter. Shiran liked this novel very much and recommended it to everyone he met. The story is about a male protagonist who traveled to 20 years later in a car accident, became friends with his grown-up daughter, found out the murderer who killed his wife, saved everyone in the car, and finally went back to the past to change their fate. Shiran said the plot was wonderful, and the father-daughter relationship was very touching. Shiran has been dependent on his mother since he was a child, and attaches great importance to family affection. Gao Yang is also a person who attaches great importance to family affection, and he plans to take time to read it. In the early morning, Gao Yang returned home and quietly opened the door with the key. Everyone in the family had gone to bed. Gao Yang returned to the room and hid the diary. He spent half an hour doing a full set of comprehensive strength training until he was sweating all over. Then he went to the bathroom to take a warm shower. After Gao Yang finished his shower and had just time to put on his pajamas, the door was pushed open. Ah! Gao Yang was shocked. Gao Xinxin was sleepy and got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. When she saw someone in the bathroom, she was also shocked. Wow! What are you doing? Taking a shower. Gao Yang quickly calmed down when he saw that it was his sister. Taking a shower in the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Gao Xinxin was very surprised. I came back late, so I took a shower late. Gao Yang quickly put on his pajamas. Gao Xinxin looked at him with disdain. You only know how to fool around with Wang Zikai every day. I think you should just not go home. Okay, I'm done with the shower. Gao Yang bypassed Gao Xinxin. Go to the bathroom quickly, go to bed quickly, you have to get up early tomorrow. Gao Yang wiped his hair with a towel and returned to the room, then locked the door. He listened through the door and confirmed that Gao Xinxin would soon return to the room, and then he felt relieved. Gao Yang only needed to sleep for 4 hours, and it was only 1 o'clock in the morning, which meant that he still had 2 hours to spare. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed and decided to check the system first. Enter the system attribute version. Physical strength, 394 stamina, 394. Strength, 500 agility, 500. Spirit, 500 charm, 97. Luck, 454. Newly accumulated luck points 26 points almost, fighting with Xiangjia for less than 3 minutes, and adding more than 100 points, all of which have been automatically allocated to physical endurance. After the battle, another whole day passed, and the normal idle time was 26 points. Exit the system. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about the next path to becoming stronger. Currently, luck has only 3 levels, and the attribute cap is 500. It won't take long to fill it up. Putting aside talent, just talking about the pure physical comprehensive combat power, what is the level of 500 points in all attributes? If you have to find a similar reference object, it is almost equivalent to Johan with a level 5 weakness attribute bonus. Johan, not weak. But compared with the real big guys, compared with those terrifying enemies, who can make Gao Yang's luck gains 5,000 times, the gap is still big. Next, Gao Yang has 2 ways to go. 1. Upgrade the luck talent to level 4, break through the attribute point limit, and continue to supplement the attributes. There is a key problem here. In theory, if the luck talent wants to be upgraded to level 4, a miracle rune circuit is required. It is very difficult for Gao Yang to take a look at the rune from Qilin at present. He wants to carry the miracle rune circuit with him for a period of time until his talent is upgraded and then return it, but Qilin will never agree. Otherwise, Qilin could have exchanged and circulated the miracle rune with other runes. Second, continue to comprehend new talents. First of all, the talent itself is very powerful, and often the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, the higher the talent, the higher the attribute bonus. For example, Douhu's Killing Expert, when upgraded to level 5, several attribute bonuses are 1000. And this is just the attribute. You must know that the ability of Killing Expert itself is even more outrageous. If Gao Yang can comprehend another talent with a higher sequence number, it will not be a loss to upgrade to level 3, and if he can break through level 4, it will definitely be a big profit. Moreover, Gao Yang is now a spectator of the talent temple. He can specify the type of talent he wants to comprehend, which is a great advantage. But there is also a problem. If Gao Yang's inference is correct, the total amount of talent in the talent temple is conserved. Judging from the current situation, it cannot be said that all the strong people with high sequence talents are alive, but most of them are definitely still alive. These talents have basically not returned to the talent temple. Even if there are idle high sequence talents, it is unknown when they will be comprehended by the newly born awakeners. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Gao Yang to comprehend the talents in the top 20 of the sequence number. Even if he comprehends the talents in the top 35 of the sequence number, the probability is already very small. Gao Yang sighed, it's a headache. However, it will take some time to add 500 points of all attributes at the moment, so there is no need to make a decision immediately. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at his computer desk. In the locked drawer was Sanking's diary. Gao Yang had planned to take it back to the White Tiger Branches Hotel tomorrow, where it would be safer. But there was still time, so why not flip through the diary first? Maybe there would be something to discover. Gao Yang got up, confirmed that the door was locked again, walked to the window, closed the window, drew the curtains, found the key, and opened the drawer of the computer desk. Gao Yang took out Sanking's diary, turned on the small desk lamp on the table, and turned the pages one by one. Sanking's handwriting was very sloppy, with many corrections, and it looked a bit laborious. At first, Gao Yang read it very carefully, word by word, and after reading half of it, he felt dizzy. This is really just an ordinary diary. This Sankong didn't write a diary every day. On average, he wrote 2 or 3 days a week, and only 100 or 200 words a day. Most of the content is about the daily life of the ordinary world. Occasionally, the things about the Awakener world are mentioned vaguely and briefly, leaving no substantial clues. In this regard, Sankong is still very cautious. Gao Yang flipped through the diary, which was filled with a lot of complaints. For example, the bachelor's desire for women, such as vowing to quit drinking and vomiting after a few days, such as the hairline getting higher and higher, but being very skeptical about the effect of hair transplant advertisements, and dissatisfaction with the increasing charges of fishing venues outside the city. Gao Yang stretched his stiff body and pinched his eyebrows. The image of a rough and undisciplined middle-aged bachelor is vividly portrayed on the paper. Gao Yang tried to find some secret codes in the diary and summarize some rules, but he had no way to find them. Gao Yang turned to the end at a faster speed and slowed down his reading again. The few diaries before Sanking's death must be the focus. If he wanted to leave any clues, it must be in the last few diaries. Gao Yang cheered up and started reading from the fourth to last. February 6th. Sunny. Picking up girls is really a mystery. I don't understand women anymore. Forget it. I don't care about women. Fishing is more popular. I will give my salary on the 10th. I will change my fishing rod and equip myself with a powerful night fishing light. Humph, fishermen will never return empty-handed. Chapter 218. February 8th. Cloudy. She ran Ronnie, the can man's strength is too low. I asked them to train more every day, but they ignore me every day. This quarter, our group's score is probably the lowest again. I get angry and annoyed when I think of the faces of the 4 groups next door. I'm going to have a drink with Lao Xiong. February 11th. Sunny. I met a beautiful woman while running at night in Lishan. She asked me if I was single. I thought my luck and love had come, but I didn't expect that she was actually a salesperson. Are all salesmen so greedy now? I'm really touched. I bought 2 electric toothbrushes. I use them tomorrow. February 13th, rain. I woke up in the morning, feeling dizzy, as if I was possessed by a ghost. Did I catch a cold? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't had a cold in years. Maybe I'm really old. I need to drink less and exercise more in the future. P.S. Exercises for Kieran arms don't count as exercise. Why are you still making dirty jokes? Gao Yang had mixed feelings after reading the diary. He didn't find any clues, but he got to experience the life of a middle-aged single man. I hope I won't end up like him in the future. This is too sad. Gao Yang took back the diary, locked it, and went back to bed. A dreamless night. The next day, Gao Yang went to school on time. In the morning, Officer Huang came to the school again, this time to investigate Niu Xian's disappearance. Officer Huang asked many students, but the main subjects of the investigation were Huanghua, Fatty Hu, and Gao Yang, because the 3 of them had gone to number 11 middle school with Niu Xian, and Niu Xian's troubles began that night. When Gao Yang walked into the office, Officer Huang had already checked the room. He stood up excitedly and grabbed Gao Yang's shoulders. Are you okay? I heard about the Fudong incident. It's too exaggerated. Half of you died. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. It's hard to explain. Officer Huang sighed. If it doesn't work, come back. Although you always say that wealth and honor are sought in danger, this is really too risky. Living is meaningful. If you die, there will be nothing. Gao Yang shook his head. I have made great contributions this time. I got 2 runes and met Qilin himself. Officer Huang's eyes lit up. How is Qilin himself? Gao Yang recalled. It can be said to be very ordinary, or it can be said to be unfathomable. Maybe all big guys are like this, like to keep a low profile and play mysterious. Officer Huang smiled experiencedly. What do you think of his intuition? I mean, is he a decent person or a villain? It's hard to tell at the moment. Gao Yang answered truthfully. If I knew his true ambition, I would find a way to tell the organization. Okay. Officer Huang nodded, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, we also have good news. Jingling's sword god has been upgraded to level 4. That's great. Gao Yang was really happy for her. Yeah. Officer Huang smiled bitterly. Now it's my turn to use that thing. I don't dare to carry it with me for fear of getting into trouble. Then how do you upgrade it? Gao Yang asked. My wife happened to be back to her parents' home for a while. I went to the headquarters for training after get off work every day, and then slept with that thing at night. I gave it to Dohu for safekeeping during the day. Anyway, I never take it with me when I go out. You're still the one who hides. Gao Yang smiled. Must do. Officer Huang punched Gao Yang on the shoulder, and now the tone he used when talking to Gao Yang was as if he were a friend of the same generation. Okay, let's start the process. Officer Huang took out his notebook, sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and switched to interrogation mode. Gao Yang, when was the last time you saw Niu Xian? After the evening self-study, Gao Yang returned home. It was rare for him to return home at a normal time today, and his family was a little uncomfortable. Grandma went to bed early, and Mom, Dad, and Sister sat on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and eating supper. There was a big bowl of snail noodles on the table, and the 3 of them took some in small bowls and ate enthusiastically. Wow! It stinks! Gao Yang shouted exaggeratedly. Yang is back. Dad was sitting in a wheelchair, sweating profusely while eating. Wow, it's so spicy! So refreshing. You guys are so mean. Gao Yang pretended to be wronged. You didn't even wait for me for supper. You've been hanging out with Wang Zikai every day recently. Have you ever come home on time? Mom complained a little. By the time you got home, the noodles were cold. Gao Yang knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't reply. He ran to the kitchen to get a pair of bowls and chopsticks, quickly filled himself with a small bowl, and sipped the noodles. Snail noodles have a kind of magic. They smell very bad, but once you eat them, you won't feel it at all. Yeah, it's spicy enough and delicious. Brother, we were just talking about you. Gao Xinxin's mouth was red from the spiciness. Which university are you going to apply for? Let's talk about it after the exam. I don't know how I do now, Gao Yang said casually. In fact, he had thought it through a long time ago and went to college directly in Licheng. Are you kidding me? If he dares to go to those non-existent universities in other cities, won't he just wait to find out that something is wrong with the world and then be eaten by the beast? I think we should stay in the outskirts of the city. There are many good universities, and it's close to home. We can go home every weekend and take our clothes home to wash. How great it is, said the mother. Wife, the father raised his head and disagreed. I think Yang will be a promising person sooner or later. Now he should go to the big city to see the world. Thank you, Dad. You are not asking me to see the world, you want me to see the king of hell, right? Gao Yang smiled but said nothing. What's so good about the big city? Our outskirts of the city are not bad either. We are ranked in the top 10 this year. Gao Xinxin put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, Brother should stay in this city and contribute to the construction of our hometown in the future. That's right. The mother and sister united the front. Gao Xinxin. The father was angry and amused, pinching his daughter's face. Don't think I don't know. You said it so high-soundingly, I think you just can't bear to leave your brother, right? I don't. Gao Xinxin became excited. Gao Yang wanted to activate lie detector to gain some experience, but in the current situation, it would be better to save it, as he might need it someday. It's too early to talk about this now. You should wait until I finish the exam first. Gao Yang ended the topic. After that, the family talked about other things, such as the situation of the factory in their hometown, which high school their sister would go to after graduating from junior high school, and the plan to travel to Neo-Erdive as a family during the summer vacation. After eating supper, everyone washed up and went back to their rooms to sleep. Gao Yang was the last one to take a shower. Before taking a shower, he naturally sweated profusely in his room and did a whole set of strength training. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his cell phone rang. It was an encrypted message. 12 o'clock tonight, Xuanwu Branch Meeting Room 1. Gao Yang opened it for less than 5 seconds, and the message was automatically deleted. Gao Yang sighed. He really had no time to spare. He thought for a moment, opened the drawer, and took out Sanking's diary. It happened that after the meeting, he put the diary back to the hotel room of the White Tiger Branch. Gao Yang waited quietly in the room, and after making sure that his family had gone to bed, Gao Yang changed his clothes, put on a baseball cap and a mask, came to the window, and opened it. Gao Yang took a deep breath and jumped down. Under the moonlight, Gao Yang nimbly shuttled between the air conditioner and the window rain plate, his movement smooth and flowing. In less than 30 seconds, Gao Yang jumped onto the lawn of the community and landed easily. Gao Yang walked out of the community, stopped a taxi on the side of the road, drove to the Cultural Pedestrian Street in Feiyang District, and quietly entered Shilongzai. Gao Yang registered with the front desk lady, and was then led to conference room 1 by one of the front desk ladies. In the room, a person sat at the end of the long table in the conference room, and it was Xuanwu. Chapter 219. Elder Xuanwu. Gao Yang thought the whole team was gathered, but he was the only one there. Qiang, you have been promoted and are now on the same level as me. Just call me Xuanwu. Xuanwu smiled, which was obviously a polite remark. I dare not. Gao Yang was humble, but his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Elder Xuanwu, do you have a mission? Yes, although you can also talk on the phone, but since you have to come here anyway, it is better to talk in person. Gao Yang nodded. You go. Xuanwu's face darkened. An hour ago, the Suzaku branch found that the morgue was stolen. What? Gao Yang did not hide his surprise. Xuanwu frowned slightly. The bodies of awakened people are stored in the Suzaku branch, including the bodies of some beasts, which are mainly used for research. Now some of the bodies have been stolen. Xuanwu paused, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Among them, there are people from our Group 4 and Group 5. Gao Yang was also furious when he heard this. They died less than 3 days ago, and their bodies were stolen before they were cold. Why steal the corpse? Gao Yang didn't understand. What's the use of the corpse? I'm also confused about this. If the corpse is more than 24 hours old, it can't be used for other purposes except for dissection and research. Therefore, the morgue has never been stolen before. Xuanwu sighed. Because of this, the morgue is not strictly guarded, which allows the thieves to succeed. Is it possible? Gao Yang lowered his voice unconsciously. It was done by one of our own people? It's possible. Xuanwu said, but I sent someone to verify that at the time of the crime, the members above the elite almost all had sufficient alibis. I don't think people below the elite are capable of doing this. Gao Yang seemed to be thinking. President Qilin specifically asked you to investigate this matter. Xuanwu said. Only me? Gao Yang asked. Yes, he doesn't want this matter to be known to everyone, so he asked you to investigate privately. Xuanwu looked directly into Gao Yang's eyes, trying to see something. The president thinks highly of you. I am very terrified. Gao Yang nodded slightly, naturally avoiding Xuanwu's scrutiny. Although Gao Yang was recruited by Xuanwu, he is still considered Xuanwu's subordinate. But Gao Yang always felt that Xuanwu did not fully trust him. After the Fudong incident, he was even more wary of him. But this is completely understandable. As soon as Gao Yang came, he found out the existence of the Songmu cult, and then mistakenly entered the Fudong, causing Xuanwu to lose more than half of his subordinates. But Gao Yang himself found the traitor, got 2 rune circuits, made great contributions, was appreciated by Qilin, and stepped half a foot into the core layer of the Union. Xuanwu's attitude towards Gao Yang must be complex and subtle. In short, you should investigate this matter secretly, and inform me or the president at any time if there is any news. Xuanwu said. Yes. Gao Yang nodded, and quickly asked again, start immediately? Immediately, you go to the morgue of Suzaku branch now. Xuanwu said. Understood. Gao Yang bowed slightly, turned around and left, making himself look calm, sophisticated and professional. Until he closed the door of the conference room, he secretly exhaled and grinned. As expected, as a worker, he is destined to work overtime wherever he goes. The Suzaku branch is in the remote Beiyang district, which is far away, and there is no fast lane at the headquarters. Gao Yang first took the capsule train in the underground tunnel of the Xuanwu building to the White Tiger branch, put the diary on his body in the safe of room 5007, then left the White Tiger building, took a taxi, and drove to Beiyang district. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang arrived at his destination. This is a suburb with few residents. At the foot of the low hillside sits a group of white buildings, surrounded by concrete walls and iron nets. Inside are low-rise buildings similar to factories, with large green belts between the buildings. Gao Yang approached and saw a huge landscape stone next to the quaint main entrance, with 5 words engraved on it, Beigui Funeral Home. Gao Yang felt complicated for a while. Although he knew that he was going to the morgue to investigate, he didn't expect that the Suzaku branch was really a funeral home. In the guard room, a young guard was sleeping on a lazy chair with his legs crossed. Hello. Gao Yang knocked on the window. The guard woke up reluctantly. What's the matter? I'm looking for Miss Xia. Xia Li works in the funeral home, and is a member of the Qilin Union. Xuanwu asked Gao Yang to contact her directly. Director Xia. The guard woke up from his doze, and took out the entry and exit registration book. Come, register. Gao Yang casually wrote down his name and address, and the guard let him in without even looking at it. Gao Yang walked through a clean open space, and came to the lobby of a building. Then he turned left, walked through the corridor connecting the buildings, and came to a low townhouse on the left. Gao Yang went up to the 2nd floor, as instructed, and saw the morgue. The structure of the 2nd floor was similar to that of the hospital's inpatient department. A corridor led straight to the end, and there were rooms on both sides. There was a sturdy automatic iron door in front of the corridor, and a sign was hung on the iron door. No entry for unauthorized persons. There was also a mobile phone number next to it, and the contact person was Miss Xia. Dong dong dong. Gao Yang knocked on the iron door first, and the sound echoed in the quiet and cold corridor. No one responded. Gao Yang picked up the phone and dialed Miss Xia's number. Ah, wow. A few seconds later, the sound of zombies came from the end of the corridor. Gao Yang was startled at first, but immediately realized that it was a cell phone ringtone. After a while, a figure appeared in the corridor and walked slowly towards Gao Yang. Duh. A pair of red high heels stepped on the smooth and hard floor, and the sensor lights on the corridor lit up one after another. Gao Yang gradually saw Director Xia clearly. She was wearing a spacious white coat, a light blue work shirt and straight pants inside, and a work badge on her chest. Her slender figure looked even more slender in the loose clothes. Brown wool curls, fluffy hair bangs, bright brown eyes, the corners of the eyes and mouth were slightly drooped, and a delicate and world-weary face. The girl put her hands in the pockets of the white coat and walked slowly behind the iron gate. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Gao Yang through the crack of the iron door. 2 seconds later, she asked lazily, "You are Qi Yan Ing?" Halfway through the conversation, she yawned with a strong sense of sleepiness, and the professional and high-end feeling she had created before was instantly gone. Gao Yang couldn't help but smile and said, "I am Qi Ying, are you Miss Xia?" "It's me, just call me Xia Li." The girl stretched out her right hand and pressed the switch on the wall, and the iron door slowly opened to one side. Gao Yang walked into the iron door and extended his hand politely. "Hello." Xia Li was slightly stunned, stretched out her hand with a smile, and held Gao Yang's hand. "Hello." Unknown talent detected. Cannot be copied. Gao Yang was shocked. "Damn. It's the boss." Chapter 220. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Xiaoli took back her hand and smiled mischievously. I just dissected a corpse, and didn't have time to wash my hands. Ah? Gao Yang was startled. The good news is that I wore gloves. Oh! Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The bad news is that the gloves were taken off halfway. Ah? The good news is that the corpse I dissected was just a small animal. Oh! The bad news is that this small animal is a highly poisonous beast. Ah? The good news is that the above is all made up by me. Oh! Xiaoli walked in front, her high heels clicking. Gao Yang followed behind, thinking that this woman was not simple. In just a few rounds, she made him ride a roller coaster and firmly grasped the initiative of the discourse. Xiaoli pointed to the morgues on both sides. All the bodies here are ordinary bodies, and the bodies of the Union are stored in the innermost. Gao Yang looked around, checking the location of the camera and the layout of the morgue. Soon, Xiaoli took Gao Yang to the room at the end, which was a very thick iron door. After entering the password, the iron door opened automatically. Inside the iron door was a rectangular morgue, with a 4-meter wide open space in the middle and special body refrigerators on both sides, each with a number. The room was brightly lit, but it still felt gloomy. Xiaoli turned around, yawned unconsciously, and slowly explained the situation. The last time I came here was 3 days ago. After the members of Group 4 and Group 5 died, the bodies were transported here, and I personally interrogated them. I came here again tonight, and found that the bodies were stolen. Xiaoli glanced at the body refrigerator on the left. A total of 12 bodies were stolen. All of them were members of the Qilin Union, who died in recent years. Time of the theft? Gao Yang asked. The theft time should be between 3 o'clock and 3:30 yesterday morning. The surveillance was destroyed in advance, and the nearby guards did not notice it. The other party should have entered the password directly. Several people know the password, so it is not surprising that it was leaked. The other party was very quick and left no traces. It is not ruled out that it was a thief in the house. Gao Yang said. Well, it is not ruled out. But I can't understand the purpose of the corpse thief. These corpses are all over 24 hours old. They are useless in the hands of others. Ah, except for necrophilia. Gao Yang's face was slightly stiff. Just kidding. Xiaoli smiled cunningly. Anyway, this is the situation. You just mentioned interrogating the corpse? Gao Yang grasped the key point. Xiaoli nodded, with a sparse and normal look on his face. I can interrogate the corpse. I have a way to make them speak within 24 hours. No wonder the sacrificed companions were sent to the morgue of the Suzaku branch as soon as possible. It turned out to be for interrogation. Gao Yang hesitated again and again, but still mustered up the courage to ask, Elder Suzaku, can you interrogate Xiangye as well? Huh? Xiaoli looked at Gao Yang with a little surprise. How do you know my identity? Guessed. Gao Yang rolled his eyes inwardly. I can figure it out with my toes. You are a woman guarding the entire morgue without panic, and I can't copy your talent. This place is also called Suzaku Branch. If you were not Elder Suzaku, I would eat shit upside down. Don't tell anyone. Suzaku half covered his mouth and yawned again. You should call me Xiaoli, no Sister Xia. Okay, Sister Xia. What did you ask just now? Yes, Xiangye, her body is seriously damaged, but I still have a way to interrogate her. Xiaoli put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. It took some effort to get 20 seconds of interrogation time, which confirmed her identity as an insider, but other useful information was not obtained. Then, what about the others? Gao Yang thought as she ran. Heike, Lao Qiao Lian, and Xiao Yi. Their bodies are much more intact, and the interrogation time can reach about 1 minute. Xiaoli glanced at Gao Yang's expression, and saw through his thoughts. The interrogation can only be carried out once, and strictly speaking, they are not considered living people, so only simple questioning and answering methods can be used for interrogation. Xiaoli shrugged. Don't think about it, the dead are gone, condolences. Gao Yang nodded bitterly in his heart. It seems that this Suzaku elder is easy to talk to. Since he is here, let's see if he can get some useful information. Sister Zhu, Xia, I have a question to ask you. Gao Yang got straight to the point. Asked. Xiaoli looked indifferent. Can the dead be resurrected? Yes. Xiaoli said. Can you be more specific? Gao Yang tried to ask. Xiaoli raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and nodded. You are now a quasi-elder, it's okay to tell you, but I have a condition. What condition? Let's talk about it later, you can definitely do it. Okay. Xiaoli stretched out a finger. As far as I know, there are 2 kinds of real resurrection. One is the ability of the ghost group. If the brain and heart are not damaged, it can be resurrected once within 24 hours. Note that it is only once. If you die again, you can't be resurrected. It seems that Lu Qingying's information is accurate. What about the second one? Gao Yang's curiosity came up. The second one. Xiaoli smiled. It's my talent. Gao Yang didn't dare to ask what her talent was. This was no longer a question of politeness. It was already an organization secret. I want to be more powerful. I can revive people no matter how long they have been dead. Of course, the premise is that the head and heart of the deceased are not seriously damaged, and they can only be resurrected once. Then why not? Gao Yang didn't say anything. I know what you want to ask. Zhu Ke interrupted Gao Yang. Why don't I revive my sacrificed companions? Gao Yang didn't speak. A hint of coldness flashed across Zhu Chua's eyes. Everything has a price. The price of resurrection is very expensive. I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Gao Yang pondered. So that's why the people who died in the Qilin Union will not be buried, but stored in the morgue, because no one can say for sure whether they will choose to revive in the future. However, this resurrection must be paid at a huge, heavy, or even terrible price, so Zhu Ke will not use it unless it's absolutely necessary. By the way, what does this last resort mean? When the civil war breaks out? When the scarlet tide arrives? Or when the door to the end is opened? Immediately, Gao Yang thought of another bug. The talents of the dead awakeners will return to the Temple of Talent. If an awakener dies, his talents will return to the temple, and then be realized by the new awakener. Many years later, Elder Suzaka resurrects the dead. Will the resurrected person still have the talents he had before his death? Perhaps. This also involves part of the expensive price. Gao Yang was daydreaming for a while, and at the same time felt chilled. The 12 zodiac signs, the Qilin Union, the Baichuan group, the Ghost group, the Sangmu sect, none of these forces is easy to deal with, and they all have terrible cards. Not to mention the unfathomable beasts, living beasts and dead beasts. Seeing Gao Yang's silence, Xiaoli blinked with a smile. Do you want to know more details? I can tell you. Gao Yang said nothing. Xiaoli retracted his smile and said in a serious tone, but you have to know that every secret is accompanied by risks. I am afraid that you will not be able to survive if you listen to it. I understand. You don't have to tell me the rest. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Elder Zhu Ke, you have said so much. If I still ask the truth, I will really be courting death. Okay, it's your turn. Xiaoli put her hands in her pockets and smiled with her head tilted. Gao Yang almost forgot that she still had a condition. Chapter 221. Gao Yang nodded. Sister Xiao, you said, as long as it is within my ability, it's fine. No hurry. Xiaoli took off the work badge on his chest and handed it to Gao Yang. This allows you to enter and exit the funeral home freely. You investigate first. I won't accompany you. When the matter is over, come to the office on the first floor to find me. Okay. Gao Yang took the work badge and took a look. Beigui Funeral Home, director of the cremation workshop, Xiaoli. The girl in the ID photo still has a beautiful world-weary face. Next, Gao Yang walked through the entire morgue carefully. The atmosphere was cold and Gao Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Every window was checked, and no signs of broken windows were seen. The corpse thief should have walked into the iron gate in a swagger, entered the password, entered the Union's special morgue, stole 12 bodies from the freezer, and took them away. But there were 12 bodies, and they wouldn't move on their own. How could they be transported away without anyone noticing? Gao Yang went to the security room and asked the security guard to cooperate in retrieving the surveillance video. According to the damaged surveillance, Gao Yang basically locked down the route of the corpse thieves. Gao Yang guessed that there might be more than one person, but a gang. They destroyed the surveillance, sneaked into the morgue on the second floor in the middle of the night, and left in batches in an orderly manner with body bags on their backs through the side door, then climbed over the wall, loaded the bodies into a small truck on the roadside, and finally left. Gao Yang checked the nearby wall, and did find some traces of climbing. Outside the wall was a cement road. Gao Yang walked along the road, and 300 meters away was an intersection with traffic lights and well-functioning surveillance cameras. Gao Yang had an idea in mind. He decided to contact Hui Xiong tomorrow and ask him to investigate the surveillance of this intersection through the police channel, find out the large and small trucks that appeared within 24 hours before and after the crime, and then check them one by one. After finishing the preliminary investigation, Gao Yang returned to the first floor of the funeral home's morgue building and pushed open the door of the office. A very ordinary clerk's office, a set of cheap leather sofas for guests, a glass coffee table, Next to it are file cabinets, copiers, desks, and an inner room inside, which should be Xiao Li's staff dormitory. Xiao Li sat on the sofa, swiping her phone, and brewing a cup of coffee at the table. She looked up at Gao Yang and was a little surprised. So fast. It was indeed fast, and it was all over in less than an hour. Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Do you have a clue? A little bit. Gao Yang didn't plan to tell Zhu Ke the details for the time being. If he wanted to be serious, even Zhu Ke would be suspected. Want to drink coffee? Zhu Ke asked Gao Yang. No need, Gao Yang said. Okay then. Zhu Ke stood up and walked quickly into the inner room. Gao Yang was stunned. A few seconds later, Zhu Ke popped his head out of the door. Why are you standing there? Come in. Oh! Gao Yang didn't ask any more questions and walked into the room. The room was small, a very ordinary single-person dormitory for employees. A bed, a simple wardrobe, a stool, a dressing table, which was full of women's supplies. The window at the end was not big, and the curtains were half drawn. Gao Yang guessed that this should be Xiao Li's temporary dormitory when she was on duty. She should rarely live here. Turn off the lights, Xiao Li said. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, but still did it. The room immediately became dim, and a bright moonlight shone in from the window, and the outline of the room could be vaguely seen. Zhu Ke walked to the bed and sat down, gently patting his side. Come here. Gao Yang frowned. What's going on? Could it be what I thought? Elder Zhu Ke. Gao Yang was embarrassed and panicked. We just met for the first time. Isn't it a bit bad? Come here quickly. Xiao Li raised her voice, her tone a little impatient. Gao Yang took a deep breath, walked over, sat down by the bed, and kept a polite distance from her. Xiao Li kicked off her high heels, put her feet on the bed, grabbed a pillow, hugged it to her chest. Her eyes flickered, revealing excitement. Quick, tell me a ghost story. It must be very bizarre and scary. Ah? Gao Yang was stunned. What? Telling ghost stories. Xiao Li's voice was a little childish. Remember, the scarier the better, but there can't be real ghosts in the end. Gao Yang tried hard not to let his facial muscles fly. He confirmed in disbelief. So, the condition is to tell you a ghost story? Yes. Xiao Li nodded vigorously. Listening to ghost stories in the middle of the night is very exciting. That's true, but I can't tell ghost stories? Gao Yang said, taking out his mobile phone. Or, I find an audio book of ghost stories. I'm tired of listening to them. It's boring. Xiao Li was very disgusted. It's still more interesting to listen to people tell them in person. Then I recommend you to play the modified script Killing and Escape Room. Oh! I know that. Xiao Li was quite interested, but then a little disappointed. Hey, but I don't like to join a group with strangers, and I can't find acquaintances. Why can't I find acquaintances? Gao Yang was puzzled. Ahem. Xiao Li glanced at Gao Yang. You know, I'm an elder. This kind of hobby will damage my image and have a bad influence. This reason seems to be fine. Xiao Li smiled and looked at Gao Yang again. But you are different. You are now a quasi-elder. We are on the same level. Hurry up and tell me one. Gao Yang didn't want to spoil the fun. Gao Yang licked his lips and repeated Xiao Li's request. It should be bizarre and scary, but there can't be a ghost in the ending. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Li had already started to imagine in his mind, and unconsciously hugged the pillow tightly. Gao Yang thought about it. Isn't this the experience of Gujia Village? If you slightly change the things of Gujia Village, it will be a perfect ghost story. Although Xiao Li knew that Gujia Village was a talisman cave, he might not know what happened in it. Do you know the massacre of Wangjia Village? Gao Yang asked. Xiao Li shook his head. Ahem. Gao Yang lowered his voice and acted like a storyteller. 30 years ago, a family in Wangjia Village was killed and dismembered overnight. The murderer has never been found. A few days later, the whole village mysteriously disappeared. Gao Yang has played script-killing games and learned a lot of scary tricks from DM. In the dark, he took out his mobile phone and put it under his chin. 30 years later, several young people visited Wangjia Village at night and finally discovered the terrible truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yang turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone and illuminated his face. Ah! Xiao Li screamed and shrank into the corner of the bed with a pillow in his arms. Gao Yang laughed in his heart. Sister, I'm just getting started. You, who deal with corpses every day without changing your expression, are actually afraid of ghosts. What kind of contradiction is this? Gao Yang took out his own key from his pocket as a temporary prop. It all started with a mysterious brass key. The key locked the ancestral hall of Wangjia village, and the ancestral hall enshrined all the spirits of Wangjia village. Chapter 222. For the next half an hour, Gao Yang used all his life's knowledge to embellish the story of Gujia village, create an atmosphere, and occasionally perform poor ventriloquism to imitate the strange sounds on the scene. The story is full of twists and turns, thrilling and bizarre, behind which there is not only the distortion of human nature, but also the decline of morality. As for Xiao Li, perhaps because her threshold is too low, or perhaps because she has an outstanding ability to imagine, she hugged the pillow in front of her chest tightly, her face pale, trembling from time to time, and screaming continuously. It can be said that she is a poor person with a strong addiction. Finally, the climax came. When Gao Yang talked about the 5 young people who went on the expedition, he found that they just corresponded to the family of 5 who were exterminated by Wangjia village that year. Even the number of people, gender and age, all matched. Ah! Xiao Li screamed again, and Gao Yang's eardrums were about to be scratched. Gao Yang continued to talk, and soon the truth came out. It turned out that they were just beasts imprisoned by Song Dao. As soon as she heard it was a beast, Xiao Li was no longer afraid. She threw away the pillow and said indifferently, "Okay, no need to say, you will probably know what will happen later." Gao Yang was stunned. "What? There is a fierce battle later. I was telling you a story. Why didn't you listen?" Xiao Li got off the bed and said while putting on her high heels, "I remembered that the setting of this ghost story is a bit familiar. It can't be the talisman cave you organized to explore before. You found it." Gao Yang also smiled. "Yes, it is Gujia village." Xiao Li put on her shoes, stood up and turned on the light, and cast an approving look at Gao Yang. "Jiang, you have a talent for telling ghost stories. The adaptation is really good. In fact, it is not much adapted." Gao Yang said modestly, "Basically restored the facts." "No way." Xiao Li's favorable impression of Gao Yang increased greatly, and his attitude became more familiar. "Don't tell me you really experienced all this?" "About 70%. "Oh my god, this is also." Xiao Li opened his eyes wide, with envy on his face. "It's so cool." Gao Yang was ashamed. "What kind of strange hobby do you have? I wish I could experience it once in person. Isn't it 10,000 times more exciting than a haunted house?" Xiao Li said. "You are so afraid of ghosts, and have such a strong addiction. If you really go to the scene, you will probably be scared to death, right?" Gao Yang naturally didn't dare to say such offensive words. He smiled on his face, and he was thinking in his heart, "Elder Zhu Ke. Why?" Xiao Li became alert. This kid called himself an elder, and he must be trying to get something out of him. "I want to ask you something." Gao Yang didn't beat around the bush with her. "In exchange, I will tell you a ghost story next time, and I guarantee it will be more exciting than this." "Really?" Xiao Li was moved. "Of course. I read a few horror novels later, and come up with another one." "Okay, ask, I may not answer." Xiao Li sat back on the bed, and lifted his hair bangs, that were already wet with sweat. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. "I want to ask about San Kong." "I know it." Xiao Li smiled as expected. It's not hard to guess that Jiang took over San King's position as the team leader, so it's reasonable to be curious about him. "How did San Kong die?" Gao Yang asked. "It's been more than 24 hours since his body was sent to me. I can't interrogate him." Xiao Li shrugged lightly. "But I can still check the residual energy on the body. Although it was burned, the real cause of death was explosion." Gao Yang's heart sank. Explosion, Hong Feng's talent. It was Hong Feng who killed San Kong. Hong Feng, Xiang Dai, and Xiao Lu all possessed the potion that could turn them into monsters. They were all members of the Sangmu cult. "Are you sure?" Gao Yang asked. "Sure." Xiao Li smiled confidently. "As long as a living being has been hurt, whether it has recovered, or has been destroyed and covered up, it is difficult to escape my inspection. Just like a computer hard drive. Even if you delete the data inside, or even format it, I can still find some remaining information." Gao Yang nodded. "This Suzaku must have a talent in the life system, and it should be the strongest talent in the life system." "What about Blue Pig?" Gao Yang continued to ask. "Blue Pig died of sudden cardiac death due to overwork on the surface, but in fact he died of a curse." Xiao Li said. "Curse?" "Well, a curse that I have not come into contact with may come from the power of ghosts." Xiao Li said. "The composition of the personnel of this Sangmu cult is very complicated. There are awakeners, parasites, hostages, and ghosts. If you want to avenge Wan Sisi and completely destroy this organization, it may be much more difficult than you think." Gao Yang thought about how he was almost killed by Hong Feng, and couldn't help but sigh. Explosion is too scary. Xiao Li nodded. Explosion and some cursed talents can be activated as long as they are through physical contact. It is easy to be hit without knowing it. It is indeed a very strong assassination talent. Xiao Li curled his lips. But it's not useful for everyone. Really? Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Of course, for example, the effect of the cursed talent on the awakened with the miracle talent will be greatly reduced, and even often fail. Xiao Li blinked. Explosion will not bring much benefit to the life and guardian talents. Gao Yang thought. Indeed, cute sheep and dead pigs can withstand a lot of damage in a short period of time, and Hongfeng's sneak attack will be useless. Also, facing an awakened with a higher talent sequence than oneself, this sneak attack is also easy to fail. Xiao Li suddenly smiled evilly and looked at Gao Yang, and turned back into that smart woman. Xiang, you shook hands with me before, were you thinking about something? Gao Yang was embarrassed for a moment. Isn't this a public execution? Sure enough, in the future, don't be smart in front of the elder level awakened. He simply confessed, I have copy, I want to check your talent. Haha, it's a pity that I can't check it, right? Xiao Li was not angry. Yes. Gao Yang also smiled and asked, I don't understand why it will fail when facing an opponent with a higher talent sequence than yourself. I don't know the details, there are two mainstream opinions. Xiao Li extended his index finger. One is that high sequence talents are naturally suppressive to low sequence talents. However, this opinion is untenable. There are many people who kill awakened people with high sequence talents. Xiao Li extended his middle finger again. The second opinion is that many people believe that awakened people not only have energy in their bodies, but also a kind of mental power. Awakened people with high sequence talents often have stronger mental power, so their mental defense is also higher. Gao Yang suddenly realized, it's amazing, even without a system, you can still figure it out. Don't say anything. If you want to prevent sneak attacks and curses from villains in the future, it's definitely right to add more mental power. What do you want to investigate when you ask me about this? Xiao Li asked Gao Yang. Gao Yang was silent. Is it also a task assigned to you by the president? Xiao Li continued to ask. Gao Yang took advantage of the situation and smiled, saying he had nothing to say. He used the Kirin president as a shield. Okay, I'm not interested either. Xiao Li flicked her hair. However, if you encounter problems during the investigation, such as the person you want to investigate is silenced, as long as you send the body to me in time, I can help you interrogate. Remember, it's best to be within 24 hours, and the bottom line is 48 hours. I can't do anything longer. Thank you very much. Gao Yang smiled. It's not free. Xiao Li's eyes flashed with excitement again. Remember. Ghost stories. No problem. Chapter 223. Half an hour later, Gao Yang chatted with Xiao Li about some small talk, mainly focusing on Xiao Li's interests and hobbies. The two left their mobile phone numbers, and agreed to play escape rooms and script-killing games together next time they had the chance. Of course, Gao Yang promised to go to the summer vacation after the college entrance examination, leaving a lot of room for himself. After dawn, Xiao Li got out of the car and went home. Gao Yang went to school. The two were not on the same route, so they parted ways. Gao Yang wanted to take a taxi, but he didn't get one for a long time. Anyway, it was still early, and there happened to be a bus terminal nearby, so Gao Yang took the first bus. In the early morning, there were few vehicles on the road, and the bus was driving very fast. Gao Yang sat at the very end, looking at the fast-flowing street scene outside the window, thinking about various problems. Not long after, the bus drove to Daxu District, and soon passed the Millennium Building. Gao Yang looked at the familiar street, and for a moment, he felt a little melancholy that things had changed. Although he missed his companions in the 12 Zodiacs, he also met some new companions in the Qilin Guild. After experiencing life and death, he also established a deep bond. What if he had to choose between the two groups of companions in the future? However, this idea is still too naive. Gao Yang is not a blindly loyal person. Whether it is a dragon or a Qilin, if their real ideals or ambitions are contrary to Gao Yang will not follow them to the end. As for the companions he met in the two organizations, everyone must have their own positions and pursuits. Whether they can finally come together and fight side by side depends on many factors, not just the issue of the camp. In this life, few people can accompany you all the way. Gao Yang suddenly remembered this sentence and agreed with it. The scenery outside the car window continued to flow, and before he knew it, he arrived at the singer's flower shop. Gao Yang's thoughts were pulled back. The singer opened the shop very early today. She was wearing a fresh and energetic long skirt, a floral apron on the outside, holding a watering can, and was watering the flowers outside the shop. She did not notice the bus passing by the roadside, and Gao Yang on the bus. Gao Yang looked at the singer, and suddenly his mind moved. He turned his head, and looked at the alley across the street from the flower shop. A man's shadow quickly flashed into the alley. Gao Yang was startled, and when he wanted to look for the figure again, the bus had already gone far away. Is it an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. Could that man be Gui Ma? Very likely. This is the second time he has appeared. The relationship between Gui Ma and the singer must be complicated. The two may be underground lovers, who once loved each other very much. Later, Gui Ma's identity was exposed, and he was executed by Long. After he was resurrected, the only thing he couldn't let go of was the singer. He missed the singer, but he didn't dare to meet her. He could only look at her secretly to relieve his longing. Of course, there is another possibility. The singer has been turned by Gui Ma and has become Gui Ma's insider. Gui Ma was just transmitting sound with the singer. Transmitting sound can communicate through brain waves, but there is a certain distance limit. Moreover, if the singer only heard a strange voice, she might not believe that the owner of the sound was Gui Ma, because Gui Ma was dead. Therefore, Gui Ma had to take the risk of letting the singer see him with her own eyes, and believe that he was still alive, so that the singer could feel at ease to transmit sound with him. But these are just guesses after all. Gao Yang was confused for a moment. Did Do Hu take this matter seriously? How far has the investigation progressed? According to the information at hand, Hong Feng, Xiang Dai, and Xiao Lu are all members of the Sangmu cult. Gui Ma, who is working with Hong Feng, is naturally also a member of the Sangmu cult. Back then, the Sangmu cult placed undercover agents in the three major organizations and asked them to lie dormant patiently. Their purpose is still unclear, but it is likely that they are targeting the rune circuit. When the rune circuits become more numerous, these undercover agents begin to stir and expose their identities one after another. Gao Yang suddenly had a strong urge. He wanted to stay near the singer, so that he could stay near Gui Ma sooner or later. Although Wan Sisi was killed by Hong Feng, Gui Ma was also the one who indirectly killed her. Gao Yang can accept one death to end all grudges, but now that Gui Ma has resurrected, Gao Yang must not sit idly by. In public, Gao Yang wants to find out the existence of the Sangmu cult, and in private, Gao Yang wants to avenge Wan Sisi. Gui Ma is someone Gao Yang can't avoid. Can I beat Gui Ma now? How strong is the combat power of level 3 teleport? Or should I call on the people in Group 5 to deal with it together? If the whole group is dispatched, it must be reported to the organization, which may alert the enemy. After all, the Qilin Union may have undercover agents from the Sangmu cult. But I am now a quasi-elder, and I can kill first and report later in special circumstances. But with the current talents of those people in Group 5, it is not very useful to deal with Gui Ma, but the danger is very high. I really don't want to see any companions sacrificed again, or sacrificed because of my own personal affairs. Gao Yang's thoughts were confused, and he couldn't make up his mind. Gao Yang came to school. After the morning self-study, Gao Yang went to the grocery store to buy breakfast. After breakfast, Gao Yang was surprised to find Qing Ling coming to school. Qing Ling glanced at Gao Yang and said nothing. When Gao Yang passed by her desk, he consciously did not say hello and sat back in his seat. In the eyes of his classmates, the two had already broken up. After the second class, there was a breakup. After the break, Gao Yang returned to the classroom, opened his desk, and found a note. He picked it up and saw that it was Qing Ling's handwriting, Noon Rooftop. Gao Yang was slightly stunned and looked at Qing Ling's back. She was wearing a white school uniform, with a high ponytail, and her back was straight. Even if they wanted to meet, shouldn't they go to the secret place in the experimental building? If they went to the rooftop, they might still meet other classmates. Besides, it was summer now, and the rooftop was very hot at noon. At noon, Gao Yang quickly went to the cafeteria to eat, and went to the rooftop of the teaching building. The hot summer sun mercilessly baked the concrete floor, and the air became distorted and solidified under the high temperature. Qing Ling had been waiting for a while. Although she was standing in the shadow of the reservoir, and the wind on the rooftop was quite strong, her white neck was still covered with fine sweat. Is there something wrong? Gao Yang walked over. Qing Ling didn't speak. Gao Yang was stunned, and immediately reacted, Qing Ling? Qing Ling nodded. The case was solved. It's not that I don't want to go to the laboratory building, but Qing Ling, as an ordinary person, can't climb walls. Long time no see. Gao Yang smiled. Don't be so playful. Qing Ling pretended to be unhappy, but her soft tone betrayed her. I want to talk to you about business. You say. I heard that you almost died in number 11 middle school. Qingling asked. To be honest, it was quite dangerous. Gao Yang answered truthfully, but don't worry, I'm not dead, am I? Qingling nodded slightly. My sister was very worried about you after she found out. Gao Yang was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Because of this, she was a little distracted, the training effect was greatly reduced, and she was criticized by teacher Do Hu. She was sulking last night and didn't talk to me. Anyway, she was very twisted. Gao Yang was about to say something but stopped. Qingling reached out and handed Gao Yang a black button, so I took the initiative to give you this thing. Gao Yang took it and looked at it in his hand. What is this? The organization's latest developed alarm, disposable. Qingling pointed to the collar on his chest. The first button was changed to dark green, and it was really hard to find without careful observation. Pin it on the clothes, on the cuffs, it's alright, and crush it when you encounter danger. What after crushing it? Gao Yang was curious. The organization will immediately locate you and send the nearest person to support you. Gao Yang smiled and returned the button to Qingling. I appreciate your kindness, but... Take it. Qingling was determined. She simply snatched the button, grabbed Gao Yang's hand, and pinned it on his cuff. Qingling, I am now a member of the Qilin Union. I know. This thing is just an ordinary button before it is crushed. It will not track you or expose you. Qingling stepped back and looked at Gao Yang. You wear it, whether you use it or not is up to you. Gao Yang looked at the button on his cuff with mixed feelings. Gao Yang, there are originally very few important things for my sister. The wind blew Qingling's long hair, and she looked at Gao Yang seriously and gently. Don't die. Gao Yang's chest was warm, and his nose was a little sour. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. You too. Chapter 224. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang returned home on time, chatted with his family in the living room for a while, and then washed and went to bed. Gao Yang returned to the bedroom, closed the door, and still did a full set of strength training for more than half an hour, and then took a shower. Before going to bed, Gao Yang calmed down and thought carefully about Gui Ma's matter. He weighed the pros and cons, repeatedly deduced, took the worst result into consideration, and finally made a decision. The next day, Gao Yang went to school. Qingling did not come to school today, and there was nothing to do that day. The next day was a day off, so there was no need to go to evening self-study today. In the evening, Gao Yang went to the Xuanwu branch of Shilongzai as soon as school was over, and received some basic equipment that did not need to be reported and put it in his school bag. Then Gao Yang left Shilongzai and took a taxi to Wang Zikai's house. Gao Yang climbed over the small wall of the villa, pushed open the door, and found that Pang Jun was also Wang Zikai's house. He was carrying 2 buckets of water, doing horse stance, sticking his butt out, sweating profusely. Brother Kai, I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. Hold on. Wang Zikai found a whip from somewhere and slapped it on the floor with a snap. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage, you know. Yes. Fat Jun shouted, and the 3 layers of fat on his chin were obviously shaking. Gao Yang just found it funny. What kind of play was this? It turned out that after the fire in the couple hotel he ran, Fat Jun started to give up. Anyway, he still had some savings on hand, so he wouldn't starve to death, so he simply stopped working. The main reason was that Fat Jun's mentality had changed dramatically. Now, he has joined the Awakened World and is an intern of the Zodiac organization. Fat Jun's journey is to the stars and the sea, and his dream is to save the world. The superficial life of those petty intrigues has no appeal to him. During this period, Baitu occasionally assigned some simple tasks to Fat Jun: deliver something, take something, or bring secret codes and information to some spies. Fat Jun always worked hard, and completed them seriously without making any mistakes. Then, he would ask Baitu openly or secretly when he could become a regular employee. Baitu always said that he had to wait until Fat Jun's Qilin arm became stronger. Fat Jun was so anxious. He wanted to practice well, but he had no idea. In fact, Fat Jun could not control his Qilin arm at all. Not only that, sometimes it would inexplicably lose control. For example, last time at the night market of Baichuan Group, it lost control a little, and slapped Wang Zikai twice. Fat Jun thought about it, and decided to ask Wang Zikai for advice. Wang Zikai also had Qilin arm, and made rapid progress. Now he is not only extremely strong and invulnerable, but also can grow bone spurs on the back of his hand, just like the diamond wolf in Wyman. When Pang Jun explained his purpose, Wang Zikai agreed immediately. The reason is simple: too much free time. Now Wang Zikai has become very arrogant. He firmly believes that he is the reincarnation of God and his mission is to save the human race. Although he is currently focusing on the overall situation, and is still in the dormant stage, he will definitely become a leader of mankind in the future. Before saving the people, Wang Zikai doesn't mind saving the rookie Peng Jun first. Wang Zikai first taught Peng Jun the mental method taught to him by Gao Yang. Peng Jun has little culture, so naturally he didn't realize that this was a formula adapted from the Tao Te Ching. He practiced according to the mental method for a few days, but it had no effect at all. Wang Zikai started to train Peng Jun again. As for the training methods, they were all learned from the kung fu movies he watched every day. Peng Jun naturally practiced honestly for 2 days. Don't say, although there was no obvious improvement, he actually lost 2 kilograms, so Peng Jun's enthusiasm came up. Today, I was practicing and didn't expect Gao Yang to come. Brother, why are you here? Wang Zikai was overjoyed when he saw Gao Yang. Brother Yang. Peng Jun was also very happy when he saw Gao Yang, but then he was a little taboo. You are now a member of the Qilin Union. It's not good to come here? Gao Yang smiled. It's really not good, so Peng Jun, you should leave quickly, otherwise Bai Tu will not forgive you if he finds out. Oh. Peng Jun put down the bucket, wiped his sweat and walked to Gao Yang. He asked weakly, Brother Yang, are you really joining the Qilin Union? Gao Yang is an undercover agent, and only Do Hu, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang know. Gao Yang would definitely not tell Peng Jun the truth, lest he be put in danger. Yes, I am now working for the Qilin Union. Peng Jun was a little disappointed. He wiped his sweat, and said with a wry smile, I thought we... Peng Jun. Gao Yang patted Peng Jun's sweaty shoulders. There are no permanent colleagues, only permanent friends. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, understand? Peng Jun was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly realized, Brother Yang. I understand. Gao Yang thought to himself that I just made up a few ambiguous sentences. How could you really understand it? Brother Yang is worthy of being Brother Yang. Standing high and seeing far, this is called pattern. Peng Jun was very excited, and a worry in his heart was finally put down. Nonsense. Of course my brother is awesome. Gao Yang was praised, and Wang Zikai was also proud. Okay, let's go. Gao Yang glanced at Peng Jun. Remember, we haven't met or talked today. Don't mention me to your organization. Okay, I will definitely leave. Peng Jun packed his clothes and left. The door closed, and Wang Zikai looked over excitedly. Why, do you want to talk to me? Yes. Gao Yang got straight to the point, and put down his heavy school bag. I have a mission. Whose mission? The Chinese Zodiac, or the Qilin Union? No. Gao Yang coughed lightly, and turned on the deception mode. These 2 organizations are just stepping stones, not worth mentioning. What we have to do today is our own mission, paving the way for you to save the world in the future. Damn! Wang Zikai slapped his thigh, excited beyond words. Brother, I've been waiting for today. Yeah. Gao Yang squatted down, and opened the zipper of his school bag. Inside was a pistol with a silencer, a close-fitting dagger, 2 sea potions, 2 hypnotic gases, adrenaline for awakeners, a reconnaissance telescope, a miniature walkie-talkie, etc. We act tonight. Gao Yang took out the pistol, installed the silencer, and inserted it into his lower back. No problem. Wang Zikai turned and left. What are you doing? Gao Yang asked. Of course, I change into something more stylish and get a hairstyle. Wang Zikai said matter-of-factly. Just be happy. Gao Yang smiled. Wang Zikai was about to walk into the cloakroom when he suddenly thought of something and turned around and shouted, We need a group name. It has to be cool. Gao Yang didn't care and asked Wang Zikai, What do you think? Well, let me think. How about the Shining Duo? It's okay, but is there a possibility that your name was plagiarized from a comic? Gao Yang politely exposed it. Haha, you found out. Wang Zikai touched his chin. Then be more domineering, the Savior Duo. How do you say this is domineering? This is too stupid, he will be regarded as a psychopath. Gao Yang didn't want to discourage Wang Zikai's enthusiasm, so he took a step back. How about the 94 Duo? Keep a low profile and don't expose our grand plan too quickly, so as not to increase unnecessary resistance. The 94 Duo? Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. Okay, that's it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Daxu District, Xiangyang Road, Born Like Summer Flower Store. The Jai flower shop had already closed and pulled down the shutter. All the flowers outside the door were moved back to the store, leaving only a few empty wooden shelves. Across the street from the flower shop is a fast hotel. In a room in a high-rise building, Gao Yang was holding a telescope, looking through the cracks in the window, exploring the terrain and understanding the overall situation. Wang Zikai was very excited at first, thinking that he and Gao Yang were a bit like agents in the movies. But as soon as Gao Yang entered the room, he took the telescope and stood in front of the window to observe. He didn't say a word for a long time, and didn't explain the content of the mission. Wang Zikai soon lost his patience, watched TV with the remote control, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wang Zikai walked out of the bathroom with his upper body naked, with a towel wrapped around his wet hair. When he saw Gao Yang still standing there, he was shocked. "Brother, are you still watching? What is so beautiful?" "Almost done." Gao Yang put down the telescope and had a preliminary plan in mind. Chapter 225. Wang Zikai, come here. Gao Yang put down the telescope, picked up the pen and the white paper on the service form on the bedside table, sat down in front of a small table, and began to draw a floor plan. Wang Zikai came up while wiping his hair, and the messy water drops fell on Gao Yang's hair and neck. Gao Yang felt disgusted for a moment, and patiently spoke. "Our mission this time is to assassinate someone." "Assassinate?" Wang Zikai was a little disdainful. "Just confront him head-on." "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "If we confront him head-on, he may not want to confront us head-on. This person can teleport, and if he doesn't want to fight us, it will be difficult for us to catch up." "I see." Wang Zikai pulled a chair over and sat down. "Come, tell me the plan." "Wait, I draw it first." Gao Yang was drawing a floor map while reviewing the whole thing in his mind. At the beginning, Gao Yang had 3 plans. 1. Act alone, low success rate, high risk. 2. Call 5 groups to act together, medium success rate, low risk. But that is because the risk is transferred to the companions, and the interrogation and investigation of the organization cannot be avoided afterwards, which will complicate things. 3. Call Wang Zikai to act together. High success rate, medium risk. Wang Zikai's current combat effectiveness is definitely stronger than his own. Moreover, Wang Zikai is a tank, with infinite strength and invulnerability, and has a natural advantage in dealing with assassins like Guillemot. Even if Guillemot can hurt Wang Zikai, as long as his heart and brain are not completely destroyed, Wang Zikai will not die. Moreover, Wang Zikai is not fighting alone, there is Gao Yang, so the probability of Guillemot killing Wang Zikai with one blow is basically 0. Before this, Gao Yang also considered using a sniper rifle for long-range assassination, but after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. First of all, to use a sniper rifle, you must apply to the organization and go through the process, which complicates the problem. Moreover, the alley where Guillemot appeared was narrow and narrow, with too many obstacles, making sniping very difficult. Once the sniping failed, Gao Yang, as a sniper, was too far away from Guillemot, and Wang Zikai alone could not kill Guillemot. Yes, kill. Gao Yang had no intention of capturing Guillemot alive from the beginning, which was almost impossible. Even if he was captured alive, Guillemot would not be able to confess any information, which can be proved by Long's interrogation of Guillemot before. Therefore, Gao Yang planned to ambush and sneak attack Guillemot by surprise from the beginning. Then, send Guillemot's body to Zhu Ke, let Zhu Ke directly interrogate the body, and get the clues he wanted. While thinking, Gao Yang had already drawn a floor plan. Wang Zikai sat aside, watching very seriously, but judging from his confused expression, he probably didn't understand much. The target we want to assassinate may appear here next. Gao Yang pointed with a pen. It's the alley below the hotel window. The hotel we are staying in is on the left side of the alley, and it's very tall. There are 5-story houses on the right side of the alley. The exit on the south side of the alley is Xiangyang Road, and the exit on the north side of the alley is Xingguang Road. Accompanied by the explanation, Wang Zikai nodded as if he understood. If my inference is correct, the target is likely to appear on the south side of the alley before 8 a.m. or around 11 p.m. Because this is the opening and closing time of the singer's flower shop, Guillemot can only stand far across the street at this time and see the singer show her face. Gao Yang thought it was unnecessary to tell Wang Zikai about this. Wang Zikai, you pretend to be a passerby and ambush at the southern intersection, which is Xiangyang Road. Once the target appears, you chase him, and he will definitely retreat back to the alley and run to the northern exit. Gao Yang pointed the pen at the northern exit, and I will ambush here and kill him by surprise. Wang Zikai finally understood that the task was simpler than he thought. It's just a two-way encirclement after all this time. Gao Yang nodded. This is the most ideal situation, but it may fail. Why? Because the opponent's talent is teleportation, and my current understanding is very limited. The maximum distance of level 3 teleportation is 7 meters, but I don't know whether teleportation can penetrate walls. Wow! This is a bit difficult. Wang Zikai smacked his lips. If he goes through the wall directly, how can we catch him? Yes. Gao Yang sighed helplessly. If this is true, we can only accept the failure of the task. However, Gao Yang still believed that level 3 teleportation could not pass through the wall. If it could pass through the wall, Guima could have chosen to escape directly in the conference room on the -6F of the Millennium Building, and there was no need to confront Long head-on. However, it is not ruled out that it was interfered by Long's talent, so it could not pass through the wall. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of something. Wait, the mission needs to be improved. After explaining the whole plan, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai took a nap in the hotel. Before 7 o'clock in the morning, the two were awakened by the alarm clock and set off. Wang Zikai disguised himself as a drunken social youth and sat on the roadside not far from the alley, waiting for the target to appear. Gao Yang did not follow the initial plan to guard the exit on the other side of the alley, but squatted on the roof of the 5th floor on the right side of the alley. Guima was born as an agent, cautious and cunning. Once Wang Zikai started chasing him, he might instinctively run into the alley. But as long as he ran a few steps, he would react. Since Wang Zikai was squatting on him, he must have come prepared, and there must be an ambush at the intersection across the alley. At this time, if Guima could not escape through the wall, he would definitely choose to climb up the 5th floor on the left and escape from the roof. With his agile skills and teleportation, it is not a problem for Guima to climb the walls of the 5th floor. Gao Yang hid on the roof, and once he jumped onto the roof, he would immediately shoot him. For warriors and tank-type awakeners, Gao Yang's fire talent is more lethal. But for assassins with high output and low defense, firing a bullet unexpectedly may be more effective. Gao Yang surveyed the wall of the building on the right side of the alley, and based on the position of the air conditioner box and the billboard, he determined the best climbing route for Guima and calculated the approximate position. Next, Gao Yang hid behind a pile of debris on the rooftop, loaded his pistol, and waited for Guima to appear. "Brother, the target hasn't appeared yet." Wang Zikai's voice came from the micro intercom beside his ear. "Don't talk, wait patiently." "Damn, it's too boring, I'm about to fall asleep." "Shut up." Gao Yang was really impressed by this guy. Wang Zikai waited from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, but Guima never appeared. This was within Gao Yang's expectations. It was too lucky to succeed in squatting at once. During the day, Wang Zikai and Gao Yang went back to the hotel to rest. Gao Yang would look out the window with a telescope from time to time, but naturally found nothing. At noon, the two ordered a pizza and 2 cups of fruit milk tea and had lunch in the hotel. Wang Zikai's mouth was full of oil. He sucked his index finger and thumb while looking up at Gao Yang. Once he met Gao Yang's gaze, he quickly turned his head away and pretended that nothing happened. "If you have something to say, just tell me," Gao Yang said. Hee. Wang Zikai actually grinned a little embarrassedly. "Brother, I have a question I have always wanted to ask you." "Ask it." Gao Yang put down the milk tea in his hand and had a bad feeling in his heart. This guy, is he going to do something weird again? Chapter 226. "You have good grades, so you will definitely have no problem going to college," Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang did not speak, waiting for the next words. "Are you planning to stay in Licheng or go to college outside?" Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang was relieved immediately. After all this time, it was just this matter. Speaking of which, when Baitu first explained the worldview to everyone, Wang Zikai fell asleep in the middle. He seemed to not know the truth about the foggy world and the island. "I haven't thought about it yet," Gao Yang said deliberately. "This is a major event in life." Wang Zikai became excited. "How can I not think about it? Compared to us saving the world, it's not worth mentioning," Gao Yang said deliberately. "That's for sure." Wang Zikai smiled. "We are the 94 duo. But academics and saving the world don't conflict." Gao Yang changed the subject. Wang Zikai suddenly became nervous and opened his eyes wide. "So you have decided?" Gao Yang did not comment, but asked, "Do you think I should stay in Licheng or go to college outside?" "How should I know? I don't want to go to college." Wang Zikai pretended to be indifferent, but his nervous eyes betrayed him. "Tell me, I want to hear your opinion," Gao Yang teased him. Wang Zikai was waiting for this sentence, and he got excited. "If you ask me, you must stay in Licheng. Our Licheng is now ranked in the top 10. I think you should stay in this city and contribute to the construction of our hometown in the future." "Wait, Why does this sound so familiar? Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. Tell me the truth, have you talked to Gao Xinxin? How is it possible? Wang Zikai shouted guiltily. These are all my own ideas. Really? Gao Yang stopped exposing him and pretended to think seriously. Okay, then I go to college in Liqing. Really? Wang Zikai stood up excitedly. Yeah. Of course it's true. Where else can I go to college except Liqing? I'm not in a hurry to reincarnate. Ha ha, okay. Wang Zikai wiped his hands and took out his mobile phone. I'm going to the toilet. Wang Zikai closed the toilet door and deliberately flushed the toilet. Gao Yang still vaguely heard the sound of him talking on the phone. It's done. Who am I? Good brother. Your brother must listen to me. Gao Yang shook his head and sighed, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the afternoon, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai made up for a nap. In the evening, the two ate a high-calorie meal, played mobile games for a while, and called cans from a distance. Undoubtedly, with Gao Yang and Wang Zikai's current skills, they were naturally scolded by cans. Who is this girl? How did I know her? She's so arrogant. Wang Zikai was a little unhappy. Netizen. Gao Yang said. Not an online friend, I'm his senior. Can's voice came from the phone. He will come to our university when he graduates. Oh. Really? Wang Zikai got excited again. Is your university good? Yes, there are so many handsome guys and beautiful girls. Then let me ask you, if I ask my dad to donate a laboratory building or library to your university, can I also come to college? It should be no problem. Why don't you try it? Play games seriously. Gao Yang shouted, and his head hurt again. Before 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai started the second operation. This time, Wang Zikai stood at the bus stop, disguised as an office worker waiting for the last bus. Gao Yang continued to crouch on the rooftop, hiding behind a pile of debris covered by oilcloth, holding a silenced pistol in both hands, waiting for Guima to appear. Of course, Wang Zikai couldn't help chatting with Gao Yang several times during the journey, but was stopped seriously by Gao Yang. Time passed by second by second. It was late at night. The neon lights of the city were still prosperous and beautiful, but the hustle and bustle on the streets had receded a lot. Gao Yang glanced at the time on his mobile phone, 11:20. The Song Girl's flower shop was about to close, and I wonder if Guima would appear at the alley tonight. Warning, the lucky income value increased to 3,000 times, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Gao Yang didn't even have time to be surprised. His body reacted instinctively and jumped to the side. Half a second later, a figure teleported to Gao Yang's original position, and the sharp claw knife cut the thick oilcloth on the sundries. Originally, he wanted to cut Gao Yang's throat. Chirp chirp. Gao Yang also reacted quickly. After rolling over, he held the silenced pistol and fired 3 shots at the black shadow. After a second of stagnation, the black shadow disappeared again. The bullet hit the old sofa under the oilcloth, splashing a piece of sponge debris and dust. Gao Yang was highly alert and looked around. A few meters to his side stood a man wearing a modern nightgown, with a black mask on his face that only exposed his eyes. Although he couldn't see his face, Gao Yang recognized him in a second. Ghost Horse. Wang Zikai. Come to the rooftop. Gao Yang shouted into the headset, but couldn't hear the other party's response. Gao Yang was startled. Although Guima didn't cut his neck, he cut the earphone cable. Gao Yang gritted his teeth secretly. He couldn't run away. All his attention was focused on Guima. He knew that if he made a mistake, he would be killed. Gao Yang slowly stepped back 2 steps to ensure that he was more than 7 meters away from Guima. Gao Yang, long time no see. Guima's voice was flat. Should I call you Black Horse or 7 Shadows now? Gao Yang's heart sank. You are well informed. This Songmu cult has penetrated the 3 major organizations too deeply. Guima, when did you find out about my plan? Gao Yang tried to delay time as much as possible, hoping that Wang Zikai would find something wrong himself. As an agent, you are too young. Guima's arms naturally drooped, and the 2 claw knives in his hands glowed with a cold blue light in the moonlight. Aren't you dead? Gao Yang's palms began to sweat as he held the pistol, and he continued to delay time. Guima did not answer this question. His tone was filled with a hint of fatigue and disgust. Gao Yang, why do you meddle in other people's business? It was the same before, and it is the same now. Can't you just treat me as dead? No. Gao Yang shook his head. Guima was not in a hurry to attack. He raised his head slightly and looked at the night sky. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Originally, I should get off work and go to the singer's shop to sit for a while, listen to jazz music, and drink a cup of coffee together. Gao Yang was silent. Because you meddle in other people's business, all this no longer exists. Gui Ma's tone was full of regret. It was not me who made you lose all this. It was your own choice. You betrayed the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang said coldly. No! It was the 12 zodiac signs that betrayed me. Gui Ma suddenly raised his voice, with uncontrollable anger in his tone. Gao Yang, you don't understand anything. Maybe? Gao Yang's eyes also ignited with anger. I only know that Wan Sisi is dead, and I want to avenge her. Revenge? Revenge for a lost person? Gui Ma's tone was a little unbelievable. She is my friend. Gao Yang spoke word by word. Gui Ma was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly laughed with his head raised. Ha ha ha, the 12 zodiac signs are really a bunch of lunatics. Gao Yang stopped talking, and began to mobilize the energy in his body. Gui Ma's laughter stopped, he lowered his head, and looked at Gao Yang again, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Gui Ma disappeared. Gao Yang was startled, and the corner of his eye barely caught it, about 3 meters away from his left. Chirp! Gao Yang fired 2 shots, but the bullets hit the ground. Gao Yang did not turn his head. His intuition and experience told him that Gui Ma must have teleported behind him. 500 points of agility should not be underestimated. Gao Yang is agile. He squatted down quickly to avoid Gui Ma's throat cutting from behind. At the same time, his right hand wearing tactical gloves was hidden under his armpit and sprayed flames behind him. This time, Gao Yang spread his 5 fingers as wide as possible to cover a larger area of the flame. Gui Ma had expected this move and escaped easily. Gao Yang did not need to turn around to confirm Gui Ma because he did not have the time. Gui Ma's teleportation interval is 1 second. This is a very precious second. It must be used to judge Gui Ma's next move and block in advance, otherwise he will die. Gao Yang, who was still squatting on the ground, suddenly found a black shadow under his feet. Chapter 227. Head. This time, the ghost horse teleported to the top of his head. Gao Yang jumped forward with all his strength, and the ghost horse's 2 claw knives pierced into the ground crosswise, but missed. Chirp chirp. Gao Yang then fired 3 shots, but of course, they also missed, and the ghost horse had teleported away. Where? Where? Shua. There was a slight flow of air on the right. Gao Yang didn't have time to confirm, and jumped to avoid it. At the moment of rolling to the ground, he caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye. It was not the ghost horse, but a potted plant with withered leaves. It was a feint. When Gao Yang reacted, it was too late. He felt a strong killing intent coming from the side, and a small sound of wind cut towards the back of his ears. Is this the strength of a top assassin? A hybrid of a warrior and a mage like me, who is not well formed, is at such a disadvantage in a 1v1 situation. This fearful thought was fleeting, and at the same time, Gao Yang reacted instinctively, shrinking his neck and raising his left hand to block the wind. Puff. The half-bent tip of the claw knife pierced Gao Yang's left palm. The severe pain did not come in time, and another claw knife pierced Gao Yang's heart. Gao Yang stretched out his right hand at the limit, and blocked the other claw knife of Gui Ma again at the cost of his palm being pierced. In Gao Yang's vision, Gui Ma seemed to appear slower than his weapon. His face was almost close to Gao Yang's face, and Gao Yang caught the weapon in his hand with both hands. After a second of stalemate, the ghost horse in front of him blurred again, and then Gao Yang felt a huge impact. In an instant, the face of the ghost horse became clear again. But Gao Yang's back had already hit a concrete wall on the rooftop, and his 2 hands were nailed to the wall by Gui Ma's claw knife. At that moment, the severe pain from the palm of his hand could not resist the fear and despair in his heart. You lost. Gui Ma let go of the 2 claw knives, took a step back, pulled out the 3rd claw knife from his waist, and with a clever rotation, the tip of the knife was aimed at Gao Yang's heart. Gao Yang did lose. Even if he tried his best to break free from the 2 claw knives nailed to the wall, at the cost of crippling his palms, it would take at least 2 seconds. But Gui Ma could not give him this time. He only needed half a second to pierce Gao Yang's heart. Gao Yang knew this very well, and he did not move. Giving up resistance would only delay his own death. You didn't have to die, but you were too conceited. Gui Ma said. Yes, conceited. If Gao Yang did not choose to solve it himself, but called 5 groups of people together, the mission might fail, but he would definitely not die. I still rely too much on my own brain, my own system, and my own talent, but the result is failure. Let's do it. Gao Yang admitted defeat. Gui Ma stopped talking, and stabbed Gao Yang's heart with his claw knife. Ding! 3 sharp and hard bone claws blocked the claw knife. Gue Ma was startled and immediately saw that it was a blue-gray arm. The owner of the arm was Wang Zikai. When did he come over? Gue Ma was secretly surprised. Although his attention was all focused on Gao Yang, and he had no time to take care of the surroundings, his close-range speed was still too fast. Gue Ma did not linger in the fight, and quickly teleported a few meters away. Brother, are you okay? Wang Zikai did not even look at Gue Ma, and turned around to pull out the claw knife for Gao Yang's hands. Don't mind me. Be careful behind you. Before Gao Yang finished speaking, Gue Ma teleported behind Wang Zikai again, and slashed his claw knife towards Wang Zikai's neck. Z. The claw knife scraped sporadic sparks on Wang Zikai's neck, and made a harsh sound. Gue Ma opened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Zikai's entire upper body had turned bronze at some point, and his skin and muscles were as hard as iron. Snap. Wang Zikai grabbed Gue Ma's wrist with his backhand. Gue Ma struggled hard to break free, but he couldn't do it at all, and his face sank. Dare to hurt my brother? Wang Zikai turned slowly, his eyes arrogant and angry. You are so brave. Wang Zikai punched Gue Ma in the lower abdomen. Wow! Gue Ma vomited blood, and the whole person flew out in an instant, knocking over a pile of debris. Swish! A sharp bone spur grew back on the back of Wang Zikai's right hand. I cut you into pieces. Gue Ma was hit by Wang Zikai's punch, and was badly injured. He half-crouched on the ground while enduring the severe pain. Just as he adjusted his body, Wang Zikai had already rushed over. Gue Ma disappeared. Where is he? Wang Zikai's pouch was empty. He turned around and saw that Gue Ma was already standing on the reservoir. He covered his abdomen with one hand, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and glanced at Gao Yang coldly, his eyes sharp and complicated. A second later, he disappeared again. This time, he could not be found on the rooftop. Damn! Trash! Don't run if you dare! Wang Zikai shouted at the air, but no one responded. Forget it. Gao Yang's face was pale, and his hands were covered with blood. He walked towards Wang Zikai. I have sea medicine in my bag. Take one and inject it into my 2 palms. Okay. Wang Zikai's body turned back to normal. He took out the sea medicine that Gao Yang carried with him, pulled out the needle of the syringe, and carefully injected Gao Yang's injured palm. TSK, 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 a lot of blood. Wang Zikai lowered his head, his tone distressed like an old mother. Does it hurt? A little. He ran away this time. I will definitely help you get revenge next time. Okay. After injecting the medicine, the wound on the palm of his hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pain began to ease. 2 minutes later, Gao Yang exhaled, and simply dealt with the blood on his arm. He leaned on the guardrail of the rooftop, thinking while blowing the night breeze. What are you thinking about? Wang Zikai hunched his back, supported his hands on the guardrail. His yellow hair was a little long, and was a little messy in the wind. I'm too weak. Gao Yang was a little frustrated. No way. You're not weak. If it weren't for you, I would have died just now. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Wang Zikai wiped his nose. You play games yourself. Don't you understand that a mage is a younger brother when he sees an assassin? Gao Yang was shocked. Oh my god, you can actually understand this. Wang Zikai patted his chest. But when an assassin meets a tank like me, I beat him like a father beats his son. Gao Yang was amused by Wang Zikai and felt better. In fact, Gao Yang also understood the truth, but it was still very uncomfortable. If you lose, you lose. When the enemy kills you, they don't care whether your abilities are mutually exclusive. Potion C is indeed made of a mixture of dead pig blood, and the recovery effect is very good. Soon, the wounds on both hands were completely healed, leaving only 2 pink scars and a little itchy feeling. Team 94, you're off to a bad start. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. What discouraging words. Wang Zikai said, he hit you, I hit him, we're tied this time. Gao Yang wanted to laugh. Brother, this is not a fighting game, where the winner is determined by the amount of blood. This is an assassination mission. I made a move, and let him run away. It can be said that it was a complete failure. Now that the facts are set, we have to consider the follow-up issues. At first, Gue Ma probably didn't take me seriously, but this time I'm definitely on Gue Ma's blacklist. I just don't know if it's a high priority. However, at least it's confirmed that Gue Ma's teleport can't go through walls. In this case, I go home to sleep. As long as I lock the doors and windows and make good preparations for protection, I won't die in my sleep. During the day at school, Gue Ma shouldn't risk killing me. After all, he is being watched by many eyes now, and can only live in the dark. To be on the safe side, I'd better not go home these days, and stay at Wang Zikai's house. In addition, I have to find a way to send a message to Officer Huang, and ask Dohu to send someone to protect my family. Although Guema is completely different from Han Feng, he is not the kind of person who will be blinded by personal hatred and kill innocent people. But it is better to be safe than sorry. With maybe Guema can be caught as a condition, there is no reason for the 12 zodiac signs to refuse to be bodyguards for their family for a few days. After thinking clearly about the next plan, Gao Yang felt a little relieved. What's next? Wang Zikai asked. Check out first, Gao Yang said, then go to the police station to find Officer Huang and help me pass on a message. No problem. Wang Zikai continued to ask, then what? Then go back to your house, and we play games. Gao Yang smiled. Great. Chapter 228. For the next 2 days, Gao Yang went to school during the day and slept at Wang Zikai's house at night. After evening self-study every day, Wang Zikai personally came to the school gate to pick up Gao Yang, completely eliminating the possibility of being assassinated by Guema. The most difficult person to deal with is his mother, but Gao Yang has already thought of a countermeasure. On the phone, Gao Yang first told his mother that he had decided to go to a university outside the city, and half of this was due to Wang Zikai's persuasion. My mother immediately liked Gao Yang, this bad friend. Gao Yang also assured his mother that he was at Wang Zikai's house for intensive review. After all, someone is always urging him to help him do and memorize questions, which is more efficient. In order to make his mother believe it, Gao Yang also deliberately took many photos of him and Wang Zikai studying hard together. Wang Zikai was even more exaggerated, with a headscarf with the words "when the college entrance examination" tied on his head, as if he was the one who was going to take the exam. When the mother saw Wang Zikai's look, she was both amused and helpless, so she had to agree to let Gao Yang stay at Wang Zikai's house. At the same time, she also reminded her son to pay attention to rest, and not to sacrifice sleep time to stay up late to do homework. 3 days later, late at night, Gao Yang finished his evening self-study, and Wang Zikai's sports car Wu Dehai borrowed Wang Zikai's McLaren, and appeared outside the school on time. Fortunately, Wang Zikai is a beast, otherwise Gao Yang would be a little panicked if he acted as Gao Yang's personal bodyguard so high-profile every day. Brother. Home. Wang Zikai took off his sunglasses, put one hand on the car door, grinned, and showed a confident white teeth. Gao Yang just walked to the front of the car, and a car not far away honked. Gao Yang turned his head, and recognized it as Hui Xiong's car. Wang Zikai, wait for me for a few minutes. Gao Yang crossed the road, walked to Hui Xiong's car, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Captain, there is progress on the matter you asked me to do. Hui Xiong took out a dozen copies of surveillance video screenshots, and handed them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, and flipped through it. The pictures were blurry. It was at night, and they were all small and medium-sized trucks passing a certain intersection. From 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. on May 18th, all the small and medium-sized trucks that pass through the intersection are here, a total of 9. I asked someone to help check, and it took a lot of time. Gao Yang nodded. Are there any results? Yes. Hui Xiong pointed to one of the photos, which was a moving truck. Other vehicles have been checked and basically ruled out as suspects, only this moving truck has problems. Go on. This moving truck was stolen more than 10 days ago. The moving company reported the case, but it has not been found. Gao Yang understood that the corpse thief stole this truck first, then went to the funeral home to steal the body, and then drove it away. Very good. Can this truck be found now? Gao Yang asked. As long as the car continues to drive, it can be locked once it appears in the surveillance. Hui Xiong's confident tone changed slightly, but if the car doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do. Hui Xiong smiled helplessly. The police can't check every household. I'm still investigating through personal connections. There's no support in terms of manpower and material resources. Gao Yang nodded, thought for a moment, and asked again, does our union have any awakened people who are good at finding things? Hui Xiong thought seriously. It seems that there really is no. I don't know about the elder level, their talents are all confidential. Gao Yang was a little disappointed. If that happened, the clue would be gone. But Hui Xiong thought of something. There might be such a person in the Baichuan group. Really? I guess too. They are always good at finding things. I heard that some people can communicate with objects. Hui Xiong was not sure. Baichuan group? Gao Yang was thoughtful. He left the photo of the moving truck and returned the rest to Hui Xiong. Destroy all of these. This matter ends here. Don't tell anyone or talk about it with anyone. Captain. Hui Xiong smiled curiously. What are you investigating? You are so secretive. Hui Xiong. Gao Yang looked at him and put Suzaku's advice into practice. Every secret comes with risks. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It's for your own good. Hui Xiong nodded. Captain, I know this is definitely dangerous, but we are friends who have risked our lives. So I can't let you die easily. Besides, Jilin just wants me to investigate privately. Hui Xiong thought of something again. His eyes became hot. By the way, did you find any clues in the former captain's diary? Gao Yang shook his head. I have read it over and over again. It's just an ordinary diary. Hui Xiong's eyes were full of pleading. Captain, I can ignore other things. But if you find the murderer who killed the former captain, you must tell me, and Group 5 must avenge Captain San Kong. In fact, he has been found. The murderer is Hong Feng, and I have killed him. As for the Songmu cult behind Hong Feng, it is no longer something that our Group 5 can deal with now. If we really want to wipe them out, we probably have to mobilize the entire organization. Gao Yang patted Hui Xiong on the shoulder. Don't worry. That's fine. Hui Xiong was relieved. He thought of something and reminded, by the way, if you want to ask the Baichuan group for help, you have to hurry up. The longer the time for spiritual communication, the lower the success rate. I consider it. After Gao Yang got off the car, he watched Hui Xiong's car leave, and then he got into Wang Zikai's sports car. Go home. Or go for a midnight snack first? Wang Zikai asked. Wait a minute. Gao Yang thought about Hui Xiong's suggestion seriously, and thought he could try it. It's not too late now. He has Chen Ying's contact information, and can call her. In theory, asking the Baichuan group for help to find something only involves one link in the investigation, and does not require explaining the entire core incident, so there is no violation. Gao Yang dialed the number, and after a few rings, the other side picked up. Who? Chen Ying's voice. Dark Horse Now Chiang. Gao Yang answered briefly. Wait a minute. There was a slight pause, and then there was the sound of splashing water, followed by the rustling sound of towels, and then the rubbing sound of clothes touching the body. What do you want to talk to me about? Well, if it's convenient, it's best to meet in person, the sooner the better. Okay, I wait for you at the Sakura restaurant on the top floor of Guanhai Tower in Nanji District. The other party blurted out, and hung up the phone. Gao Yang was stunned. This action is too strong. It's as if she had expected that he would ask her out a meeting. Gao Yang put down the phone and looked at Wang Zikai. I'm not going home. I'm going to Guanhai Tower in Nanji District for a midnight snack. No problem. Wang Zikai started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the sexy engine sound resounded through the street. In a blink of an eye, only the taillights of the McLaren car were left on the night road. In the early morning, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai came to Guanhai Tower. Although it is called Guanhai Tower, there is no sea in the city. In a 7-story hotel with a sense of age, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai walked into the revolving door, walked into the luxurious but old-fashioned lobby, entered the elevator, and pressed 7F. Half a minute later, the elevator door opened, and inside was a restaurant full of island flavor. At this time, there were no customers in the restaurant. Chen Ying was wearing a formal and restrained business suit, a white shirt, trousers, and high heels. She stood in the lobby outside the elevator, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. When she saw the two of them, she waved her hand slightly. Please come in, both of you. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai followed Chen Ying, and walked quickly through the ordinary area to the innermost box. The 3-layer screen door slowly opened, and inside was a box with soft lighting and elegant style. In front of the tatami was a low and long table, which was filled with exquisite sushi, sashimi, and drinks. Opposite the low table, an elderly woman was kneeling, wearing a black rainy suit, with her hair tied up, elegant and rich, living a peaceful life. She was well maintained, with smooth and tight skin, a few dry lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth, and a pair of blue eyes, like a calm lake. In the corner behind the lady, there was a wheelchair. Could she be paralyzed? Gao Yang had a question in his mind. There was also an adult woman dressed as a street performer kneeling by the low table, playing a sad tune on the air with her head down. Captain Chiang, I've been waiting for a long time. The woman smiled. Chapter 229. Waiting for a long time? Could it be that she knew I would come? Gao Yang's face was calm, and he did not show his doubts. Chen Ying beside him waved his hand, and the woman playing the air immediately stood up and walked away in small steps, and the 3-layer screen door slowly closed. Please take a seat, both of you. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai were not polite, and they crossed their legs and sat down at the low table. Qining looked at the well-maintained lady respectfully. This lady is the leader of our Baichuan group. She knew you would come to see me tonight, so she asked me to prepare in advance. Hello, I am Mr. Li. The lady smiled with a soft tone. You can also call me Mrs. Li. Hello, Mrs. Li. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. This shouldn't be the case. I decided to contact Qining at the last minute. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes. Even the most powerful intelligence network can't do this. Or is it that Mr. Li's talent is to predict the future? It is very likely that if it is this kind of talent, the ranking must be in the top 10, or even the top 5. Gao Yang asked politely, Madam Li, do you know why I came here? Madam Li still smiled, to find something. Predicting the future. It's confirmed, Madam Li smiled calmly. Wang Zikai was not interested in their affairs. He looked around and asked without any context, You call this Guanhai Tower, where is the sea? Isn't this a fraud? Brother, don't chat awkwardly if you don't know how to chat. Uh-huh. Madam Li smiled and answered slowly, My husband is an islander. He lived by the sea since he was a child. Before he died of illness, he wanted to go back to his hometown to see the sea, but he didn't do it. I built this building to miss him. Oh, I'm sorry. Wang Zikai looked at the tuna sashimi on the table. I'm a little hungry. I start eating. Please go ahead. Wang Zikai grabbed a piece of sashimi with his hand, dipped it in mustard, and took a bite. Wang Zikai was so moved by the mustard that tears flowed down his cheeks, and exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. It tastes good. Haha, I'm glad you like it. At this time, Qining whispered to Mrs. Li's ear. Mrs. Li's eyes became more subtle when she looked at Wang Zikai. Captain Qining, you have a wide range of friends. Not really, we've known each other for a long time. Gao Yang explained. Mrs. Li nodded and understood what Gao Yang meant. He knew Wang Zikai before he awakened. Gao Yang silently updated the information in his heart. It seems that this Mr. Li can't predict any details of anything, otherwise he wouldn't be surprised that I brought a lost person. Since Mrs. Li knows my purpose, I tell you directly. Gao Yang took out a photo and handed it to Mrs. Li. Qining, who was kneeling beside him, took the photo, opened it, and handed it to Mrs. Li for review. Mrs. Li glanced at it lightly, nodded slightly, and said nothing. I want to find the whereabouts of this car. Gao Yang paused and added, Actually, I want to find someone who stole this car. I have no other clues, so I can only find this car first. Mrs. Li looked at Qining. Qining answered calmly, Finding things happens to be my specialty. My talent is psychic of all things. Gao Yang thought carefully, and did have this talent. Psychic of all things, serial number 81, auxiliary system. The owner can see what happened to the item in the past by touching it. Qining returned the photo to Gao Yang. But I have to touch the real thing, photos are useless. Gao Yang took the photo back and nodded. In fact, he also guessed that if he could communicate with spirits just by looking at the photo, this ability would be too incredible, and the serial number could not be so far back. Mrs. Li continued, As long as we find this car, Qining can help. Gao Yang looked up. What do you mean? It seems there is a follow-up. Mrs. Li smiled. The Baichuan group can try to find this car for you. If it can be found in a short time, Chen Ying's spiritual communication will still be effective. Gao Yang asked directly, What are the conditions? Captain Qiang is a straightforward person. Mrs. Li said in a leisurely tone, I will first define the scope of our work. I will help you find this car, and Qining will use the car to help you find clues about that person, and this job will be completed. As for what you are going to do next, we will not interfere, and we are not interested in knowing. Gao Yang nodded. This is the best. Let's talk about our conditions. The Qilin Union has found the auxiliary rune, and we want to rent it to you for 1 month, and the rental fee will not be reduced by a cent. Mrs. Li glanced at Qining and smiled like a head of a family. We have many talents in the auxiliary system, so we need auxiliary runes. Gao Yang did not rush to answer, but this condition was reasonable. Gao Yang said sincerely, Mrs. Li, give me 10 minutes. I need to consult my superiors on this matter. Go ahead. Wang Zikai was still concentrating on eating. Gao Yang was really worried that when he was away, this idiot would be tricked. He patted Wang Zikai's shoulder and whispered, Eat well, and don't talk nonsense. Wang Zikai frowned, with a look of disdain. Do I need you to teach me this? Waved at him and let him go on his own. Gao Yang left the box, found a secluded corner, and called Xuanwu. As expected, there was no rest over there, and the scene was still very noisy. Gao Yang vaguely heard the director talking about the play, and he was very excited. How many times have I said it? I want to be sad with a hint of expectation, And in the expectation, there will be a little unwillingness, and after the unwillingness, there will be some anger and jealousy. Do you understand? Hello? Xuanwu's voice. Is it convenient? On the set, wait a moment. After a while, the other side was quiet. You said. There is some progress in the matter you asked me to investigate. Gao Yang spent 2 minutes to truthfully report the investigation in the past few days. I may need the assistance of Baichuan Group, but they have a condition. Gao Yang briefly explained what happened tonight. That old fox. Xuanwu smiled on the phone. The president should not be asleep yet. I asked him for instructions. 3 minutes later, Xuanwu sent back an encrypted text message. Do it. Gao Yang took back his phone and returned to the box. After leaving for only 10 minutes, Qining had already poured sake for Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai held the wine glass, his face flushed, dancing with joy, and said in a very stylish manner, "It was so dangerous at that time. A village of lizardmen came to kill us. I was the first to guard the door, killing 1 by 1, and chopping 2 by 2. A few clicks, the knife fell. Ahem." Gao Yang sat down next to Wang Zikai with a cold face. Wang Zikai realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and immediately smiled awkwardly. Hey! A hero doesn't mention his past achievements. Come on, drink, drink. I knew this idiot couldn't be trusted. In the future, I'd better not bring him out, otherwise my underwear will be stripped off sooner or later. Gao Yang looked at Madame Li. I just asked my superiors. If the deal is done, we will rent the auxiliary rune circuit to you within half a year. The specific time will be decided by us. Madame Li nodded slightly to show her gratitude. She raised the wine glass filled with sake elegantly. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Cheers, Captain Chiang, please do as you like. Chapter 230. Wang Zikai followed Gao Yang to eat a delicious meal, ate, and drank to his heart's content, and returned home satisfied. After returning home, Gao Yang severely criticized Wang Zikai's bad habit of not keeping his mouth shut, and carefully questioned Wang Zikai about everything he said tonight. He was relieved to confirm that he had not revealed any key information. Early in the morning, Gao Yang came to school. The countdown to the last week of the college entrance examination entered, and the already tense atmosphere became even more solemn. Everyone was concentrating on doing the test papers, and few people got up and walked around after class. Even those classmates who had given up on their poor academic performance on weekdays could not get up the interest to play and became depressed. They lay on the desks, either listening to music with headphones or looking out the window with dull eyes, perhaps confused about their future. Originally, Gao Yang should have been the one who worked hard to do the questions in order to get into a good university. But now, he is a little unable to fit in. He looked at Qing Ling's empty seat unconsciously, and suddenly envied her. In her world, you only need to be strong, with a clear goal, no hesitation, and no distractions. Looking at himself, there are too many things to worry about, taking care of the surface life, and guarding against the dangers brought by the real identity. The 12 zodiac signs, the Baichuan group, the ghost group behind Chushua, the Sangmu cult behind Guima. His identity and position are too complicated, there are too many things to worry about, and these things are all pending. Gao Yang has not slept a truly peaceful sleep for a long time. During the second evening self-study, Gao Yang received a call from Qining. Gao Yang found an opportunity to call Qining back. Qining told him that the car had been found in Dongyu district, and asked him to come immediately. Gao Yang was surprised. He did not expect that the Baichuan group was so mobile. He was impressed by this organization. Gao Yang immediately called Wang Zikai, and then asked for leave from the class teacher on the grounds of feeling unwell, and left school early. Wang Zikai drove over to pick up Gao Yang quickly. He was both reliable and considerate. The two immediately went to Dongyu district. Before Gao Yang awakened, he had not been to Dongyu district much. It is remote, sparsely populated, and the urban construction is seriously aging. In the eyes of people in Liqing, it is no different from the countryside. After entering the world of awakeners, Gao Yang has more awe and fear of Dongyu district. After all, this is not the territory of the three major organizations. It is a place of exile, mixed with good and bad people, and full of dangers. To put it bluntly, if you die here, the organization may not come to help you collect your body. The place Qining mentioned is in the lower reaches of Lijiang River. Before 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zikai drove to the highway along the river. The two of them parked by the side of the road and walked down the river bank. The moonlight was clear, and there was a shallow beach under the river bank. A trailer was parked on the shallow beach, and there were more than 10 people standing around the car. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai came over and saw Qining and her team members first. Needless to say, Jiang Wei was there. When he saw Gao Yang, he immediately smiled and was as happy as spring breeze. Brother Black Horse. You are here. Don't shout nonsense. I am now the captain of Qilin Union Xiang. Chen Ying corrected with a serious face. What? Jiang Wei was surprised at first, and shouted exaggeratedly. You are the Qiang who helped Qilin Union get 2 runes? Gao Yang nodded. This guy is well informed. Awesome. You are worthy of being a big boss. You are a big boss wherever you go. Jiang Wei excitedly took out a marker from his pocket and leaned forward. Don't say anything, big brother, you must sign for me today. Gao Yang was in a dilemma and waited for Chen Ying to stop him. Who knew that Chen Ying did not stop him, but smiled and said, It will take a while to tow the truck, don't rush. Gao Yang was embarrassed. You didn't have this attitude when Jiang Wei was annoyed with Dou Hu. You are so good, Chen Ying, you are playing me, right? Gao Yang had no choice but to take the marker and write the words Qiang on Jiang Wei's back. Big brother, write something else? Write what? I was here? Haha, big brother, you are so humorous. Let me think, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Why don't you wish me a happy birthday in advance? Jiang Wei was very excited and had already begun to imagine taking out this dress on his birthday, envious of his colleagues, who celebrated his birthday. Do you want me to buy you another cake and sing you a birthday song? Gao Yang complained in his heart while writing happy birthday and the date of the day after tomorrow on his back. Thank you. Jiang Wei quickly took out his mobile phone and handed it to his colleague beside him, asking him to take a photo for him. Gao Yang was filled with emotion. He never thought that one day he would become the material for others to brag about. After Jiang Wei left, Chen Ying began to explain. The truck in the photo was driven into the river. The divers have gone down to check the situation. If the car has not overturned, they can be directly towed up by hooking it. How did you find it? Gao Yang asked Chen Ying. Chen Ying smiled politely. We have many people and naturally many channels. Many of our companions are also very important in the ordinary world. Will there be no problems if we search so ostentatiously? Gao Yang asked again. This truck was originally a theft case. Isn't it natural to solve theft cases? There will be no problem. We often do this kind of thing. Chen Ying's eyes were professional. As he spoke, a man in a diving suit emerged from the water with a splash and walked towards the shore. He took off his diving mask while walking and shouted to the shore. It's hooked, just pull it. The trailer started the engine and drove towards the river bank. Soon, the big iron hook and iron chain connected to the rear of the vehicle were stretched straight and extended to the river surface. Half a minute later, the trailer drove onto the river bank, and the iron chain connected to the river surface began to vibrate slightly, and ripples appeared on the river surface. Splash. The top of a blue cargo box emerged from the water, followed by the top cover of the front of the car, then the front of the car and part of the body, and finally the 4 wheels. Soon, the moving truck was dragged to the shallows, and the river water kept flowing out of the car. Is it this car? Chen Ying asked. Gao Yang had memorized the photo, and he confirmed at a glance. It's this one. Chen Ying turned and looked at Jiang Wei. The work is over, you ask everyone to go back. Be careful on the road. Sister Chen, what about you? Jiang Wei was a little worried. After all, this is not the territory of their Baichuan group. It would be bad for Chen Ying to be targeted by all kinds of people. Don't worry. Chen Ying glanced at Gao Yang and smiled. When the matter is over, the 2 gentlemen will take me home. Low EQ, bodyguard. High EQ, gentlemen. Live and learn. Gao Yang smiled politely. It should be. 2 minutes later, the others left and the trailer drove away. Only Chen Ying, Gao Yang, Wang Zikai, and a small moving truck that had been submerged in the river for many days were left on the shallows. The river water on the moving truck was almost drained. Chen Ying stepped forward and opened the driver's door of the truck. I will communicate with the spirit right now. But let me be frank, the limit of my communication is 7 days. The longer the time, the less information I can get, and the less accurate it will be. Do your best. Gao Yang didn't count on it. It will take me 1 or 2 minutes to communicate with the spirit. You'd better keep quiet the whole time. Okay. Chen Ying had nothing to say. She got in the car and sat down directly without paying attention to the cold and wet seat. She closed the door, held the steering wheel with both hands, took a deep breath, and slowly closed her eyes. Communication. Start. Chapter 231. In the first 10 seconds, Chen Ying still felt that she was sitting in the car, and the places where her body touched were wet and cold. The remaining river water on the seat slowly soaked into the fabric and stuck to the skin of her thighs, which made her feel very uncomfortable. The air around her was still filled with a faint smell of water plants and fish, and there were faint gusts of night wind outside the car window. As the energy in Qinying's body was concentrated little by little, and spread out to the surroundings, her five senses were gradually changing. She was like a gust of wind, or a ghost, traveling against the chaotic time. That feeling was like a slice of memory. The previous second, the cab she was in was still at the bottom of the dark river, and the river water surrounded her, making her body both floating and heavy, and unable to breathe. The next second, the cab she was in was already on the road in the daytime. The car was driving steadily, and there was soothing and light music playing in the car, but it was not clear. All kinds of pictures were slices of memory. Continue slicing. Time goes back, and back again. This time, the cab where Qinying is very dark. It is late at night, the road is a little bumpy, and it is shaking gently. The scenery outside the car window is very desolate, and there are sparkling waves in the distance. Is it the lake or the river? Qinying can't see clearly. She no longer forces herself, and focuses on the car. She looks at her hands. It's not her hands, but the man's hands, wearing black leather gloves. Qinying wants to continue to look at the man's body, but the picture is blurry and extremely unstable. Qinying tries to look up, and look at the rearview mirror above her head. A thin middle-aged man wearing a peaked cap, only a blurry chin can be seen. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang, and the man picked up the phone with his right hand wearing a black leather glove. It was an old non-smartphone, and the one he used was probably an anonymous disposable phone card. Is it done? A voice came from the phone, a processed mechanical sound, and it was impossible to tell the gender. It's done. The voice of the man driving the car was also vague. Leave the car and the things, and I deal with the rest. Yes, what should I do next? Hide it, and wait for news. The phone hung up. Qinying wanted to stay in this memory slice, and capture more information, but her vision began to blur, and the surrounding scenery dispersed like smoke. Qinying was distracted, and she was back in the damp and fishy cab. The spiritual communication was interrupted. Qinying closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and tried to communicate again. This time, she went back to the previous memory slice, but the information was less and more blurred, and then she was interrupted again. She sighed, knowing that she had tried her best. She opened the car door, and got out of the car. How is it? Gaoyang asked. Qinying told Gaoyang all the information she had learned through the spiritual communication. Gaoyang listened and confirmed. Nothing was left out? No. Qinying replied. Damn, this information is so vague and useless. You didn't make it up, did you? Wang Zikai crossed his hands, looking suspicious. Qinying was not angry. I really can't prove that I didn't make it up. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, my work is done. The Qilin Union will not go back on its word, right? Don't worry, the transaction is valid. Gaoyang gave Qinying a reassurance. After thinking for a moment, he asked Qinying again. The voice of the caller has been processed. What about the voice of the receiver? It's also very vague. If I have to describe it, it's the voice of a middle-aged man, low and calm. A thought flashed through Gaoyang's mind, and he asked Qinying again. You said there was music playing in the car. What kind of music? I can't hear it clearly. There's no singing, but from the melody, it's a bit like jazz. Ghost. Gaoyang was almost 100% sure that the corpse thief was Ghost. Why did Ghost steal the corpse of the awakened? And what did he steal it for? How did he get the password of the funeral home? Judging from the phone call, there is obviously an insider in the Qilin Union, working with Ghost. What conspiracy is this Sangmu cult planning? A gust of night wind blew, ruffling the hair of the three people. After a short silence, Gaoyang looked at the compartment of the moving truck. Although the corpse inside must have been emptied, he might be able to find more clues. Qinying, can you communicate with the spirit again in the carriage? Sure. Qinying nodded. Qinying walked to the back of the carriage, which was locked. Qinying smiled bitterly and said, I can't open it. Get out of the way. Wang Zikai had been bored all night, and finally had a place to use his skills. He clenched his right fist, and with a swish sound, 3 bone claws rushed out from the back of his hand, and chopped towards the carriage door. Crack. A few sparks passed, and the door lock broke directly, cutting iron like mud. Qinying was very shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. Wang Zikai opened the door of the carriage, and suddenly a turbid and cold strange smell came to his nose. The three turned on the flashlights on their mobile phones, and shone them in. The carriage was empty, but not empty. There was a body bag at the very back of the carriage. The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. Gaoyang was also surprised. He thought the bodies had been disposed of long ago, but he didn't expect that there was still one left in the car. Could it be a trap? To be on the safe side, Gao Yang entered the system first to confirm that the profit points had not doubled. He looked at Wang Zikai again. Go check it, be careful. Brother Kai, I'm sorry, who told you to be thick-skinned? If it's really a trap, you won't die. No problem. Wang Zikai jumped into the carriage excitedly and walked quickly to the body bag. Swish. He unzipped the body bag. Ah! Wang Zikai screamed. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked nervously. Nothing. Wang Zikai covered his nose. It smells so bad, so disgusting. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. All the bodies in Juchua's morgue were refrigerated. But after being stolen, the body was not refrigerated. It has been a week, and the body must have started to decompose. It is normal to have a bad smell. Gao Yang glanced at Chening. Are you ready? Chening took a deep breath, held her breath, and nodded. Gao Yang and Chening jumped into the carriage, came to the body bag, and slowly squatted down. Before this, Gao Yang's heart was always beating, and he felt a little better until he confirmed that the body was not from Group 4 or Group 5. The body was a man with short brown hair, closed eyes, and a pale and swollen face. Gao Yang tried his best to use his imagination to restore his appearance when he was alive, in his 30s, with sharp edges and corners, and he looked like a bad-tempered type. To be honest, Gao Yang felt that the body was more complete than he imagined. Logically speaking, a body in the summer should have decomposed and rotted after a week, and be crawling with maggots all over its body. Gao Yang calmed down, reached out, and zipped the body bag all the way to the bottom. The man was wearing a blue body suit, nothing else, and nothing else was left in the body bag. Gao Yang didn't understand. He must have stolen 12 bodies for some reason. Why was there only one left? With Guillemot's style, it was impossible that he accidentally stole one more body. There must be a reason. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the dead man's face, and put it back in his pocket. Then, Gao Yang took out a dagger, cut the button on the chest of the corpse, and decided to check the corpse. When Gao Yang cut the second button on the clothes, he found that there seemed to be something on the chest of the corpse. Before Gao Yang could see clearly, the corpse suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 232. When the corpse opened its eyes, Gao Yang almost thought it was his illusion, because there was no sign at all. Wang Zikai and Chening also froze in astonishment, and then immediately jumped back. Gao Yang also jumped away to prevent the corpse from suddenly attacking him. But the corpse did not make any other movements. It just opened its eyes, and the eyes flashed a dark green light. This green light was fleeting, and then turned into yellow, and finally dark red. During this process, cracks flashing red light appeared on the face, neck and chest of the corpse. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Gao Yang didn't know why, but he suddenly had a strong intuition in his mind, a concrete and certain idea. The corpse will explode, and at the moment this thought came into being, the corpse's eyes and the cracks on its face burst into dazzling light. Warning. The system voice sounded in his mind, too late. Gao Yang didn't have time to jump out of the car. He hugged Chening into his arms, and turned around quickly. The body's instinctive reaction was even faster than his own reason. The moment he hugged Chening tightly, Gao Yang realized that he wanted to push a person back to the cliff, before falling into the abyss of death. Ah! Gao Yang heard Wang Zikai's cry. A pair of strong arms hugged Gao Yang from behind, and the broad chest was like a wall, protecting him safely behind him, and naturally protecting Chening and Gao Yang's arms. The air compressed sharply in an instant. Bang! A huge explosion, the truck was reduced to ashes in an instant. For a moment, the river bank, the shallows and the river surface were as bright as day. In the huge explosion, a burning black shadow with billowing smoke was blown away, and fell into the river with a plop. 5 seconds later, a head emerged from the river with a splash and wiped his face. It was Gao Yang. Splash. Another head emerged from the water, with long wet hair sticking to the pale forehead, and a face full of shock. It was Chening. The two floated on the river and looked at each other, with only shock and confusion on their faces. Suddenly, Gao Yang reacted. He plunged into the water, and Chening followed. A minute later, the two dragged the unconscious Wang Zikai, and walked ashore step by step. The two were soaked, put Wang Zikai down, and half knelt on the shallows, gasping for breath. Not far away, the truck disappeared, leaving only a pile of burning embers. Wang Zikai! Wang Zikai! Gao Yang gently patted Wang Zikai's face. Wang Zikai frowned and looked painful, but he was still breathing. Gao Yang turned Wang Zikai's body sideways. His clothes and pants were all burned, and his skin was almost burnt. Gao Yang took a deep breath and carefully wiped Wang Zikai's back with his hand. There was a handful of wet and sticky ashes on his hand, revealing normal human skin. Great! Wang Zikai should have transformed his body into a beast at the moment of the explosion, turning into a solid wall to withstand the fatal explosion and impact for Gao Yang and Qinying. Otherwise, with his and Qinying's physical fitness, it is very likely that they would be blown to pieces, not to mention being reduced to ashes. Huh? Confirming that Wang Zikai was fine, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and his injured calf began to ache slightly. After all, Wang Zikai was not really a wall, and some parts of Gao Yang's body were still injured by the explosion, but compared to death, this damage can be ignored. He looked down and saw that a part of his left calf was already torn apart, just short of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Qinying also had a burn on the back of her heel. These are minor injuries, which can be solved by sea potion. It may leave a little scar, but it is harmless. Is he okay? Qinying, who had escaped death, wiped the water off her face, and her voice was still trembling. It's okay, he has a strong recovery ability, and he will be fine in a while. Is he really just a white face? Qinying's shocked eyes flashed with a trace of fear. I didn't believe it at first. Gao Yang smiled bitterly, but, besides white faces, what other beasts would firmly believe that they are human after hearing and seeing such troubles? Qinying lowered her head, and she had no answer. After a long time, Qinying raised her head and looked at Gao Yang solemnly. Thank you, and thank him too. If it weren't for you, I would have died. You are helping me investigate, and it is my duty to protect you. Gao Yang said. No, this is just work, you don't owe me. Qinying was very serious. She looked at Gao Yang. I owe you a favor. If you need me in the future, just ask, as long as I can do it. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. To be honest, Qinying's talent will really be useful in the future. Next, what are you going to do? Qinying's tone was full of concern. I know I shouldn't ask more, but the fact you are investigating is too dangerous. You may have offended someone you shouldn't offend. I know. Gao Yang sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. I will report this to the organization immediately. Anyway, your work is over. Qinying touched her pocket and took out her cell phone, which was still on. I asked someone to pick me up. You don't have to send me off. When he wakes up, you can go back quickly. Qinying looked around and couldn't help shivering. She just wanted to go back to the headquarters immediately, treat her wounds, take a shower, take a sleeping pill, and have a good sleep. I hope there will be no more exploding corpses in her dreams. Gao Yang also took out his cell phone and tried to turn it on. The fluorescent light of the cell phone illuminated his slightly calm face. This face obviously had the delicate outline of a teenager, but at this moment it looked quite mature and calm. At that moment, Qinying's heart was actually slightly moved. Of course, she knew that this was because his instinctive behavior to protect himself just now gave him extra points. Moreover, the experience of escaping death is also a very confusing suspension bridge effect. To be honest, this is the first time I've been so close to death. Qinying stared at Gao Yang's face. Her voice unconsciously softened. Do you often encounter this kind of situation? Gao Yang lowered his head and swiped his phone, looking for Xuanwu's number, and replied casually, I haven't counted it. A wave of male hormones rushed over, and Qinying's heart skipped. This little brat. Luckily, I know you are only 18 years old, otherwise I would really be tempted. Gao Yang got through the phone, stood up to avoid Qinying, and reported to Xuanwu what had just happened. After listening, Xuanwu was silent for a few seconds, and immediately made a decision, stopped the investigation, and returned to the Xuanwu branch. Yes. Gao Yang hung up the phone and walked back. Wang Zikai had already woken up. With the help of Qinying, Wang Zikai turned over and sat up. He spit out a mouthful of river water, and slowly came to his senses. He looked up and saw Gao Yang standing in front of him intact. His first words were, Brother, are you okay? Wang Zikai, you saved me again. Gao Yang said gratefully. Is it such a small matter? Wang Zikai said with exaggerated disdain. Don't be so disgusting here. I really can't stand it. Get lost. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai relaxed his body and always felt something was wrong. He stood up. Wang Zikai turned his back to Qinying and stretched. Well, it's really comfortable to sleep. But why do I feel a chill on my butt? Is there a possibility that the pants on your back were burned off during the explosion? Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. Oh my gosh! Wang Zikai realized that his butt was facing Qinying. He hurriedly covered his butt with both hands and turned around. Ahem. Qin Ying's face was red, and her eyes were no longer in the right place. Qin Ying, I just saved your life. You must not tell anyone about this. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Wang Zikai's face was red, and he was very excited. His great image as a savior was about to be ruined. Qin Ying tried her best to hold back her laughter. Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut. Chapter 233. The three of them waited on the shallows for 20 minutes, and the Baichuan group sent half of the first group to pick up Qin Ying safely. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai also decided to go back. As soon as Wang Zikai got on the sports car, Gao Yang received a text message from Xuanwu on his mobile phone. Get in my car. Gao Yang looked up and saw a gray luxury business car parked on the roadside not far away. Gao Yang said to Wang Zikai, You go home first, my organization has sent someone to pick me up. Is your new organization okay? Wang Zikai looked distrustful. It doesn't seem very reliable. In my opinion, you should stay with me. Our 94 duo will kill gods and Buddhas. I've said it so many times, don't worry, you are the last trump card, just grow up first. Gao Yang flattered. Okay, then I go home first, his mother's ass is cold. Wang Zikai stepped on the accelerator and drove the sports car away. Wang Zikai's sports car drove away, and the luxury business car slowly drove over. The door opened horizontally, and Xuanwu, or Mr. Yin Feng, was sitting inside. He was wearing a dragon robe, a crown on his head, and a long beard. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, and almost blurted out, Long live His Majesty. Get in the car. Yin Feng raised his head slightly. His voice was majestic and steady, and he was intimidating without being angry. It was estimated that he had not yet been out of character. Gao Yang got in the car and sat down next to Yin Feng. The business car started, and the manager, who was dressed neatly and had a shrewd face, was very resentful. I only asked for an hour off, and now it's been 20 minutes. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Go to the pedestrian street in Feiyang district, put this child down, and then send me back to the crew. What's your relationship with this child? The manager glanced at Gao Yang through the rearview mirror and joked, Isn't it your illegitimate child who messed around outside? Yin Feng smiled warmly, and gave his middle finger to his agent. Gao Yang was a little surprised. It turned out that Xuanwu was just an ordinary person in real life. He had a good relationship with his agent, and they should have known each other for many years. Yin Feng glanced at his agent, then looked at Gao Yang, and lowered his voice a little. He is white-faced, don't worry. Gao Yang nodded. I just reported this to the president. Yin Feng said, Don't worry about it. Then this task. It has been transferred to Elder Qinglong, and he will come to check it personally. Yin Feng said. Gao Yang was a little unwilling. He didn't like to give up halfway, but deep in his heart he was relieved again. Maybe he escaped a disaster. In short, Gao Yang's mood was very complicated. You stay in the branch for the next few days. Yin Feng said, You may not be out of danger yet. But I will take the college entrance examination in a week, and I have to go to school during the day. Gao Yang answered truthfully. This matter stumped Yin Feng. Indeed, it's too strange to disappear for a few days at this time, and it will easily arouse their vigilance. Yin Feng nodded. Well, you continue to go to school. I will borrow 2 guardians from Baihu to secretly protect you until the end of the college entrance examination. No need. Gao Yang doesn't like being monitored. I will be careful myself. It's still too dangerous for you to be alone. Yin Feng is worried. I have a bodyguard. Gao Yang said. He is very reliable. The kid driving the sports car? Yin Feng is very sharp. Yes. Can you trust him? I can trust him. He is better than me. He has been through many life and death many times. Gao Yang said. Okay. Yin Feng nodded. I have conveyed all the information you have reported to me to Elder Qinglong truthfully. Do you have anything else to add? Not yet. Gao Yang said. That's all for work. Yin Feng switched roles in a second, and suddenly a script appeared in his hand. I recite the lines again. You can do whatever you want. He quickly got into the role, and his face changed. There are always people who want to harm me. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the antique pedestrian street in Feiyang district. Gao Yang got off the car, walked through the bright and colorful streets, squeezed through the bustling crowd, turned into a narrow alley, entered Shilongzai, and then took the capsule train of Xuanwu branch back to the hotel of Baihu branch. Gao Yang used special medicine to treat his wounds. After they were basically healed, he took off his clothes and took a bath. While resting, he quietly digested the current information. First of all, One thing can be 100% certain. There is an insider in the Chilean Union. With the help of this insider, Guema could steal the body so easily. According to the clues given by Chening, Guema should be directly under the command of this insider. In other words, the confidentiality level of this insider is very high, and his level in Songmu's sect should also be very high. Guema can only follow orders, and wait for orders in front of him, and he cannot ask any other questions. Gao Yang's investigation of the corpse thief must have been known by this insider and Guema, so the other party took retaliatory measures and almost succeeded. At the beginning, when Gao Yang investigated the matter, the only people who knew about it were Qilin, Xuanwu, and Zhu Ke. But as the subsequent investigation unfolded, the information could have been leaked from many links. For those who were not aware of the situation, these fragments of information were not enough for them to know the whole core event. But for the insider, he only needed a little bit of wind and grass to guess that Gao Yang was secretly investigating the matter. Gao Yang had a hunch that the position of this traitor in the Chilean Union must be higher than Xiangye, at least at the level of a guardian. It might even be at the level of an elder. This bold guess made Gao Yang shudder, and his scalp tingle. What does it mean that there is a traitor among the elders in the Chilean Union? It's like Dohu in the Chinese zodiac is a traitor, and it's impossible to imagine how serious the consequences will be. Now Gao Yang has two choices. 1. Obey the order and give up. The advantage is that he can get out of danger temporarily, and the traitor will probably be busy dealing with Elder Qin Long, who is investigating the matter personally, and will definitely have no time to deal with him. The disadvantage is that it is really unwilling to give up just like that when Guema is about to be caught. And Gao Yang will not be able to sleep well as long as Guema is alive. Gao Yang sighed and closed his eyes. Enter the system. Your latest accumulated luck points are 231 points. After 7 days of idle time, I fought another battle with Guema. I was almost killed by the explosion 2 hours ago. The benefits are roughly correct. Fill up the physical endurance, and use the remaining to replenish the charm. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 500 agility, 500. Spirit, 500 charm, 116. Luck, 454. Exit the system. Gao Yang soaked in the bath water, and the energy in his body gathered in his chest, then slowly melted and spread to all parts of his body. After a while, Gao Yang felt that his breathing was more stable, his heartbeat was stronger, his muscles were stronger, and his bones were stronger. My current state is almost the ceiling of my current attributes. Even so, I guess I still can't withstand the explosion like the one 2 hours ago. Even if I don't die, I will be blown into an irreversible disability. I don't know what level Wang Zikai's current ability will be after being quantified. That's not right either. We can't simply calculate the attribute points. After all, beasts also have their own talents. Just like Lao Wang's Iron Man, before the talent is activated, Lao Wang's endurance may not be much higher than other talents, but after activating Iron Man, his endurance is definitely ridiculously high. If you want to deal with assassins, it is more restrained to comprehend the tank talent. At worst, comprehend the assassin talent, at least you can kill them. If you want to defend against assassination talents, such as explosion, it is relatively safe to comprehend the life and protection talents. As for curse-type talents, miracle-type talents can be well restrained. The experience of going through the gates of hell and coming back several times made Gao Yang believe in a fact. There is no absolutely invincible strong, and there is no absolutely vulnerable weak. Teacher Dohu's words are too right. In the world of awakeners, there are too many factors that determine victory and defeat and life and death. The things like telling each other names and fighting head-on only appear in hot-blooded comics. Gao Yang opened his eyes, took out his phone, and clicked on the photo album. He found the face photo of the body that almost blew him to death. Gao Yang weighed the pros and cons for a long time, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the bathtub with a splash. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Gao Yang opened the address book, found the name of Sister Xia, and was about to dial the number. Dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the door. Chapter 234. Dong, dong, dong. The knock on the door sounded again, 3 very light and slow knocks, very strange. Gao Yang immediately became alert. It's so late, who could it be? If it's a waiter, he will usually call the room directly. Gao Yang entered the system and confirmed that there was no danger for the time being. He stood up and walked to the clothes rack, put on a bathrobe, tied his belt, walked to the door quietly, and looked out through the peephole. There was no one. Was it his own illusion? Impossible. Gao Yang is now quite confident in his 5 senses. Unless it is a man-made situation, He will not have auditory hallucinations. Gao Yang was hesitating whether to open the door. Dong, dong, dong. There were 3 more strange knocks at the door. Gao Yang was startled and glanced at the peephole again. There was still no one outside the door. Gao Yang entered the system again, and his lucky income still did not double. Who is playing a prank? Could it be Chushua? No, it doesn't look like her style. At once, Gao Yang suddenly realized what was going on, and felt both angry and amused. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Gao Yang opened the door, but there was still no one outside. Gao Yang quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. Sure enough, he pinched a tender face. "Aw, it hurts." The cam was revealed. "Do you know it hurts now?" Gao Yang relaxed his strength, but did not let go, pretending to be angry. "Captain, I was wrong." The can begged for mercy loudly, pointing to the side. It's all their attention. Gao Yang took a step forward and looked to the left. Oh my goodness, Grace Xiong and Ronnie were hiding and laughing. Gao Yang didn't even think about it, and shouted without raising his head, "Gecko, come down." A figure fell from the top of her head. It was Manshi. Manshi said calmly with a cold face, "I was forced to participate." Gao Yang believed this, because Manshi was not so bored. Gao Yang looked at a few people. "Don't you need to sleep at night?" "Captain, you don't sleep either." Cantu rubbed his pinched face, and blinked with a sly smile. Soon, she looked at Gao Yang's chest under his half-open bathrobe. "Wow, Captain, your chest muscles are so sexy." Ahem. Gao Yang pulled his bathrobe closer. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hui Xiong picked up a travel bag in his hand, and pretended to be mysterious. "Good stuff." "What is this?" Gao Yang asked. "Go into the room and talk." Hui Xiong smiled. Gao Yang opened the door. "Come in." The group walked into Gao Yang's hotel room. Kim was the first to come in, looking around, and was amazed. "Wow, the captain's dormitory is different, much bigger than where I live. Look at the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lighting. Wow! What a big cloakroom. Wow! This bath is amazing. Wow, I really envy this set of kitchenware. Although I can't cook." Gao Yang ignored Ken, who was running around, and looked at others. "Coffee or tea? If you want a drink, go to the refrigerator and get it yourself. I make coffee." Ronnie took the initiative to go to the kitchen. Ken took a quick look around, sat down on Gao Yang's big bed, lay on his back, spread his arms, and then rolled on it again. "Ah, so comfortable." Ken picked up a pillow and sniffed it hard. It smells so good. "I didn't expect that you, the captain, actually have body odor." Gao Yang replied expressionlessly, "The bedding has changed every day, and I haven't slept yet today." "Oh!" Ken flattered the horse's leg and smiled foolishly. That should be the smell of laundry detergent." "Captain, you are not injured, right?" Hui Xiong asked worriedly. "Why do you ask that?" Gao Yang complained in his heart. "Does Hui Xiong know what I have experienced in the past few days? You have been using seed potion a bit frequently recently." Hui Xiong raised his eyebrows proudly. "Did you forget? I have spies in the logistics department. Although you don't let us intervene, we are closely following the captain's movements. This Hui Xiong is not very wise, but he is quite clever. We don't want to lose our companions again, let alone the captain." Can stopped smiling, sat up from the bed, and looked at Gao Yang seriously. "I hope you live longer," Man Snake said coldly. Gao Yang felt warm in his heart. "Thank you. Captain, don't resist if anything happens. We are a whole and can trust each other," Hui Xiong said. "That's right. If you don't tell us, I won't leave tonight." Cantu hugged the pillow and fell on the bed, and started rolling. "I think you don't want to leave at all," Hui Xiong joked. "Uncle Xiong, you don't talk nonsense." Cantu's face turned red. "Yoho, I heard the confession on the construction site of number 11 middle school before." Hui Xiong laughed meanly and imitated emotionally. "But I know you definitely won't like a girl like me, who is not good-looking and has no femininity. Go to hell." A pillow hit Hui Xiong's face, and Hui Xiong laughed. "Coffee is here." Ronnie came up with a coffee tray, and placed 5 cups of coffee on the coffee table one by one. Gao Yang had to stay up late anyway, so he picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said solemnly, "To tell you the truth, I did have a mission before, but the superiors asked me to investigate privately, and I did encounter danger." "Danger?" Ken was suddenly nervous. "It's okay, just a little danger." Gao Yang smiled. "I was almost stabbed to death by Gui Ma once, and I was almost killed by a corpse once. A few hours ago, this mission has been transferred out, and it has nothing to do with me." Gao Yang told half of the truth, "So you don't have to worry about me." Hui Xiong, Man Snake, Ken and Ronnie, The four looked at each other. Hui Xiong sighed lightly. In this case, we are relieved. What's in the bag? Gao Yang has been thinking about this matter. Look at my memory, I almost forgot it. Hui Xiong slapped his head, walked to the travel bag, squatted down, unzipped it, took out several sets of brand new uniforms, and threw them on the bed. This is the team uniform customized by the logistics department for our 5 groups, 2 sets for each person. Hui Xiong said and took out a plastic box with 6 black and gray mobile phone cases in it. The mobile phone cases are also customized. Everyone change into them together. Wow! Team uniforms. Great! Ken immediately picked up the set with his name on it, and ran to the cloakroom with it. Everyone try it on to see if it fits. Hui Xiong clapped his hands. The remaining few people found a place to hide, and changed into team uniforms. Gao Yang quickly changed his clothes, and came to the wall mirror. Inside was a gray vest for base, the upper body was a black hooded jacket, and the lower body was a modified overalls, which was convenient for carrying daggers, pistols, and other weapons. The fabric was soft and comfortable, suitable for combat. The overall color was black, white and gray, and it looked clean and neat. On the left chest was embroidered a freehand shadow character, and on the cuffs was the number 5. At this time, the others also changed into their uniforms, and walked to Gao Yang, admiring themselves and their companions in the mirror. Yeah! So cool! Cantu changed into a slim-fitting neutral uniform, which not only made her look more energetic, but also more feminine. I didn't expect it. Hui Xiong sighed. Cantu, you are the most feminine when you wear a uniform. Go away! I don't like to dress up normally. Cantu was not convinced. She pushed Hui Xiong away, smiled and came to Gao Yang, holding Gao Yang's arm with one hand, tilted her head, and raised her phone with a phone case. Let's take a group photo. This is possible. Hui Xiong agreed very much. Others also gathered around, squeezed Gao Yang in the middle, and looked into the mirror together. Click. After taking the selfie, Cantu looked down and said, the captain is still the most handsome. Let me edit it, and send it to the group later. She lay on the bed, and edited the photo with great interest. She was smiling at first, but suddenly her interest dropped again. It would be great if Ran was here, and the former captain. Hui Xiong said earnestly, Cantu, people should look forward. Some things should be kept in mind, and don't always talk about them. Did you hear me? Yeah. Cantu pulled herself together, and quickly edited the photo, and sent it to the group. At this time, Gao Yang noticed that there were 4 sets of uniforms on the bed, 2 of which had the name Ran written on them, and the other 2 did not have a name written on them. Gao Yang asked, whose are these 2 sets? I made them for Johan temporarily. Hui Xiong smiled playfully. You forgot that he is now a member of our group 5. Gao Yang was stunned. He really forgot about this. Chapter 235. How is Johan's injury? Gao Yang asked. It's quite serious, but he's recovered well. These days, he has been dealing with the funeral of his teammates in group 4. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. A whole group, except for himself, all died. How painful and self-blaming he must be. It's quite ironic that Johan had boasted in front of Group 5 before that his group had been on missions for 3 years with 0 casualties. Now if he thinks back on his words, I don't know what he would feel. Maybe there are only 4 words left. Fate plays tricks on people. Speaking of which, Johan is also in the Xuanwu branch. Hui Xiong said, I just saw him in the training room. Should we send him the team uniform? Kan's eyes lit up. We haven't officially welcomed him to the team yet. How rude. Let him be alone for a while. Gao Yang had a different idea. I'm standing for the Ken this time. Hui Xiong smiled experiencedly. He has been depressed for long enough. It's time to cheer up again. Gao Yang looked at Manshi and Ronnie, and they had no objection. Okay, let's go. Gao Yang always follows the majority in this matter. The group wore their team uniforms, walked out of the hotel room, took the internal elevator, and came to the 48th floor. The entire floor here is where the employees train, with a gym, different fighting rooms, and an indoor shooting range with soundproof walls. Because most awakened people have a superficial identity during the day, and they sleep less than ordinary people, everyone generally develops the habit of night owls. Even in the middle of the night, there were still many awakened people training in the training room. Gao Yang and his group came to the boxing ring. Johan was wearing a black boxing suit and red boxing gloves, punching a sandbag as big as a gray male. Bang, 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 bang. Johan punched without distraction, sweating profusely. Johan? Hui Xiong shouted. Johan stopped punching and looked up at Hui Xiong, with a violent look in his eyes. Go on. Huixiong threw the team uniform over, but Jiuhan, who was wearing boxing gloves, didn't catch it. The uniform hit his chest softly and fell to the ground. You are now a member of Group 5, just like me, a deputy captain. Bang! Before Huixiong finished speaking, Jiuhan suddenly jumped up and punched the sandbag. The sandbag hit Gaoyang in the front, and Gaoyang dodged it easily. The next second, Jiuhan's figure bullied him. Gaoyang raised his hands to block Jiuhan's punch, and the whole person jumped back 2 meters, and his arms were numb. Jiuhan, are you fucking crazy? Huixiong shouted, trying to stop Jiuhan. Greixiong. Gaoyang stopped him, let him come. Jiuhan must be full of hatred and pain, but he has nowhere to vent, and a sandbag obviously can't satisfy him. Very good, then come at me. It just so happens that I also want to test my current strength. Jiuhan took off his 2 boxing gloves, his eyes fierce. If you want to be my captain, beat me first. I think you are really crazy. Greixiong's face changed drastically. What are you doing? Are you still planning to use your talent? You are fighting among yourself, aren't you afraid of being punished? Jiuhan ignored him, and rushed directly to Gaoyang. Warning! Lucky profit points increased to 2,700 times. Gaoyang was shocked. This Jiuhan actually wanted to kill me. Jiuhan threw a straight punch. Gaoyang dodged to the side, and a hook punch came from his chin. Gaoyang stepped back to avoid it, and only felt a sting on his chin, injured by Jiuhan's punch. Gaoyang re-examined Jiuhan, and confirmed the killing intent in his eyes. He mobilized the energy in his body, and prepared for the worst. Huixiong's face changed, and he immediately gave Cantu a look. Quick, go get the fire extinguisher. Then he looked at Ronnie again. If things go wrong, you scream. Do you hear me? Ronnie nodded with a heavy face. Manchi folded his hands, with a sneer on his face that said watching the fun without minding the trouble. A duel at the level of Guardians, or a life-threatening level, is rarely seen on weekdays. Jiuhan rushed towards Gaoyang quickly, and threw a set of sharp punches. Gaoyang retreated and dodged, focusing completely on his 2 fists. Gaoyang did not dare to parry his fists easily. Once touched, it would be equivalent to being marked. If the same part was hit again, the power would increase 5 times, which was already difficult to parry. If he gets hit by the 3rd punch, it will be doubled to 25 times. If the limbs are hit, they will be basically disabled. If the internal organs or the head are hit, they will definitely die. Chiang. Is this all you can do? Jiuhan was not satisfied with Gaoyang's passive defense, and his moves became more and more fierce. Gaoyang had no way to avoid it, so he opened his right palm and sprayed a tongue of fire at Jiuhan. Jiuhan quickly retreated, and he was very satisfied. That's more like it. Jiuhan, if you want to vent, I will accompany you to the end. If you want to kill me, I will not show mercy. Gaoyang decided to give Jiuhan one last chance. Before carrying out the task in 11, Jiuhan might be able to beat Gaoyang slightly, but now, he can't be Gaoyang's opponent. I'm going to kill you, Jiuhan said arrogantly and rushed towards Gaoyang again, this time faster and without reservation. A straight punch with a sharp wind hit Gaoyang. Gaoyang did not dodge, crossed his hands, and blocked it with his left arm. Copy. Gaoyang was shocked, unable to copy. Jiuhan threw a quick punch this time, and took back his fist in less than 0.8 seconds, and quickly threw a second punch at the same position. The quick punch sacrificed its lethality, but weakness was triggered, and the power instantly increased 5 times. Gaoyang's left arm felt numb. It was not over yet. The 3rd quick punch was about to hit. Gaoyang had adjusted the position of his arm, causing Jiuhan to fail to hit the same place 3 times. Flame. Gaoyang's right hand emitted flames, burning Jiuhan. Jiuhan protected his head with both hands and jumped back suddenly. As soon as he stood firm, a fireball hit his face again. Jiuhan was shocked, not expecting Gaoyang's flames to be able to attack from a distance. In fact, Gaoyang's fireball did not have much killing power, but Jiuhan did not understand. His fighting instinct forced him to jump to the side quickly. This action was too hasty. Jiuhan had to roll on the ground to stand up again. This delayed at least 2 seconds, enough time for Gaoyang to approach quickly. When Jiuhan came to his senses, the two were less than half a meter apart. Flame. Gaoyang opened his hands, and was about to start the fire. Ah! Jiuhan must not give Gaoyang a chance, and punched Gaoyang's chest fiercely. Gaoyang smiled. Jiuhan was shocked. Gaoyang's hands did not emit flames. He just shouted the word flame. In fact, Gaoyang's hands quickly crossed to block his chest. Bang! A heavy punch hit Gaoyang's right arm, knocking Gao Yang back several meters. But the physical contact time of this punch exceeded 0.8 seconds. Level 5 weakness discovered. Do you want to copy it? Copy! Chapter 236. Jiuhan didn't realize that Gao Yang had taken that punch on purpose. Seeing Gao Yang staggering back, he quickly followed and rained down punches on Gao Yang. This time, Gao Yang stopped dodging and started to attack. The two were almost fighting each other. Gao Yang's strength, reaction speed, and body movements were on par with Jiuhan. Although he was not as experienced as Jiuhan in boxing, he was not at a clear disadvantage. Jiuhan's fists quickly hit Gao Yang's chin, shoulder, lower abdomen, chest, and side waist once each. Of course, Gao Yang also hit Jiuhan's left face, arm, lower abdomen, and chest once each. The fight continued. Gao Yang was inexperienced in close combat, and was soon tripped to the ground by Jiuhan's sweeping kick. A fierce punch hit Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang rolled to avoid it, and he quickly turned over. Jiuhan had already rushed over, and strangled Gao Yang's neck with both hands from behind. Jiuhan quickly released one hand, and hit Gao Yang's side waist with force. Gao Yang was startled and kicked his legs hard. The two flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Jiuhan was pressed down, but his arm still tightly strangled Gao Yang's neck, and the other hand continued to clench his fist and hit Gao Yang's side waist. Gao Yang quickly turned to the right, rolling with Jiuhan, once again destroying Jiuhan's intention to hit the weakness. The two did not entangle anymore, quickly stood up, and each stepped back a few steps. Jiuhan clearly remembered every punch he had thrown at Gao Yang in the last 40 seconds, and he was counting seconds. The chest, side waist, and lower abdomen, these three places can also hit the weakness. Gao Yang stood still, his hands hanging naturally, and even closed his eyes slightly. What does he mean? Jiuhan was puzzled. Was he surrendering? Was he being mysterious? Or was he provoking? Time waits for no one. Jiuhan didn't think much and rushed towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt Jiuhan approaching, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Activate weakness. Level 5 weakness permanent attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 450, endurance plus 450, strength plus 600, agility plus 350, charm plus 120. In an instant, Gao Yang's attribute values doubled. In his eyes, Jiuhan's speed slowed down a lot, and his intention to attack his weakness became very obvious, even clumsy. A second later, Jiuhan's fist hit Gao Yang's chest. Weakness triggered, 5 times the power. Gao Yang's chest was as solid as a wall, and he withstood Jiuhan's punch. Impossible, Jiuhan was shocked. A hook punch hit Jiuhan's lower abdomen. Weakness triggers, 5 times the power. Pound. Jiuhan's abdominal muscles suddenly contracted, and he flew out like a lobster, crashing into the fence of the boxing ring behind him, and was bounced back by the resilient fence again, and flew back to Gao Yang. Gao Yang clenched his fist, and aimed at Jiuhan's abdomen. This punch was thrown out, and the power was multiplied by 5, which is 25 times. This punch would make a hole in Jiuhan's abdomen, break his spine directly, and his small intestine and large intestine would be scattered all over the floor. Even if Jiuhan didn't die, he would have to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. It was not until this moment that Jiuhan realized that his talent had been copied by Gao Yang, but he had no way to resist. When he flew back to Gao Yang, he could only clench his fist symbolically, trying in vain to hit Gao Yang one last time before he was killed. Paw! Jiuhan's abdomen was not destroyed, and his not-so-heavy right fist hit Gao Yang's chin. Gao Yang staggered back several steps. Captain! Huixiong couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed to Jiuhan fiercely. You! Gao Yang stood firm and shouted to Huixiong. Huixiong, stop it! I'm fine. A punch with 5 times the power was only a minor injury in front of Gao Yang, whose temporary endurance was close to 1,000. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang's weakness talent disappeared, and all temporary attribute point bonuses disappeared. Why? Jiuhan looked angry and humiliated, his eyes red. Why did you stop just now? That would kill you. Gao Yang said. Why don't you kill me? Jiuhan roared. I am the one who deserves to die. All 4 groups are dead, and I am the only one who is still alive. Why? I am the one who deserves to die the most. Finally, this sentence was said. Gao Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiuhan, have you ever thought about why you are the only one who survived? Jiuhan was silent. He didn't expect Gao Yang to ask this question. Because you have to avenge them. Before that, you can't die. Jiuhan was stunned. Xiang Dai is dead, but the organization behind Xiang Dai is still there. Gao Yang stretched out his hand to Jiuhan. Jiu-Han, join Group 5, and work with us to find out that organization and kill them all. After revenge, you can leave or stay, live or die, it's up to you. A short silence. Jiu-Han looked at Gao Yang, and the self-blame and anger in his eyes slowly cooled down, turning into a kind of determination and firmness. He stretched out his hand and held Gao Yang's hand firmly. It's a deal. Oh my god! Kim was still holding a fire extinguisher, and suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Oh my god! It's so hot! What's going on? Kim threw away the fire extinguisher, hurried over, and held Gao Yang and Jiu-Han's hands. Quick! Everyone come over here. Gray Xiong was just sweating for Gao Yang and Jiu-Han. He shook his head and sighed, walked forward, and stretched out his hand. Ronnie and Manshi also walked up and stretched out their hands. Everyone looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled slightly. Welcome Jiu-Han to join the team. Welcome Jiu-Han to join the team. Everyone said in unison. Everything goes well. Everything goes well. Almost killed by a corpse at night, and had a fight with Jiu-Han in the middle of the night. Gao Yang was too tired and cancelled the plan to visit Zhu. He slept for 2 or 3 hours in the hotel of the White Tiger branch, and rushed back to school early in the morning for class. Nothing happened all day. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang called Zhu and asked her if she had time and where she was. The answer was that she had time and was on duty at the funeral home. Gao Yang was still a student. In order to save money, he took 2 subways and then a taxi to Beigui Funeral Home in Beiyang District. This time, Gao Yang went directly to Zhu Chua's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Gao Yang pushed the door open and went in. Zhu was leaning lazily on the sofa, swiping her phone, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. You're here. She glanced at Gao Yang and said lazily. Sister Xia doesn't look very energetic. Gao Yang said. Qin Long came here during the day. Zhu stretched and yawned. He asked about everything, like he was interrogating a prisoner. It's so annoying. Gao Yang didn't say anything and closed the door gently. You're here for this too, right? Zhu smiled. Yes. Gao Yang was frank and straightforward. The investigation has been handed over to Elder Qin Long, and I will definitely not interfere. But I was almost killed by an explosion last night, and there are some things I still want to confirm with Sister Xia. Chapter 237. No problem. Xia Li narrowed his eyes and smiled. But it's not free, it's a ghost story. Okay, I owe it to you first. Never mind, I just write a blank check first. Who knows how many days I can live? Let's take it one step at a time. Before I knew it, I really seemed to have become an old man. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone, flipped through the album, and clicked on the face photo of the exploded corpse. He handed it to Xia Li. This is the corpse that almost killed me. Xia Li bit the straw in his mouth and turned his face away in disgust. I'm drinking milk tea. Qin Long has shown it to me. I don't need to see it. Is it a stolen corpse? Yes, number 21. Zhu took a sip of milk tea and added lightly. I don't remember the names of the corpses, they are all numbered. Gao Yang put away his mobile phone and thought about how to ask the next question. Xia Li spoke first. I know what you want to ask. Let me answer you directly. Number 21 died in the Scarlet Tide 8 years ago. His talent is self-destruction. Self-destruction. Serial number 112, elemental system. The body can explode like a bomb, although the lethality is great, but it is one time. Perhaps for this reason, the serial number is relatively late. You know self-destruction. Number 21 never used it once when he was alive, but who knew that he used his talent once after his death? Xia Li's tone was playful. Gao Yang's expression was not calm, he said in a deep voice. But number 21 didn't look like he was resurrected at that time. It is impossible to be resurrected. Xia Li raised his eyebrows and said confidently, I said that I can revive the corpse after 24 hours, and only I can do it. But why can he activate his talent? Gao Yang also thought of a possibility. Could it be that he has a talent for controlling corpses? Of course. Xia Li nodded. It's not difficult to control corpses, but a corpse is just a puppet without thoughts, and it is impossible for it to use its talent in life. The situation you encountered is not as simple as a corpse. Gao Yang quietly waited for the next words. Now the enemy not only controls the corpse, but also makes the corpse activate its talent in life at the right time and in the right situation to kill you. Xia Li spread his hands. I have never heard of this ability. Is it a talent that even Elder Suzaku has never seen? Who is the opponent? Gao Yang's face darkened slightly, looking at Xia Li. He still has 11 corpses in his hands. Does that mean that these corpses can attack people like number 21? I'm afraid so. Xiao Li's expression also became a little serious. I just don't know if he controls one corpse at a time, or all 11 corpses at once. Gao Yang's throat tightened a little. Among these corpses, are there any strong people with top talents? Xiao Li's eyes flashed a cold light. Corpse number 4, Phantom. Phantom, serial number 13, elemental system, can control its own shadow to fight. Among the elemental system talents, its destructive power is not the strongest, but in close and medium-range combat, as well as assassination operations, Phantom is first class. How did this corpse number 4 die? Gao Yang was very curious about how strong people usually die. He also died in the last Scarlet Tide. His body was cut into 7 pieces. We sutured and repaired his body to the greatest extent possible. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. It was the Scarlet Tide again. No one knows what he died of. Xiao Li shrugged. It could be the work of the ghost group, or it could be that he encountered the Dark One among the delusion beasts. Gao Yang stopped talking. He didn't know what else to say. There was only a sense of powerlessness in his heart. I advise you to stay quiet for a few days. It's best to stay in the base. Baihu has proposed to enter a wartime state. Xiao Li smiled. That guy is the Minister of Security, and he is more nervous about this aspect. I have 6 days to take the college entrance examination. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Ah. Xiao Li looked helpless. Then you can only wish for the best. Gao Yang was silent for a while with a heavy heart. When he looked up, he found that Xiao Li was staring at him straight, with a smile on his face. Gao Yang felt a little uncomfortable for a while. What's wrong? Xing, do you know that everything has changed since you switched to the Qilin Union? Ah? Is it? Gao Yang pretended to be innocent. Before this, the Qilin Guild was simply a dead end. Although there were some minor fights, there were no new runes to be found, and no other major events happened. Anyway, life was so boring that I felt I was wasting my life. Xiao Li yawned again. Wouldn't it be better if nothing happened? Gao Yang said deliberately. Stop pretending. Xiao Li punched Gao Yang on the shoulder. Don't you want something to happen? Don't you want to solve the mystery of the world? Since we have all awakened, we can't just go through it in a muddle, otherwise it would be a waste of life? Gao Yang smiled, stopped pretending, and nodded, yes. Awakeners who have aspirations and abilities will naturally become leaders. Xiao Li's eyes flickered. Qilin Guild was right to recruit you. Whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally, you have stirred up this stagnant water. There are new runes, traitors, Sangmu cult, and corpse thieves. I have a feeling that there must be many things involved behind this, and they are all related. Xiao Li said, and an expectant smile appeared on her delicate face unconsciously. The last time Gao Yang saw her eyes like this was when she was hugging a pillow and listening to ghost stories. She was in a good mood and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Come on, shit stirrer, I will help you for free in the future. Keep stirring. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Shit stirrer is too ugly. I am a shit stirrer, so Qilin Guild is. Why can't we change to a better name, for example, a game breaker, or a wall breaker? This is so ridiculous. Ah, there is another thing. I have always been curious. Gao Yang remembered something again. Go ahead. Xiao Li leaned on the sofa, supporting his head with one hand. When Elder Xuanwu recruited me, I asked him the reason, and he said it was because someone recommended me. I asked him who it was, and he said he couldn't tell me for the time being unless I joined and gained the trust of the organization. Gao Yang looked at Xiao Li's sister Xia. Have I gained the trust of the organization now? Well, in terms of merit alone, you are definitely enough. Xiao Li pouted, but in terms of qualifications, you are definitely not qualified. After all, you have only joined for less than a month. Gao Yang nodded. Yes, I was too hasty. But? Xiao Li changed the subject. Your question is not a secret. I can answer you. Really? This is really a sudden turn of events. The person who recommended you is Dr. Su. Xiao Li smiled at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were playful. President? Gao Yang really didn't expect this. Chapter 238. It's the president. Xiao Li nodded, turned slightly, changed to a comfortable sitting position, and crossed her legs on the bench. Today, she wore a pair of denim hot pants under her white coat, and her thighs and calves were smooth and white, forming a straight line. Really? Gao Yang pretended to be flattered, but in fact, he was more surprised. He was very low-key at the beginning. How did Qilin target him? The fact is that... Xiao Li blinked briskly. Didn't the 12 zodiac signs find 2 runes in a row, although one was shared with the Baichuan group? At that time, our internal senior management held a meeting to express their views on this matter. Gao Yang nodded slightly and listened to Xiao Li continue. Someone mentioned the dark horse, the green snake, and the yellow cattle at that time. Xiao Li smiled. That is, you and your two friends. Why did you mention us? It's very simple. The three of you just joined the Awakener world, and the 12 zodiac signs found 2 runes. Xiao Li said. It's just a coincidence. Gao Yang said. It may be a coincidence, or it may not be. Xiao Li shrugged. Who knows? President Qilin proposed a possibility at the time. Xiao Li stretched out a finger. Maybe, among the 3 of you, someone has a certain talent, and the direct or indirect effect of this talent is that the rune circuit can be discovered with a higher probability. Gao Yang was shocked, but his face remained calm. Xiao Li continued. Then Xuanwu said that since President Qilin is interested, go and dig it up. If you can dig 1, it's 1, and if you can dig 3, it's the best. So that's it. Gao Yang suddenly realized. So you planned to dig the 3 of us from the beginning, and Xuanwu came to me first just because I am easy to contact. No. Xiao Li smiled and shook his head. President Qilin specifically asked to recruit you, and the other 2 were just incidental. Why? Gao Yang asked. First of all, you have a liar detector, and there may be a traitor inside. Elder Xuanwu told me this. Gao Yang was not surprised. Another point, the president thinks that if one of you 3 really has the talent to find the rune circuit, then you are the most likely to do so. Gao Yang said nothing. According to the information we have, you have 3 talents. Copy, fire, liar. You should know that awakeners with 3 talents are very rare, and this alone is special enough. Among the talents we know, many have some strange abilities. For example, the knowledge talent wisdom of serial number 150 can increase the probability of understanding talents. Another example is the auxiliary talent dealer of serial number 12. Under the rules of this ability, the winning rate of the talent owner is always 51%. Oh, and the one with the lowest serial number luck. Although I don't know what it is used for, just hearing the name makes me feel that I can have good luck. Maybe I can pick up money on the road every day. When mentioning luck, Gao Yang's heart tightened. Anyway, the president thinks that we should try hard to win you. Even if you don't have the hidden talent of finding rune circuits, you are already good enough. It's not a loss for the union to recruit you. Aren't you afraid of offending my former employer? Gao Yang asked faintly. I'm not afraid. Xiao Li smiled confidently. We are stronger. After all, the world still speaks with fists. Besides, job hopping is a matter of mutual consent. We are not trying to steal people. Gao Yang was speechless. Xiao Li sighed. It turns out that the president has a good eye. You came here, and got 2 runes directly. I was shocked when I heard the news. I thought Xuanwu was joking with me. In your opinion, I am very lucky. Gao Yang half-truthfully self-deprecatingly said, but in my opinion, I am really unlucky. Every time I mistakenly enter the rune cave, I am almost dead. Aren't you alive? Xiao Li thought of the sacrificed companions, and sighed softly. But the price of 6 lives is a bit heavy. The 2 were silent for a moment. There was nothing to say. Gao Yang stood up to thank. Sister Xiao, thank you. I will go back first. Okay. Be careful on the road. Xiao Li also stood up, and sent Gao Yang out of the door. Chiang, I still have to report to Qin Long and the president about your visit to me tonight. This is the rule. Understand? Gao Yang nodded. For safety reasons, Gao Yang didn't dare to stay outside alone for too long. He took a taxi directly to the White Tiger Branches Hotel and decided to rest there tonight and go directly to school during the day. He walked into the hotel lobby, went around to the internal elevator at the back, entered the password, and went directly to 50F. Gao Yang walked out of the elevator and walked towards his room. He passed a guest room with the door open, and an awakened person in pajamas shouted at a lost waiter. What's going on? This air conditioner can't cool again. Are you going to heat me to death? I'm sorry, sir. The lost waiter bowed and apologized. I'm already contacting the maintenance personnel for you. Gao Yang suddenly stopped and a light flashed in his mind. 2 seconds later, he quickened his pace, returned to 5007, and locked the door. He opened the small safe, took out the diary of San Kong, the former captain of Group 5, and put it on the table. Gao Yang got up and made himself a cup of coffee, found paper and pen, sat down at the desk, and began to read the diary carefully. He read the last 10 diaries repeatedly and carefully, word by word, analyzing and trial and error as carefully as doing a problem, constantly overturning and starting over, overturning and starting over again. Unknowingly, it was dawn. Gao Yang's eyes were red and swollen, and his expression was serious. He put away the diary, and put it back in the safe. He turned back to the table and grabbed the draft papers with scribblings. Swish. The draft paper burned quickly, leaving only a ball of ash. Gao Yang found some amazing clues in the diary, but he couldn't verify the authenticity yet, so he couldn't act rashly. Before that, he had to do something more important. In the morning, Gao Yang went to school. The countdown to the college entrance examination on the blackboard had a big 5 days written on it. Gao Yang spent half of his time reviewing, and the remaining half of his time making plans in his mind. At noon, Gao Yang called Wang Zikai and gave him an urgent task. Wang Zikai was still asleep and not very happy, so Gao Yang had to coax him. This is the task of our 94 duo, and this shot must make a name for itself. Wang Zikai immediately revived with full blood and shouted, "No problem. Leave it to me." After the evening self-study, Gao Yang walked out of the school gate. Across the street, Wang Zikai's stylish sports car had been waiting for a long time. He took off his sunglasses and waved his hand. "Let's go, brother, go home." Chapter 239. Gao Yang sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Zikai started the car. Gao Yang held the car window with one hand, facing the night wind, and asked, "How is the search going?" "I have been looking at the street view map of Licheng for an afternoon, and my eyes are blind." Wang Zikai said, "There are 3 places that meet the requirements." Gao Yang called Wang Zikai at noon and asked him to help him find a place. Although Wang Zikai is not the most suitable person for such a brain-intensive task. But Wang Zikai has one biggest advantage. He does not belong to any faction and is trustworthy. The place Gao Yang is looking for has several characteristics. First of all, there must be a lake in this place, and a small pond does not count. Moreover, the road conditions in this place cannot be too good, and it is unlikely to be a prosperous area. This is based on the clues given by Chening when she communicated with the truck cab. At that time, Chening felt that the road was a bit bumpy, which meant that the road conditions were not very good. The scenery outside the front window was a bit desolate, and there were sparkling waves in the distance, which meant that there was either a lake or a river ahead. Gao Yang tends to think it is a lake for 2 reasons. First, there are riverbanks on both sides of the river, which are much higher than the river surface. There has been no heavy rain in the past half-month, and the water level of the river has not risen. If the moving truck drives straight to the river surface cannot be seen within a certain distance. Second, the truck was deliberately driven into the river to attract Gao Yang to find him, and want to blow him up. It is unlikely that they will choose a location nearby, which will easily expose Gui Ma's hiding place. Based on the above 2 points, Gao Yang ruled out the river surface. After Gao Yang was distracted for a short time, Wang Zikai's voice came to his ears. One is Shiju Park, where there is a large lake, and the place is deserted enough. Wang Zikai thought for a moment and continued. The second one is Apple Island, there is also a lake there, and the place is also deserted. The third place is Chimei Lake, there are many houses there, but from the map, the road around the lake is being renovated, which also meets the conditions. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai in surprise. I didn't expect that this guy could analyze it so well. Well done. Gao Yang affirmed, go home first. On the way home, Gao Yang opened the map on his mobile phone, studied the 3 locations separately, and made a plan. After returning home, the two had something to eat, and changed into plain clothes for easy movement and camouflage. Gao Yang also brought some combat props and equipment just in case. Is the transportation ready? Gao Yang asked. Of course. Wang Zikai patted his chest. Who is my brother? Wang Zikai took Gao Yang to the underground garage of the villa, which was covered with a black cloth in the middle. Wang Zikai lifted the black cloth, and a brand new black and red off-road motorcycle appeared. Gao Yang was very satisfied. Driving a luxury car in the middle of the night would really attract too much attention. Riding a motorcycle would be much better. Wang Zikai picked up the helmet on the motorcycle, threw it to Gao Yang, put on another helmet, and easily got on the motorcycle. Get on, let's go. Gao Yang opened the lift door of the garage, raised his legs, and stepped on the back seat of the motorcycle. Let's go to Shiju Park first. Wang Zikai didn't start the motorcycle for a long time. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked. Brother, hold tight. Wang Zikai shouted, otherwise you will be thrown off in a minute. Oh! Gao Yang stretched out his hands and hugged Wang Zikai's waist. Is it okay? Let's go! Wang Zikai started the motorcycle, and with a sexy and wild engine sound, the two rushed out of the garage. Wang Zikai's motorcycle posture skills are very good. Gao Yang knows that Wang Zikai has been fascinated by motorcycles since junior high school. At that time, he also formed a group like a Bosuzoku, racing on the loop line every night, simply recklessly. After entering high school, Wang Zikai fell in love with sports cars and rarely played motorcycles. An hour later, the two came to the gate of Shiju Park. "Stop!" Gao Yang shouted in time. "This is a free park, we can drive directly in," Wang Zikai said. "Stop when I tell you to." "Okay, listen to you." After Wang Zikai parked the car, Gao Yang checked his backpack, took out a tactical telescope, and explained, "If you get too close, it will be easy to be exposed. Next, we will walk." The two walked into the park, determined the location of the lake, and then left the road. They passed through a small forest, climbed over a small hill, and slowly approached the lake in the park. 10 minutes later, the two passed through a roller coaster site, climbed over the iron mesh fence, and the view suddenly opened up. In front of them was the central lake of Shiju Park. The two men crouched and hid behind a bush. Gao Yang took out a tactical telescope and looked down at the lake and the grass around the lake not far away. The terrain around the lake was flat and clear. Several tents could be seen. There were two private cars parked next to them. They should be some camping enthusiasts. There was a small island in the middle of the lake with a fairy tale style cabin built on it. It was considered a tourist attraction, but it could only be reached by boat during the day. Gao Yang had a hunch that Gui Ma was unlikely to hide here. Anyway, if it was Gao Yang, he would not choose this place as a hiding place. It was not easy to hide here. Once someone caught up with him, he would be easily surrounded, and it would be difficult to escape. Ghost Horse must be hiding in that cabin. Wang Zikai had a completely different view. Gao Yang asked with a bit of amusement, "Why?" "I don't know. I just have a strong intuition. He must be hiding there." Gao Yang complained in his heart, "You play too many games. Only the boss in the game will deliberately hide in a particularly obvious position, for fear that you can't find it." Gao Yang did not discourage his enthusiasm. He opened the zipper of his backpack, took out a small infrared camera, observed around for a while, walked to a tree behind him, jumped up lightly, stuck the camera on a more hidden branch, and aimed at the entire lake. This is the cutting-edge equipment of the Qilin Union. It is very small in size, and has a high camera accuracy. It can record for 72 hours after charging. Speaking of which, it is thanks to the durable battery technology invented by Wu Dahai that it can support such a long time. Gao Yang jumped down from the tree. "Let's go." "Ah? Let's go now. Why don't we go over and take a look?" Wang Zikai was disappointed. Gui Ma must be in that cabin. "Don't alert the enemy. Come back to get the camera in 3 days." Gao Yang waved at him. "Let's go to the next place." The two left Shiju Park, got on a motorcycle, and headed to the next place, Qimei Lake. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the destination. Qimei Lake is very large, surrounded by high-end residential areas, as well as some cafes and shops. One camera can't capture the entire lake, and even if it does, people can't be seen in the picture at all. But fortunately, there is only one road around the lake. After studying the route, Gao Yang installed cameras on the street lights at the 3 most critical intersections, so that most people who enter and leave the lake every day can be captured. But when Gao Yang thought of the huge workload of checking the video later, he already had a headache. "Look!" Wang Zikai suddenly pointed to the front and said. Gao Yang immediately looked in the direction of Wang Zikai. Not far away, a tall, thin black figure sneaked through a green belt and walked towards the lake. Chapter 240. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai looked at each other, and in tacit understanding, they lightened their steps and followed quietly, keeping a safe distance. In the middle of the night, the street lights went out, and the bright moonlight bathed the calm lake, with breezes blowing from time to time. There was a small pier by the sparkling lake, and the suspicious black shadow walked to the end of the pier, facing the lake. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai held their breath and hid behind a trash can not far away. The black shadow slowly took out his mobile phone and whispered something, probably talking to someone. It must be Gui Ma, contacting the traitor. Wang Zikai spoke to Gao Yang in a breath voice. To be honest, Gao Yang had a hunch that this person was not Gui Ma. Gui Ma had a strong sense of anti-detection, and could not easily expose himself like this. Unless he did it on purpose. Plop! Gao Yang was hesitating about what to do, and there was a sound of falling into the water by the lake, and the figure disappeared. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai were shocked, looked at each other, and immediately rushed to the dock. The secret base must be hidden at the bottom of the lake. Wang Zikai shouted as he ran. The two rushed to the dock, and Wang Zikai had already started to take off his clothes. "I go down to find him." "Don't jump yet." Gao Yang found a mobile phone under his feet, and he didn't have time to lock the screen. He immediately picked up the phone and clicked on a piece of audio on the interface. A boy's crying voice came from the phone immediately. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I really can't hold on anymore. I'm so afraid that I won't get good grades again. I'm so afraid of letting you down, but I really don't want to repeat the year again." Gao Yang suddenly realized it was a high school student who wanted to commit suicide. "Jump!" Gao Yang shouted. "Ah?" Wang Zikai was a little confused. "Are you going to jump or not?" Just then, the water surface splashed, and the boy who wanted to jump into the lake struggled to swim out of the water. He fluttered in the water. "Help! Help! I don't want to die, save me! Help!" Gao Yang shouted. Wang Zikai took off his vest and dived into the lake. 5 minutes. A tall, thin, and somewhat dull-looking boy knelt on the grass and breathed heavily. He was soaked and pale. Wang Zikai also became a drowned chicken. He was shirtless and shook his hair aside. "Damn! What are you doing, kid?" Thank you, ahem. "Thank you for saving me." The boy was very grateful, and his voice was also aggrieved. "I have repeated 2 years, but my grades are still not going up. I am really afraid to face my parents. They don't say anything, but that disappointed look. I really can't stand it." Gao Yang is also a person who is going to take the college entrance examination, and can understand that feeling. He was thinking about how to comfort the boy, but Wang Zikai grabbed his collar angrily. "You want to die for such a trivial matter? Are you still a man? You are going to die today. Your parents will be so sad. Is it not easy for them to raise you all these years? But don't take the exam if you don't do well. Don't study if you don't want to repeat the year. Explain it clearly to your parents." Wang Zikai continued to yell. "Let me ask you, there are so many people in the world who didn't get into a good university. Should they all jump into the lake? Let me ask you again. Will those who got into a good university definitely have a bright future?" The boy stared at Wang Zikai blankly, speechless. "Damn it!" Wang Zikai pushed the boy to the ground. "I didn't even have a chance to take the college entrance examination. I was expelled directly. Do you think I'm depressed? I can still live a good life." The boy's eyes gradually changed, revealing his feelings of being touched and admiring. Gao Yang rolled his eyes. "Wang Zikai, you're almost done. If people knew that you can drive a sports car and live in a mansion without going to college, they would probably jump into the lake again." 2 big brothers. The boy stood up slowly and wiped the tears from his face. "Thank you. Actually, I did regret it just now. I don't want to die. I just don't want to live like this. I'm escaping. It's best if you can figure it out." Gao Yang stepped forward and patted the boy on the shoulder. "No matter what the result is, you can decide your own life. It's not only the life of getting into a good university that is a successful life." "Yes. You are right." The boy's face rekindled hope for life, and he bowed deeply to the two. "Thank you, I will remember your words," the boy said and turned away. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai watched the boy's back disappear into the night. Gao Yang praised Wang Zikai. "You did a good job just now." Wang Zikai looked at his wet pants and shoes and said, "Oh, I'm so annoyed. My underwear is sticky now. It's so uncomfortable. Let's go home. I want to take a shower and change clothes." "No. There's another place to go. Gao Yang must check out all the places tonight. But this is the second mission of our 94 duo. We can only succeed and not fail. What's the big deal if my underwear is wet?" Gao Yang was excited. Wang Zikai was excited. Okay. Let's go!" An hour later, Wang Zikai and Gao Yang arrived at Apple Island. Apple Island is in Dongyu District, in the same district as the downstream of Lijiang, where the truck was found before, but very far away. Apple Island is not an island, and apples are not grown there. It is just a wilderness. From the map, it is surrounded by a lake and a river flowing into Lijiang. Its shape looks a bit like an apple, hence the name. The lake next to Apple Island is the lake Gao Yang is looking for. The two rode a motorcycle to a rural cement road. There were 7 or 8 low houses waiting to be demolished on the roadside, and the location was sparse. The two parked the car and walked off the cement road. There was a wasteland in front of them, covered with bushes. The two headed towards the lake. After walking for 10 minutes, Gao Yang stopped. "What's going on?" Gao Yang pointed to the ground under his feet. The soil here was relatively soft and moist, with some not-so-obvious wheel marks left. "Damn!" Wang Zikai also found it, and was very excited. Could it be that moving truck? Gao Yang squatted down and took a photo with his mobile phone. Then he thought that the truck had been blown up, and there was no way to compare it for a while. Gao Yang continued to walk in the direction of the wheel marks for a few minutes. Gao Yang stopped again, and Wang Zikai looked down again, but this time he didn't find any wheel marks. Squat down, Gao Yang said. Ah? Squat down. Wang Zikai squatted down. Gao Yang raised his foot and stepped over Wang Zikai's neck. Stand up. Damn, you are kidding me. I'm doing business. You better be. Wang Zikai stood up with a curse, and Gao Yang looked forward. Well, this should be the perspective that Xining can see when she is communicating with spirits. Sitting in the driver's seat of the moving truck, the road is a bit bumpy, the surrounding scenery is a bit desolate, and the lake in front is sparkling. Alright, it should be here. Gao Yang looked around and saw a chemical plant built by the river at 3 o'clock in his direction, with dark shadows, about 2 kilometers away from the lake in front. Okay, put me down. Wang Zikai put Gao Yang down. Gao Yang thought, the lake in front was too flat, there was no place to hide at all, and hiding at the bottom of the lake was too unlikely. The chemical plant at 3 o'clock was the most suitable hiding place. Gao Yang turned around and walked towards the chemical plant. When they were 500 meters away from the chemical plant, the two of them crawled on a small slope. Gao Yang used a tactical telescope to observe that it was a chemical plant that had been abandoned for many years. The complex pipelines and reactors formed a steel forest, with skinny chimneys and iron towers standing in rows, and old-fashioned factories and workshops on the side. Gao Yang noticed that one of the iron gates in front of the chemical plant was crooked, and another one fell to the ground, as if it had been hit by a car. Go 200 meters forward, Gao Yang whispered.